when the entire realm of cultivation is fervently engaged in a relentless competition. Yet the man languished each day, neglecting his cultivation, until one fateful day he effortlessly vanquished an immortal emperor. The hearts of countless cultivators shattered in an instant. The world inquires, why do you possess such strength without ever engaging in cultivation? The man spoke calmly. I was invincible by nature. Why should I engage in cultivation? His name is Su Chen, who was reborn 18 years ago in the celestial realm of the Su family. Su Chen was aware of the existence of a system even while still in the womb. This system is rather peculiar for many years. It has never assigned any tasks, yet it occasionally elevates his realm or bestows upon him certain treasures. This coincides perfectly with Su Chen's intentions. In his previous life on Earth, he was caught in an incessant competition, ultimately leading to his untimely demise. In this lifetime, he resolves not to engage in theft or violence, but rather to indulge in sipping fine wine and admiring beautiful women. Since Su Chen's birth, he has never engaged in cultivation, indulging instead in a life of pleasure and leisure. Consequently, this has led to discontent among the upper echelons of the Su family. Finally, the senior members of the Su family unanimously decided to expel Su Chen to the mortal realm, with the understanding that he may return once he attains the sacred realm in his cultivation. Whether in the celestial realm or the mortal realm, the classification of realms remains consistent. The hierarchy ranges from the body realm to the venerable realm, the sacred realm, and the emperor realm, among various other classifications. Even for the elder generation, attaining the sacred realm is an arduous endeavor. It is evident how challenging it is for Su Chen to reach the sacred realm. The upper echelons of the Su family do not seek to trouble Su Chen, for only they are aware of the true extent of his terrifying talent. At this moment, Su Chen stands at the pinnacle of the Ziyun mountain range. With a resounding roar, a colossal python, possessing the cultivation of a first-tier esteemed being, emerged behind Su Chen. The colossal python, enveloped in resplendent golden scales, exuded an unparalleled hardness, its crimson gaze fixated intently upon Su Chen. This colossal python is the sole, ferocious beast in the Chayun mountain range that has attained the first level of the esteemed realm. Su Chen turned around, his eyes reflecting an unwavering calmness, as if no earthly matter could ever stir even the slightest ripple within him. At this moment, the colossal python lunged fiercely towards Su Chen, its powerful aura of the esteemed one sweeping across the heavens and the earth. However, with a resounding bang, the colossal python's head was shattered by a single punch from Su Chen. Circumventing the carcass of the colossal python, Su Chen ambled forth with hands clasped behind his back, making his way towards the mountains beyond. In the blink of an eye, a decade has swiftly passed. Within the city of Jiangnan, Su Chen was preparing to visit an inn to procure some wine. A small and cunning figure collided head-on with Su Chen. The little beggar, feeling the pain, was knocked to the ground. The little beggar girl lifted her gaze towards Su Chen. Her face bore traces of dirt, yet her eyes sparkled with clarity and brightness. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the system. Name, Yilingxi. Reincarnation of the Empress. Imperial grade talent. Task issued. Accept Yilingxi as a disciple. Su Chen was taken aback. This was the very first time the system had issued a task. He cast a profound glance at Xiao Yi, utterly astonished to discover that this very Xiao Yi was, in fact, the reincarnation of the Empress. He gently shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Apologies. I was not paying attention to the road just now. Is it all right? Yilingxi blinked and shook her head, then stood up while holding Su Chen's hand. Su Chen smiled. It's good that there's nothing wrong. To express my gratitude, I would like to treat you to candied hawthorn. What do you think? Yilingxi hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Su Chen purchased 2 candied haws and offered one of them to Yilingxi. Yilingxi extended her delicate pink tongue to savor the tangy sweetness of the candied hawthorn, her face radiating contentment. Nian Gaoyu. Su Chen gazed at Yilingxi, then retrieved some silver coins from his bosom and placed them into her hands. Su Chen gently patted Yilingxi's small head before rising and departing. He is not prepared to accept Yilingxi as his disciple, for he is aware that her destiny as a female emperor is undoubtedly significant. He has no desire to bear the weight of these consequences. He simply wishes to indulge in a daily sip of fine spirits, to listen to gentle melodies, and to fulfill the mundane tasks at hand. For him, it matters not. After Su Chen spent some time leisurely wandering and drinking at the tavern, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Before me, a crowd gathered in close proximity. A young man is glaring fiercely at a small artist. The stinginess in writing refers to Yi Lingxi, whom Su Chen encountered previously. The youth spoke with a tone lacking in kindness, inquiring, "Why did you steal my money?" Yi Lingxi's face turned pale as she replied, "I did not. This was given to me by an older brother." The young man scoffed softly. "This money was clearly stolen from me by you. Do not attempt to argue. Hasten to return my money. Since you have been discovered, it would be wise to promptly return the money to its rightful owner, little girl." One day, she engaged in some dubious activities. The onlookers clearly found it hard to believe Yi Lingxi and began to castigate her. Tears welled up in Yi Lingxi's eyes. "I truly did not steal." With a sudden, crisp sound, a distinct imprint of a hand appeared on Yi Lingxi's face. In the distance, Su Chen observed the scene and shook his head slightly. "It wouldn't be too bad to have someone buy wine for me instead." At that moment, the young man threw a punch towards Yi Lingxi. Yi Lingxi tightly closed her eyes, her body trembling incessantly. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly appeared and delivered a swift kick. The young man was sent flying by a powerful kick. An iron man lay on the ground, convulsing, with all of his ribs fractured within. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at Su Chen. The rice cake spoke of the mundane. Yi Lingxi opened her eyes. Upon seeing Su Chen, she could no longer contain herself, and embraced Su Chen, weeping profusely. Su Chen gently tousled Yi Lingxi's hair, assuring her, "With me around, Nian Gao Yuan man." Yi Lingxi remained silent, merely weeping incessantly in Su Chen's embrace. Nian Gao spoke. Su Chen cast a sidelong glance at Yi Lingxi, then raised his gaze towards the young man in the distance. The rice cake spoke of the vastness. Without excessive chatter, a beam of sword light swiftly pierced through the young man's forehead. The immortal figure elicited a collective gasp from the crowd as they gazed at Su Chen with disbelief, their eyes brimming with a mixture of reverence and trepidation. Su Chen's gaze turned towards the crowd of onlookers, while Nian Gao spoke whimsically. Upon seeing Su Chen, the crowd instinctively took a step back. At that moment, a flash of sword light streaked across. Nian Gao spoke casually. A few individuals let out a cry of anguish as blood flowed incessantly from their mouths. These were the very people who had previously voiced their accusations against Yi Lingxi. Su Chen calmly stated, "If you have a penchant for being loquacious, then henceforth refrain from uttering a word." After listening to Su Chen's words, Gao said with a hint of amusement, "Those who had refrained from openly criticizing Yi Lingxi moments ago silently rejoiced for having kept their mouths shut." What transpired? At this moment, a middle-aged man and an elderly figure clad in black robes slowly approached this direction. The city lord was recognized by a middle-aged man, who bowed respectfully. The middle-aged man is none other than Tang Yuan, the lord of Jiangnan City. The rice cake spoke of frivolities. Tang Yuan turned his gaze towards the young man, his countenance erupting with fury. "Who has slain my nephew?" Everyone was taken aback, for they never anticipated that this young man was actually Tang Yuan's nephew. As the words of Tang Yuan echoed in the air, all eyes instinctively turned towards Su Chen. Tang Yuan followed the gazes of the crowd and turned to Su Chen. "It was you who committed the murder." Su Chen remarked nonchalantly, "And what of it?" Nian Gao spoke with a sense of disdain. Tang Yuan furrowed his brow tightly. "You seek death," he exclaimed. He never anticipated that the person before him, who had slain his nephew, would still exhibit such arrogance. At that moment, someone spoke up to remind the lord of the city, declaring him to be an immortal. As the words fell, a heavy sensation enveloped Tang Yuan's heart. His eyes gradually narrowed. "Why do you seek to take his life?" Su Chen spoke plainly. "The cake is delightful and leisurely. To kill when one wishes. Why ponder over the myriad of reasons?" The rice cake spoke. Tang Yuan fixed his gaze upon Su Chen. "Do you believe you are remarkable simply because you consider yourself a celestial being?" As he spoke, he cast his eyes towards the distant figure of the elder in black robes. "Eliminate him for me." The flash of a sword illuminated the air, and Tang Yuan's head rolled to the ground. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in a state of shock. The city lord had perished just like that. They gazed at Su Chen in terror, their hearts brimming with fear. The elderly figure clad in black wore an expression of grave concern. The rice cake was indeed perplexing. He had just failed to discern the situation clearly. The rice cake spoke of moisture, while the previous rice cake alluded to the vastness. How did Su Chen execute his move? Su Chen gazed at the elder in the black robe and calmly stated, "You seek to avenge him." The aged figure in the black robe spoke in a deep voice, "Esteemed guest, I am an elder of the Dragon Serpent sect. To take the life of the father of my sect's disciple in my presence is rather disrespectful to our esteemed sect. Wouldn't you agree? He aims to dominate others through sheer force." Although he is aware that Su Chen is not to be underestimated, the Jiaolong sect boasts numerous formidable individuals who can instill fear in Su Chen. Su Chen spoke languidly, indicating a direction. The elder cloaked in black wore a look of perplexity. "What is this? Where is the Dragon Serpent sect? Please indicate a direction." The elderly man in the black robe instinctively gestured toward a particular location. Su Chen nodded, seemingly conversing with an unseen presence. The existence of the Jiaolong sect has become redundant. "Depart now." As commanded, a voice, unknown in its origin, resounded throughout the entire Jiangnan city. In the void above the dragon sect, a colossal hand, veiled in terror and power, gradually descends upon the dragon sect below. Wherever it passes, the very fabric of space disintegrates. Gazing into the void, the master of the dragon sect, with a face full of fury, wondered which wretch had provoked such a formidable being. "Even in death, I shall not let you escape." As his voice faded, a colossal hand descended. The heavens and earth trembled. In an instant, the dragon sect was annihilated. The elderly man in the black robe from Jiangnan City, upon hearing Su Chen's words, was filled with rage that morphed into a mocking smile. Just as he was about to speak, his head shot up toward the sky. At this moment, everyone is utterly paralyzed with fear, too terrified to even stir. They do not dare to draw a breath, for they are but mere mortals, unaccustomed to the harsh realities of this world. Su Chen offered a faint smile, gently lifted Yi Lingxi into his arms, and then turned to depart. Subsequently, Su Chen took Yi Lingxi shopping for 7 exquisite garments, followed by a lavish feast. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have swiftly passed. Su Chen and Yi Lingxi find themselves strolling along a narrow path. Suddenly, Yi Lingxi speaks, "Brother, do you think the starry sacred land would accept us?" Su Chen gently patted her head. "Rest assured." Soon, Su Chen and his companion arrived before the majestic gates of the celestial sanctuary. Surrounded by 7 towering peaks, each mountain is governed by a formidable sovereign, whose power is unfathomably terrifying. At this moment, 2 disciples of the starry sacred land intercepted Su Chen and his companion, urgently instructing the bystanders to withdraw at once. Yi Lingxi, filled with trepidation, sought refuge behind Su Chen. Yet, Su Chen resolutely lifted Yi Lingxi into his arms, propelling himself skyward. 2 disciples of the celestial sanctuary were taken aback. "This is not good. Someone has infiltrated the sanctum of the altar. Quickly inform the elders. Boldly, who dares to invade my sacred land of stars?" From the sacred land of stars resound several authoritative roars of fury, immediately followed by dozens of figures soaring into the sky. At the forefront stands a woman, whose very presence exudes an aura of terror. The atmosphere around her trembles, as if even the fabric of space itself cannot withstand the slightest quiver. The individuals behind her, though their presence lacked the sheer terror that she exuded, were nonetheless sufficient to instill a tremor of fear in the hearts of many. Su Chen gazed calmly at the 7, who remained momentarily still. The woman gazed solemnly at Su Chen, inexplicably sensing an aura of peril emanating from the man before her. "Who is she?" Murong Shui, the esteemed leader of the celestial sanctuary at Red Dust Peak, possesses the formidable strength of the 9th level of the Venerable Realm. Now, she stands before a figure that incites her astonishment. Simultaneously, a sense of curiosity stirs within her. Who is this man before her? Though he appears youthful, he emanates an aura of danger that she cannot ignore. "Pray tell, who are you? What brings you to intrude upon my celestial sanctuary?" Su Chen spoke calmly. I have heard that your esteemed sacred land is in need of a peak master. Might I be considered for the position? Murong Shui and the assembly of elders behind her were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that the man before them had come to the starry sky, sacred land with such intentions. Murong Shui nodded and declared, My esteemed friend, you may indeed become the master of Guyu at peak, but there is one condition. You must first defeat me. Su Chen nodded. Very well, make your move. Murong Shui's expression turned icy, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. She perceived Su Chen's demeanor as a sign of disdain toward her. Without further ado, a cerulean long sword materialized out of thin air. At that moment, several strands of azure sword energy surged toward Su Chen with lethal intent. Each blade of sword energy is exceedingly terrifying, capable of annihilating all beings beneath the realm of the venerable. This young man is finished. How dare he challenge the esteemed Master Murong? It is essential to recognize that Master Murong is, apart from the Holy Master, the most formidable presence. The elders of the stellar Holy Land smirk with disdain. At that moment, the numerous terrifying sword energies shattered into fragments the instant they approached Su Chen. Murong Shui suddenly appeared above Su Chen, delivering a swift strike with her sword. As the blade descended, the entire world was enveloped in a shroud of gray darkness. The terrifying essence of the sword seemed capable of cleaving through the very heavens. Su Chen's demeanor remained tranquil, his silver hair swirling like a tempest. Slowly, he raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers. A terrifying shock wave surged forth, rippling through the void. Murong Shui's sword was unexpectedly caught between Su Chen's 2 fingers. The surroundings were enveloped in profound silence. Everyone gazed in disbelief at the scene before them, utterly bewildered. This was truly astonishing. Murong Shui felt a tempestuous surge within her heart. Just moments ago, she had unleashed her full strength with that sword strike. Yet, the man before her effortlessly deflected it with merely 2 fingers. Absurd. She wished to retrieve the azure longsword. Yet, no matter how fiercely she exerted herself, the azure longsword remained utterly immovable. With a sense of resignation, she decisively relinquished the azure longsword, retreating 100 paces away with a swift motion. Su Chen twirled the azure longsword before gripping its hilt. This blade is quite commendable. As he spoke, he tossed the azure longsword back to Murong Shui. Murong Shui grasped the azure longsword, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze upon Su Chen. At this moment, a tempest of turmoil still raged within her heart. Su Chen said calmly, Does this mean I have defeated you? Murong Shui tightly gripped the long sword in her hand. It was evident that she was unwilling to accept defeat, yet she understood that Su Chen's prowess undoubtedly surpassed her own. A loss is a loss, and she was prepared to bear it. Murong Shui cast her gaze towards an elder not far away, leading him towards Guyu Peak. Upon finishing her words, she transformed into a streak of azure light and vanished from sight. At this moment, she needed to compose herself. The recent blow to her spirit had been exceedingly profound. The elder approached Su Chen, his eyes filled with profound reverence. After all, a powerful individual commands respect wherever they may go. He respectfully stated, My name is Du Yuan. I shall escort Master Su to the ancient Moon Peak. The elders in the vicinity exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the shock and excitement found in the eyes of the others. They realized that the starry sacred land was about to gain yet another formidable warrior. On this very day, the news of Su Chen's victory over Murong Shui, ascending to the position of the Moonlight Peak's leader, swiftly spread to every corner of the celestial sanctuary. Once Gu Yefeng is settled, Su Chen must visit Xingchen Peak to obtain the Peak Master's decree from the Holy Lord. The title of Peak Master symbolizes one's esteemed status. Yi Lingxi continued to frolic at Guyu Peak. Half an hour later, Su Chen had already arrived at the Grand Hall of Xingchen Peak. As Su Chen pushed open the grand doors of the palace, a wave of fragrant peach blossoms enveloped him. He was taken aback, for within the palace stood a woman, who at that moment was indulging in a bath. The woman was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Chen. Subsequently, the temperature in the surrounding area began to drop gradually. Su Chen bowed his head and silently closed the door, repeatedly murmuring the phrase, "What should not be seen must not be gazed upon." Outside the door, Su Chen felt a twinge of guilt. Reflecting on the recent scene, he murmured, "Although it was my fault, who would bathe in the palace?" Nevertheless, I must admit, it was rather captivating. A chilling and piercing voice resonated within the palace. Su Chen straightened his back and pushed open the door once more, stepping inside. What is there to fear in a marketplace? If that woman dares to take action, I can simply respond with force to subdue her, and then proceed to reason with her. The woman within the chamber gazed at Su Chen, astonished. This man possessed strikingly handsome features. However, recalling the recent events, she coldly remarked, "You are the Su Chen who defeated Xiao Shui, are you not?" Su Chen nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he had not anticipated that the master of the starry sacred land would be a woman. The woman nodded in response. "I am called Xiameng. If you can defeat me, I shall grant you the position of Peak Master." Upon hearing Xiameng's words, Su Chen found himself in a state of amusement. "I truly did not intend for that to happen." Before he could finish speaking, Xiameng interrupted him, demanding that he be silent. "Just tell me, do you want the position of the leader or not?" Upon witnessing this, Su Chen chose not to say anything further. As soon as the words fell, Xiameng's figure vanished without a trace. When she reappeared, she had already arrived behind Su Chen, wielding a white longsword, which she thrust forward with precision. At this moment, a dazzling beam of white light illuminated the entire palace. The essence of sword intent soared through the heavens, as a terrifying aura of a fifth-tier semi-saint pervaded this small realm. Suddenly, a figure soared into the air, and that figure was none other than Xiameng. Xiameng cast a glance at the long sword in her hand, her expression laden with gravity. At this moment, her sword lay shattered. Just now, an overwhelming force suddenly erupted from Su Chen. That terrifying force propelled her away without affording her a moment to react. She cast a glance at Su Chen, her heart sinking. This man was truly formidable. Su Chen gazed at Xiameng, inquiring if she could grant him the Peak Master's token. To speak candidly, had it not been for the desire to ensure Yi Lingxi's peaceful existence for a few more years, he would have turned away long ago. Xiameng Yu's delicate hands are tightly clenched. "Not yet. You have yet to conquer me." Before she could finish her words, Su Chen suddenly vanished, only to reappear with a firm grip around Xiameng's neck. Xiameng gazed at Su Chen in disbelief, astonished by her utter lack of resistance. Su Chen gradually lifted Xiameng, his gaze icy and indifferent. He had endured enough of this woman, he could no longer tolerate her presence. A shiver coursed through Xiameng as she met Su Chen's eyes, for within their depths, she perceived a murderous intent. At this moment, Su Chen radiated a crimson glow, his eyes exuding a chilling coldness akin to that of a formidable iceberg, strikingly fearsome. In Xiameng's hand appeared a medallion, intricately carved with ancient characters. "Here you go." Su Chen relaxed his grip on the mahjong tiles, and then strode towards the grand hall's exit. Xiameng collapsed to the ground, her gaze fixed on Su Chen's retreating figure, filled with a blend of jealousy and a hint of exhilaration. Chapter 6. The wrathful slaughter of the Grand Elder. As the sun gradually set, the evening glow cast a gentle radiance upon the earth. A soft breeze brushed against Yi Lingxi's face as she drowsily opened her eyes, glancing at the twilight sky. A wave of concern washed over her. Why had her brother not returned yet? Rising to her feet, she made her way down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, she was intercepted by 5 individuals, led by a young man clad in purple robes, whose lecherous gaze lingered on Yi Lingxi. One of the group spoke, "My dear beauty, if you willingly accompany Brother Jiang for a drink, we shall let you go." Fearful, Yi Lingxi took several steps back, shaking her head vigorously. "I don't want to. Please leave me alone." Jiang Hao chuckled. "Do not be afraid, little sister. It is merely a drink. I am the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Dark Night Peak. My character is beyond reproach. You must trust me." A wicked gleam flickered in his eyes. Indeed, he was captivated by the young girl from the moment he laid eyes on her. As Yi Lingxi retreated further, Jiang Hao and his companions edged closer. Tears shimmered in her eyes. Her lips pressed tightly together as she fought to suppress her rising sobs. Observing her silence, Jiang Hao's expression darkened, his patience wearing thin. "Damn it, ungrateful wretch. Bind her and take her to my room." "Understood," his cronies replied, rubbing their hands together as they advanced toward Yi Lingxi. In a panic, she turned to flee, but stumbled and fell, scraping her knees and elbows, blood trickling from the wounds. With reddened eyes and biting her lip to stifle her cries, she attempted to rise, only to find herself encircled by Jiang Hao and his gang. Jiang Hao laughed mockingly. "Run, keep running." "Ha ha, brother," Yi Lingxi whispered, unable to contain her tears any longer. At that moment, fear enveloped her, and she yearned for Su Chen's presence. Suddenly, with a flash of sword light, Jiang Hao and his companions felt a chill at their throats, and the next instant, their heads flew from their bodies. Yi Lingxi looked up in shock, and upon seeing the familiar figure, tears streamed down her face as she trembled, calling out, "Brother." Su Chen rushed to Yi Lingxi's side, lifting her into his embrace, his voice filled with regret. "I'm sorry for returning late." Crying uncontrollably in Su Chen's arms, she sobbed, "Brother?" With a pained expression, Su Chen gently stroked her head. "It's all right now. Your brother is here." In that moment, a furious roar echoed throughout the stellar sacred land. The terrifying aura of a seventh-level revered one permeated the air, and a figure suddenly appeared in the void. This figure was an elder clad in black robes, bearing a striking resemblance to Jiang Hao. He was Jiang Hao's grandfather, Jiang Qixing. At that moment, his face contorted with rage, hinting at a loss of control. Just moments ago, Jiang Hao's soul lamp had abruptly extinguished. How could he not be enraged? How could he not lose control? All eyes in the stellar sacred land turned toward Jiang Qixing in the void, their expressions filled with confusion. They were perplexed by Jiang Qixing's furious demeanor. Xia Ming stepped out of the grand hall and gazed into the void where Jiang Qixing stood, frowning slightly, and murmured, "What is this old fellow up to?" Suddenly, Jiang Qixing's gaze shifted to a specific spot where Jiang Hao's lifeless body lay, and then he turned his furious eyes towards Su Chen, bellowing, "Who dares to kill my grandson?" His voice resonated with an infinite wrath, for he had been in seclusion and was unaware of Su Chen's identity. What the heck? The disciples were taken aback. Someone had killed Jiang Hao? Incredible! Su Chen slowly raised his head, directing his calm gaze at Jiang Qixing. The atmosphere around him chilling to the bone. Only those familiar with Su Chen understood the depth of his terrifying presence at that moment. Gently, he set Yi Lingxi down and spoke softly. "I'll avenge you. Just wait a moment, dear." With that, he stepped into the void, ascending towards the heavens. Who is this person? The disciples looked at Su Chen with confusion. Some seemed to connect the dots, realizing he might be the one who had defeated Master Moro. What? Is he Master Su? So handsome. Is he courting death? The disciples were somewhat astonished. At that moment, a male disciple suddenly exclaimed, "What is Master Su planning to do?" As if recalling something, he widened his eyes and said, "Could it be that Master Su killed Jiang Hao?" His companion was equally startled and, upon consideration, thought it quite possible. Just look at Elder Zhang's gaze towards Master Su. It was filled with an intense desire to tear him apart. Su Chen stood amidst the void, hands clasped behind his back, his long silver hair swaying with the wind, his handsome visage captivating the female disciples below. Jiang Qixing glared at Su Chen, and with a thought, flames erupted from his palm, which he then struck outwards. 100-foot fiery palm manifested in the heavens, surging towards Su Chen with overwhelming force, incinerating everything in its path to ashes. With a swift motion, Su Chen dissipated the fiery palm. Die! At that moment, Jiang Qixing's figure suddenly materialized before Su Chen, filled with murderous intent, and he launched a fist toward him. The force of this punch was terrifyingly potent. However, Su Chen sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike, and then swiftly grasped Jiang Qixing's arm, driving his knee upward forcefully. Jiang Qixing was taken aback, attempting to retreat, but it was too late. Bang! His entire body bent like a bow, and he spewed a mouthful of blood. Since Su Chen had a firm grip on his arm, he did not fly away. At that moment, Su Chen struck Jiang Qixing in the abdomen. "Ah!" Jiang Qixing screamed, his face contorted in agony, for every part of his body was in agony. His bones shattered. Su Chen seized Jiang Qixing by the throat, his gaze frigid, applying pressure incrementally. The disciples below were left in a state of shock. What the heck? Master Su is so formidable. Jiang Qixing struggled desperately, his face ashen, while his heart was filled with disbelief at Su Chen's strength. He had never anticipated that Su Chen would be this powerful. "Master Su, please show mercy." At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared not far from Su Chen. The man was robust in stature and bore a solemn expression. One disciple gazed at him and remarked, "I never expected the master of the Shadow Peak to arrive." A female disciple added, "Of course, the master of the Shadow Peak is the leader of the Dark Shadow Peak. An elder Jiang is a member of that peak. How could Master Yin not intervene on his behalf? The disciple nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. Yet it remains uncertain whether Master Su will afford the Master of the Shadow Peak any respect. Jiang Qixing, trembling, glanced at the shadows and implored, Master, please save me. The Master of the Shadows looked at Su Chen and solemnly began, Master Su. Crack. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen had already crushed Jiang Qixing's neck. He then turned to the Master of the Shadows and calmly inquired, do you wish to save him? A wave of despair washed over the Master of the Shadows. His fists clenched tightly as he shot a cold glance at Su Chen, uttering not a word, before turning and departing. Chapter 7. Annihilation of their 9 clans. At the very moment he turned, a flash of sword light pierced through his brow. A trickle of blood oozed from between his brows, and then his body plummeted straight down from the void, crashing heavily onto the ground. Silence enveloped the surroundings. As still as death, everyone stood frozen in place. Killed. The Master of the Abyss had been slain by Su Feng, and instantaneously, incredible, just then, 4 formidable figures materialized in the void, standing opposite Su Chen. Leading them was Xia Meng, flanked by Chun Hong, the Master of the Pill Peak, Lu Pingchuan, the Master of the Array Peak, and Lan, the Master of the Artifact Peak. Xia Meng cast a glance at the lifeless form of the Abyss and then turned her gaze to Su Chen, stating, you acted impulsively. Su Chen replied calmly. He harbored murderous intent. Had I not eliminated him, he would have sought to kill me afterward. This was a matter of immediate self-defense. Immediate self-defense. Xia Meng's delicate brows furrowed as she fixed her gaze on Su Chen, falling silent. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind. What the hell does he mean by immediate self-defense? Chun Hong exclaimed in anger. You have barely been in the starry sacred land for a day, and you have already slain 3 of our members. What gives you the audacity? Su Chen met Chun Hong's gaze, remaining silent. Chun Hong trembled, a gulp escaping his throat. It dawned on him that Su Chen had just effortlessly dispatched the Abyss. How foolish of me to speak out. The other 2 peak masters shared his trepidation, feeling a sense of dread at the memory of the earlier scene. This youth was truly terrifying. Xia Meng suddenly interjected, Jiang Qi and the Abyss. Their families are only a tier below our starry sacred land. By killing them, you have certainly invited retribution from the Jiang and Abyss clans. Su Chen, hands clasped behind his back, nodded, you make a valid point. If they are indeed coming for vengeance. He then looked towards the horizon and calmly called out, come forth. As his words echoed, the space abruptly fractured, and terrifying auras surged forth from the rifts, saturating the skies, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Moments later, several figures erupted from the shattered space, ultimately halting before Su Chen, clad in black robes and wearing masks. The aura they emanated was so overwhelming that it seemed the very heavens could scarcely endure it. A mere flick of their hands could bring about annihilation. In an instant, they knelt on one knee, reverently proclaiming, Your Majesty. All present in the starry sacred land, including Xia Meng and the 3 peak masters, were left utterly bewildered, their faces paling, bodies trembling uncontrollably. The oppressive presence of the black-robed figures was suffocating. At that moment, they were intensely curious about Su Chen's identity, wondering what kind of being could command such terrifying followers. This is utterly outrageous. Su Chen spoke with serene assurance. The Jiang and Abyss clans shall be annihilated along with their 9 clans. His tone was unassuming, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. At your command. The black-robed figures shattered the space and vanished without a trace. The terrifying aura they exuded dissipated simultaneously, allowing everyone in the starry sacred land to breathe a sigh of relief. That was beyond terrifying. On this very day, the Jiang and Yu families were unexpectedly annihilated by a group of mysterious figures cloaked in black, their entire lineage extinguished without a trace of resistance. It was sheer slaughter. Su Chen turned to Xia Meng and spoke softly, there is no need to worry about retaliation now. I appreciate your warning. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and soared downward. Xia Meng's lips twitched. She found herself at a loss for words. Everyone regarded Su Chen's departure with a sense of awe, his presence shrouded in enigma. Approaching Yi Lingxi, Su Chen gently lifted her and said, you must be hungry. Allow me to treat you to something delicious. Yi Lingxi nodded, then curiously inquired, brother, you're not the heir of some prominent family, are you? Su Chen laughed heartily and replied, just remember, I am your brother, and that is all that matters, understand? Yi Lingxi blinked, acknowledging with a cheerful got it. Meanwhile, Xia Ming and the three peak masters arrived at the grand hall of Su Chen Peak. Lu Pingchuan spoke gravely, "Holy Master, this Su Chen has been in the Holy Land for less than a day and has already slain 3 individuals, including a peak master and a grand elder. Shall we simply let this pass?" The other 2 peak masters turned their gazes towards Xia Ming. With a hint of resignation, she responded, "What else can we do? Do you wish to expel him from the Xingchen Holy Land? If you possess the courage, then go ahead. I shall not stand in your way. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive a proper burial." The 3 peak masters fell silent, daunted by the prospect. They were not eager to meet their demise, especially while still young. Xia Ming abruptly declared, "Enough. Su Chen's identity is shrouded in mystery, far beyond the reach of our humble holy land. I suspect he will not linger here for long. Furthermore, do not provoke him. Return to your peaks." After a moment of contemplation, the 3 peak masters nodded and departed. Soon, only Xia Ming remained in the hall, her head bowed in thought. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze and said resolutely, "No, I must consult the elders." With that, her figure vanished. In the rear mountains of Xingchen Peak stood a humble wooden cottage amidst a patch of spirit soil, where various precious spiritual herbs flourished. An elderly man, clad simply and wearing a straw hat, was watering the spirit soil with a kettle. At that moment, Xia Ming appeared behind him, performing a respectful salute, "Grand Elder." The old man paused, turning to face her with a calm demeanor. "If he wishes to stay in the Holy Land, let him be. Do not concern yourself with him." Xia Ming remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. With that, she vanished from sight. Once Xia Ming departed, the old man exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon closer inspection, one could see his hands trembling, water spilling from the kettle. He murmured to himself, what dreadful power those cloaked figures possessed. And who exactly is that young man? He then looked up at the vast sky, worry etched upon his face, whether this is a blessing or a curse. I cannot tell. Alas, days later, at noon, the warm sun poured down, enveloping the world in a serene tranquility. At this moment, Su Chen reclined on a rattan chair. His eyes gently closed, basking leisurely in the warmth of the sun. Meanwhile, Yilingxi busied herself with cleaning the loft. Should anyone witness this scene, they would certainly exclaim in outrage, "How utterly disgraceful to make a child not yet 10 years old toil away at such menial and exhausting tasks." After half an hour, Yilingxi finally tidied the loft to perfection, wiping the sweat from her brow. She then approached Su Chen from behind and began to knead his shoulders. A faint smile graced Su Chen's lips as he reveled in the moment. At that instant, he couldn't help but reflect on the joy of having a sister. Suddenly, Yilingxi spoke up, "Brother, I wish to pursue immortality." Su Chen paused in surprise, then chuckled and inquired, "Why is that?" After a moment of contemplation, Yilingxi replied, "Because I long to soar. Do you know how envious I feel when you take to the skies?" Chapter 8. I wish to cultivate immortality. Su Chen smiled and said, "Come here." Yilingxi nodded and approached Su Chen. He gazed at her and asked, "Do you truly wish to cultivate immortality?" With a resolute nod, she replied, "Absolutely. I want to soar high, looking cool while flying, hee." Su Chen reached out and gently patted her little head. "All right, big brother will teach you." Yilingxi joyfully leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Thank you, big brother. I knew you were the best." With a fond look at the girl in his arms, Su Chen asked, "Do you know what the first requirement is for cultivating immortality?" Yilingxi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I don't know." Su Chen chuckled. "It is body tempering. Body tempering means training your physique to gradually strengthen yourself. Only when your muscles and bones reach a certain level can you draw the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth into your body. If you attempt to draw energy without tempering your body, the consequence would be that your body cannot withstand the energy contained within the spiritual essence, leading to a catastrophic explosion." Yilingxi's face paled, clearly frightened. "Then, what should I do?" Su Chen pinched her cheek and teased, "Are you scared?" Yilingxi obediently nodded. Su Chen laughed heartily and then conjured a pill out of thin air. Curiously, Yilingxi asked, "What is this?" "This is a body tempering pill. Once you consume it, you will be able to strengthen your body," Su Chen explained. Yilingxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So if I eat this body tempering pill, I can start cultivating?" Su Chen nodded, handing her the pill, and pointed to a clear area. "Go sit there cross-legged and take the pill." Eagerly, Yilingxi complied and settled into the designated space before unhesitatingly consuming the body tempering pill. As soon as the pill entered her mouth, it transformed into streams of warm azure energy that coursed through her entire body. Every inch of her meridians, muscles, and bones felt nourished, as if she were immersed in warm water. As seconds ticked by, her body began to expel black impurities. After a while, Yilingxi suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Su Chen with excitement. "Big brother, how is it? Am I ready?" At that moment, she wrinkled her nose, sensing an odd smell. Looking down at her hands, she gasped in horror as they were smeared with black impurities. "Ah, what is this? So disgusting." Su Chen reassured her. "Don't panic. These are merely harmful impurities from your body. It's nothing serious. Go wash up and then come back." Without needing further encouragement, Yilingxi hurriedly dashed towards the loft. This is truly revolting. Half an hour later, she emerged from the loft, sniffing her arms with a frown. Despite scrubbing several times, the odor lingered. She approached Su Chen with a discontented expression. Su Chen smiled. "In time, the smell will naturally dissipate. Do not be disheartened." Yilingxi nodded. Yet her face remained scrunched in displeasure. With a helpless smile, Su Chen shook his head and continued to sit cross-legged, saying, "I will teach you the art of cultivation." Upon hearing the term cultivation, Yilingxi immediately became excited and quickly returned to the clearing to sit down properly. Su Chen smiled gently at the girl, then looked at her and said, after tempering the body, "The next step is to draw in qi. You must draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is quite challenging to sense this energy. Most people find themselves stuck at this stage, spending their entire lives without ever being able to perceive it." Yilingxi expressed her concern. "Will I be able to sense it?" Su Chen replied with a smile, "Of course. Moreover, I shall share a secret with you. Your talent for cultivation is unparalleled in this world." Yilingxi blinked her eyes in disbelief. "Really?" Su Chen nodded affirmatively, "Absolutely." Yilingxi chuckled with excitement, exclaiming, "So I am a genius in cultivation. Ha ha." After a moment, she forced herself to calm the excitement within and asked, "Brother, how should I go about sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth?" Su Chen smiled gently and said, "First, you must quiet your mind. Do not think of anything. Once your heart is completely still, you will naturally be able to sense the spiritual energy. After sensing it, you can guide that energy into your body." Yilingxi nodded and slowly closed her eyes. As time passed, beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. At that moment, her mind was tumultuous. She attempted to calm herself, but found it exceedingly difficult, as a jumble of fragmented memories kept surfacing in her mind. Meanwhile, Su Chen lounged in a wicker chair, occasionally sipping from a wine jug, seemingly unconcerned about Yilingxi's ability to sense the spiritual energy. After all, if someone with imperial-grade talent couldn't sense it, who in the world could? Soon, Yilingxi's heart began to settle, and her thoughts became less chaotic. Suddenly, she sensed a mist surrounding her, which felt peculiar and mysterious. Could this be the spiritual energy brother spoke of? Filled with curiosity, she ceased her overthinking and guided the mist into her body. The mist flowed through her, continuously strengthening her bones and meridians. At that moment, the mist surged into Yilingxi's body at an astonishing speed. She felt a slight tremor as the spiritual energy began to gather in her lower abdomen, ultimately forming a luminous sphere filled with potent energy. The influx of mist intensified, and the energy within the sphere grew increasingly powerful. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy suddenly erupted within Yilingxi. Su Chen pointed gently, and the energy fluctuations within her instantly calmed. After a while, Yilingxi suddenly opened her eyes, exclaiming in excitement, "Brother, have I succeeded?" Su Chen smiled and affirmed, "Yes." Yilingxi burst into laughter, declaring, "I truly am a genius." Then, as if recalling something, she inquired, "Brother, I feel a luminous sphere within me. What is that?" Su Chen elucidated, "That is the place where spiritual energy converges, commonly referred to as the dantian. Now give it a try. Draw upon the spiritual energy from your dantian and allow it to gather in your arm." Yilingxi nodded, and then she summoned some spiritual energy from her dantian, directing it towards her right hand. Almost immediately, she felt her right hand brimming with power, as if she could strike down a bull with a single blow. With excitement, Yilingxi exclaimed, "Brother, I now feel that my right hand possesses boundless strength." Su Chen smiled and said, "Come here." Yilingxi bounced over to Su Chen, her joy palpable. Looking at her, Su Chen remarked, "I shall impart to you a sacred scripture." As he spoke, he touched his finger to her brow. In an instant, a surge of information flooded into Yilingxi's mind. Chapter 9. The Supreme Talent. The Devouring Spirit Scripture. Should one successfully cultivate this scripture, one can absorb the surrounding spiritual energy at 100-fold speed. Moreover, this sacred text possesses no rank. The higher your realm, the faster you absorb spiritual energy. The most terrifying aspect of this scripture is its ability to purify the absorbed spiritual energy, transforming it into the most refined essence, which is exponentially stronger than ordinary spiritual energy. The power differs as well when battling an opponent of the same rank. If they wield ordinary energy while you wield the purest essence, it becomes utterly impossible for them to defeat you. Naturally, Su Chen cannot possess this scripture. It is bestowed upon him by the system. Yi Lingxi was immensely excited. Brother, is this scripture particularly formidable? Su Chen replied with a faint smile. It's all right, just average. The system. Yi Lingxi felt a tinge of disappointment. Really? I thought it was quite powerful. Su Chen gently ruffled Yi Lingxi's hair and said, You should be content. This scripture is indeed quite impressive. I merely said it's average for me, but for others, it is entirely different. Yi Lingxi looked up at Su Chen, blinking her eyes. Is that true? Su Chen chuckled, absolutely. When have I ever deceived you? Yi Lingxi giggled. Okay. You're the best, brother. I'll go study this scripture now. With that, she dashed away. Su Chen shook his head and smiled, saying nothing. He slowly closed his eyes, swaying in the rattan chair, basking leisurely in the sun. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy flowed towards Yi Lingxi at an alarming speed, and her aura began to strengthen gradually. Su Chen opened his eyes, observing the scene with a smile. Truly deserving of the supreme talent, comprehension comes swiftly. As Yi Lingxi's aura grew increasingly powerful, the ground around her began to tremble slightly. Su Chen rose and approached her, then pointed with a finger, causing her emanating aura to calm instantaneously. Yi Lingxi opened her eyes and looked up at Su Chen, puzzled. Brother, what's the matter? Su Chen explained. Your current realm is approximately at the peak of the 9th level of Qi induction. Rapid advancement is not beneficial, understand? Yi Lingxi blinked and asked, Why is that? Su Chen elaborated. If you advance too quickly, it may destabilize your foundation. If your foundation is unstable, future enhancements will become exceedingly difficult. Moreover, when you battle someone with a solid foundation, even if they are several realms below you, they may still triumph over you. Yi Lingxi nodded, seemingly comprehending. Su Chen smiled. For now, focus on solidifying your current realm before contemplating further advancement. Yi Lingxi beamed. All right. Su Chen affectionately patted her head before turning away to resume his sunbathing on the rattan chair. In the days that followed, Yi Lingxi diligently practiced, her goal being to soar through the skies as soon as possible, though she exerted extra effort. Meanwhile, Su Chen spent his days either basking in the sun, preparing delectable meals, or indulging in fishing, living a life of sheer leisure and contentment. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed, and the ancient peaks are now adorned with snow, delicate snowflakes cascading like a melodious poem upon this early winter landscape. The snow dances gracefully in the air like ethereal sprites. In the distance, mountains, rivers, rooftops, and trees appear to don cloaks of purest white, standing in serene silence within this silvery realm. Inside, Su Chen reclines in a wicker chair, engrossed in a book, a brazier at his feet emanating warmth, rendering the chill of the season far less biting. Today, Su Chen is clad in white, a white fur coat draped over his shoulders, his silver hair shimmering softly in the firelight. Beside him sits Yi Lingxi, meditating with her eyes closed, exuding a formidable aura. Her demeanor has transformed significantly. She now embodies the essence of a noble princess, sacred and untouchable. Setting his book aside, Su Chen gazes at Yi Lingxi, marveling at her swift ascent from the Qi-gathering realm to the 9th layer of the divine storage realm within just a year. The thought of others learning of this would surely evoke astonishment. At that moment, Yi Lingxi abruptly opens her eyes, looking up at Su Chen with a question. Brother, can I fly now? With a nod, Su Chen affirms, Indeed, once you reach the divine storage realm, the ability to fly is already yours. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxi casts an aggrieved glance at him. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Su Chen feigns innocence. You never asked. Yi Lingxi, momentarily silenced, opts not to bicker further. Instead, she steps outside to the balcony, channeling her spiritual energy into her feet. Gradually, she lifts off the ground, eventually soaring into the air. Elated and exhilarated, she exclaims, I did it. Ha! I can fly. However, in her excitement, she inadvertently loses control of her energy and shoots skyward. A scream pierces the air as Yi Lingxi plummets from the heavens. Watching this unfold, Su Chen sighs, feeling exasperated. This girl truly knows how to give one a headache. With that, he vanishes from sight, reappearing just in time to catch the rapidly descending Yi Lingxi, and then disappears once more, materializing safely on the ground. At this moment, Yilingxi's face has turned pale, devoid of color, clearly shaken by the experience. Su Chen gently pats her on the head, saying, "Could you not adapt before attempting to fly? Ascending so high without caution is reckless." Yilingxi lowers her head, remaining silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if on the brink of crying. With a long sigh, Su Chen concedes, "I truly cannot manage you, can I? All right, I apologize. I should not have scolded you. To make amends, I will prepare some delicious food for you. Will that suffice?" Yilingxi beams, a mischievous glint in her eye. "You promised. No backing out." Su Chen feels a sense of being outwitted by her. Just then, a figure appears, Du Yuan. Turning to Du Yuan, Su Chen inquires, "What brings you here?" Du Yuan bows respectfully, stating, "Leader Su, the saint has requested your presence at the Star Palace." Su Chen nods, "Very well." Du Yuan replies, "I shall take my leave then. Farewell." As his words faded, his figure vanished from the spot. Yilingxi gazed at Su Chen. "Are you leaving?" Su Chen affectionately ruffled Yilingxi's hair. "I will return shortly." Yilingxi pouted, remaining silent. Su Chen smiled gently, fully aware that the girl was upset. He softly reassured her, "Be good. When I come back, I shall prepare a particularly delectable dish for you." Yilingxi nodded. "All right." Su Chen patted her head once more. "Such a good girl. While I am away, practice your flying, but remember, do not soar too high." With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 10. Morong Shui trapped soon. Su Chen arrived at the Star Palace. At this moment, inside the palace, Xia Ming and several peak masters were present. Xia Ming sat in the main seat, adorned in a gown of golden silk that accentuated her breathtaking beauty. Her enchanting phoenix eyes radiated elegance, and her entire demeanor exuded an air of authority that commanded respect. As Su Chen stepped into the grand hall, all eyes turned toward him. He offered a slight smile and found a seat, then glanced at Xia Ming. Pondering the reason for the Saint Lord's summons, Xia Ming's expression was grave, not only hers, but the other peak masters shared a similar sentiment. She spoke in a low voice. "You should remember the peak master of Morong whom you fought with previously, correct?" Su Chen nodded in silence. Xia Ming continued, "I have just received news that she is currently trapped in a secret realm and cannot escape, and the reason for her entrapment lies with the Heavenly Demon Sect." Su Chen furrowed his brow, asking, "What kind of power is the Heavenly Demon Sect?" Xia Ming replied, "The Heavenly Demon Sect is comprised of demon cultivators who thrive on human blood for their practices. Over the years, they have slaughtered no less than dozens of cities." As she spoke, a chilling aura emanated from her. Su Chen inquired, "Then why not eradicate the Heavenly Demon Sect?" With a heavy sigh, Xia Ming lamented, "It is not that we do not wish to, but the Heavenly Demon Sect is far too formidable. Previously, I allied with several major forces, yet we were unable to vanquish them." Su Chen acknowledged, "So, why has the Peak Master Morong been captured by the Heavenly Demon Sect?" Xia Ming shook her head. "I only received the information about her being trapped. The reasons remain unknown to me. The purpose of my calling you here is to request that you oversee the sacred land while I and the other Peak Masters venture to rescue her." Upon saying this, she turned her gaze towards Su Chen. Aware that her decision to assign him the management of the sacred land rather than inviting him to join in the rescue was rooted in the understanding that Su Chen had no attachment to the Star Sacred Land. She perceived that Su Chen merely wished to enjoy a few years there before departing. Thus, she opted not to trouble him further and instead entrusted him with the management of the sacred land. At this moment, Anlan interjected, "Indeed, we must set off immediately. Otherwise, Peak Master Morong may not endure much longer." Xia Ming, feeling a sense of urgency, looked at Su Chen. "Is that acceptable?" She felt a twinge of frustration, realizing that, as the Saint Lord, she was unable to command a Peak Master. Yet, recalling Su Chen's terrifying prowess and the powerful figures supporting him, she felt powerless. If Su Chen were unwilling to manage the sacred land, her only recourse would be to seek the Elder's presence for support. Su Chen replied calmly, "I shall go. You all remain in the sacred land." With that, he turned and departed. Xia Ming and the others were taken aback for a moment. But soon their hearts were filled with joy, knowing that if Su Chen were to rescue Morong Shui, she would undoubtedly be safe, given the prowess they had witnessed in him. What surprised them was that Su Chen would personally embark on the mission to rescue Morong Shui, which exceeded their expectations. At this point, Chen Hong seemed to recall something, stating, "Peak Master Su, it appears you have yet to inquire about the secret realm where Peak Master Morong is trapped. Have you?" Su Chen paused momentarily without turning around, I already know. With that, his figure vanished from the spot. Anlin hesitated for a moment before speaking. Does he truly know? Outside the palace, Xiameng gazed at the sky with concern, saying, regardless of whether he is aware or not, we can only place our trust in him now. At this moment, she felt anxious, fearing that Murong Shui might not be able to endure until Su Chen's arrival, and that it would already be too late. On Guyue Peak, Yilingxi was still cultivating within the loft when Su Chen suddenly appeared before her. Yilingxi opened her eyes and smiled sweetly. Brother, you're back. Su Chen gently ruffled her hair and replied, the leader of Murong is trapped in a secret realm, and the situation is urgent. I must go save her now. Upon hearing this, Yilingxi promptly urged, then hurry. Otherwise, the leader of Murong will be in danger. Su Chen smiled faintly. Aren't you upset? Yilingxi shook her head. Why would I be upset? If anything were to happen to the leader of Murong, I would feel guilty for a lifetime. You must go, brother. Su Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Then I shall take my leave. With that, he vanished from sight. How wonderful it is to have an understanding sister. Yilingxi sighed in relief, worrying. I hope Sister Murong is safe. Over the past year, she had gained some understanding of the affairs of the cultivation world. Hence, she was aware of how perilous Murong Shui's situation was at this moment. Outside the starry sacred land, Su Chen inquired, System, where is the leader of Murong at this moment? As he spoke, a surge of memories flooded into his mind. The demon lord's secret realm. Su Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Fortunately, he had the system. Otherwise, the carefully crafted persona he had built would have crumbled. With that thought, he transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. Within the demon lord's secret realm, Murong Shui was currently surrounded by 7 mysterious figures clad in red robes, with a middle-aged man at the forefront. The aura emanating from this man was exceptionally powerful, shrouded in demonic energy, wielding a long blade. This middle-aged man was none other than Li Jing, the third elder of the heavenly demon sect. Murong Shui's gaze turned icy as she looked at Li Jing, saying, Are you not afraid of retaliation from the starry sacred land? Li Jing laughed heartily. Rest assured, the starry sacred land will not exist for much longer. Murong Shui frowned, her voice cold. What do you mean by that? Li Jing sneered. Why don't you take a guess? With a cold snort, Murong Shui ceased her verbal sparring and vanished from her position. Buzz. The sound of a sword ringing echoed. Li Jing's pupils contracted as he swiftly swung his blade down. Boom. A powerful shockwave erupted, and both figures were violently pushed back, only stopping when they were 100 feet away. Murong Shui's gaze hardened once more as she disappeared again, following up with another sword strike. Li Jing reacted swiftly, raising his blade to defend himself, but in the next moment, he was sent flying. Before he could regain his footing, Murong Shui charged at him again. Li Jing's heart sank, his expression twisted with rage as a surge of formidable demonic energy erupted from him. He then gripped his blade tightly and swung down fiercely. Bang! The collision of demonic energy and sword intent filled the secret realm, causing the other 6 members of the heavenly demon sect to retreat in alarm, their faces etched with seriousness as they observed the unfolding battle. Just then, Murong Shui and Li Jing both flew out simultaneously, and Li Jing looked down in horror at his body, where a gaping sword wound marred his chest. His visage was unsightly as he turned to the 6 individuals behind him and commanded, Eliminate her. With that, he charged directly at Murong Shui, followed closely by his 6 companions, who did not hesitate in their pursuit. Murong Shui spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing defiantly at the 7 assailants approaching her. A flicker of fierce determination ignited within her eyes. Undeterred, she brandished her sword and confronted them head-on. Murong Shui was relentless, initially overpowering her opponents, yet ultimately, the sheer number of adversaries began to overwhelm her, and she found herself gradually at a disadvantage. Chapter 11. Why don't you consider what you are saying? For a brief moment, 6 members of the heavenly demon sect launched their assault simultaneously. Upon witnessing this, Murong Shui swiftly retreated. At that moment, Li Jing suddenly appeared behind her, his gaze fierce as he brought down his large blade with ferocity. Caught off guard, Murong Shui was struck hard by the blow. Her back splitting open, blood gushing forth like molten lava. Gritting her teeth, her face contorted in agony, she realized that Li Jing, wielding his great sword, aimed for her neck while the attacks from the 6 members of the heavenly demon sect closed in on her. A profound sense of impending doom surged within her at that critical juncture. With a fierce cry, Murong Shui unleashed a tremendous force that erupted from her being. Astonishingly, Li Jing and the 6 members of the heavenly demon sect were thrown back, by this overwhelming power. Damn it! She had actually broken through to the first level of the semi-holy realm. Li Jing's expression darkened as he beheld Murong Shui, never having anticipated her breakthrough at such a crucial moment. Onward! Do not allow her to complete her ascension, he shouted, charging at Murong Shui, while the 6 members of the heavenly demon sect prepared to deliver their most potent strike. Suddenly, Murong Shui vanished from sight, leaving Li Jing and the others in shock. A scream pierced the air, and as Li Jing turned to investigate, his heart sank. He saw Murong Shui had appeared behind one of the heavenly demon sect members, plunging her sword into his heart. In an instant, Murong Shui vanished again. Li Jing's pupils constricted, and he shouted urgently, "Retreat!" The remaining 5 members of the heavenly demon sect, alarmed, hastily withdrew, but one was slower to react, his head flying off in an instant. Before long, all 6 members of the heavenly demon sect lay slain, leaving only Li Jing standing. Damn! Li Jing seethed with rage. His expression twisted in fury as he fixed his glare upon Murong Shui, wishing nothing more than to tear her apart. "You have forced my hand," he roared. With that, he produced a talisman in his hand and shattered it without hesitation. In the next moment, a radiant beam of light surged into the sky, transforming into a 1,000-foot blade in tint that emanated a terrifying aura, causing the very realm to tremble as mountains crumbled in its wake. The dreadful blade in tint surged directly towards Murong Shui. Li Jing, face contorted with malice, cackled, "Die, ha 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 ha. This talisman contains the most formidable strike of the heavenly demon sect's leader. Murong Shui cannot withstand it." Murong Shui gripped her sword tightly, gazing at the encroaching blade in tint. Slowly, she closed her eyes. At this moment, she was utterly devoid of spiritual energy, merely holding on by sheer will, fully aware that she could not withstand this blade in tint. Bitterly, she mused, "Am I to perish?" Just then, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared before Murong Shui, and with a mere gesture, he pointed. Crack! The 1,000-foot blade in tint shattered instantaneously. Li Jing, witnessing this scene, froze in disbelief. It shattered? How is that possible? At that instant, Murong Shui opened her eyes, her gaze fixed upon that familiar silhouette, exclaiming in astonishment, "It's you." Su Chen turned around, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his phoenix eyes radiating a soft, golden glow. His chiseled profile, strikingly handsome, resembled a masterpiece, even surpassing the beauty of a painting. Murong Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze darting elsewhere, unable to meet Su Chen's eyes. The impact was overwhelming. She simply could not withstand it. Su Chen chuckled softly. "I'm glad you're all right." He then turned to gaze into the distance at Li Jing, who had finally regained his composure and, trembling, uttered, Who are you?" With a slight smirk, Su Chen responded, "Oh, I'm just an ordinary person, fear not." Li Jing, Murong Shui. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly appeared before Li Jing, delivering a swift kick. Li Jing, caught off guard, was sent flying. Just as he managed to steady himself, Su Chen reappeared, thrusting his knee forcefully into Li Jing's neck. Once again, Li Jing was propelled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, his body convulsing as blood poured from his mouth, mingled with shattered teeth. Sighing in resignation, Su Chen lamented, "It's been too long since I've engaged in combat." After finally encountering someone to spar with, the outcome was all too swift and disappointing. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's eyes rolled back, succumbing to his fury. "You're so lofty. You think you're so remarkable. Is this what you call sparring?" Murong Shui, equally speechless, soon felt her strength wane and fainted. Su Chen swiftly appeared by her side, cradling her gently before laying her down on the ground. Producing a pill from thin air, he pinched Murong Shui's face, placing the pill in her mouth. Once ingested, a green light emanated from Murong Shui, a powerful life force radiating from her. In an instant, her injuries healed, and her pale complexion gradually regained its color. In the grand hall of the celestial demon sect, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe sat upon the throne, his lips tinged with purple, exuding an eerie aura, enveloped in swirling demonic energy that filled the hall with a palpable dread. This man was none other than the sect leader, Rakshasa. Gazing down at the elders of the celestial demon sect, Rakshasa rasped, "Li Jing is dead." What? The elders gasped in shock, disbelief etched across their faces. Li Jing is dead? How could this be possible? The grand elder spoke solemnly. Li Jing is at the 9th level of the venerable realm. Who could possibly kill him? The second elder added, even if the leaders of the Holy Lands personally attempted to slay him, he would surely escape. How could he have perished? The other elders voiced their disbelief. clearly unwilling to accept Li Jing's demise. Rakshasa closed his eyes and said, "Do you think I would deceive you?" The elders fell silent. Indeed. How could Rakshasa possibly be lying? Unless he had nothing better to do. Suddenly, Rakshasa opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the elders. Something must have gone awry in the demon lord's secret realm. Let us move. With that, he vanished from sight. The elders exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, before swiftly disappearing from the hall. In the realm of the demon lord's secret, Morong Shui gradually opened her eyes, astonished as she surveyed her own body. Then, she turned her gaze towards Su Chen, who was seated upon a rock not far away, and inquired, "How is it that I feel so well so swiftly?" Su Chen replied calmly, "It is merely an ordinary holy pill." Morong Shui widened her eyes in disbelief. You mean to say that what you gave me was a holy pill? A holy pill? In the lower realms, there are scarcely a handful of alchemists capable of refining such a pill, making it exceedingly rare. Even I, Morong Shui, have never possessed a single one. Su Chen responded nonchalantly, "There's no need for such astonishment. A holy pill is not a particularly rare item." Morong Shui's lips twitched in exasperation. "Perhaps you should reconsider the implications of your words." She was truly at a loss for words. Chapter 12. The Mysterious Tower. Su Chen glanced at Morong Shui, shaking his head. "I apologize. I have never experienced the plight of the impoverished. Therefore, at times, my words may inadvertently wound your pride. You must understand, it is unintentional." Upon hearing this, Morong Shui was infuriated. What arrogance! Such blatant pretentiousness! She decided to disregard Su Chen and instead began to survey their surroundings. They found themselves in a dense forest, enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of even the faintest whisper of wind, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Morong Shui furrowed her brow and remarked, "This secret realm is rather extraordinary." Su Chen, however, remained calm. "What brought you to this secret realm?" Morong Shui shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "A few days ago, I encountered several furtive disciples of the heavenly demon sect. I captured them, and after a thorough interrogation, I learned that the sect's leader is plotting to unseal a certain esteemed individual who resides within this demon monarch's secret realm. Hence, I came to investigate, but to my surprise, I encountered Li Jing upon my arrival." Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, "It seems this secret realm must be concealing a formidable demonic cultivator." Morong Shui nodded in agreement. "That was my thought as well." Su Chen proposed, "Shall we explore this secret realm a bit further?" After a moment's hesitation, Morong Shui acquiesced with a nod. For the next while, the two wandered aimlessly through the secret realm. After a quarter of an hour, they halted before a grand hall, from which emanated a chilling aura, hinting at something sinister within. Su Chen turned to Morong Shui. "Shall we venture inside?" Morong Shui nodded. "Very well." As they pushed open the grand doors, a wave of terrifying demonic energy surged forth to greet them. Morong Shui frowned, gazing towards the center of the hall where a coffin, strikingly red, lay ensconced. It was adorned with an intricate array of inscriptions, and a chain was tightly coiled around it, covered in countless talismans. With a serious expression, Morong Shui stated, "The individual confined within this coffin must be the esteemed one spoken of by the heavenly demon sect." She then looked at Su Chen. "Should we summon help?" Su Chen smiled gently. "There is no need." With that, he approached the red coffin with measured steps. Morong Shui, seeing his determination, chose to follow without protest. As Su Chen regarded the crimson coffin, a smirk crept upon his lips. "How intriguing." Morong Shui inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Without answering, Su Chen struck the coffin with a powerful palm. Crack! The coffin shattered instantly. A tempest of demonic energy erupted from within, darkening the skies and unleashing a cacophony of thunderous roars. Morong Shui's pupils contracted in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind?" She could hardly fathom Su Chen's audacity in shattering the coffin. "Ha! After 3,000 years, I, the demon monarch, have finally emerged from my seal. Those old fools must be dead by now. Who in this world can stand in my way?" "Who?" At that moment, a voice that sent shivers down their spines reverberated through the hall, and a figure slowly materialized within. The figure, clad in dark robes, with blood-red hair and pitch-black eyes, emanated a terrifying aura, enveloped in an overwhelming demonic energy that caused the very heavens and earth to tremble. Morong Shui's expression grew solemn as she murmured, "So powerful." Faced with this malevolent force, she found herself devoid of any thought of resistance. The demon lord suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Chen and his companion. a lecherous glint appearing in his eyes as he fixated on Murong Shui. "Did you shatter the seal?" he inquired. Su Chen responded with a smile, "Indeed." The demon lord laughed heartily, commending them for their efforts. "Well done. Follow me closely, and I shall not treat you poorly." Feigning surprise, Su Chen exclaimed, "Really?" The demon lord, with a cold smirk, retorted, "I am an elder of the sacred land of demonic spirits in the celestial realm. Would I deceive you?" Su Chen, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Wow, how impressive." With a hearty laugh, the demon lord then turned his attention to Murong Shui, commanding, "You shall stay." He shifted his gaze back to Su Chen, saying, "You may leave. Without my command, you are not permitted to enter." Su Chen's expression darkened as he vanished from sight. The demon lord was taken aback, but before he could react, Su Chen reappeared before him and planted a foot firmly on his face. He found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Murong Shui looked on in shock, exclaiming, "Is he really this strong?" The demon lord, bewildered, questioned, "What just happened? How could I be trampled by a mere novice?" He was on the verge of unleashing his demonic energy when, to his horror, he discovered that he was utterly unable to summon it. "What the hell?" he gasped in disbelief. "This is not scientific." "Wait, what is science?" The demon lord swallowed hard. Gazing fearfully at Su Chen, he had anticipated facing a novice, only to encounter a formidable adversary. Heavens above, I've just broken the seal. And now I must face a powerhouse. Am I doomed? Su Chen regarded the demon lord coldly, taunting, "Aren't you quite impressive? Show me just how impressive you can be." The demon lord's expression turned ashen, more sorrowful than one mourning a lost mother. He cried out, "Father, my dear father, I was wrong. I should not have acted so arrogantly. Please spare me. I am willing to serve you as a beast of burden." Su Chen and Murong Shui exchanged incredulous glances at the pitiful demon lord. What on earth was this? With a mere gesture, Su Chen sealed the demon lord's powers and withdrew his foot. The demon lord exhaled in relief, hastily expressing, "Thank you, Father, for your mercy." He sensed that perhaps he would not face death after all. Should he perish, it would be an unimaginable misfortune. Su Chen looked at the demon lord, exasperated. "If you call me father one more time, do you believe I want to simply kill you?" The demon lord, eyes wide with fear, quickly countered, "Then may I call you grandfather?" Murong Shui could no longer suppress her laughter. Su Chen, with a dark expression, stated, "I ask, you answer. Understood?" The demon lord nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes." Su Chen inquired, "Why were you sealed here?" The demon lord seemed to recall something, a surge of anger rising within him, but upon meeting Su Chen's gaze, he immediately quelled his fury. He remarked, "I have acquired a treasure, and as a consequence, I am being pursued by the foremost powers of the celestial realm, forced to retreat to this mortal world. I had no choice but to seal myself away to evade their relentless pursuit." With a glance at Su Chen, he pondered whether this fellow would harbor any ill intentions. After all, he was a significant figure. Surely he would not stoop so low. Su Chen nodded and said, "Show it to me." The demon lord's expression immediately fell. Indeed, not a single notable figure is without their flaws. Noticing Su Chen preparing to act, the demon lord hastily produced a small tower, exclaiming, "Here, my lord, take care. This object is unclean, and do ensure that it does not soil your hands." The small tower. Su Chen took the small tower, inspected it for a moment, and then, for reasons unknown, suddenly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself in a peculiar space, a vast expanse of grassland, stretching endlessly before him. Chapter 13. The misfortunate demon lord Su Chen glanced around and chuckled. A day outside, yet a century within? Intriguing. He turned to the system. "What do you think of this little tower?" The system paused for a moment. "This is not something that should exist in the immortal realm." Su Chen's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Oh? It seems this little tower holds quite a significance. If you had not appeared, this little tower would likely have fallen into the hands of a child of destiny." Su Chen was taken aback once more. "Are you suggesting this is a golden opportunity for a child of destiny?" Indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen smiled. "Fascinating. It appears someone is orchestrating events." He then looked up into the void. "So, little tower, I am aware you possess consciousness. Come forth, let us converse." As time passed, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Su Chen nodded. "Very well. If you refuse to reveal yourself, then your existence seems unnecessary." With that, he spread his palm, gathering an overwhelming force, causing the fabric of space to shatter gradually, and the very heavens began to tremble violently. Perhaps the little tower was frightened, for a voice echoed through the void. Wait. Wait. In the next moment, a streak of light suddenly halted before Su Chen. As the light dissipated, a little girl emerged, clad in a red belly band. With a cherubic face and a mouth resembling a cherry, utterly adorable. She gazed at Su Chen with evident trepidation. Su Chen regarded the girl and retracted his hand. Are you the spirit of the little tower? The girl nodded silently. Su Chen inquired, what do you know? Please, share with me. The little girl shook her head. I know nothing. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. You know nothing? He extended his hand once again. Seeing this, the girl hastily replied, I truly know nothing. All I know is that I must find someone named Lin Fan and assist him in his growth. She then cast a glance at Su Chen, thinking to herself how someone so charming could be so destructive towards the tower. Where is the justice in this world? It felt like such a bullying of the tower. The thought nearly brought her to tears. Su Chen nodded, confirming the system's assertion. Lin Fan, you say? After a moment, he noticed the girl on the verge of tears and asked with a smile, why are you crying? The little girl bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Remaining silent, Su Chen chuckled and shook his head, realizing it appeared as though he were bullying a child. He addressed her, would you like to stay by my side? Upon hearing this, the little girl stifled her sobs and asked, is that possible? Su Chen replied with a smile, of course. The girl hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right. With that, she felt a surge of joy within her heart. She knew that Su Chen was undoubtedly a formidable individual, and being by the side of such a distinguished and handsome person excited her greatly. As for the Lin Fan she needed to find, what on earth was that? Su Chen smiled. Do you have a name? The little girl shook her head. I do not. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen said, then I shall call you Duo. Duo blinked her eyes and replied, all right. Evidently, she took great delight in that name. Meanwhile, outside the tower, upon witnessing Su Chen's disappearance, the demon lord finally exhaled a sigh of relief, yet it was merely a fleeting sense of ease. After all, with his powers sealed by Su Chen, even if he wished to flee, he was closely monitored by Murong Shui, rendering escape utterly impossible. Contemplating this, he could not help but let out a sigh, his heart heavy with complexity. As a once great demon lord, how had he fallen to such a pitiable state? How absurd, how laughable. Murong Shui, noticing Su Chen's absence, furrowed her brow and turned her gaze towards the demon lord, inquiring, where has he gone? The demon lord glanced at her but remained silent. Murong Shui's eyes narrowed slightly, an aura of semi-saintly power emanating from her. Observing this, the demon lord hastily replied, he is currently within the small tower. Upon uttering these words, a wave of humiliation surged within him. Damn it, truly, it is a case of a tiger falling into the plains, only to be bullied by dogs. Murong Shui dismissed her aura, her expression perplexed. Inside the small tower, the demon lord explained, there exists a unique space within the small tower. He is inside that very place. Murong Shui nodded, asking, is there something particularly special about that small tower? Reluctantly, the demon lord responded, one day outside equates to 100 years within the small tower. He was deeply unwilling to divulge this secret, yet felt he had no choice. With his powers sealed and unable to contend with her, what else could he do? Alas, the cruelty of fate. What? Murong Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? One day outside and 100 years inside the small tower? What kind of joke is this? The demon lord, expressionless, nodded. Murong Shui remained stunned for a considerable time, trying to calm her tumultuous emotions. In this world, could such a divine artifact truly exist? Just then, Su Chen's figure suddenly reappeared. The demon lord quickly changed his demeanor, greeting him with a broad smile. My lord, are you satisfied with this small tower? A slight smile graced Su Chen's lips as he nodded. Indeed. With that, the small tower in his hand transformed into a streak of light, entering Su Chen's brow and settling within his sea of consciousness. At that moment, Su Chen felt as though a connection had been established between himself and the small tower. Witnessing this, the demon lord felt a bitter pang in his heart. He had been pursued for 3,000 years for that small tower, and in the end, it was still not his. Though his heart was heavy with sorrow, he chose to remain silent. Su Chen, perceptive of the demon lord's thoughts, chuckled, look at you. Rest assured, now that I have taken your small tower, I will ensure you do not suffer any losses. With that, he conjured a bottle of elixirs from thin air. He continued, you are currently at the 3rd level of the Great Sage Realm. The elixirs within this bottle are more than sufficient to help you break through to the Saint King realm. Wow, really? The demon lord was left in utter astonishment. It was known that he had been stuck at the third level of the Great Sage realm for thousands of years without making any progress. Could a mere bottle of elixirs truly enable his breakthrough? He was evidently skeptical. Murong Shui first glanced at Su Chen, then cast a deep look at the demon lord, surprised to discover that he was indeed a great sage. Su Chen smiled. Just pour out the elixirs, and you will know for yourself. As he spoke, he handed the bottle to the demon lord. The demon lord nodded, accepting the elixirs. At this moment, despite his doubts, he had no choice but to believe. He cautiously unscrewed the bottle cap, and an exquisite fragrance of elixir immediately wafted forth, filling the grand hall. The demon lord swallowed hard, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. Merely inhaling the aroma of the elixir stirred a long-dormant realm within him, igniting a flicker of excitement. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from Murong Shui, who hastily tried to suppress it, her expression one of bewilderment. For she had achieved a breakthrough. It was astonishing, considering she had only just ascended to the half-saint level. Murong Shui glanced at the bottle in the demon lord's hand, beginning to believe Su Chen's words. The demon lord poured out the elixir, revealing its crystal-clear form. Shimmering with spiritual radiance, its vibrant colors rich and full, adorned with intricate patterns. The 9-turn mystic spirit pill, the demon lord exclaimed in disbelief. Murong Shui, puzzled, wondered what the 9-turn mystic spirit pill was. Chapter 14. There are treacherous ministers plotting against me. The demon lord exclaimed with fervor. The 9-turn Xianling pill can forcibly elevate a being's level, and more importantly, it can be used repeatedly. There is no need to fear that after consuming it once, its efficacy will diminish upon a second use. Moreover, the formula for the 9-turn Xianling pill has been lost to the annals of time, and no one in the contemporary world possesses the ability to concoct it. Upon finishing his proclamation, he trembled with excitement, his gaze towards Su Chen increasingly filled with reverence. He realized that he had undoubtedly encountered an extraordinary individual. Simultaneously, he resolved to find a way to remain by Su Chen's side. As for the small tower, it held little utility for him. Regardless of the time afforded, his cultivation would remain stagnant. The 9-turn Xianling pill, however, was undeniably more pragmatic. Murong Shui, upon hearing this, was equally taken aback. She turned her gaze towards Su Chen, her eyes shimmering with curiosity about the identity of one capable of producing such a remarkable elixir. At that moment, Su Chen appeared shrouded in mystery within her heart. She then inquired of the demon lord, is the effect of the 9-turn Xianling pill the same for anyone who consumes it? What if a being of a realm beyond the great sage were to partake in it? I can scarcely imagine. The demon lord cast a sidelong glance at Murong Shui and replied, certainly not. The 9-turn Xianling pill is only effective for those at the great sage realm. For those above that level, it holds no benefit, and for those below the great sage, consuming it would result in being unable to withstand the energy contained within, leading to a catastrophic explosion of their bodies. Murong Shui nodded, understanding that if anyone could consume this pill to transcend their realm, it would be utterly unfathomable. Suddenly, the demon lord knelt before Su Chen, his face earnest as he implored, my lord, allow me to accompany you. I beseech you. With that, he bowed deeply. Having lived many years, he had come to realize a profound truth. One must cling to the legs of the powerful, for only by doing so could infinite possibilities unfurl in the future. Su Chen's lips twitched. He could see through the demon lord's intentions. After some contemplation, he concluded that having the demon lord by his side might indeed be beneficial. After all, it wouldn't he do for him to bear the brunt of all battles alone, which would be utterly exhausting. With this thought, he regarded the demon lord and said, from now on, refer to me as young master. The demon lord's heart leapt with joy, and he promptly exclaimed, young master. He understood that Su Chen had consented to his request to remain by his side. Ha! From this day forth, I, the demon lord, have found my support. I shall see which audacious beings dare to provoke me in the future. The foremost powers of the immortal realm, is it? Just wait and see. Murong Shui regarded Su Chen with a complex expression. She was aware that he was no ordinary individual. Yet she had not anticipated his extraordinary capability to so effortlessly subdue a great sage-level demon lord. Absurd. At that moment, a group of individuals entered the grand hall, led by the master of the heavenly demon sect, Mo Sha. Mo Sha surveyed Su Chen and his companions with a grave expression before his gaze landed on the demon lord. His excitement surged as he exclaimed, demon lord. However, his brow furrowed as he questioned, why is the demon lord kneeling beside this man? Something was amiss. After a closer inspection, He noted that the demon lord seemed devoid of demonic energy. Could it be that the demon lord has just broken free from his seal and has yet to regain his strength? It must be so. With this thought, he glared at Su Chen with indignation. How dare you insult the esteemed demon lord? Fear not, my lord, I shall rescue you at once. With that declaration, a powerful surge of demonic energy erupted from him, enveloping the realm in darkness. He turned to the crowd behind him and commanded, onward. Without hesitation, he charged at Su Chen, while the others swiftly brandished their weapons and followed suit. Goodness! The demon lord was taken aback, realizing the approaching horde of Emo Sha. Regaining his composure, he shouted in alarm, do not come any closer. Upon hearing the demon lord's words, Emo Sha's resolve only strengthened. My lord, I understand you are under threat, but you must trust me. I will surely save you. The demon lord was rendered speechless, pondering, there are treacherous ministers plotting against me. Notably, Mu Rongshui remained remarkably calm. After all, she was in the presence of a being who toyed with the great sage realm. Panic? Quite impossible. Su Chen regarded Emo Sha and his companions, a slight smirk gracing his lips, and then uttered a single word, kneel. Boom. As the command echoed, Emo Sha and his companions found themselves kneeling before they could even comprehend the situation. In that moment, the onlookers were petrified, the atmosphere steeped in an eerie silence. They knelt so easily? Mu Rongshui gazed in disbelief at the kneeling figures of Emo Sha and the others. The demon lord stared at Su Chen, his body trembling slightly. From that single word, he felt an unparalleled power. Faced with such authority, he too would have no choice but to kneel. In that instant, he was convinced that Su Chen was indeed an extraordinary figure, a truly formidable presence. Emo Sha and his companions were left in a state of shock, quickly followed by terror as they tremulously lifted their gazes to Su Chen. What manner of being is this? It was at this moment that Emo Sha comprehended why the demon lord had knelt before Su Chen. It was because he had been overwhelmed. Su Chen shook his head slightly, finding it all rather dull. With a swift motion, Emo Sha and his companions' heads shot upward, their faces etched with confusion even in death. Had I known, I would not have come. The demon lord shuddered, swallowing hard, his eyes now filled with reverence as he gazed at Su Chen. Mu Rongshui too was taken aback, looking at Su Chen with trepidation. At that instant, for words encapsulated her thoughts, fearsome and mysterious. In but a fleeting moment, he had obliterated the formidable Tianma sect, a task that had proven insurmountable for many other powers. Absurd. Turning his gaze to the demon lord, Su Chen observed the latter tremble and hurriedly exclaim, my lord. Su Chen offered a gentle smile, patting the demon lord's shoulder. Do not be anxious. I am not as fearsome as you think. The demon lord nodded vigorously, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Su Chen sighed, why is there such disbelief? With a shake of his head, he pointed a finger, and the seal within the demon lord shattered instantaneously. A torrent of terrifying demonic energy surged forth, and the demon lord quickly contained it, his face alight with excitement. Thank you, my lord. Su Chen replied with a grin, stay close to me, and you shall reap abundant rewards, understand? The demon lord nodded eagerly, understood. To remain by Su's side brought immense joy to the demon lord, for he knew that his future was filled with brilliance. Su Chen turned to Mu Rongshui and said, let us return to the sect. With that, he strode purposefully out of the grand hall, followed closely by Mu Rongshui and the demon lord. A day later, the trio arrived back at the starry Holy Land. Su Chen and the demon lord returned to the ancient moon peak, while Mu Rongshui proceeded to the starry hall. Lingxi. In the attic, Yi Lingxi, upon hearing that call, immediately rose and rushed outside. Upon seeing Su Chen, she leapt into his embrace, exclaiming joyfully, brother, you have finally returned. With that, she nestled closer into his arms. Chapter 15. The starry sacred land recruits disciples. Su Chen gently ruffled Yi Lingxi's hair and chuckled, did you miss your brother? Yi Lingxi looked up, blinking her eyes. I did. Su Chen burst into laughter. I missed you too. The demon lord observed Yi Lingxi and whispered, is this the young masteress sister? Remarkable. At such a tender age, she has already reached the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Even compared to those prodigies in the celestial realm, she is not to be underestimated. At this moment, Yi Lingxi noticed the demon lord and curiously asked, brother, who is he? Su Chen glanced at the demon lord, who quickly introduced himself. Miss, I am called the demon lord. You may refer to me as Old Demon. Yi Lingxi blinked and turned her gaze back to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled gently. From now on, He will be responsible for your safety. After speaking, he looked at the demon lord. Your task is to protect my sister. Do you understand? The demon lord replied respectfully, understood. Yi Lingxi shook her head. I don't want him to protect me. I only want my brother. Su Chen affectionately gazed at Yi Lingxi and softly said, silly girl, you must understand that I cannot always be by your side. Having someone to protect you gives me peace of mind, you know? Yi Lingxi pouted, remaining silent. Su Chen chuckled and then picked up Yi Lingxi, whispering, I made something delicious. Would you like to eat? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxi's earlier displeasure vanished instantly, and she exclaimed joyfully, I want to eat. I want to eat. Su Chen smiled and walked into the pavilion. At that moment, he paused, turned to the demon lord, and said, you come too. After finishing his sentence, he entered the pavilion. The demon lord felt a surge of joy and hurriedly followed. This was a splendid opportunity to forge a closer bond with the esteemed one. An hour later, a delightful aroma of hot pot wafted through the pavilion. A large pot sat on the table, surrounded by an array of ingredients. Su Chen picked up a piece of beef tripe, dipped it into the pot, and after a moment, he coated the cooked tripe with sauce and placed it into Yi Lingxi's bowl, smiling, give it a try. Yi Lingxi obediently nodded, picked up the tripe, and put it into her mouth. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with golden light, and they squinted like crescent moons. She exclaimed excitedly, this is so delicious. Su Chen chuckled, if it's delicious, then eat more. He then turned to the demon lord, you eat too. The demon lord nodded, mimicking Su Chen's earlier actions. And as the tripe entered his mouth, his eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? The flavor is exquisite. Su Chen smiled faintly, remaining silent. How could he explain this? Should he say it was the hot pot from his past life on Earth? Clearly, that was not an option. In the Starry Palace, Murong Shui recounted the events that had transpired. After listening to Murong Shui's narrative, the hall fell into an unusual silence. After a prolonged pause, Xiaoming spoke. I never expected that Master Su could be so formidable, effortlessly subduing a great Saint Realm powerhouse and casually obliterating the heavenly demon sect. It seems that our starry sacred land has indeed reached too high. At this point, Murong Shui interjected, let us not concern ourselves with Master Su any longer. His existence is beyond our imagination. Instead, let us discuss the matter of recruiting disciples in a year. Xiaoming nodded in agreement. In the subsequent hours, Xiaoming and the various peak masters engaged in a discussion regarding the arrangement for recruiting disciples a year hence. Enlon suddenly inquired, Master, should we notify peak master Su? Xiaoming paused for a moment before responding. After a year, let Du Yuan inform him. If he wishes to recruit disciples, he shall come. If not, he shall remain absent. Everyone nodded in assent. Time swiftly passed, and before long, a year had elapsed. Today, the starry Holy Land was particularly bustling, for it was the day designated for the recruitment of disciples. The square of the Holy Land was teeming with young men and women who had journeyed from various corners of the world, each harboring the dream of joining the starry Holy Land and becoming cultivators. After all, which young person has not fantasized about the path of cultivation? They curiously surveyed their surroundings, their eyes brimming with excitement. Cultivation. It was an aspiration that those of their mortal realm scarcely dared to envision. Now, the opportunity for cultivation lay before them. How could they not be exhilarated? A youth spoke up, have you heard? 2 years ago, a mysterious powerhouse visited the starry Holy Land. I know that the rumors say this enigmatic figure, upon arriving, swiftly eliminated a peak master and an elder. A truly formidable feat. I've also heard that this mysterious powerhouse is now the master of Gyue Peak. I wonder if we might catch a glimpse of that master today. If I could be accepted as his disciple, it would be a stroke of immense fortune. Over half of the young men and women in the square engaged in fervent discussions about this mysterious figure. Their curiosity piqued. Silence. At that moment, a voice imbued with authority reverberated through the square. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, their gazes turning skyward, where they beheld a middle-aged man standing in the air. Clad in a violet robe, the man possessed a robust physique and a serious countenance, exuding an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain, instilling a profound sense of gravity in all present. This middle-aged man was none other than Enlon, the master of the Chi Peak. Enlon surveyed the crowd below with a stern expression. I shall now unleash my aura. Those who can endure for a quarter of an hour shall be deemed successful. As his words fell, before the crowd could fully comprehend, the oppressive aura of a ninth-level respect realm descended upon them. Goodness, I wasn't prepared for this. Immediately, some individuals found themselves pinned to the ground, unable to move under the weight of the pressure. As seconds ticked by, some struggled valiantly. beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Others appeared unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to the overwhelming force. Notably, 3 individuals stood out for their ease in this oppressive environment: 2 young men and a woman, who could even stroll about with nonchalance beneath the weight of the aura. One of the young men was strikingly handsome, with flowing hair that lent him an ethereal quality. The other young man, with a fair complexion and sharply defined features, exuded a cold and aloof demeanor, his tall and slender frame reminiscent of a solitary eagle in the night, proud yet imposing. The last maiden, clad in a simple dress, possessed a delicate oval face, her raven hair flowing like ink, and her skin as smooth as cream. Every gesture she made exuded an air of elegance and poise. In the ethereal realm above, Anlin observed the 3 individuals below, unconsciously nodding in approval. These 3 were indeed commendable, yet, as he spoke, his gaze shifted to others, and he couldn't help but shake his head. At that moment, on Guyue Peak, Su Chen was engrossed in fishing, while Yilingxi watched beside him. Just then, the fishing rod trembled slightly, and a smile crept across Su Chen's lips as he suddenly yanked it, causing a 1-meter-long spiritual fish to leap from the lake. He gently patted the fish's belly, chuckled softly, and then deftly removed the hook from its mouth, ultimately returning the spirited creature to the water. Chapter 16. Nangang Guyue Yilingxi curiously inquired, "Brother, what joy do you find in fishing? I observe that you often indulge in this pastime, yet after catching a fish, you release it instead of consuming it. What is the reason behind this?" Su Chen glanced at her and replied with a smile, "Fishing is not merely a source of enjoyment. It is a form of cultivation. When we catch a fish, it is not imperative to eat it. Instead, through the act of fishing, we can hone our patience, focus, and tranquility. It allows us to immerse ourselves in the serenity of nature. Over time, you will discover that your state of mind elevates, and you will no longer feel restless. You will be able to face any situation with calmness." Upon hearing this, Yilingxi nodded, seemingly understanding, and uttered a soft "oh." Su Chen smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further, and returned to his concentration on fishing. At that moment, Du Yuan suddenly appeared behind Su Chen, respectfully stating, "Master Su, the Holy Land is recruiting disciples today. Would you like to take a look?" Yilingxi blinked and turned to Su Chen. "Brother, let us go. I want to see." Initially inclined to decline, Su Chen was moved by Yilingxi's words and couldn't help but smile. He then gathered his fishing rod, rose slowly, and said, "Since you wish to go, let us indeed go." Yilingxi clasped Su Chen's arm and shook it joyfully, exclaiming, "You're the best, brother." Su Chen gently pinched Yilingxi's cheek, then turned his gaze toward a bamboo house that had mysteriously appeared beside the pavilion. He called softly, "Old demon." In the next instant, a figure manifested before Su Chen, looking at him with profound respect, "Young master." Over the course of the past year, the demon lord had successfully ascended to the realm of Saint King, and in Su Chen's presence, he felt as if he were in the presence of a deity. Su Chen instructed, "From now on, wherever Lingxi goes, you must follow closely and protect her. Do you understand?" The demon lord nodded eagerly, "Understood." Yilingxi looked at the demon lord and called out, "Grandpa demon." The demon lord turned to her with affectionate eyes. Through their year of companionship, he had genuinely come to cherish the girl, now treating her as if she were his own granddaughter. Su Chen said nothing more and began to walk down the mountain with Yilingxi, while the demon lord quietly trailed behind them. Observing this scene, Du Yuan pondered curiously. Who was Master Su, truly? At the Holy Land Square, amidst the void, Lan continued to exude an overwhelming pressure. Below, thousands had succumbed to the oppressive force and were eliminated, leaving fewer than 100 participants remaining in the arena. The eliminated individuals had already been escorted out of the starry Holy Land. At this moment, Xia Meng, Morong Shui, and several other peak masters appeared beside Lan. Lan respectfully addressed, "Holy Master." Xia Meng nodded, her gaze directed downward. Morong Shui remarked, "It seems there are a few talented youngsters this time." Xia Meng agreed, "Indeed." Lu Pingchuan added, "It is unfortunate that less than 100 have managed to endure through the first trial." Shen Hong countered, "There is no need for lamentation. Discipleship is about quality, not quantity." Lan nodded in agreement, "Precisely. Having many disciples is no match for one prodigy with extraordinary talent." With that, he suddenly withdrew his own oppressive aura. As the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, apart from the 2 young men and the young woman, everyone else was panting heavily, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. At that moment, one of the boys exclaimed with exuberance, "Haha, I did it. I did it. Mom and Dad, I have succeeded." The other youths also displayed expressions of excitement. Suddenly, Enlon interjected, "Silence." Everyone hurriedly composed themselves, quieting down and turning their gazes towards the void. Upon seeing Xia Meng and her companions, a hint of confusion flickered in their eyes. Enlon began, "Allow me to introduce you. This is the Holy Master Xia Meng. And this is the Peak Master Mu Rongshui of the Red Dust Peak." Following this, Enlon introduced Lu Pingchuan and Chen Hong in turn, concluding with his own introduction. Upon hearing this, astonishment rippled through the crowd, each individual widening their eyes, scrutinizing Xia Meng and her companions. Prior to arriving at the starry sacred land, figures like Xia Meng were akin to legendary beings in their minds, beings they deemed unlikely to ever encounter in their lifetimes. Now, witnessing them in person, how could they not feel curious? How could they remain unmoved? Xia Meng gazed down at the crowd and smiled. "Next, the Peak Masters, and I will observe your second trial. I hope you all strive to succeed." With that, Xia Meng and the Peak Masters ascended to a high platform adorned with several seats, with Xia Meng taking a central position, while the others settled on either side. Upon hearing Xia Meng's words, the youthful participants were instantly infused with fervor, their eyes brimming with an unprecedented fighting spirit. The mere thought of being noticed by the Peak Masters fueled their excitement further. Enlon spoke with gravity. "I will now explain the content of the second trial, which is also the final trial. It is the illusion array." "The illusion array?" The crowd frowned in unison. Enlon continued, "As long as you can break through the illusion array on your own, you will pass." Before anyone could react, a golden light enveloped the entire square, plunging everyone into darkness as they fell to the ground simultaneously. Xia Meng turned to Lu Pingchuan and asked, "Are you certain they can break this illusion array?" Lu Pingchuan chuckled, "Of course. This illusion array is merely the most basic level. If they cannot break through this, they might as well return home." Xia Meng nodded, choosing not to comment further. What a lively day it is. Just then, a voice echoed through the air. Everyone turned to see Su Chen and his companions approaching leisurely. Xia Meng remarked, "To be honest, your presence here truly surprises us." Su Chen smiled slightly. "It's nice to occasionally step out for a stroll." Xia Meng nodded, her gaze shifting to the demon lord behind Su Chen, her heart tightening. Is this the demon lord? His aura is indeed terrifying. Mu Rongshui waved to Yi Lingxi. "Lingxi, come here to your sister." "Sister?" The crowd glanced at Mu Rongshui, speechless. My goodness. An ancient woman who has lived for thousands of years is having a young girl call her sister. How shameless. Yet, such words remained unspoken, for daring to voice them would certainly lead to dire consequences. "Very well." Yi Lingxi dashed to Mu Rongshui's side, who promptly lifted her into her arms, saying, "I shall hold you and observe." Since returning from the demon lord's secret realm, she had often visited Gyue Peak to see Su Chen, during which time she had grown familiar with Yi Lingxi. The latter nodded obediently, responding, "All right, thank you, Sister Moro." Su Chen smiled and shook his head in silence, opting to find a comfortable spot to sit, while the demon lord quietly stood behind him. Name: Nangong Gyue. Identity: young lady of the forbidden Nangong clan in the celestial realm. Age: 18. Talent: imperial grade. Physique: Ice Phoenix divine body. Realm: peak of the 9th layer of half-saint. Mission: accept Nangong Gyue as a disciple. Chapter 17. The Celestial Realm. The Nangong clan. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed upon the woman clad in a simple dress. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "System, why do you persistently urge me to take on disciples?" The system remained silent, offering no response. After waiting for a considerable time without a word from the system, Su Chen chose not to press further, instead stating, "What if I decide not to accept her as a disciple?" The system continued to be mute. A faint smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He understood that there must be a reason behind the system's insistence on him accepting disciples. He slowly lifted his gaze to the sky and murmured, "Oh, system. You know me well. I prefer to avoid troublesome matters. I simply wish to lead a tranquil life." With that, he smiled lightly, reflecting, "If it were not for you, how could I even contemplate a peaceful existence? Since you wish for me to take on a disciple, so be it." He then glanced down at Nangong Gyue and remarked with a serene smile, "Isn't it merely a matter of cause and effect? I shall accept it." At that moment, Nangong Gyue opened her eyes and gradually rose, her expression serene. Xia Meng exclaimed, "I didn't expect someone to awaken so soon." Mu Rongshui nodded, acknowledging the young one's impressive talent. After a while, the two boys also regained consciousness, and after a quarter of an hour, only a few individuals remained unawakened. while the others had already come to. Anlin nodded and waved his hand, sending those who had not awakened out of the starry sacred land. He turned to the crowd, smiling, "Congratulations. You have successfully passed the assessment." Instantly, the venue erupted with excitement. Some shouted joyfully, "I have finally become a disciple of the starry sacred land. I too can become an immortal." Ha ha. The others cheered exuberantly, their faces flushed with exhilaration. Cultivating immortality. They could finally embark on their journey of cultivation. Among them, the two boys in Nangong Guyue remained unusually calm, as if they had already anticipated the outcome. At this moment, Xiaoming stood up and addressed Nangong Guyue. "What is your name?" The crowd turned their gaze towards her, eyes filled with envy, for they recognized that Nangong Guyue had captured Xiaoming's attention, and she was likely to be accepted as a disciple. "Nangong Guyue," she replied. Xiaoming nodded. "Do you wish to be my disciple?" Nangong Guyue decisively shook her head, remaining silent. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. How could she refuse? Has she lost her mind? The crowd was astonished, unable to comprehend Nangong Guyue's actions. Xiaoming furrowed her brow but quickly regained her composure, nodding without a word. Murong Shui then spoke. "Would you consider becoming my disciple?" Nangong Guyue continued to shake her head. Murong Shui nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. As Lu Pingchuan and Chun Hong were about to speak, Nangong Guyue interjected. "There is no need for you, esteemed peak masters, to continue. I will not take you as my mentors." Anlin asked, "Then what brings you to the starry sacred land?" Nangong Guyue replied calmly, "Must one necessarily take on a master to enter the sacred land?" The crowd fell silent, pondering her words. Indeed, did one have to take a master to enter the sacred land? At that moment, Su Chen turned to Xiaoming and said, "Mistress Ming, allow me to take this disciple." Xiaoming regarded him for a moment before nodding in agreement. Su Chen smiled faintly, expressing his gratitude to the Holy Lord. With that, he slowly rose to his feet, taking a step forward, his figure instantly appearing before Nangong Guyue. "Who is he?" The onlookers curiously scrutinized Su Chen. Su Chen gazed at Nangong Guyue and said, "Come with me." With that, he turned and departed. After a moment's hesitation, Nangong Guyue followed suit. The two young men observed this interaction, their brows furrowing as they exchanged glances. Just as they contemplated following, a voice echoed in their minds, causing them to hesitate and ultimately refrain from advancing. As Su Chen walked ahead, Nangong Guyue trailed behind, her eyes filled with curiosity as she studied him. Soon, Su Chen led her to Guyue Peak. He turned to face her and smiled. "Consider this. How would you feel about becoming my disciple?" Nangong Guyue shook her head and remained silent. Su Chen chuckled. "Is it because I am unworthy?" A flicker of emotion finally crossed Nangong Guyue's face. Su Chen continued. "Or perhaps it is due to your identity as a member of the Nangong clan from the celestial realm. Who are you?" Nangong Guyue interjected, her expression grave, her heart racing. She was taken aback that this man knew her identity. It was indeed quite terrifying. Su Chen smiled gently. "Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I merely wish for you to be my disciple." Nangong Guyue replied, "Since you are aware of my identity, you must also understand the power of the Nangong clan. Yet you still wish to take me as your disciple. I am genuinely curious about your own background." Su Chen laughed heartily. "Do not concern yourself with my identity. Simply tell me if you are willing to become my disciple." Nangong Guyue responded, "Even if I wished to be your disciple, my clan would never consent." Su Chen replied with a smile, "As long as you desire to be my disciple, the Nangong clan will not object." Nangong Guyue fixed her gaze upon him, speechless. She was truly uncertain whether the man before her was boasting or genuinely serious, as his words seemed utterly absurd. "Very well," Su Chen said. "If the Nangong clan agrees to your apprenticeship, would you then accept?" Nangong Guyue declared decisively. "If the Nangong clan consents, I would join you without hesitation." Su Chen laughed heartily. "Excellent. Please wait here for a moment." With that, his figure vanished from the spot. Left behind, Nangong Guyue remained silent for a while before softly murmuring. He wouldn't be going to the Nangong clan, would he? In the celestial realm? The Nangong clan resided within a hidden sanctuary, a place replete with celestial herbs, shrouded in mist, adorned with countless palaces, as if one were immersed in a poetic painting. Su Chen approached the entrance of this secret realm, stepping inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped him. With a serene smile, Su Chen extended his hand, dispelling the coldness. Almost immediately, the distant space shattered, and 10 formidable figures emerged, clad in golden armor and wielding long spears. They exuded an intense aura of battle, unmistakably elite warriors seasoned by countless conflicts. The leader cast a cold glance at Su Chen and remarked, "Your audacity in trespassing upon the territory of the Nangong clan is quite excessive." Su Chen, with a smile, replied, "I merely seek to speak with your clan leader. Kindly notify them." The leader snorted dismissively, questioning Su Chen's worthiness. In an instant, 10 formidable warriors launched their assault, enveloping the realm in a palpable aura of lethal intent. The air was rent with a cacophony of explosive sounds as beams of piercing light erupted forth. Su Chen's expression darkened. Why were these powerful individuals so prone to resorting to violence? With that thought, he clenched his right fist and unleashed a devastating blow. Bang! The 10 warriors were sent hurtling 1,000 feet away by the force of his punch. Chapter 18. Unable to endure any longer, they steadied themselves. Gazing gravely at Su Chen, astonished by his formidable strength, with just a single punch, he had repelled them. This was truly beyond their expectations. They had anticipated a mere novice, yet he turned out to be a formidable figure. However, having already engaged, there was nothing more to discuss. The leader spoke in a low voice. "Everyone, come out and attack together." Crack! Countless spatial rifts erupted around them, and soon, over 1,000 warriors clad in golden armor emerged from within, their presence rivaling that of the 10 strong individuals. "Charge!" someone shouted. And thousands surged forward with terrifying momentum towards Su Chen. A twitch appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. "So, this is how you wish to play?" He shook his head slightly, then raised his right hand, slowly pressing it down. Boom! Instantly, thousands of warriors fell to their knees. The entire arena fell into a state of petrification, faces etched with disbelief. They were actually kneeling. How could this be possible? Su Chen cast his gaze towards a certain direction, calmly stating, "Aren't you coming out?" As his words faded, the distance suddenly fractured, and dozens of figures emerged. Led by a middle-aged man, clad in a golden robe, the man possessed an impressive appearance and piercing eyes, surrounded by a radiant golden aura. The moment he stepped forth, the very fabric of space around him began to boil like hot water. Nangong Po, the patriarch of the Nangong clan. At this moment, Nangong Po's heart was anything but tranquil, for Su Chen had effortlessly subdued the warriors of his clan. If he were in Su Chen's position, he could never achieve such ease. Su Chen regarded Nangong Po and inquired, "You are the patriarch of the Nangong clan?" Nangong Po nodded, "Indeed, I am. May I ask what brings you to my clan?" Su Chen chuckled coldly. "Your clan members have quite the temper, striking without a word." Nangong Po furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at the golden-armored warriors. The warriors trembled, lowering their heads in silence, unwilling to meet Nangong Po's gaze. Nangong Po clasped his hands together, apologizing. "It is my failure to manage them properly." Su Chen replied, "Fortunately, you are not like these fools. Otherwise, your clan would be doomed." Thousands of golden-armored warriors abruptly lifted their heads to glare at Su Chen, fury igniting in their eyes, with several dozen displaying murderous intent. Snap! Su Chen snapped his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, dozens of golden-armored warriors exploded into a mist of blood. Su Chen spoke calmly, "I apologize. But I detest when others display intent to kill towards me." At his words, the thousands of golden-armored warriors trembled violently, their expressions filled with terror. Nangong Po, however, showed no anger. Instead, he nodded. Indeed, they deserve to die. Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. "You are quite the capable patriarch." As he spoke, he flicked his fingers, sending a stream of light flying towards Nangong Po. Nangong Po reached out to catch the light, his palm opening, only to furrow his brow upon seeing what it was, a seed. Su Chen remarked, "Having killed your clan members, consider this seed of the Enlightenment Tree as compensation." The seed of the Enlightenment Tree. Everyone present gasped in astonishment. Wow, how generous. The seed of the Enlightenment Tree is given so readily? One must understand that there is not a single Enlightenment Tree in the entire celestial realm. Nangong Po also wore a shocked expression as he gazed at Su Chen, solemnly stating, "This is rather too precious." Su Chen dismissively replied, "It is merely a seed of the Enlightenment Tree. What significance does it hold?" The crowd remained silent, harboring doubts about Su Chen's bravado, yet lacking evidence to prove it. Su Chen continued, "All right, I have a matter to discuss. I wish to take your daughter, Nangong Gyue, as my disciple. Is that acceptable? Xiaoye?" Nangong Po furrowed his brow but quickly recovered, exclaiming, "It would be an honor for my daughter to be accepted as your disciple." "Sir?" The onlookers exchanged glances at Nangong Po. Su Chen nodded. "Your agreement suffices. I shall take my leave." Nangong Po suggested, Might you stay for a cup of tea before departing? Su Chen shook his head. No need. With that, his figure vanished from sight. At that moment, the clan's elder approached Nangongpa and began to speak, clan leader. Yet before he could finish, Nangongpa raised a hand to interrupt, saying, "Do not inquire further, nor investigate. An existence of such caliber is beyond our comprehension. Xiaoya becoming his disciple is a fortuitous opportunity." Hearing this, the elder fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Nangongpa added, "Then, there is no need for those 10 individuals to remain." With that, he stepped forward and disappeared. At Gyue Peak, Nangong Gyue, having waited long for Su Chen's return, decided to leave. Just then, Su Chen suddenly appeared. He looked at Nangong Gyue and smiled. "Your father has given his consent." Nangong Gyue frowned. "Consent? How could that be?" Clearly, she was incredulous. Su Chen remarked, "If you doubt it, feel free to ask your father." After a moment's hesitation, she produced a communication stone. As she activated it, her father's voice resonated. "I know what you are about to say. Stay close to that esteemed gentleman." Esteemed gentleman? Nangong Gyue's expression stiffened, her heart tumultuous. She gazed at Su Chen, pondering what manner of being could command such respect from her father. Su Chen smiled. "Do you believe it now?" Nangong Gyue remained silent, not uttering a word. As time passed, Su Chen suddenly declared, "Enough, you may leave." He felt weary, persistently seeking someone to accept him as their disciple, only to find disinterest. Left him feeling quite repulsed. If she did not wish to be his disciple, then so be it. Were it not for the system's task, he would have long since lost patience. Nangong Gyue nodded, "I apologize." With that, she turned and departed. Finding a secluded spot, she once again retrieved the communication stone. After a moment of contemplation, she activated it. The stone immediately echoed her father's voice. "What is it?" "Father," she began. "Why did you agree to let me become his disciple?" The transmission stone fell silent, and Nangong Gyue waited quietly. After a while, Nangongpa said, "Do you know what he did upon arriving at our Nangong clan?" Nangong Gyue, perplexed, inquired, "What?" Nangongpa replied, "He directly suppressed thousands of our clan's powerful warriors." A shock coursed through Nangong Gyue's heart. How could this be possible? She was well aware of the terrifying strength possessed by her clan's warriors. Nangongpa continued, "Do you think I could deceive you? Not only that, he casually bestowed upon me a seed of the enlightenment tree. Do you comprehend the significance of this?" "What?" Nangong Gyue exclaimed in astonishment. "The seed of the enlightenment tree." At this juncture, Nangongpa remarked, "Thus, you must diligently follow that esteemed individual. This is your opportunity. Do you understand?" Nangong Gyue fell into silence, a sense of regret subtly creeping into her heart. Nangongpa seemed to sense her unease and asked, "What is the matter?" After a brief moment of silence, Nangong Gyue confessed, "I declined to become his disciple." "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Nangongpa was immediately filled with rage. Chapter 19. I admit I regret at this moment. Nangongpa was deeply enraged. He had never anticipated that his daughter could be so foolish. After a considerable time, he finally managed to calm his emotions. He spoke in a solemn tone, "You must return immediately and apologize. If that gentleman does not grant you forgiveness." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Then you need not concern yourself with the position of clan leader any longer." With those words, the communication stone abruptly ceased its function. In that moment, Nangong Gyue was truly flustered. She had only recently solidified her position as the young master of the Nangong clan, and her father's words struck her like a thunderbolt. She could not fathom that her father would strip her of her title merely for refusing to become that man's disciple. Without further hesitation, she whirled around and dashed towards the summit of Gyue Peak. Meanwhile, Su Chen reclined on a rattan chair, fuming at the recent events. His ire was not directed at Nangong Gyue for her refusal to be his disciple, but rather at her cunning play. If she had no intention of accepting him as her mentor, she should have stated so outright. After all, as a young lady from a prominent family, Su Chen could understand her hesitation. However, after he had gone to great lengths to secure the approval of the Nangong clan, only to return and find that Nangong Gyue still refused him, who would not be provoked by such a situation. At that moment, distant sounds reached his ears, but he remained indifferent, keeping his eyes shut. Nangong Gyue stood beside him, her expression intricate, knowing that her ability to retain her position as young master hinged on this man's whim. Reflecting on her earlier refusal to be his disciple, regret washed over her. Initially, she had held disdain for someone from the lower realms. What right did he have to become her mentor? Yet, She had not anticipated the weight of Su Chen's standing in her father's eyes. In a hushed voice, she asked, "Do I still have a chance?" Su Chen remained silent. And after a prolonged pause, he finally spoke, "I am unworthy to be your mentor. You may leave." Upon hearing this, Nangong Guyue's complexion turned ashen, and she collapsed to the ground. It was over, utterly finished. At that moment, her face resembled that of a ghost, devoid of color, as if all strength had been drained from her. She realized that her aspirations for the clan's position had been completely extinguished. No, there is still hope. Nangong Gyue hastily knelt before Su Chen, pleading, "I was wrong. I implore you to forgive me. I truly erred." Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and glanced at her, saying, "You were unwilling to accept my guidance despite my numerous inquiries. Now you regret it?" Nangong Gyue trembled as she replied, I was mistaken." Su Chen scoffed, "Do you believe that your admission of error warrants my forgiveness? It is too late." With that, he waved his hand gently, and Nangong Gyue instantly vanished from sight. At the foot of Gyue Peak, she sat despondently on the ground, her face pale as a blank sheet of paper, completely devoid of color. At that moment, the two young men from earlier suddenly appeared before her. One of them gazed at Nangong Gyue with concern, asking, "What has happened to you?" The other quickly added, "Indeed, did that man bully you?" Their eyes blazed with fury. At this moment, Nangong Gyue suddenly rose to her feet, her expression having regained its composure. She gazed at the two young men before her and trembled as she spoke. "Brother Jiang, Brother Chu, I. As she spoke, tears began to stream down her cheeks. This sight caused both Jiang Li and Chu Feiyu to feel a rush of anxiety. Jiang Li urged, "Gyue, do not cry. Please tell me, did that man bully you?" Chu Feiyu added with indignation, "Yes, do speak. If he did, I shall not spare him." Nangong Gyue nodded, her sobs growing more pronounced. "How dare he?" Jiang Li and Chu Feiyu shouted in unison. Chu Feiyu then asked, "What did he do to you?" Jiang Li turned his gaze to Nangong Gyue as well. With great effort to suppress her tears, she recounted, "He took me to a secluded place and suddenly made advances toward me. If I hadn't fled quickly, I fear what might have happened." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li and Chu Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Feiyu reassured her, "Do not worry, we shall avenge you." Jiang Li nodded, declaring, "Indeed, where is that scoundrel? If I do not flay him alive, I shall not bear the surname Jiang." Nangong Gyue hastily cautioned, "That man is not simple. You must not confront him." Chu Feiyu responded, "We are well aware of that. Otherwise, he would not dare to bully you. We intend to seek assistance from our clans." Jiang Li affirmed, "Precisely. With the might of the Jiang and Chu clans, even the most formidable foe shall meet his demise." A subtle smile played at the corners of Nangong Gyue's lips, yet she maintained an appearance of vulnerability as she looked at Jiang Li and Chu Feiyu, saying, "I truly do not know how to repay your kindness." The two young men, captivated by her enchanting demeanor, felt their hearts stir with excitement. Jiang Li suddenly remarked, "Gyue, such words are unnecessary. You have been wronged. How could we stand idly by?" Chu Feiyu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if we were to turn a blind eye, what difference would there be between us and beasts?" With tear-filled eyes, Nangong Gyue timidly replied, "That cannot be. If you can teach him a lesson on my behalf, I would be willing to share a drink with you." At her words, a wave of joy surged through Jiang Li and Chu Feiyu. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. Chu Feiyu promptly said, "Then, Gyue, please wait for us here in the starry sacred land while we return to the immortal realm for assistance." Nangong Gyue responded, "Please. Do take care on your journey." Jiang Li nodded, "We shall." With that, the two turned to leave, watching them disappear from sight. A sinister smile crept across Nangong Gyue's face, which then morphed into a menacing expression as she clenched her teeth and muttered, "Since I cannot become the clan leader, then you shall perish." She was acutely aware of her inability to confront Su Chen directly, so she resolved to manipulate Jiang Li and Chu Feiyu. For the Jiang and Chu clans were formidable forces in the immortal realm. She did not believe Su Chen could withstand them. Her intent was to use the Jiang and Chu families to eliminate Su Chen. In the vast emptiness above, Su Chen gazed down at Nangong Gyue, letting out a helpless sigh. He had initially sought to take on a disciple, yet unexpectedly found himself with an adversary instead. Shaking his head, he vanished from sight. He had no intention of eliminating Nangong Gyue and her companions, for he understood that even if he were to do so, the forces behind them would inevitably seek retribution. Should the Jiang and Chu families truly dare to confront him, he would not hesitate to eradicate them. Ultimately, the reason he refrained from slaying Nangong Yue lay in the fact that he had approached her first, inquiring if she wished to become his disciple. Had he not done so, the subsequent events would not have transpired. Thus, Su Chen resolved to grant her an opportunity. Should she choose to align herself with the Jiang and Chu families in their pursuit of trouble, then regrettably, she would seal her own fate. Chapter 20. The Assassination Organization. As they journeyed, Jiang Li and Chu Feiyu walked side by side. Suddenly, Jiang Li inquired, "Brother Chu, do you believe what Gu Yu said?" Chu Feiyu glanced at Jiang Li and shook his head, expressing disbelief. Jiang Li nodded, saying, "We may be unaware of Gu Yu's true identity, but her prowess is undeniable. If that man truly intended to humiliate her, how could she not have fought back or even eliminated him? Yet, she neither killed him nor engaged in combat." He trailed off, leaving his thoughts unspoken. Chu Feiyu calmly remarked, "So, Gu Yu was lying just now." Jiang Li smiled faintly, affirming, "Indeed." Her hesitation to act against that man indicates he is no ordinary adversary. Thus, she sought to deceive us into eliminating him. Chu Feiyu's gaze hardened, acknowledging the cleverness of her scheme. Jiang Li chuckled softly, remaining silent. Turning to Jiang Li, Chu Feiyu asked, "What shall we do next? Shall we flee?" Jiang Li shook his head, responding, "We shall go to the drunken immortal pavilion." Chu Feiyu raised an eyebrow, questioning, "You intend to have the people from the drunken immortal pavilion assassinate that man?" Jiang Li nodded, explaining, "Though the drunken immortal pavilion is an assassination organization. Its foundation is formidable, rivaling that of our two clans. Sending their operatives after that man is quite fitting. If the assassination succeeds, splendid. If not, that man will surely retaliate against the drunken immortal pavilion. However, if he refrains from retaliation, we may then take action ourselves." Chu Feiyu remarked, "You aim to use the drunken immortal pavilion's resources to gauge that man's true nature?" Jiang Li affirmed, "Indeed." Chu Feiyu furrowed his brow, cautioning, "What if the drunken immortal pavilion uncovers that man's identity and refuses to act?" Jiang Li smirked, asserting, "I am well aware of the drunken immortal pavilion's tendencies. Should their target be someone from the celestial realm, they would undoubtedly investigate. However, for those from the mortal realm, they consider such inquiries beneath them." Chu Feiyu scrutinized Jiang Li, questioning, "Is it worth the risk?" Jiang Li gazed skyward, calmly stating, "I have delved into Gu Yu's background and discovered it to be extraordinarily formidable. Should we secure a favor from her, it would indeed be worthwhile." He then turned to Chu Feiyu, continuing, "However, if the drunken immortal pavilion fails in their assassination, it would signify that man is exceptional. In that case, we need not pursue the favor, as our only loss would be a trivial amount of celestial crystals. What do you think?" After a prolonged silence, Chu Feiyu finally responded, "Very well." Jiang Li erupted into laughter, adding, "Before we proceed, let us first disguise ourselves. Otherwise, it may lead to complications later on." In the celestial realm, at the drunken immortal pavilion, two figures cloaked in black robes and wearing masks entered. The interior of the pavilion was tranquil, with only a handful of patrons present. The two robed figures approached a window, and one of them rapped softly on it. An elderly voice resonated from within, inquiring, "Information or assassination?" The robed figure replied, "Assassination." The elder's voice continued, "Who is the target?" The robed figure responded, "A peak leader from a lower realm faction, named Su Chen." After a brief silence, the elder's voice stated, "The total is 800 celestial crystals." Beneath the mask, the figure clad in black robes furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep tone. "Is a mere mortal from the lower realm truly worth such an exorbitant sum of celestial crystals?" The elder's voice was unyielding as he retorted, "Then begone." The two individuals in black robes, though incensed, ultimately remained silent, relinquishing the celestial crystals before turning to depart. Once outside the drunken immortal pavilion, they removed their masks, revealing themselves to be Jiang Li and Chu Feiyu, both wearing expressions of deep displeasure. Chu Feiyu remarked coldly, "This drunken immortal pavilion is utterly contemptuous. I assent to it." Jiang Li, seeking to quell the anger within him, replied, "As long as they are willing to act, that is sufficient." Chu Feiyu responded, "Yet I still feel disgruntled." Jiang Li sighed, "What can be done about your discontent? Shall we obliterate the drunken immortal pavilion? Do we possess such power?" Chu Feiyu fell silent. Jiang Li exhaled. "Very well, let us indulge in some wine while we await news." Chu Feiyu nodded in agreement. With that, the two transformed into streaks of light and vanished. After their departure, an elder emerged from the shadows. With hair as white as snow and a face etched with the marks of time, he nevertheless appeared vigorous. Were it not for the multitude of wrinkles, he would hardly be perceived as elderly. The elder squinted towards the direction Jiang Li and Chu Feiyu had taken, musing. The young master of the Jiang family and the young master of the Chu family, intriguing indeed. Come forth. At his command. A man clad in black robes suddenly appeared at his side. The man knelt before the elder, expressing his respect. Elder Wang. Elder Wang instructed. Go to the lower realm and investigate a person named Su Chen. The black-robed man nodded and, like a specter, vanished from sight. Elder Wang returned to the drunken immortal pavilion, awaiting further information. A day later, the black-robed man returned to the drunken immortal pavilion. After hearing his report, Elder Wang fell into a brief silence. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, Sin-Maying to probe the situation. Inform her that if she finds herself overwhelmed, she must retreat without hesitation. The black-robed man nodded and then disappeared once more. On the ancient moon peak, Su Chen reclined leisurely in a wrought-tan chair, basking in the sun. At that moment, Yi Lingxi jogged over to his side, closely followed by the demon sovereign. Yi Lingxi gazed at Su Chen and said, Brother, I wish to accompany Sister Morong to a secret realm. May I? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback and turned to her, asking, What business do you have in a secret realm? Yi Lingxi replied, I have been confined to the ancient moon peak for too long, and my cultivation is stagnating. I wish to venture out for some experience. Hee hee. Su Chen chuckled, Am I so easily deceived? Just say you want to go out and play. Yi Lingxi stuck out her tongue and playfully shook Su Chen's arm, pleading, Please, brother. With a gentle smile, Su Chen turned his gaze to the demon sovereign. The demon sovereign hastily reassured, It is merely a low-level secret realm. There should be no significant danger. Su Chen nodded, looking down at Yi Lingxi, and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, Then by all means, go. Yay. Yi Lingxi exclaimed joyfully, bouncing up and planting a kiss on Su Chen's cheek. Su Chen smiled wryly, then adopted a serious tone. Remember, once you leave, you must heed Sister Morong's guidance. Yi Lingxi repeatedly nodded, Yes, yes. Su Chen pinched her cheek lightly and urged, Off you go. Brother, wait for my return. After saying this, Yi Lingxi raised her hands behind her and swiftly dashed down the mountain. Her demeanor appeared utterly charming. Watching her retreating figure, Su Chen smiled softly, vowing to protect her, the thought of her being harmed. He then turned his gaze towards the demon lord. The demon lord trembled slightly and promptly replied, I shall ensure the lady's safety. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and calmly responded, That is reassuring. The demon lord respectfully bowed to Su Chen before vanishing from sight. Soon, the surroundings fell utterly silent, and Su Chen slowly closed his eyes, drifting into a deep slumber. However, by midnight, the eerie stillness was pierced by a surge of murderous intent, followed by a flash of blade light. Boom! A torrent of lethal energy surged forth, and the howling winds roared ominously. Chapter 21. Behold, Su Chen remained in a deep slumber, his breathing steady, seemingly oblivious to the changes unfolding around him. Suddenly, a fierce blade intent surged towards him with lightning speed, akin to a thunderclap. In an instant, it arrived before Su Chen. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as a terrifying shockwave radiated outward. Dust and smoke filled the air. The lake churned violently, creating monstrous waves. As the dust settled, a figure clad in a black robe, wearing a half-gold mask that left the lower half of their face exposed, emerged, daggers poised in midair, held delicately between two jade-like fingers. Upon closer inspection, Su Chen had already opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the enigmatic figure. The figure's pupils constricted sharply. With a decisive flick, they released the dagger and prepared to flee. Kneel. Boom. The once-escaping figure suddenly collapsed to the ground, startled by an overwhelming force that pinned them down, rendering them immobile. Su Chen rose, one hand resting behind him, his silver hair billowing in the gentle breeze as he approached the mysterious figure with measured steps. The figure gazed at Su Chen, bewildered. How could this man exude such terrifying power? Su Chen extended his hand and removed the mask, revealing a visage that would leave any woman in the world feeling inadequate. Her beauty was breathtaking, particularly her blue eyes, reminiscent of the cosmic expanse, stunningly beautiful. Yet, even in the presence of such beauty, Su Chen remained unmoved. To him, what significance did a woman's beauty hold? In the end, did it not amount to a mere pink skeleton? The woman assessed Su Chen, vowing silently that he was the most handsome man she had ever encountered. Without exception, Su Chen spoke, Which faction do you belong to? The woman blinked, remaining silent. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and, with a swift motion, grasped her neck, lifting her gently. Alarmed, the woman hastily pointed to her mouth. Su Chen released his grip. Fixing his gaze on her, mute, the woman collapsed to the ground, gasping for fresh air. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, she nodded vigorously, casting him a somewhat resentful glance. What kind of person is he? Does he not understand the concept of cherishing beauty? Here I am, a striking beauty, and he nearly choked me to death. Is he even a man? Su Chen nodded. You cannot speak, but you can write, correct? The woman hesitated for a moment, then brought her fingers together, emitting a blue glow, and began to sketch in the air. Before long, the character's drunken immortal pavilion materialized in the air. Drunken immortal pavilion? Su Chen's lips curled slightly as he regarded the woman. Is that how easily you betray your faction? The woman then wrote 2 more characters in the air, wanna live. After finishing, she looked at Su Chen and blinked. She understood that if she withheld information, Su Chen would undoubtedly kill her. She merely wished to earn some pocket money, not to meet her demise. Moreover, she felt quite indignant. Clearly, this man was immensely powerful. Yet he expected her to engage in assassination. Did he think her life was not worth enough? Su Chen burst into laughter. Want to live? Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity. If you lead me to the headquarters of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, I shall spare you. What do you say? The woman blinked and then inscribed her response. Are you out of your mind? The Drunken Immortal Pavilion is a formidable force and quite terrifying. Su Chen smiled slightly. You may guide me. The rest is of no concern to you. The woman regarded Su Chen deeply for a moment before nodding. Although she could not comprehend the confidence of the man before her, she chose to respect it. At that moment, Su Chen turned his gaze to the heavens and declared, You all may return. It is of no consequence now. In the void above, Xia Ming, along with several peak masters and elders, awaited. They had hurried forth the instant the woman made her move, but upon witnessing Su Chen subdue her, they refrained from intervening. After hearing Su Chen's words, Xia Ming nodded and vanished, followed by the dispersal of the other peak masters and elders. Su Chen lowered his gaze to the woman and inquired, What is your name? She inscribed in the air, Gu Qingying. In the celestial realm, Su Chen contemplated the drunken immortal pavilion before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he strode confidently inside, with Gu Qingying hesitating briefly before following suit. The moment they entered, the patrons of the pavilion turned their gazes upon them, as if appraising their presence. At that juncture, an elder descended from above. He was none other than Elder Wang. Elder Wang first glanced at Gu Qingying before turning his attention to Su Chen, a smile adorning his face. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to my drunken immortal pavilion? Su Chen remained silent for a moment, then chose a chair to sit and finally addressed Elder Wang with a smile. Are you unaware of my purpose, considering your people sent someone to eliminate me? Elder Wang maintained his smile. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding? Su Chen chuckled lightly, gesturing toward Gu Qingying. Is she not one of yours? Elder Wang cast a glance at Gu Qingying and shook his head. This individual is not affiliated with the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Oh? Su Chen feigned surprise. Yet she explicitly informed me that she is indeed one of your own. Elder Wang shook his head. That is impossible. Su Chen laughed. Am I to believe I have misjudged your esteemed pavilion? Elder Wang nodded. Indeed. Su Chen burst into laughter. Then I shall assert that she is indisputably one of your own. Elder Wang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he remained silent. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, Elder Wang called out, Summon the others. At his command, a wave of powerful auras surged forth, causing the very fabric of the realm to tremble violently. In an instant, thousands of formidable beings emerged, among whom a dozen exuded an overwhelmingly terrifying presence. They encircled Su Chen and Gu Qingying, an intense killing intent permeating the air. Elder Wang fixed his icy gaze upon Su Chen and declared coldly, Then you shall meet your end. Gu Qingying edged closer to Su Chen, her anxiety palpable. Ha ha. Ha ha. Su Chen erupted into laughter, finding the situation amusing, indeed. All eyes turned toward him in confusion, wondering if he had lost his wits in fear. Elder Wang, however, wore a grave expression, his eyes locked onto Su Chen, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Su Chen turned to Elder Wang and said, Just watch. Buzz. A flash of sword light flickered, and the heads of thousands of powerful figures from the drunken immortal tower soared into the sky simultaneously. Drops of blood cascaded down like a torrential rain, and in an instant, the entire drunken immortal tower was drenched in crimson. Rivers of blood flowed. It was utterly horrifying. Thud. Is it over? Elder Wang's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, devoid of any color. In the next moment, darkness enveloped his eyes, and he foamed at the mouth, fainting from sheer terror. Gu Qingying, upon witnessing this scene, was struck as if by lightning, standing dazed in place. Thousands of powerful beings were annihilated in such an instant? Terrifying. Absurd. Chapter 22 The Catastrophe of Annihilation. Gu Qingying cast a cautious glance at Su Chen, her eyes reflecting not only fear, but also a profound reverence. The prowess of the man before her was simply astonishing. The annihilation of a first-tier force, who would believe such a tale? Su Chen rose slowly, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It is rather intriguing to take so many lives for the first time." Gu Qingying remained silent. Stretching lazily, Su Chen made his way outside. Observing his departing figure, Gu Qingying reached out, hesitated, and then withdrew her hand. Her gaze fell upon the unconscious Elder Wang, whom she then lifted, before vanishing from sight. In a secluded mountain peak, Elder Wang leaned against a grand tree, his expression vacant, hair disheveled. The recent events had dealt him a considerable blow. Beside him, Gu Qingying looked at Elder Wang and remarked, "It is fortunate that you are still alive." To her surprise, he could speak. Elder Wang looked down, remaining silent. Just then, a young woman appeared at Gu Qingying's side, bowing respectfully as she addressed her. Mississippi Elder Wang lifted his gaze towards Gu Qingying, his expression clouded with curiosity. Gu Qingying nodded, inquiring, "How are the preparations coming along?" The young woman responded, "Everything is ready." Gu Qingying's eyes hardened as she declared, "My elder brother once sent numerous powerful individuals to hunt me down. Now that I am returning, it is time to settle the score and seize control of the entire Gu family." At her words, the young woman beamed with excitement. Gu Qingying then turned to Elder Wang, saying, "You saved me when I was gravely injured during that ambush. I offer you an opportunity to join me." Elder Wang shook his head, replying, "No, I simply wish to find a place to retire in peace." The memories of the incidents at the drunken immortal pavilion flooded his mind, causing him to break into a cold sweat. The realm of cultivation was perilous. He longed for a tranquil life in his remaining years. Gu Qingying nodded, saying, "Very well." With that, she turned and departed, the young woman hurrying to follow her. Left behind, Elder Wang sighed deeply, recalling Su Chen's formidable presence. He pondered, does such a terrifying existence truly dwell in this world? In a grand hall, Jiang Li and Chu Feiyu remained enveloped in silence upon receiving the news of the drunken immortal pavilion's destruction. Jiang Li closed his eyes, pondering. "Do you think he will realize that we orchestrated the assassination attempt against him at the drunken immortal pavilion?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feiyu shook his head, replying, "I do not know." Jiang Li's voice trembled as he said, "If he does find out, what shall we do?" Chu Feiyu remained silent, not offering a word. Jiang Li continued, "It seems we have inadvertently brought calamity upon our clans." Chu Feiyu tightened his grip, still silent. Suddenly, Jiang Li turned to him, declaring, "As long as our two families unite, we need not fear him." Chu Feiyu's gaze sharpened as he inquired, "But how shall we explain this to our families?" Jiang Li's eyes slowly closed as he replied, "We will simply say that we have attracted a formidable enemy abroad. They will naturally take action. However, we must not disclose that Su Chen was responsible for the destruction of the drunken immortal pavilion. Otherwise, they may refrain from intervening or even turn against us to appease him." Upon hearing this, Chu Feiyu contemplated for a moment before responding, "Understood." Jiang Li nodded and vanished from the scene. In place, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Feiyu's eyes, lost in thought. After a moment, his figure vanished from the grand hall. A day later, at the ancient moon peak, Su Chen was currently fishing. At that moment, his gaze turned towards a particular spot, and he calmly said, "Come out." From the shadows, a figure emerged. It was none other than Chu Feiyu, who had not returned to his clan. Chu Feiyu approached Su Chen, kneeling before him, and implored, "Please forgive my previous foolish decisions." Su Chen remained silent, and Chu Feiyu patiently awaited his response, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The reason for his visit to Su Chen was his fear of taking another gamble. He dreaded making another erroneous decision that could lead to the annihilation of the Chu clan, branding him a traitor. Thus, he resolved to come and apologize. If Su Chen forgave him, it would be a blessing, but if not, he was prepared to pay with his life. He had already wagered his existence on this encounter. At that moment, the fishing rod twitched. Su Chen gently pulled, and a spirit fish surfaced. He cast the fish aside into a basin, opting not to release it this time, but rather to prepare it for a meal later. Once he cast the hook back into the lake, He turned to look at Chu Feiyu. Noticing Su Chen's gaze, Chu Feiyu trembled and lowered his head in silence. Su Chen spoke, "You are quite clever. You may leave, as long as you do not trouble me again." A wave of joy surged through Chu Feiyu, and he quickly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." He was overwhelmed with excitement, astonished that Su Chen had so easily let him off the hook. He had braced himself for death. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling him to depart. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Feiyu added, "That Jiangli might come to trouble you." Su Chen replied indifferently, "If he dares to come, I will eradicate his entire clan." Chu Feiyu shuddered, his gaze towards Su Chen shifting to one of reverence. He understood that Su Chen was not merely posturing. The incident at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion stood as a testament to his power. At that moment, he felt an immense relief for his decision. Chu Feiyu respectfully stated, "If he comes, I will inform you." Su Chen cast a sidelong glance at him. "Do you intend to use me to destroy the Jiang family, so your Chu clan can absorb them?" Chu Feiyu's hair stood on end, and he hastily bowed to Su Chen, stammering, I. His heart raced to his throat. He had not anticipated that Su Chen would discern his intentions, and a wave of regret washed over him. How foolish was he to play tricks in front of such a formidable being? Su Chen calmly stated, "I will take 80% of the Jiang family's possessions, and you shall have 20. Do you understand?" Chu Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, then elation surged within him. "I understand." Su Chen nodded. "When the time comes, deliver the items to the master of the starry sacred land. Is that clear?" Chu Feiyu nodded vigorously, "Understood." Su Chen affirmed, "Very well, go. How you proceed from here is up to you." Chu Feiyu rose, offering a respectful bow before turning to leave. At that moment, his heart brimmed with joy. Although he would only receive 20% of the Jiang family's wealth, he was immensely satisfied, for the Jiang clan was a first-rate power, and even a fraction of their fortune was formidable. In the celestial realm, within the confines of the Chu family, the situation unfolded thus. Chu Feiyu knelt upon the ground, his gaze directed towards the middle-aged man seated in the position of authority. This man, the head of the Chu family, Chu Yun, adorned a brocade robe and bore a slightly corpulent figure, his fingers bedecked with rings of immense value, reminiscent of a nouveau riche. Upon hearing his son's words, Chu Yun fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he inquired, "Is it true that Su Chen possesses such terrifying power?" Chu Feiyu promptly nodded, exclaiming, "He is the one who annihilated the Drunken Immortal Pavilion." At this revelation, Chu Yun's heart jolted with astonishment. "Is that so?" he asked, his surprise palpable. Chu Feiyu affirmed. Indeed. Chu Yun lapsed into silence. He had only recently learned of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion's destruction and had been perplexed as to who could have achieved such a feat. Now, however, his son had disclosed that the individual responsible for the pavilion's downfall was none other than his son's adversary. At that moment, a chill of dread coursed down his spine, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 23, Instant Kill. After a prolonged silence, Chu Yun finally spoke. "What do you wish for me to do?" A surge of joy filled Chu Feiyu's heart, for he recognized his father's acquiescence. He promptly replied, "Firstly, if our Chu family does not dispatch formidable warriors, the Jiang family shall equally refrain from sending out their strongest. Therefore, to compel the Jiang family to unleash their most elite fighters against Su Chen, we too must send forth our top warriors. Only then will the Jiang family be inclined to deploy their entire clan's might." He continued, "Once Su Chen has dealt with the Jiang family's foremost champions, we can then proceed to their residence." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun glanced at his son, realizing that his intellect was rather impressive. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Let us proceed as you have suggested." A smile graced Chu Feiyu's face. There was no time to waste. They must dispatch their clan's warriors to the Jiang family at once. Chu Yun nodded. "Indeed, I shall accompany you. You remain here." Chu Feiyu acknowledged, aware that his presence would serve little purpose. An hour later, all the warriors of the Chu family transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from sight. At the Jiang family in the void above, an aura of terror enveloped the Jiang family, causing all members to believe a formidable enemy was at hand, and they readied themselves for battle. At that moment, a fearsome figure ascended into the sky, pausing in midair. It was a middle-aged man, tall and well-proportioned, his face etched with the marks of time, exuding a sense of calm. Jiang Yi, the patriarch of the Jiang family, with hands clasped behind his back. Jiang Yi stood in the void, gazing at Chu Yun across from him, and spoke with composure. Is it truly necessary for your Chu family to mobilize all your warriors for merely Su Chen? Chu Yun shook his head. Su Chen is not to be underestimated. Jiang Yi, taken aback, inquired, and why is that? Chu Yun replied nonchalantly, intuition. The onlookers were momentarily speechless. Jiang Yi could not help but chuckle. Since your Chu family has dispatched so many warriors, we of the Jiang family cannot lag behind. With that, dozens of figures emerged from the shadows. Chu Yun maintained a serene demeanor. Let us proceed. In the lower realm starry sacred land, the void suddenly erupted, with dozens of terrifying figures materializing in the expanse. As they emerged, the surrounding space, unable to withstand the overwhelming power they radiated, began to fracture, resembling a spider's web. The inhabitants of starry sacred land were taken aback, as the potent aura made even the simplest of breaths feel arduous, a wave of fear enveloping them. Xia Meng and a multitude of peak masters materialized above the starry sacred land, their expressions grave as they scrutinized the formidable figures before them. They were overwhelmingly strong, instilling a sense of dread within. Xia Meng steadied her emotions and spoke earnestly. May I inquire the purpose of your visit to our starry sacred land? Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, glancing at Chu Yun, questioning their apparent weakness. Chu Yun, equally puzzled, chose to disregard Jiang Yi and turned his attention to Xia Meng. Where is Su Chen? Are you seeking him? The peak masters exchanged glances. Just as Xia Meng was about to respond, a figure appeared beside her. Tall and elegant, clad in pristine white attire, he exuded an air of nobility in his every gesture. Su Chen glanced at Xia Meng and said, You all may return. I shall handle this. Xia Meng nodded silently and led the other peak masters back to the starry sacred land. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, fixating on Su Chen, and inquired, You are Su Chen? Su Chen cast a fleeting glance in his direction, remaining silent, merely raising his right hand with a gentle wave. In the next instant, Jiang Yi's head soared into the sky. Silence enveloped the surroundings, akin to death itself. Everyone stood in a state of utter bewilderment. Thud! It was only when Jiang Yi's headless corpse crashed to the ground that reality settled in. At this moment, pandemonium erupted. A top-tier powerhouse like Jiang Yi had been dispatched in an instant. In disbelief, Chu Yun trembled, his eyes wide open as he gazed at Su Chen, stuttering, Elder. I am Chu Yun, the patriarch of the Chu family. Su Chen regarded him calmly, and that single glance plunged Chu Yun into despair. A suffocating sensation washing over him. He abruptly knelt midair, repeatedly bowing before Su Chen. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Chen turned to the elite fighters of the Jiang family. Upon witnessing this, they spun around and fled without a moment's hesitation. Su Chen remained composed, bringing his fingers together before gently flicking them. In an instant, whoosh! A streak of sword light flashed, and soon after, a dozen bloody heads flew into the air, perfectly synchronized. Though their heads had detached, their bodies continued to lunge forward, a sight utterly horrifying. At this moment, everyone felt as if struck by lightning, their eyes wide in shock, rooted to the spot. The elite fighters of the Jiang family had perished just like that? Unbelievable. The warriors of the Chu family, no longer hesitating, emulated their patriarch and prostrated themselves before Su Chen. The events of the day had far surpassed their comprehension. Below, Xia Meng and the other peak masters were equally bewildered. It was only now that they realized the true terror of this master Su. Su Chen then turned his attention to Chu Yun, whose complexion turned ashen. Elder, Su Chen stated calmly, Your son has spoken to you, has he not? Recalling something, Chu Yun hastily nodded, replying, He has. Su Chen nodded. You may go. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and vanished from sight. The members of the Chu family sighed in relief as Su Chen departed. Terrifying. Unbelievably terrifying. Cold sweat had long since drenched their backs. Chu Yun, bowing several more times in the direction Su Chen had taken, then turned to address the warriors of the Chu family to the Jiang family. In the Jiang family's great hall, Jiang Li wore an anxious expression, uncertain of his father's fate. Just then, dozens of terrifying auras permeated the entire Jiang family. Jiang Li's face lit up with hope. Had they returned? Without further thought, he hurried outside, gazing at the multitude of figures suspended in the void. A frown creased his brow as an ominous premonition stirred within him. He turned to Chu Yun, asking in a hushed tone, Where are my father and the others? Chu Yun glanced at Jiang Li and then struck down with a single powerful palm. A colossal hand surged toward Jiang Li. Jiang Li's pupils dilated sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, but it was already too late. Bang! A colossal hand mercilessly reduced him to mere pulp. Chu Yun coldly commanded, "Slay them all. Leave not a single one alive." With that, he charged towards the Jiang family below. In the next instant, a chorus of anguished screams shattered the sky, chilling the very marrow of one's bones. Within mere moments, the entire Jiang family was awash in rivers of blood, with lifeless bodies strewn about. None survived. The world of cultivation is inherently brutal. One must eradicate the root to eliminate the threat, a truth understood by all beings within this realm. If the entirety of the Jiang family were not annihilated today, any single survivor who might attain immense fortune in the future would spell disaster for the Chu family. Thus, none of the Chu family's warriors showed any mercy. Chapter 24. Who could resist such a man? Casting a glance at the Jiang family below, Chu Yun's expression remained impassive. With a swift motion of his hand, a resounding boom echoed as the Jiang residence erupted into a blazing inferno. The fierce flames surged uncontrollably, painting the entire estate in a vivid crimson. The ferocity of the blaze unmatched. Chu Yun, accompanied by a cadre of formidable Chu clan members, regarded the scene with cold detachment before vanishing from sight. On this day, the once mighty Jiang family was utterly obliterated from the celestial realm. This time, only Chu Yun ventured to the starry sacred land, while the other Jiang clan members returned to their ancestral home. Upon reaching ancient Moon Peak, he beheld a figure clad in white, a sense of reverence washing over him. Cradling a ring in his hands, he addressed with utmost respect, "Senior, this is the entirety of the Jiang family's assets." In a bid to leave a favorable impression on Su Chen, he resolved to present all of the Jiang family's wealth. Su Chen replied calmly, "Did your son not mention anything to you?" Taken aback, Chu Yun inquired, "Mention what?" With a fleeting glance at Chu Yun, Su Chen averted his gaze and handed the ring to the master of the starry sacred land. Nodding, Chu Yun responded, "Understood." With that, he turned and departed swiftly. Soon after, he arrived at the starry hall. Upon seeing Chu Yun, Xia Meng's expression tightened. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Chu Yun interjected, "This is what the senior asked me to give you." He presented the ring to Xia Meng and, without further ado, vanished from her sight. Xia Meng, perplexed, examined the contents of the ring, falling into silence. After a moment, she made her way back to ancient Moon Peak. Producing the ring, she remarked, "The items within are far too precious. You should take them back." Su Chen glanced at the ring and shook his head. "The contents are of little value to me. You should keep them." Xia Meng, how pretentious. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." With a slight smile, Su Chen replied, "As the master of a peak, it is my duty." Xia Meng nodded, offering her thanks once more before turning to leave. At that moment, she felt a surge of excitement. The treasures within the ring were sufficient to elevate the starry sacred land into the mightiest force in the lower realms, securing its place even within the celestial expanse. After Xia Meng's departure, Su Chen retrieved a flask of wine, taking a hearty swig. He then gazed quietly at the sky, remaining silent as he intermittently sipped from his drink. This continued until the deep hours of the night, a gentle breeze tousling his silver hair, the flask now empty. Stowing the flask away, he suddenly asked, "System, can I return to Earth?" The system remained silent for a moment before responding, "Yes." At this, Su Chen smiled faintly. Choosing not to speak further, leaning back in his chair, he succumbed to a deep slumber. 1 month later, brother. A voice, as melodic as a bell, rang out from a distance. Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned to see Yi Lingxi bounding toward him. Without hesitation, Yi Lingxi leaped into Su Chen's embrace, nuzzling against him with a grin. "Brother, I've missed you so much." Su Chen gently tousled Yi Lingxi's hair and smiled. "How have you been over the past month?" Yi Lingxi chuckled. "Brother, let me tell you, that secret realm was incredibly fun." As she recounted her experiences from the past month, Su Chen listened quietly, and the two occasionally erupted into hearty laughter, finding great amusement in their exchange. It was not until the afternoon, as dusk began to settle, that Yi Lingxi concluded her tales. Gurgle a sound emanated from Yi Lingxi's stomach, prompting Su Chen to laugh heartily. "I'll go prepare something delicious for you." Yi Lingxi nodded eagerly, "Yes. It's been so long since I've tasted the dishes you make. I'm absolutely craving them." That night, after dinner, Su Chen reclined in a wicker chair while Yi Lingxi practiced nearby. At present, Yi Lingxi had reached the 7th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Heeding Su Chen's advice, she refrained from hastily breaking through, focusing instead on solidifying her foundation. Glancing at Yi Lingxi, Su Chen inquired, "System, I recall she possesses a unique constitution known as the immortal spirit body, correct? Indeed. Has her special constitution not yet awakened? Correct. What must be done to assist her awakening? It is unnecessary for you to intervene. She will naturally awaken when she reaches the semi-emperor realm. But, what do you mean but? Su Chen pressed, urgency lacing his voice. The system paused for a moment before responding. However, once her unique constitution awakens, her memories from her past life will resurface. A weight settled in Su Chen's heart. If her memories returned, would she still be the same person? Uncertain, but I feel she may not be the same as she is now. After all, every emperor tends to be rather detached in matters of emotion, focusing solely on the path. Upon hearing this, Su Chen fell silent. After a considerable time, he gazed up at the night sky and softly murmured, "As long as she can live in the way she desires, that is enough." At that moment, Yi Lingxi ceased her training and turned to Su Chen. Her curiosity piqued. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Su Chen lowered his gaze to her and smiled. "Nothing." In the starry hall, Xia Ming sat outside, gazing at the night sky, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something and turned her attention to a figure emerging from the shadows. Xia Ming regarded the figure and asked, "Xiao Xue, what brings you here?" Morong Shui settled beside Xia Ming and replied, "What? Can I come over to chat with you?" Xia Ming's face broke into a stunning smile. "Of course not." Morong Shui inquired, "What were you just thinking about?" A complex expression flickered in Xia Ming's eyes, and she remained silent. Seemingly perceptive, Morong Shui stated directly, "Are you perhaps infatuated with Su Chen?" Upon hearing this, Xia Ming's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly retorted, "What are you talking about? How could I possibly like him?" Morong Shui rolled her eyes. "Do you think I don't know you?" Xia Ming's face reddened further, but this time she refrained from rebutting. At that moment, Morong Shui confessed, "Actually, I like him too." Xia Ming was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Morong Shui smiled gently. "Do not wear such an expression. I am but human, capable of feeling emotions as well. Moreover, that man possesses both beauty and strength. Which woman, upon becoming acquainted with him, would not be captivated?" After listening, Xia Ming fell into a brief silence before responding, "Indeed." Morong Shui gazed at the night sky and softly remarked, "Yet, how could we ever be worthy of such a man?" Xia Ming remained silent. Morong Shui continued, "Alas, how did we come to encounter him? It truly feels like misfortune." Xia Ming shook her head with a smile. "Indeed, it is quite unfortunate." A gentle breeze swept by, akin to the sound of a harp, stirring the hearts of the two women. Suddenly, Morong Shui turned to Xia Ming and said, "Let us strive to cultivate ourselves. Perhaps we may have a chance." Ultimately, she was unwilling to surrender hope. Xia Ming was taken aback momentarily, then smiled brightly, "Just as I was thinking." Clearly, she too was reluctant to give up. Chapter 25, Possession. In the Ziyun mountain range, a figure darted through the landscape. After a considerable time, she finally came to a halt, revealing her visage. It was Nangong Guyue. Suddenly, she fell to her knees, her eyes reddened. Gazing at the night sky, she roared, "Why? Why is he so powerful?" Previously, she had remained within the starry sacred land, and when she witnessed Jiang Yi being obliterated in an instant, she was utterly stunned. She had never anticipated that Su Chen could be so terrifying. In that moment, an ominous feeling washed over her, prompting her to flee, and she only stopped when she reached this place. Nangong Guyue howled, a wave of regret flooding her heart. If she had cast aside her arrogance earlier, would the outcome have been different? She lowered her head, repeatedly questioning herself. But where in this world are there so many ifs? With a bitter laugh, tears cascaded down her cheeks, falling to the ground. Hee! At that instant, a strange laughter echoed. "Who goes there?" Nangong Guyue abruptly lifted her head, scanning her surroundings, her heart filled with trepidation. "Do not be afraid, little girl. I can assist you." The eerie voice resonated once more. Nangong Guyue narrowed her eyes slightly, asking in a low tone, "What do you mean?" "He, you will understand once you come closer," the mysterious voice replied. At that moment, a flickering red light appeared in the void, seemingly guiding Nangong Guyue onward. She stood in silence, lost in thought, and after a considerable time, it appeared she had made a decision. She took a step forward, following the red glow, yet her heart remained on high alert. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the red light led Nangong Guyue to a cave, where a chilling wind swept through, eerie and foreboding. As she ventured deeper, her expression grew increasingly grave. After walking a while longer, the red light suddenly vanished, revealing an altar before her. intricately carved with myriad runes. Beside the altar lay a coffin, similarly adorned with inscriptions. "He, you have arrived," the eerie voice echoed once more, emanating from within the coffin. Nangang Gyue fixed her gaze upon the coffin and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" The voice replied, Who am I? I can hardly remember. But the world refers to me as the evil god." Nangang Gyue reflected for a moment, realizing she possessed no memory of the evil god, and inquired further, "What did you mean by that earlier statement?" The evil god responded, "I perceive your troubles, yet when you wield a power capable of annihilating all, you shall find no more burdens in this world." Nangang Gyue squinted slightly, questioning, "What do you mean?" With confidence, the evil god declared, "I can grant you that power." Nangang Gyue let out a cold laugh. "You can bestow power upon me? I suspect it is not that simple." Yet, she sensed a truth in the evil god's words, for her intuition told her that he was not to be underestimated. The evil god remarked, "You are quite astute, little girl. Indeed, to obtain power, you must agree to a condition of mine." Nangang Gyue inquired, "What condition?" The dark god proclaimed, "Submit to me for 3 centuries. During these 300 years, you shall serve my will, and after that, you may depart." Nangang Gyue remained silent, her thoughts unvoiced. She certainly did not believe the dark god's sinister words. Yet, what recourse did she possess at this moment? The dark god spoke the truth if she possessed sufficient power. Who would dare oppose her ambition to lead the Nangang clan? Suddenly, Nangang Gyue inquired, "What level of strength can you bestow upon me?" A chilling laughter escaped the dark god, albeit barely audible to her. "This power will enable you to dominate the celestial realm." Nangang Gyue paused, incredulous. "Are you certain you are not delusional?" It was apparent she harbored doubts, and rightly so. The celestial realm was home to countless formidable beings, many of whom would never claim dominion over it. How could this dark god presume to do so? The dark god replied with a smirk, "Dear girl, you must broaden your horizons. The strongest beings you perceive are mere refuse in my eyes." Nangang Gyue remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the coffin. The dark god continued, "It is pointless to elaborate further. Your limited perspective renders disbelief natural." Nangang Gyue thought to herself, it was the first time someone had accused her of narrow-mindedness. The dark god pressed on, "So tell me, do you desire this power or not?" Nangang Gyue fell into contemplation, her mind a whirlpool of conflict. As time ticked away, the dark god remained patient, awaiting her decision. At that moment, it seemed she had resolved her inner turmoil. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Very well. Ha ha ha. Excellent." The dark god laughed heartily. "Now, go and sit upon that altar." Without hesitation, Nangang Gyue approached the altar and settled herself into a meditative position. "Relax and do not fear. This will be swift," the dark god instructed. As his words fell, the altar erupted in a blinding scarlet light, and the runes on the ground and the coffin ignited in brilliance. In that instant, mysterious energies surged forth from the coffin, enveloping Nangang Gyue. Boom! As the enigmatic power entered her being, she erupted with the force of the sacred realm. She had ascended. Nangang Gyue's aura intensified, and in mere moments, she reached yet another critical juncture. In the next heartbeat, a power beyond the sacred realm burst forth from her. She had transcended once more. Yet, this was not the end. Her strength continued to amplify. Suddenly, the coffin was flung open, and a crimson light surged directly into her brow. With her eyes snapping open, they glowed a fiery red. Her visage contorted in rage as she bellowed, "You seek to possess my soul. Ha ha ha." The dark god chuckled, "Now you understand." But it is too late. A piercing scream escaped Nangang Gyue as she collapsed to the ground, her face twisted in agony. At that moment, she felt as though her very soul was being sliced piece by piece. She had never endured such torment, and the pain drove her into a frenzied roar, her body quaking violently. The moment lingered for a quarter of an hour until she suddenly sat upright, exclaiming in fury, "How could you possibly occupy my body?" With that, she swiftly formed intricate seals with her hands. In the next instant, a chilling aura erupted from her bones, and her blood began to boil. At that very moment, a magnificent ice phoenix burst forth from within her. The ice phoenix let out a piercing cry, unfurling its noble icy feathers, and enveloped Nangang Gyue entirely. Remarkably, at this juncture, Nangang Gyue's suffering began to ease, even allowing her to counteract the power of the malevolent deity. "You possess the divine body of the ice phoenix," the evil god exclaimed, astonished, as he had never anticipated that Nangong Gyue would possess such a rare constitution. Chapter 26. The Su Clan. A weight settled in the heart of the evil god. The unique constitution of Nangong Gyue presented a formidable challenge. Ha! Nangong Gyue sneered. You beast. Did you not foresee this? Humph. The evil god scoffed, dismissing him, and continued with his possession. Unfazed, Nangong Gyue fought back with all his might. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this span, the starry Holy Land ascended to become the most powerful force in the lower realms, unrivaled. All of this was thanks to the ring bestowed by Chu Yun. On this particular day, Su Chen brought Yilingxi to the Starry Hall, with the demon lord following closely behind. Upon seeing Su Chen, Xiaoming expressed her surprise. Lord Su, is there something you need? Su Chen nodded. I have come to bid farewell to the Holy Master. Xiaoming paused, taken aback. Are you leaving so soon? Yes, Su Chen replied. Xiaoming fell silent, a tangle of emotions swirling in her eyes. She had not anticipated Su Chen's departure would come so quickly. He placed the Peak Master token into her hand and said, I must be on my way. With that, he took Yilingxi's hand and turned to leave, decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Xiaoming stood there, gazing at Su Chen's retreating figure, unable to divert her gaze even after he vanished from sight. He truly is resolute. At that moment, a complex voice emerged from the shadows, followed by a figure stepping into view. It was Murong Shui. She approached Xiaoming, her tone laced with complexity. He ultimately belongs to a different world than ours. Xiaoming remained silent, her thoughts unspoken. Sensing this, Murong Shui sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. In that instant, both women were engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, akin to a gentle breeze caressing their hearts, leaving profound imprints. Every encounter and glance shared is a matter of fate. When one finds themselves enamored with another's silhouette or captivated by a fleeting gaze, it signifies a deep emotional connection. Yet, the depths of fate are beyond anyone's grasp. In the celestial realm, Su Chen and his companions arrived at an inn. As they beheld the delectable dishes laid out before them, Yilingxi's mouth watered profusely. Su Chen chuckled, Go ahead and eat. Yilingxi nodded eagerly, diving into her meal. Su Chen glanced at the standing demon lord. You too, sit down and eat. The demon lord bowed respectfully before taking a seat and began to savor a piece of meat. In truth, he had rarely indulged in food before. At his level, it was entirely feasible to live a lifetime without sustenance. However, after 2 years in Su Chen's company, he had learned to relish the pleasures of life. A life solely devoted to the path could be immensely lonely and dull. It is essential to take moments to enjoy life, to find relaxation and tranquility, and to release the burdens of stress and fatigue. Individuals who embrace this philosophy are often the ones who remain warm-hearted and unyielding in the face of adversity. Su Chen poured himself a glass of wine, gazing out at the night scenery from the second floor, lost in thought. The demon lord set down his chopsticks and suddenly inquired, My lord, what exactly is the Su clan? Su Chen turned to him, blinking, merely a minor faction. The demon lord replied, Do you think I believe that? The demon lord wore an expression of disbelief, yet he dared not voice his thoughts, silently bowing his head to continue his meal. After half an hour, only empty plates remained on the table. Yilingxi let out a satisfied burp, patting her belly with a look of contentment. Su Chen gazed at Yilingxi and smiled. Soon, you will meet your parents. Are you feeling nervous? Parents? Yilingxi blinked, her expression one of confusion. Su Chen smiled gently. Am I not your brother? Yilingxi obediently nodded. Su Chen continued. Then what does that make your brother's parents to you? Yilingxi blinked again, then grinned. Parents. Su Chen chuckled. So, are you nervous about meeting your parents? Yilingxi bit her finger. Now that you mention it, I am quite nervous. Su Chen laughed heartily, pinching Yilingxi's cheek. Do not worry. Your parents are very kind. Yilingxi giggled. 3 days later, Su Chen led Yilingxi and the demon lord to a vast plain. The sunset bathed the landscape in a warm glow, turning the once verdant grasslands into a deep crimson hue, with the air infused with a refreshing, natural fragrance. The demon lord wore a puzzled expression, unsure why Su Chen had brought them here. However, he refrained from asking questions, knowing that Su Chen must have a reason for their visit. At that moment, Su Chen extended a finger and pointed at the space before them. In the next instant, the fabric of space shattered, and a tremendous force surged forth. The demon lord's eyes widened as he sensed a perilous aura emanating from this powerful presence. Boldly, who dares to intrude upon my Su clan? Just then, Terrifying energies poured out from the rift in space, followed by several figures soaring forth. Clad in black armor, exuding an imposing demeanor, they wielded long spears, their fearsome aura saturating the atmosphere. Observing these individuals, the demon lord felt a weight of seriousness. Their energy was only slightly inferior to his own. Moreover, they appeared to be guardians. He glanced at Su Chen, noticing his calm demeanor, which brought him a sense of relief and curiosity. So, these are the members of the Su clan? Truly formidable. Recalling Su Chen's earlier remark about his family being merely a small faction, the demon lord couldn't help but twitch his lips. Notably, Yi Lingxi remained unfazed. With her brother by her side, she felt no fear. One of the armored men regarded Su Chen and the others. Who are you? How do you know of our Su clan? Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, responding placidly. What? Have you forgotten me after my years away? The armored man furrowed his brow, and in the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock, uncertainly asking, Are you the young master? Youthful master? The demon lord glanced at Su Chen in astonishment. Realizing that Su Chen was indeed the young master of the Su clan, Su Chen remained silent, calmly observing the armored man. The armored man respectfully proclaimed, Young master, I was unaware of your identity before. Please forgive my ignorance. Su Chen nodded, still silent, as he took Yi Lingxi's hand and slowly stepped into the shattered space, with the demon lord hastily following behind. The man clad in black armor did not impede their passage, for they were naturally hesitant to obstruct someone associated with Su Chen. Upon entering the shattered realm, the trio found themselves in an entirely different world. Towering peaks stretched endlessly, bathed in golden radiance and auspicious energy, while various rare creatures flourished amidst an almost palpable essence of immortality. Countless exquisite and magnificent pavilions and grand halls bore witness to boundless splendor. This was, astonishingly, a small universe of its own. The demon lord, with disbelief etched upon his face, spoke up. At that moment, tumultuous waves surged within him. He could scarcely fathom the identity of the individual capable of manifesting such a realm. Terrifying. Su Chen cast a glance at the black-armored man beside him. His voice calm yet firm. Do not mention my return, understood? As the words fell, the black-armored man's hair stood on end, an icy chill washing over him as he gazed at Su Chen in disbelief. Master, you. Su Chen fixed his gaze upon him, remaining silent. The black-armored man, sensing the gravity of the moment, hastily nodded. Your subordinate understands. Chapter 27. The fallen phoenix. Su Chen took Yi Lingxi's hand and entered a resplendent grand hall. At the head of the hall sat a middle-aged man. The passage of time had imbued him with a unique charm. His gaze was profound and commanding, as if capable of penetrating all truths, with every movement resonating with the power of the Tao. He was Su Chen, the patriarch of the Su clan. Su Chen looked at Su Chen and called out, Father. Beside him, Yi Lingxi regarded Su Chen with curiosity. The demon lord, however, wore a grave expression. He sensed a peril emanating from Su Chen. After all, he was a saint king. To evoke a sense of danger in one of such stature was unfathomable, leaving him to ponder the terrifying nature of the man before him. It was truly absurd. In that moment, he comprehended the formidable existence that was the Su clan. Su Chen gazed at Su Chen, a smile gracing his face. Have you reached the saint realm? Su Chen nodded, replying, Roughly. I possess strength akin to that of a saint. Roughly? The demon lord's lips twitched in disbelief. I, a saint king, am being bested by you. And you casually claim your power is merely roughly at the saint realm? Brother, can we not be so absurd? This is genuinely embarrassing for me. Su Chen laughed heartily, exclaiming, Indeed. Indeed, you are truly my son. Turning his gaze to Yi Lingxi, his expression grew peculiar. He glanced at Su Chen and remarked, In the years apart, have you already had a child? At his words, Su Chen's face darkened. What are you saying? How could I possibly have a child? This is my adopted sister. Oh? Su Chen was taken aback, then turned his attention to Yi Lingxi, smiling. Child, come here. Yi Lingxi hesitated, glancing at Su Chen instead of moving. Su Chen affectionately ruffled her hair, encouraging, Go on. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Lingxi approached Su Chen. He regarded her warmly and asked, What is your name? Yi Lingxi shyly replied, Yi Lingxi. Su Chen nodded, and at that moment, his eyes suddenly shone with golden light, and his expression turned serious. As the golden light faded, he looked at Su Chen, remarking, This child is extraordinary. Su Chen nodded in agreement. With a smile, Su Chen turned his gaze back to Yi Lingxi, stating, "Since you are little Chen's sister, I shall also be considered your father. Call me father for me to hear." Yi Lingxi blinked, then obediently called out, "Father?" "Ah." Su Chen laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. Truly wonderful. I have always favored daughters. When your mother gave birth to your brother, I felt a twinge of disappointment that it was not a girl, but a boy." Su Chen. With gentleness, Su Chen stroked Yi Lingxi's hair and asked, "Do you like swords?" Yi Lingxi nodded eagerly, "Yes." Su Chen chuckled heartily, then opened his palm, revealing a long sword that materialized in his hand. The sword glimmered red, radiating a chilling light, its blade intricately engraved with complex and profound patterns. The hilt of the sword was intricately carved with a fire phoenix, so lifelike and imposing that it appeared almost real. Su Chen gazed at Yi Lingxi and said, "This sword is named Fallen Phoenix, forged from the bones and essence of the fire phoenix." Upon hearing this, the demon lord below was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What? Forged from a fire phoenix? Who dares to craft a sword from such a creature?" The Fire Phoenix clan is one of the most fearsome lineages in existence. The demon lord inhaled sharply, marveling at the prowess of the Su clan. Reflecting on his earlier choices, he felt a surge of satisfaction. "Thank goodness I was wise enough to cling to the young master back then, huh? Now I have a formidable ally." Su Chen presented the Fallen Phoenix to Yi Lingxi with a smile, declaring, "This sword is a gift for you." Yi Lingxi hesitated to accept it and turned to Su Chen behind her. Su Chen nodded, encouraging her, "Take it. This sword is quite remarkable." Yi Lingxi nodded but did not immediately accept it. Instead, she respectfully bowed to Su Chen, saying, "Thank you, father." Su Chen laughed heartily, genuinely fond of the girl. "Hurry and accept it." Yi Lingxi nodded and reached to grasp the hilt of the Fallen Phoenix. In the next instant, the sword erupted with a terrifying power akin to that of a divine beast. Suddenly, a fire phoenix flew forth from the blade, flapping its fiery wings and soaring directly into Yi Lingxi's forehead. At that moment, her aura intensified, her realm continuously breaking through until she reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of life and death. And it did not end there. Her aura hinted at a breakthrough to the next realm. Just then, Su Chen swiftly intervened, pointing a finger towards her. Instantly, Yi Lingxi's aura calmed, and a phantom of the fire phoenix appeared between her brows, gradually dissipating and merging into her being. Yi Lingxi was momentarily bewildered. What had just occurred? Su Chen regarded her, giving a thumbs up. "Impressive. This sword has recognized you as its master. You must know many have tried before you, yet none succeeded." Yi Lingxi blinked, smiling coyly. "It must be because of father that it acknowledges me." Su Chen was taken aback and then burst into laughter. "Huh, you clever girl. Your words are truly sweet." Su Chen shook his head with a smile, then turned to Su Chen and inquired, "Father, what of my mother?" Su Chen replied, "Your mother has gone to respond to the Celestial Academy." The Celestial Academy, one of the most formidable forces in the celestial realm, a gathering place for all the prodigies and geniuses. And Su Chen's mother was the head of the Celestial Academy. Su Chen continued, "When you have the chance, go visit her. She misses you." Su Chen nodded, "I understand." Su Chen acknowledged him with a nod, refraining from further comment, and at that moment, his gaze fell upon the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord, understanding the implication, quickly asserted, "I am but the young master's servant." "A servant?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at Su Chen. "You, my boy, have quite the prowess to have a Saint King as your servant. Even I, your father, do not wield such influence." He could not help but feel astonished. After all, a Saint King is a top-tier powerhouse, even in the celestial realm. Yet, his son had managed to acquire such an esteemed figure as a servant. How absurd is that? Su Chen chuckled. "It was merely because I saved his life once, and he insisted on following me, wishing to serve as my attendant. I had no choice but to allow him to accompany me. Wouldn't you agree, old demon?" He then turned his gaze towards the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord, understanding Su Chen's implication, promptly nodded in affirmation. Su Chen's lips twitched. If he were to believe Su Chen's fanciful tale, he might as well give up on life in the celestial realm and self-destruct instead. Chapter 28. The Path of the Emperor. He was indeed curious about how Su Chen managed to persuade a Saint King to willingly become a servant. But seeing his son reluctant to share, he refrained from pressing further. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Su Chen, whispering a few words into his ear before vanishing. Su Chen furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Su Chen inquired, "Father, is something amiss?" Su Chen turned to Su Chen. saying, "The path of the Emperor will open in 20 years. And the younger generation within our clan is clamoring to become the divine son. The path of the Emperor. It is a unique journey, containing a special entity known as the Heavenly Heart Mark. This mark serves as a catalyst, a key to the realm of the Emperors. And there exists but one such key along the path." The demon lord's brow furrowed tightly. Was the path of the Emperor set to open so soon? Su Chen gazed at Su Yen and asked, "Do you wish for me to become this divine son?" Surprised, Su Yen paused before responding with a smile. What parent does not desire excellence for their child? This statement was quite clear. Su Chen nodded and declared, "Very well, I shall take care of this matter." With that, he took Yi Lingxi's hand and turned to leave, the demon lord hastening to follow. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Su Yen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Recalling something, he shook his head with a smile. Even I cannot fathom this lad. How intriguing. At that moment, the plaza of the Su clan was filled with numerous young individuals, speculating who among them would ultimately become the divine son. I bet it will be Su Yun. After all, he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of half-saint at merely 18, and his swordsmanship is extraordinary. Who else could claim the title? Have you forgotten about Su Wana? She too is at the 9th level of half-saint, and possesses the legendary Taiyin divine body. I believe she is the most suitable for the role. As the debate grew more intense, a young boy suddenly interjected, "Have you all forgotten about Su Hao?" Su Hao? Everyone turned to look at the boy. He nodded, saying, "I heard he seems to have broken through to the Saint Realm." The Saint Realm? How is that possible? The crowd erupted in disbelief. The number of young individuals reaching the Saint Realm is exceedingly rare. Clearly, they were skeptical of the boy's claim. Just then, a beam of sword light sliced through the air above them. Everyone looked up to see a long sword suspended in midair, upon which stood a young man. With a crown of jet black hair, a straight nose, and tightly sealed lips framing a delicate visage, his eyes gleamed like blades, emanating a formidable sword intent that caused all to tremble. Someone shouted, "Su Yun has arrived." The crowd instantly erupted in fervent excitement. Their gazes filled with admiration for Su Yun. He looked down at the throng and proclaimed, "This divine son title is mine." "Oh, is that so? Just based on you?" A voice of disdain interjected. Su Yun frowned and turned to see a woman gracefully approaching from a distance. Her visage resembled a magnificent painting, every detail exquisitely rendered. Her form was light and agile, akin to a butterfly dancing through the air, captivating all who beheld her. Someone exclaimed, "Su Wana has arrived." Looking at Su Wana, Su Yun felt a surge of displeasure. "What? Am I not worthy of being the chosen one?" Su Wana replied with a smile, "Of course you can. But the condition is that you must defeat me." The air around Su Yun shimmered with sword energy as he declared in a deep voice, "Then let us see." In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. A powerful sword intent surged through the arena. The corners of Su Wana's mouth lifted slightly as her right hand clenched tightly, gathering a formidable aura of dark spirits, which she then unleashed with a punch. Boom! Two immensely powerful shockwaves rippled through the air. Everyone quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the battlefield. At that moment, two figures soared into the air, and as Su Wana was propelled forward, hundreds of sword energy surged toward her. With a cold snort, she erupted with an overwhelming aura of dark spirits, shattering the oncoming sword energies with ease. Just then, Su Yun suddenly appeared above her, and with a swift motion, he swung his sword down. Su Wana met his strike with a punch of her own, choosing to confront him head-on. Boom! Both figures were sent reeling back, and as they regained their footing, they charged at each other once more. They exchanged blows for several hundred strikes. And at that critical moment, Su Yun seized an opportunity and thrust his sword forward. The blade pierced into Su Wana's left shoulder. A grin spread across Su Yun's face. But in the next heartbeat, Su Wana retaliated with a fierce punch to his abdomen. Su Yun let out a cry of anguish as he was sent flying. Both of them appeared pale, their breaths ragged, their conditions far from ideal. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Su Yun looked at Su Wana and sneered, "You are not as formidable as you think." Su Wana replied coldly, "Neither are you." Su Yun's expression darkened as he turned away, choosing not to engage in further banter. In truth, they could still continue fighting. However, as members of the same clan, there was no need to go all out. It was unexpected that they had reached a stalemate. The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished by the unfolding spectacle. Just then, a boisterous laugh echoed through the air, and a figure suddenly materialized between Su Wana and Su Yun, clad in a blue robe. The handsome figure with flowing hair exuded a wild charisma that made it difficult to meet his gaze. Su Wanner raised an eyebrow. Su Hao, do you also seek the position of the chosen one? Su Yin narrowed his eyes, realizing he could not see through Su Hao's intentions. Su Hao chuckled. Who wouldn't desire the title of the chosen one? Now, you two should quickly tend to your wounds, and afterward, we shall have our bout. Without hesitation, both Su Wanner and Su Yun consumed a healing elixir and sat cross-legged to recuperate. Half an hour later, they were nearly restored to their former state. Su Hao smirked slightly. You two should face me together? Such audacity surprised the gathered crowd. Su Wanner responded coldly. I can handle this alone. With that, she stepped forward. A tremendous aura of dark energy enveloping the sky. In that moment, she was dead serious. Her figure suddenly appeared before Su Hao, and without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful punch. Confronted with Su Hao, she dared not underestimate him. She poured all her strength into this strike. Yet, Su Hao remained composed. And with a sudden stomp of his right foot, an immensely terrifying aura erupted from him. Boom. In an instant, Su Wanner's punch shattered, and she was sent flying. A mouthful of blood spewing from her lips mid-flight. The sacred realm. He truly had broken through to the sacred realm. Everyone was astonished. They had never anticipated that Su Hao would indeed ascend to such heights. A prodigy. Buzz. At that moment, a resounding sword cry echoed through the arena, followed by a formidable sword intent rushing towards Su Hao. Chapter 29, The Ancient Prodigy. With a hearty laugh, Su Hao twisted his wrist, and his spear shot forth like a bolt of lightning, radiating a brilliance that shattered all in its path. The moment the two forces collided, a terrifying wave of energy erupted, instantly spreading thousands of feet away. The onlookers were once again forced to retreat, their hearts filled with astonishment. Crack! The intent of the sword was obliterated. Su Yun was directly engulfed by the overwhelming might of the spear, subsequently hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He glanced at Su Hao before losing consciousness. Su Hao turned his gaze towards Su Wanner, chuckling, Is there any issue with my being the son of heaven? Su Wanner clenched her fists, remaining silent. A smirk appeared at the corners of Su Hao's mouth as he addressed the crowd. Is there a problem? The pressure he exuded was palpable. The onlookers hurriedly shook their heads, having witnessed Su Hao's ascension to sagehood. Who would dare oppose him? How dare you claim the title of Son of Heaven? A voice of disdain echoed through the air. All eyes turned towards the source, revealing a group approaching in the distance, led by a woman. Clad in flowing white garments, she emanated an aura of aloofness, her inky hair cascading down like a waterfall. Her exquisite beauty resembled that of a celestial being, inciting a sense of reverence among the spectators. Behind her trailed a group of young men and women, all of whom cast mocking glances at Su Hao. Both Su Hao and Su Wanner regarded them with heavy hearts. Such strength, especially the woman, whose presence exuded an unmistakable danger. Su Hao fixed his gaze upon her, his voice low. Who are you? We hail from the ancient era. The woman remained silent, allowing a young man behind her to respond. You are the prodigies of the ancient age. The crowd's pupils dilated in disbelief. Prodigies from the ancient era. It was said that some extraordinary talents from that time had chosen to seal themselves away, awaiting the opening of the path to divinity to ascend and become emperors. With the path to divinity soon to be unveiled, these ancient prodigies were gradually emerging. The young man chuckled. Oh, we didn't expect you to recognize us. Su Hao replied solemnly, What did you mean by that statement? What do you mean? The young man sneered. It means you are unworthy of being the son of heaven. Understand? Su Hao narrowed his eyes, coldly responding. And you think you are? The young man shook his head, laughing. We are not worthy either. He then pointed at the woman in white. Only Sister Suya is worthy of being the son of heaven. Curiosity swept through the crowd as they regarded Suya. To receive such praise from prodigies of the ancient era, she must be extraordinary. Su Hao looked at Suya, contemplating a duel. Suddenly, the youth interjected. You are not worthy to face Sister Suya. I will fight you. With that, he positioned himself opposite Su Hao. Su Hao stared at the young man, introducing himself. I am Su Hao. The young man replied. I am Su Nanqing. Su Hao nodded, then gripped his spear tightly, thrusting it forth with unparalleled ferocity and a commanding presence akin to a thunderous dragon. Before the spear reached its target, its might had already arrived. Su Nanqing smirked disdainfully. He retracted his right hand and then struck forward with a powerful punch. Boom! A terrifying wave of fist energy surged forth, shattering Su Hao's spear in an instant and sending him flying through the air. The essence of the fist. Instant annihilation. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of everyone present turned grave. Su Hao clutched his chest, blood gushing from his mouth, his chest was now caved in, his bones shattered within. Struggling to lift his head, he looked at Su Nanqing in disbelief and exclaimed, "The pinnacle of the 9th stage of the sacred realm. What?" A collective shock rippled through the crowd as they turned their gazes towards Su Nanqing. This Su Nanqing was actually at the zenith of the 9th stage of the sacred realm. What kind of monstrous talent is this? As if recalling something, many turned their eyes to Suya. If Su Nanqing was at the 9th stage of the sacred realm, then Suya must be even more formidable. Su Nanqing shook his head and said, "Look at you. You can't even defeat me, yet you aspire to be a divine son? I'm not afraid of losing face. So let me be honest, I am the weakest among this group." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Are the ancient prodigies truly this powerful? Su Hao remained silent, his expression despondent, clearly overwhelmed by the blow to his pride. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, several footsteps echoed, drawing everyone's attention. They saw Su Chen holding Yi Lingxi's hand, leisurely making his way toward the crowd. Standing at over 1.8 meters tall, clad in a slightly form-fitting white garment that accentuated his perfect physique, his handsome features were beyond reproach. How handsome, a woman instinctively remarked. In the next instant, all the women erupted in excitement, casting flirtatious glances at Su Chen, their bodies inexplicably growing restless with heat. Even Suya and Su Wanner raised their brows, taken aback by his striking appearance. Su Nanqing fixed his gaze on Su Chen and asked, "Who are you?" Others also looked on with curiosity, intrigued by Su Chen's identity. Su Chen cast a casual glance at him before shifting his gaze to the void above, calmly stating, "How can one become a divine son?" Upon hearing this, the brows of everyone furrowed in concern. Is he also here to compete for the title of divine son? Su Nanqing scoffed. Do you even have the right to contend for the title of divine son? Suddenly, a flash of sword light flickered. Su Nanqing let out a heart-wrenching scream, and the crowd was taken aback, quickly turning their attention to him, their hearts filled with dread. For they witnessed a copious amount of blood flowing from Su Nanqing's mouth, followed by an unidentified object falling from his lips. His tongue. Everyone gulped nervously, eyeing Su Chen with trepidation. This guy strikes without warning, not to be trifled with. Yet, it seemed that only Suya wore a serious expression, for he had just realized he had not seen how Su Chen had made his move. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying force erupted from Su Nanqing's body. He glared at Su Chen, his eyes bloodshot with rage, an overwhelming killing intent radiating from him. Su Hao stared at Su Nanqing, his fists clenched tightly. Is this his true strength? Stop. Just as Su Nanqing prepared to strike, a thunderous voice resounded, and an elder appeared in the arena. The elderly man, adorned in a gray robe, although his hair and beard were as white as snow, possessed a gaze that burned brightly, exuding vitality and an ethereal presence, embodying the essence of a transcendent being. He was Su Rong, the esteemed Grand Elder of the Su clan. The Grand Elder, except for Su Chen. All others bowed in deference. Su Rong nodded, his eyes fixed upon Su Nanqing, commanding him to apologize to the young Chen. His tone brooked no dissent. Young Chen, apologize? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the familiarity of the address. Moreover, the command for Su Nanqing to extend an apology to that young man only deepened their curiosity regarding Su Chen's true identity. It was hardly their fault for not recognizing him. After all, Su Chen had been absent for over a decade, and since his birth, he had seldom interacted with the clan, resulting in many being unfamiliar with him. How dare he? Su Nanqing bellowed in fury, clearly unwilling to acquiesce. Su Rong replied coldly, "There is no reason. Apologize this instant, or bear the consequences." Chapter 30. I do not wish to be a divine progeny. Su Nanqing gritted his teeth and declared, "I am clearly the victim here." Su Rong's gaze turned icy, and a palpable aura of menace enveloped him. Su Nanqing's heart raced in alarm. Was this man truly intent on taking his life? He cast a glance at Su Chen. Damn it! Who exactly is this person? Suppressing his inner fury and murderous intent, he fixed his stare on Su Chen and articulated each word with precision. I apologize. Had he genuinely offered an apology? The crowd was taken aback, expecting Su Nanqing to resist to the bitter end. Su Chen regarded Su Rong with an unperturbed demeanor, stating, "Go ahead and kill him. He harbors ill intent towards me." A gasp rippled through the assembly, disbelief etched on their faces. Had he truly lost his senses? To contemplate the murder of a clansman was unthinkable. Such an act constituted a grave offense. According to the laws of the Su clan, it warranted a life for a life. Furthermore, He had the audacity to command the Grand Elder to carry out the act. Insanity. Suya's expression mirrored that of the crowd. Even she would not dare to slay a clansman, for the repercussions were dire. She recalled a tale of a peer, whose talent rivaled her own, yet met his demise for slaying a kin. The image lingered vividly in her mind. No one could fathom that the Grand Elder would execute Su Nanqing at Su Chen's behest. With a derisive grin, Su Nanqing pointed at his own head and scoffed. "Are you out of your mind?" Just then, a colossal hand descended with unparalleled divine authority, striking towards Su Nanqing. Bang! Before he could even react, Su Nanqing was obliterated into a pulp. Silence. The atmosphere grew eerily still. All expressions froze, bewilderment enveloping the crowd. What just happened? Had the Grand Elder truly killed Su Nanqing for Su Chen's sake? A wave of astonishment washed over everyone, eyes widening in disbelief. Even Suya was momentarily taken aback, her gaze shifting to Su Chen, now laden with unprecedented gravity. Su Rong turned to Su Chen, a smile gracing his features. "Little Chen, when did you return?" Su Chen smiled faintly. "I just got back not long ago." Feigning irritation, Su Rong replied, "Why didn't you inform us old folks of your return? Have we grown estranged after so many years?" Su Chen chuckled. "Not at all. I was just about to seek you out." Su Rong nodded. "Very well. Next time you return, make sure to tell us at the earliest opportunity. Understood?" Su Chen affirmed, "Understood." As they listened to the exchange between the two, the members of the Su family were once again taken aback. Why did these two appear so intimately acquainted? Could he be the illegitimate son of the Grand Elder? At that moment, someone seemed to recognize Su Chen and exclaimed, "I know who he is. He is the son of the clan leader, Su Chen." "What? He is Su Chen?" A wave of astonishment coursed through the crowd, eyes now fixed on Su Chen, curiosity shimmering in their gazes. They had heard whispers since childhood about a tale from decades past, wherein the clan leader's wife bore a son amidst a flurry of ominous omens. Mists of purple energy enveloped countless miles. Numerous celestial figures bowed before him on one knee. This event had sent shockwaves through the entire immortal realm, prompting countless formidable factions to approach the Su family solely for the purpose of forging alliances. The entire Su family was filled with excitement, for they understood that henceforth, their clan would surely produce a formidable emperor who would reign supreme in the celestial realm. In that moment, a realization dawned upon everyone. They finally comprehended why the elder held such an attitude towards Su Chen. This was likely a future emperor. How could they not cherish him? Seeing the bewildered expressions on the faces around them, Suya and the others were filled with confusion. They had just awakened and were unaware of the prevailing rumors, leading them to question the collective astonishment. Su Rong chuckled. "At last, you've decided to dedicate yourself to cultivation?" With a resigned sigh, Su Chen replied, "What choice did I have when you and the elders placed me in such perilous circumstances?" Su Rong laughed heartily. "Who could blame you? You were always more inclined to play." Su Chen sighed again, feeling quite helpless. "What is your current realm?" Su Rong inquired. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen responded, "I suppose I am invincible among the younger generation." Upon hearing this, the demon lord behind him twitched his mouth, thinking it more fitting to say that the previous generation was invincible. Su Rong burst into laughter. "Huh? I knew once you committed to your training, you would leave your contemporaries in the dust." Su Chen smiled modestly. "I suppose so." Shaking his head with a smile, Su Rong turned to Su Chen and asked, "Do you aspire to become the divine offspring?" Su Chen nodded. "My father wishes for me to take on that role." "I thought so," Su Rong remarked. "You never seemed inclined to become the divine offspring before, despite our pleas." This revelation left everyone in shock. How could he have refused to be the divine offspring? Yet, seeing Su Rong's expression, they had no choice but to believe it. If anyone else had said such a thing, it would have been met with skepticism. But Su Rong, as the clan elder, could not possibly be speaking nonsense. Su Chen sighed. "Alas, I truly do not wish to be the divine offspring. But my father insists upon it." Everyone's eyes blazed with indignation upon hearing this. Can you believe it? He feels wronged by being made the divine offspring? Su Rong, equally speechless, shook his head with a smile, then turned his gaze towards the horizon, proclaiming, "From this day forth, Su Chen shall be the divine offspring of our Su clan." His voice resonated with immense authority, echoing throughout the celestial realm. Su clan, divine offspring? Countless beings in the celestial realm felt a sense of unfamiliarity with these words. Only the ancient powers, shrouded in taboo, understood their significance. In the Nangong clan, Nangong called out, "Bring someone to me." In the next moment, a figure appeared beside him, bowing respectfully. "Clan leader." Nangong instructed. Retrieve some treasures from the clan vault and deliver them to the Su clan. The figure nodded and promptly vanished. Nagong gazed into the void, murmuring, Su Chen? Has he truly committed to his cultivation? Not only the Nagong clan, but other forbidden powers also dispatched individuals to the Su clan. At this moment, Suya stepped forward, looking at Su Chen, and said, Divine offspring, I wish to spar with you. Clearly, she was not satisfied with Su Chen's elevation to the role of divine offspring. Why should he be chosen while she was not? However, she dared not question Su Rong's decision, so she resolved to spar with Su Chen. Su Rong observed Suya with keen interest, remaining silent. Su Chen turned his gaze towards Suya and calmly stated, Strike. Remember to unleash your most formidable attack, for I fear you may not have another opportunity. Suya's expression hardened, and she refrained from speaking. In the next moment, she swiftly formed hand seals, and a terrifying phantom materialized behind her. This apparition, expressionless and towering 1,000 feet, emanated an aura of enigmatic mystery. Suddenly, the phantom raised a hand and struck towards Su Chen. The moment it did so, the very fabric of space erupted, causing countless mountains to collapse in an instant. A cataclysmic force swiftly engulfed Su Chen. The Great Sage Realm. How formidable! The onlookers wore expressions of grave concern, for it was at this moment they comprehended the true terror of the woman before them. Truly, she was a prodigy of the ancient era. They glanced at Su Chen, uncertain if he possessed the strength to withstand such a force. Chapter 31. The fiancé Su Chen maintained an air of tranquility as he uttered a single word, annihilate. Crack. Bang. With the utterance of that word, the colossal palm, along with its ethereal shadow, was obliterated in an instant. The onlookers were rendered immobile, their breath stilled as if time itself had paused. In that moment, the world fell into an eerie silence. A single word. With merely a word, he had vanquished a grand sage, a being capable of traversing the celestial realm with impunity. Moreover, it appeared he had held back his true power. The mouths of the spectators gaped wide enough to accommodate 5 eggs, their faces etched with disbelief. At that moment, a young man, in a fit of impulsiveness, drew his sword towards a companion beside him. By heavens! The individual was taken aback, responding in anger. What in the world are you doing? The young man earnestly inquired, Does it hurt? Try it and see. The other responded with a curse, then raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap. Bang! The young man was sent sprawling, rising from the ground while clutching his swollen left cheek, trembling as he uttered, I'm not dreaming. At this instant, Suya's complexion turned ashen, collapsing to the ground, her eyes filled with dread. Just moments ago, she had sensed the chilling breath of death. It had been so close. She had nearly perished. Swallowing hard, she gazed at Su Chen. Was this not far beyond the norm? In that moment, it dawned upon everyone why Su Rong had been so indulgent towards Su Chen. If it were me, I would be equally devoted. Not only devoted, but I would gladly refer to him as my ancestor. With such formidable prowess at a young age, why would one not strive to befriend him? Su Rong, too, wore an expression of astonishment, accompanied by a heavy heart. He had just sensed danger emanating from that single word. Could this young lad's strength have surpassed my own? By heavens, where would that leave my dignity as an elder who has lived for countless years? Su Chen turned his gaze towards Suya, calmly asking, Are you convinced? Suya nodded in acquiescence. How could I dare to disagree? I nearly met my end just now. Su Chen nodded, directing his attention towards Su Rong. Uncle Rong, I am weary. I shall take my leave now. Please extend my regards to the other elders. Uncle Rong? Su Rong chuckled amiably. Certainly, no problem. Go and rest. Su Chen nodded, taking Leaf Lingxi's hand as they turned to depart, with the demon lord silently trailing behind. Soon, the trio arrived at a serene courtyard. The courtyard exuded a tranquil beauty, adorned with vibrant blossoms flanking the flagstone path, the air thick with a fragrant aroma. The surroundings were peaceful, with only the gentle whisper of the breeze, transporting one to a realm far removed from the clamor of the world. Su Chen preferred the simplicity of this courtyard over the ostentatious grandeur of palaces and towers. It was warm, tranquil, and provided a perfect spot to bask in the sunlight during idle moments. Bending down, Su Chen regarded Leaf Lingxi with a smile, saying, There are plenty of rooms here. Choose one. We shall reside here from now on. Leaf Lingxi obediently nodded, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the courtyard instead of immediately selecting a room. Su Chen stretched languidly before making his way to his chamber. As if recalling something, he turned to the demon lord and suggested, You should choose a room as well. With that, he entered his private quarters. Exhausted from recent exertions, all he desired was a good night's sleep. Time flowed swiftly like a river, and it had already been 7 months since Su Chen returned to the Su clan. On this day, he sat quietly in a rattan chair, engrossed in a book. Yi Lingxi had gone out to play, and the demon lord naturally accompanied her, leaving Su Chen alone in the courtyard. At that moment, a figure appeared before Su Chen. Kneeling on one knee and respectfully stating, "Divine Son, the clan leader requests your presence." Upon hearing this, Su Chen set aside his book, glanced at the messenger with mild indifference, and nodded, acknowledging the message. The individual nodded in return before vanishing from sight. Su Chen lifted his gaze to the sun. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing coolness as his silver hair fluttered lightly. Soon, Su Chen arrived at a grand hall where 3 individuals awaited him, Su Chen, along with a woman and an elderly man. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, particularly her captivating, water-like eyes that ensnared the heart. Her figure was alluring, evoking fantasies in those who beheld her. The elderly man, clad in a dark robe, possessed a piercing gaze that exuded an aura of formidable power. Noticing Su Chen's entrance, the woman's eyes widened in surprise, and a hint of a smile crept onto her lips as if recalling a thought. Calmly, Su Chen surveyed the woman and the elder before addressing Su Chen, who occupied the main seat. "Father, you summoned me. What is the matter?" Su Chen smiled slightly and gestured toward the woman, saying, "This is Ji Ningbing, the 3rd princess of the Great Xia Empire, and she is your betrothed." Taken aback, Su Chen inquired, "When did I acquire a fiancée?" Su Chen chuckled, "During your absence, your mother arranged this for you." Su Chen's lips twitched as he shook his head, replying, "I am not inclined to marry yet." Su Chen, still smiling, remarked, "This is not merely a matter of your inclination. It is your mother's arrangement. If you find it unacceptable, you may discuss it with her." He seemed to anticipate Su Chen's rejection. Su Chen fell silent and turned to Ji Ningbing, asking, "You would not wish to be wed to someone you do not like, would you?" Ji Ningbing grinned. "Initially, I did not wish for it, but having met you, my perspective has changed." Su Chen scrutinized Ji Ningbing, seeking her reasoning. "What reason do you have?" he pressed. "What woman could resist a man as handsome as you?" She replied with a smile. Su Chen remained silent, continuing to gaze at Ji Ningbing. The elderly man interjected, "Divine Son, the princess possesses the finest cultivation talent in our empire. She is worthy of you." Su Chen remained silent, truly disinterested in the prospect of marriage. Ji Ningbing sighed resignedly, "Being born into a royal family, I have no control over such unions." Su Chen stated, "As long as you do not desire it, I can persuade your father to annul this engagement." As long as Ji Ningbing was unwilling to marry him, he could find a way to explain it to his mother. Ji Ningbing smiled, "If you can become the divine son of the Su clan, you must be extraordinary. Moreover, with your striking appearance and noble background, I must admit I am quite taken." Su Chen remained silent. This was utterly vexing. Being excessively handsome can indeed be a flaw. Ji Ningbing chuckled softly, then turned her gaze towards the esteemed Su Chen. "Uncle Su, I am quite pleased with this union." In truth, her visit to the Su clan was primarily to assess the appearance of her betrothed. Had he been lacking in looks, she would have resolutely refused the marriage, even at the cost of her own life. Fortunately, Su Chen's visage was to her satisfaction. "This marriage shall not be rescinded." "Excellent, excellent." Su Chen erupted in laughter, repeating the word thrice. Ji Ningbing replied, "I shall return later. For now, I must take my leave." With that, she cast a flirtatious glance at Su Chen, adding, "My fiancé can feel free to seek me out for leisure at any time." Su Chen's lips twitched in response. Was there something amiss with this woman's mind? Ji Ningbing smiled as she gracefully exited the grand hall. Chapter 32. Why should I save you? At this moment, Su Chen chuckled. "You should just accept your fate." Ha ha ha. With a hearty laugh, he rose and exited the grand hall. Left behind, Su Chen bowed his head, lost in thought. "No." Su Chen lifted his gaze and murmured, "I must find mother and persuade her to annul this marriage." With that, he vanished from the hall. In the courtyard, Yi Lingxi had returned to the courtyard at some point, seated upon Su Chen's rattan chair, indulging in candied hawthorn. The demon lord stood faithfully behind her, as always. Just then, Su Chen pushed open the courtyard gate and strode in. "Brother!" Yi Lingxi exclaimed upon seeing Su Chen, quickly rising to meet him. With her palm outstretched, a string of candied hawthorn appeared in her hand as she offered it to Su Chen. "This is my last one for you." Su Chen smiled faintly, accepting the treat without hesitation. He then affectionately ruffled Yi Lingxi's hair, saying, "I have something to attend to. I need to step out for a bit." Yi Lingxi blinked. "Can I come with you?" Su Chen chuckled. "I'll return once I'm done." Though a hint of disappointment crossed her face, she obediently nodded. All right, Su Chen added. I'll also bring back some delicious treats from the celestial realm for you. Yilingxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had yet to taste the delicacies of the celestial realm. She dashed into Su Chen's embrace, nuzzling against him joyfully. Thank you, brother. Su Chen smiled, then turned to the demon lord. The demon lord promptly replied, young master. Su Chen instructed, take good care of her. The demon lord nodded affirmatively. I will. After bidding farewell to Yilingxi, Su Chen departed from the Su clan. 3 days later, Su Chen walked along a narrow path. Currently surrounded by a tranquil bamboo grove, the verdant bamboo leaves swayed gently in the breeze, producing a melodious sound. As twilight descended, the earth was enveloped in dusk, and the bamboo grove became shrouded in a hazy veil. Observing the dimming sky, Su Chen found a clearing, kindled a campfire, and sat cross-legged. He intended to rest for the night before continuing his journey, having refrained from using his cultivation to hasten his travel, relying solely on foot. Perhaps he felt that employing his powers for such a mundane task would be rather dull. In the deep of night, the bamboo grove was engulfed in darkness. Save for a flickering light, Su Chen sat quietly beside the campfire, where a spirit fish sizzled, its savory aroma wafting through the grove. Suddenly, a figure collapsed before him, a woman, slender and fair, her cheeks blooming like flowers, exuding an enchanting beauty. However, in that moment, she appeared quite disheveled, her clothing torn and her eyes wide with terror. Ha ha ha, fair maiden, you cannot escape. A burly man approached slowly from the distance, his bald head gleaming under the moonlight, a gruesome scar marring his face, and a large blade clutched in his hand, his gaze filled with lewd intent. Upon seeing the man, the woman's face drained of color. She swiftly turned to Su Chen, pleading, young master, save me. Su Chen regarded her calmly and replied, why should I save you? Upon hearing those words, the woman's complexion turned pale, and in the next moment, she exclaimed in fury, shouldn't you be the hero who saves the damsel in distress? Su Chen remained silent, his eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss. In the distance, the man cast a glance at Su Chen, feeling a sense of relief. From the moment he laid eyes on Su Chen, he sensed that the latter was no ordinary individual. If Su Chen were to intervene and rescue the woman, it would pose a significant dilemma for him. Fortunately, Su Chen did not take action. The man chuckled, my dear, be a good woman and become mine. No one can save you. Laughing heartily, he strode towards the woman. Terrified, she scrambled backward and gasped, do you know who I am? The man's steps did not falter as he laughed. What do I care who you are? Even if you hold a noble status in this desolate wilderness. If I were to kill you, no one would ever know. Initially, the woman intended to leverage her status to intimidate the man, but upon realizing its ineffectiveness, despair filled her heart. Just as she attempted to flee, it was too late. The man had already lunged at her. Please. No. The woman struggled relentlessly, desperately trying to escape, but it was futile. Overwhelmed by despair, she turned her gaze towards Su Chen, pleading, I beg you, save me. Su Chen observed calmly, saying nothing. Ah, I hate you. I loathe you. Seeing Su Chen's continued indifference, the woman reached the brink of despair, her eyes reflecting profound resentment as she glared at him. Strangely enough, she directed her curses not at the man, but at Su Chen. How dare you? Just then, a thunderous roar echoed, followed by the appearance of a middle-aged man. He was robust and dark-skinned, with an imposing stature and a square face, wielding a long spear that exuded an aura of terror. Upon witnessing the woman being humiliated, he erupted with rage, raising his hand to thrust the spear forward. The terrifying intent of the spear enveloped the man, who was filled with dread and hurriedly grabbed a large knife beside him, raising it defensively. Bang! The man let out a shriek as he was violently thrown back, the knife shattering in the process. His face contorted in fear, he did not hesitate to flee. Yet, the moment he turned to escape, the spear had already pierced through his skull. Thud! His lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The middle-aged man turned to face the woman, who was now curled up, her face ashen and trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, the woman's expression twisted into one of fury as she directed her gaze at Su Chen, venomously demanding, Cold Mountain, kill him, kill him. Cold Mountain frowned, casting a wary glance at Su Chen, feeling a weight of seriousness in his heart. Su Chen, at that moment, was leisurely enjoying roasted fish, and the more relaxed he appeared, the heavier Cold Mountain's heart became. The woman then shouted in anger, kill him. Why are you just standing there? Suddenly, a flash of light from a blade silenced her voice. Her eyes widened in confusion, and at that moment, her head fell from her body onto the ground. Cold Mountain, witnessing this scene, wore a grim expression. He refrained from acting, for he surmised that Su Chen's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Acting rashly would be an unwise choice. He fixed his gaze upon Su Chen and spoke in a low voice. She is the daughter of the sacred lord of the Xianin sacred land. Are you not concerned about the repercussions of taking her life? The Xianin sacred land, a formidable force in the realm of immortals. Su Chen cast a calm glance at Lung Shan and replied, "Are you able to contact your sacred lord?" Lung Shan was taken aback, confusion evident in his eyes as he pondered Su Chen's intent. "Yes," he responded. Su Chen nodded, urging him to relay the message that his daughter had been slain. What? Long Shan's expression was one of bewilderment. What did he mean? Was he truly so confident? Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Are you certain?" Su Chen affirmed with a nod. After a moment's hesitation, Lung Shan glanced at Su Chen and promptly retrieved a communication stone. Chapter 33. I like you. What happened? A voice emanated from the communication stone. Lung Shan spoke in a grave tone. The young lady has been murdered. What did you say? A furious roar echoed from the communication stone. Lung Shan continued, I was unable to defeat that person. I require assistance. Await my arrival. With that, the communication stone went silent. Half an hour later, a surge of formidable presences erupted, causing the very heavens to tremble with an overwhelming force, an awe-inspiring spectacle. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, his aura unfathomable, flanked by nearly 1,000 followers. This middle-aged man was none other than the Lord of the Xianin sacred land. Without uttering a word, the Lord of Xianin launched himself towards Su Chen, an aura of terror radiating from him. The thousands of formidable beings behind him swiftly drew their weapons. All advancing towards Su Chen, waves of dreadfully powerful auras shattered the very fabric of this realm within moments. Lung Shan fixed his gaze on Su Chen, eager to discern the extent of his abilities. Su Chen remained seated by the campfire, calmly observing the throng of powerful figures approaching. Kneel. Boom. Before the members of the Xianin sacred land could react, they felt as if a multitude of mountains bore down upon their backs, compelling them to kneel on the spot. In that moment, all present were rendered utterly dumbfounded. Just 2 words, merely 2 words, had brought them to their knees, devoid of any will to resist. Instantly, their expressions shifted to one of sheer terror. They realized that the Xianin sacred land had provoked a force they should never have trifled with. The Lord of Xianin turned pale as death, consumed by regret. It was over, completely finished. Had he known, he would never have come. His daughter was dead, and what could he do now? At this moment, the Lord of Xianin was filled with profound remorse. Lung Shan was equally bewildered, now kneeling as well. He had suspected Su Chen might have a powerful backing, but who would have thought that the backing was Su Chen himself? In disbelief, Su Chen gazed at the Lord of Xianin. The latter's hair stood on end. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, in an instant, his head was severed from his body, his face frozen in a mask of regret until the very end. How careless! The remaining members of the Xianin sacred land trembled uncontrollably. Their eyes filled with nothing but dread. The terror emanating from Su Chen left them in despair. At that moment, Su Chen turned his gaze to Lung Shan. Lung Shan stuttered, predecessor, spare my life. At this juncture, true fear gripped him. Su Chen was overwhelmingly powerful. He had no thoughts of escape. Su Chen regarded him calmly, inquiring, who are the trusted subordinates of the Lord of Xianin? Lung Shan was utterly perplexed. What did he mean? The trusted subordinates of the Lord of Xianin turned pale at his words. They understood. They were doomed. Though Lung Shan did not grasp Su Chen's intent, he trembled as he raised his hand, pointing to one individual. A bloodied head soared through the air. Su Chen looked at Lung Shan, urging him to continue. With a gulp, Lung Shan pointed to another person. Another head flew off. Thus, one by one, as Lung Shan indicated, each met their grim fate. In the arena, heads continuously soared into the air. Within a short span, a significant portion of the thousands of formidable warriors perished. At this moment, those who remained alive dared not even breathe, fearing that Cold Mountain's next gesture might signal their doom. Cold Mountain then turned to Su Chen, trembling as he spoke. There are none left. The surviving warriors immediately exhaled in relief, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. It was utterly terrifying. Su Chen regarded Cold Mountain and calmly declared, considering your considerable intellect, from this moment onward, you shall take charge of the mystic Yin sacred land and become its sovereign. Do you have any objections? Cold Mountain was momentarily taken aback, then elated. The joy arrived so unexpectedly. He hastily clasped his fists and respectfully replied, "I have no objections." Esteemed senior. Initially, he believed his fate was sealed, but he could scarcely fathom that Su Chen would spare him and even appoint him as the lord of the mystic sacred land. Incredible! Exhilarating! Su Chen nodded and then turned to the other warriors of the mystic sacred land. Do you have any objections? No objections. They chorused in unison. Objections? Dare to voice one, and you shall lose your head in an instant. Su Chen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He glanced at the sky, which was gradually brightening, and then turned to leave. As Su Chen prepared to depart, Cold Mountain quickly bowed and said, "I bid farewell to you, venerable senior." The other warriors of the mystic sacred land also bowed deeply, respectfully intoning, "We bid farewell to you, venerable senior." Only when Su Chen's figure had completely vanished did Cold Mountain straighten up. He turned to the warriors of the mystic sacred land and commanded, "Let us return to the sacred land and erect a statue in honor of our esteemed master." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from sight. At this moment, he was resolute in his determination to erect a statue for Su Chen. Not even the mightiest deity could halt him. The Yingtian Academy is established in the void, amidst numerous peaks adorned with countless pavilions. The scenery here is resplendent, with frequent manifestations of wonders. Thick with celestial aura and vibrant hues of 7 colors. On one of the peaks, a multitude of students from the academy have gathered. Their gaze is fixed upon a celestial staircase. This staircase, resembling a magnificent rainbow, stretches from the ground to the clouds, as if intricately linking the heavens and the earth. Upon the staircase, many disciples of the academy grit their teeth, veins bulging on their foreheads, struggling to ascend. This celestial staircase is truly not meant for the faint of heart. With each step taken, a heavy gravity bears down upon them, intensifying with each ascending step. Indeed, I have only managed to climb 1,000 steps. It is exceedingly difficult. Sigh. I cannot fathom how Yi Yuanlong managed to ascend to 8,999 steps. It is utterly outrageous. I heard that there is a mysterious legacy at the 10,000th step. I wonder if it is true. It should be true. The dean previously stated that there is a legacy atop. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to obtain this legacy. Alas, I suppose I have no hope. Beneath the staircase, the academy's disciples engaged in lively discussions, creating quite a bustling scene, and Su Chen was among them. He held a candied hawthorn skewer in his hand, watching the celestial staircase with keen interest. In his youth, he had heard tales of this heavenly ladder, a creation of a formidable being, intended to leave behind a legacy. It was said that anyone who could reach the summit would inherit this legacy. Yet, despite the passage of time, no one had succeeded in ascending to the top. At that moment, a woman approached Su Chen. Her skin was as pale as snow, her features exquisite and three-dimensional, her lips naturally crimson, and her eyes reminiscent of autumn waters. Merely standing there, she captivated the attention of countless men. As for the gaze of the women, it was all directed at Su Chen. It was Xia Qingyan. How fortunate to encounter Xia Qingyan today. She is indeed one of the 3 renowned beauties of the academy. Oh, what could she want with that man? The appearance of the woman instantly stirred a commotion among the students of the academy. Su Chen looked at Xia Qingyan and inquired, "Are you looking for me?" Xia Qingyan blinked and nodded. Su Chen was taken aback. He did not recognize this woman. "I like you." Chapter 34. To make a name for oneself, one must consider their background. Silence enveloped the surroundings, the expressions of all present frozen in disbelief. Su Chen's lips twitched in confusion. Did this woman have a screw loose? We are complete strangers, and yet she boldly proclaims her affection for me. He found himself questioning whether Xia Qingyan had been sent by his mother. Suddenly, a male disciple collapsed to his knees, utterly heartbroken, exclaiming, "My goddess, how could you possibly like him? How can we loyal admirers continue to live with this? I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept that my goddess would harbor feelings for him. Is he merely a fraction more handsome than I? Why would the goddess choose him? I refuse to accept this." Many male disciples wept bitterly, unwilling to accept that Xia Qingyan genuinely favored Su Chen. As the male disciples lamented, the female disciples shot furious glares at Xia Qingyan. How dare this vixen attempt to seduce my idol? She should take a good look in the mirror. Does she truly believe she deserves him? To declare her affection for someone she barely knows is utterly shameless. The female disciples seethed in silent outrage towards Xia Qingyan. The reason they confined their anger to their thoughts was due to Xia Qingyan's formidable background. Should they dare to voice their discontent, they would undoubtedly meet dire consequences. Noticing Su Chen's silence, Su Chen assumed he had not heard her clearly and reiterated, "I truly like you." Upon hearing this again, the male disciples' hearts ached even more, while the fury in the female disciples' eyes intensified, all of them glaring at the pair with gritted teeth. How could he possibly be worthy of her affection? At that moment, a voice filled with disdain echoed through the air, drawing everyone's attention. A young man approached from afar, his fair complexion and refined features exuding an air of nonchalance and arrogance. Someone recognized the young man, exclaiming in surprise, "Yi Yuanlong has arrived. Who would have thought he would show up? I've heard he seems to have a fondness for Su Chen. This is bound to be entertaining." The disciples of the academy smirked, their faces alight with anticipation. Su Chen furrowed her brow and coldly retorted, "I like him, and what business is it of yours?" Yi Yuanlong narrowed his eyes slightly, addressing the assembly. "Everyone in the academy knows I have affections for you. I have always considered you my woman, yet here you are, declaring your love for another in front of so many. What of my dignity?" His tone was undeniably domineering. Su Chen's gaze turned icy. "How brazen of you." Yi Yuanlong replied with a sneer, "Call it what you will, but I am here to inform you that you are my woman. If you choose to favor another man, the consequences shall be yours to bear." Su Chen laughed derisively. "Consequences? From you? Or from the Yi family?" Yi Yuanlong smirked. "Though my family may not compare to your Grand Xia Empire, with the support of the academy, we are formidable." Su Chen furrowed her brow. "On what grounds do you believe the academy will back you?" Yi Yuanlong erupted into laughter. "Originally, you would have learned of this tomorrow. But allow me to inform you now. Starting tomorrow, the academy's higher-ups will announce me as the academy's holy son." As soon as these words were uttered, a wave of astonishment swept over all the disciples, their faces reflecting disbelief. The academy's higher-ups have decided to appoint Yi Yuanlong as the holy son? Is this true or false? Judging by Yi Yuanlong's expression, it appears to be genuine. Su Chen felt a tightening in her heart. She had not anticipated that the academy would actually designate Yi Yuanlong as the holy son. "This complicates matters," she said in a grave tone. "Do you comprehend the consequences of deceit?" He was indeed not lying. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a purple robe approached, a venerable master of the academy. Song Jingshan. There are 10 such masters in the Academy of Destiny, each possessing profound knowledge, and their power is formidable, all having reached the Saint King realm. Moreover, it is rumored that within the Academy of Destiny exists a mysterious faction known as the Cabinet, whose members are even more fearsome than these masters. This is why the Academy of Destiny is regarded as one of the most formidable forces in the celestial realm. One disciple remarked. Even Master Song asserts that Yi Yuanlong is not lying. It seems to be true. All eyes turned towards Su Chen. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Su Chen's countenance darkened. She had not expected Yi Yuanlong to truly become the holy son of the academy. No wonder he was so arrogant. Yi Yuanlong, with a broad smile, turned to Su Chen and taunted, "What use is good looks? In this world, one's background is what truly matters. Do you understand?" Su Chen replied calmly, "Oh, your background is so powerful. I am terrified." At these words, the corners of the onlooker's mouths twitched slightly. Goodness! How could he maintain such a placid demeanor while claiming to be afraid? Simultaneously, curiosity about Su Chen's identity began to stir among them. They found it hard to believe that Su Chen lacked a background, yet even if he had one, could it surpass that of the academy? A flash of murderous intent crossed Yi Yuanlong's eyes, but it vanished almost immediately. He gazed at Su Chen and said with a smile, "I am not such a tyrannical person. Let us have a competition. We will measure how many steps we can climb on the heavenly staircase. If you surpass me, I will not pursue Su Chen, but should I climb more than you, you must kneel and call me father. Do you dare?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze shifted to Su Chen, their eyes revealing a hint of sympathy. Climbing the staircase could hardly allow one to surpass Yi Yuanlong. That would likely only happen in a dream. Clearly, they did not believe Su Chen could prevail against Yi Yuanlong. Su Chen regarded Yi Yuanlong and calmly asked, "Did you just harbor murderous intent toward me?" Yi Yuanlong was taken aback. How did this fellow notice? Although puzzled, he conceded, "Yes." Before he could finish, the sound of a sword ringing resonated, and Yi Yuanlong's expression froze as his head was severed in an instant. Gasps of shock filled the air as everyone widened their eyes, inhaling sharply. Goodness! He actually killed him. How dare he? Su Chen was equally stunned, unable to fathom how Su Chen could have slain Yi Yuanlong. At the same time, a new wave of confusion arose within her. How did he manage to eliminate Yi Yuanlong so swiftly? Even she could not have accomplished such a feat. Outrageous. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Jingshan let out an enraged shout, and the terrifying aura of the Saint King realm surged forth. In the next instant, his right hand reached out towards Su Chen. At that moment, a colossal hand materialized from the void, hurtling towards Su Chen with alarming speed. The onlookers turned pale, hastily distancing themselves from Su Chen. Xia Qingyan hesitated briefly before following suit, retreating from Su Chen's side. Having witnessed Su Chen's act of slaying the Academy's holy son, she dared not remain by his side. The repercussions from her own backing would prove troublesome should the Academy pursue the matter. As for her earlier claims of affection towards Su Chen, they were nothing more than mere fabrications. She had merely been captivated by his handsome appearance, seeking to tease him, never anticipating that events would escalate to such a perilous extent. With an impassive expression, Su Chen suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear directly in front of Song Jingshan. The latter's pupils constricted in alarm as he attempted to flee, but it was too late. Su Chen had already seized his throat, lifting him slowly into the air. Song Jingshan struggled to break free from Su Chen's grip, but to his horror, he discovered that his cultivation seemed to be sealed, rendering him utterly powerless. Chapter 35. What? He is the Dean's son. Before he could ponder the situation further, he gazed into the void and shouted angrily, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and save me." Crack. Suddenly, the surrounding space above fractured, and a terrifying aura surged forth from the void like a tidal wave. In the next moment, 9 figures swiftly surrounded Su Chen. One of them, fixated on Su Chen, coldly declared, "Release him, and we may spare your life." The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. This man is finished. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Su Chen burst into laughter, finding the situation rather amusing. Was it not intriguing to be threatened by his own faction? The crowd furrowed their brows, perplexed by his reaction. What does he mean? Has he lost his mind? Or is he simply stunned with fear? Su Chen surveyed the 9 individuals before him, then clenched his right hand with force. Bang! Song Jingshan's neck was instantly crushed. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in a state of incredulity. Did he truly dare to kill? Impressive. You're courting death. As the 9 regained their composure, fury erupted within them, a terrifying aura bursting forth from their beings as they prepared to strike. The entire world trembled as if a great earthquake had struck. Leaving hearts shaken, Su Chen remained tranquil. Looking up at the sky, he lamented, "Mother, if you do not come out, I shall find it quite difficult." Mother? At these words, the crowd frowned, failing to comprehend Su Chen's meaning. Haha, Mother just witnessed you effortlessly slay a Saint King, and thought you could handle them alone. Hence she did not intervene. At that moment, a gentle and melodious voice resonated. Upon hearing this voice, the 9 scholars seemed to realize something and abruptly halted their actions. Just then, a cataclysmic aura descended upon them, akin to mountains collapsing, causing the entire space to erupt with fervor. Boom. Except for Su Chen, everyone else was crushed to the ground by this overwhelming force. Stunned, they all exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" The heavens and the earth shattered, and then a woman emerged. She donned a gown adorned with golden threads, her beauty unparalleled, with brows like delicate moths and lips red as coral. Her elegant and noble demeanor captured everyone's gaze. The woman was none other than Su Chen's mother, Qin Dean. The Academy's disciples recognized Qin An's identity and gasped in astonishment. In that instant, everyone recalled Su Chen's earlier words. Mother? No way. Could that person truly be the Dean's child? Their eyes widened in shock, rendering them statuesque. They could hardly fathom that Su Chen's identity was so astonishing. Being the Dean's son, what background could possibly rival this? Oh my. In the distance, Xia Qingyan clenched her fists, a complex expression washing over her face. Regret flooding her heart. If only I had stood by his side just now. As this thought crossed her mind, she tightened her grip even further. Regret. She genuinely felt remorse. At that moment, the 9 scholars felt a surge of unease and fear. How astute they were. The moment Qin An's voice resonated, they instantly recognized Su Chen's true identity. Qin An regarded Su Chen with a gentle smile and said softly, "I never expected that within just over a decade, you could annihilate a Saint King. Indeed, you are my son." Upon hearing this, everyone felt as if struck by lightning. Frozen in place, though they had harbored doubts before, they now fully believed that Su Chen was indeed the child of their esteemed dean. Su Chen shrugged and remarked, "It's merely good fortune. The crowd collectively thought, what a ridiculous notion of luck. A Saint King. Can one simply defeat such a being through mere chance? Chen shook his head with a chuckle, addressing his son. He then cast a glance at the 9 scholars, who trembled and promptly knelt, stammering, Dean. Dean. Without uttering a word, Chen directed his gaze back to Su Chen and stated, you may handle them as you see fit. Once you've dealt with the matter, come find me. I wish to have a chat with you. Su Chen nodded in agreement, understood. Chen flashed a radiant smile before vanishing from sight. Su Chen turned his attention to the 9 scholars, who anxiously called out, young master. They trembled, their hearts filled with trepidation. Su Chen calmly proclaimed, you have 2 choices. First, end your own lives here, and I shall not hold your families accountable. Second, resist, and your entire clan shall be annihilated. At these words, the 9 scholars turned pale, devoid of color. The onlookers fell into silence, astonished by the ruthlessness of the dean's child. One of the scholars, unwilling to accept his fate, spoke gravely, young master, if we perish, who will educate the disciples of the academy? Su Chen cast a cold glance at him, remaining silent. In an instant, a flash of sword light pierced through the scholar's forehead, his eyes widening in shock before he drew his last breath. Gulping, the spectators were horrified by the sudden violence. They had not anticipated Su Chen would resort to such measures without provocation. How terrifying! Su Chen called out calmly, bring forth the next. With a thunderous sound, a figure from the academy's cabinet soared forward, halting before Su Chen, a venerable elder. Though hunched and wrinkled, the overwhelming aura emanating from him left those present gasping for air. The elder bowed respectfully, addressing Su Chen, young master. Su Chen replied flatly, the family behind him no longer needs to exist. The elder nodded and turned to leave. Wait, Su Chen called out. The elder paused and glanced back. Su Chen pointed to the corpse of Song Jingshan and stated, the family of that surname also ought to be eradicated. The elder nodded once more before vanishing from sight. At that moment, all around held their breath, minimizing their presence, fearful of invoking Su Chen's ire, which might lead to the destruction of their own families. There was no denying it, Su Chen's oppressive presence was overwhelming. Su Chen's gaze fell upon the remaining 8 scholars, yet he remained silent. The 8 scholars fell into silence, initially contemplating pleas for mercy. Yet upon witnessing the fate of their comrade before them, they sighed deeply in resignation. With newfound resolve, they ceased their futile words, raised their right hands, and forcefully struck their brows. In an instant, they extinguished their own souls. Ultimately, they chose the path of self-destruction. Observing this harrowing scene, a chill swept through the onlookers, who gazed at Su Chen with a mix of terror and profound respect. Quietly, Su Chen pondered aloud, should I also eradicate their families? Though his voice was barely a whisper, the gathered crowd caught his words, disbelief etched across their faces. Goodness, they have chosen death. Yet he remains unwilling to spare their kin. Is he a demon? At that moment, they resolved to steer clear of Su Chen in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen shook his head, deciding against further action. After all, they had devoted their efforts to teaching under his mother's auspices, and while they may not have earned accolades, they certainly had endured hardships. Chapter 36. The young master truly holds a grudge. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, for they had not anticipated such a statement to emerge from his lips. This individual possessed a semblance of conscience, albeit limited. At that moment, Su Chen furrowed his brow. Witnessing this, the hearts of all present rose to their throats, each wearing a grim expression. Big brother, what are you doing? Please, don't frighten us. Our hearts cannot bear it. Su Chen's gaze turned towards the distant corpses of Song Jingshan and Yi Yuanlong, and he murmured, I nearly forgot about these 2 fellows. Come here. As soon as he spoke, 2 formidable figures emerged from the inner sanctum, their terrifying aura rendering the crowd breathless. The pair knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing him. Young master. Su Chen fixed his gaze upon them, then gestured towards the bodies of Yi Yuanlong and Song Jingshan, stating calmly, I trust one need not elaborate. The 2 nodded in understanding. Without further ado, they vanished from sight. Witnessing this scene, the crowd broke out in a cold sweat, their faces pallid, gazing at Su Chen with a mixture of horror and disbelief. This young master truly bore a grudge. In their hearts, they resolved to return to their clans immediately, warning their kin not to provoke Su Chen under any circumstances. They were genuinely fearful that their clansmen might inadvertently offend him. Should Su Chen be displeased, he could decree the annihilation of their entire lineage. Where would they find solace in such a catastrophe? Take, for instance, the current plight of the Yi and Song clans. Their members had dared to provoke Su Chen, resulting in their utter extermination. No, they must return and convey this warning at once. Some individuals decisively slipped away from the crowd, hastily departing from the Yingtian Academy, racing back to their clans in a state of urgency. Su Chen's gaze shifted towards the disciples of the academy. Instantly, they trembled, a chill surging from the depths of their hearts. They stammered, "Why, young master?" Su Chen retracted his gaze and turned to the heavenly ladder, eager to discover the inheritance that lay above. Just as he was about to step forward, a voice halted him. Wait. Su Chen paused, his eyes locking onto Su Chen. As she beheld the deathly gaze of Su Chen, she felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, her body quaking uncontrollably, fear enveloping her heart like a shroud. Ultimately, unable to withstand the pressure, she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. She realized that all the troubles Su Chen encountered were, in fact, instigated by her. Should the forces behind her become aware of this incident, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions, perhaps even death, as an offering to appease Su Chen. Su Chen's face turned ashen, her heart consumed not only by terror, but also by boundless regret. Had she chosen to stand by Su Chen's side from the beginning, she would not only have avoided punishment, but would have even elevated her status. Yet, the world offers no remedy for regret. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, ultimately pooling upon the ground. How regretful! Ha 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 ha! Su Chen laughed maniacally, as though struck by an unbearable blow. The onlookers observed her derangement with naught but disdain in their eyes, devoid of any pity. Fool! The young master has found himself in trouble. Yet she does not stand by his side. Rather, she seeks to preserve her own interests. Is she not a fool? The male disciples of the academy are not naive. Their previous flattery towards Su Chen was solely rooted in her physique and lineage. Now that she has provoked Su Chen, if they were to continue their adulation, they would undoubtedly invite significant trouble. They are not foolish enough to court such peril. As for the female disciples, they have long harbored disdain for Su Chen. How could they possibly feel sympathy for her? If she were to perish, they might even applaud her demise. Su Chen averted his gaze, disregarding Su Chen, and approached the heavenly ladder. A male disciple inquired, "Is the young master intending to ascend the heavenly ladder?" Another replied, "It seems so, after all. He is the child of the academy's headmaster. I wonder if he can conquer all 10,000 steps." The first disciple remarked, "That seems unlikely. The 10,000 steps of the heavenly ladder are exceedingly challenging." Upon reaching the heavenly ladder, Su Chen took a step forward, and in that instant, a weight bore down upon him. A hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes as he smiled faintly. This weight posed no challenge to him whatsoever. He gazed upward towards the pinnacle and murmured, "I hope the summit can provide me with some pressure." With that, he began his ascent, and soon, feeling a lack of interest, he transitioned into a run. The spectators below were left in stunned silence. How could he ascend so effortlessly? Could it be that the heavenly ladder was faulty? Surely not. Incredible! Just then, Su Chen accelerated again, leaving the crowd in shock. One male disciple, deep in thought, approached the heavenly ladder and stepped forward. Instantly, he was met with a crushing weight. "What the? It's not broken?" he exclaimed. Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Fool! How could the heavenly ladder possibly be defective?" The disciple's expression soured as he questioned, "How could he climb so swiftly?" Another chimed in, "He is the headmaster's child. His innate talent and strength must be astonishing. Are you really going to compare yourself to him? Have you lost your senses?" A voice suddenly cried out, "Look! He has already reached 9,000 steps. What? So fast? Is he even human? This is absurd." The crowd quickly turned their attention, eyes wide with disbelief. At this moment, Su Chen stood at 9,999 steps, gazing at the final step with disappointment. "This is so uninteresting." Shaking his head, he stepped onto the last stair. Upon witnessing this, the crowd erupted in fervor. The young master is extraordinary. As expected of him, ascending the heavenly ladder is like child's play. I wonder what kind of inheritance awaits at the top. I can't wait to find out. Watching that figure, Su Chen clenched her teeth, her fists tightly balled. Suddenly, blood spewed from her mouth, and tears of blood streamed from her eyes. Regret. She was overwhelmed with remorse. At the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder, a stone table stood, upon which rested a sword alongside a scroll. Su Chen approached the stone table, his gaze fixed upon these two artifacts. Suddenly, the scroll quivered, and a terrifying aura of sword intent surged forth from within. With a thunderous roar, the entire realm was enveloped by this fearsome sword intent. Thousands of sword lights flickering as if capable of rending the very fabric of existence. It was utterly horrifying. What kind of inheritance has the young master acquired to evoke such dread? I sensed that if this sword intent were to be unleashed upon us, we would possess no capacity for resistance whatsoever. As we beheld this sword intent, a shiver ran through everyone present, and we inhaled sharply in astonishment. The sword intent was overwhelmingly fearsome. Upon the heavenly ladder, this sword intent materialized into a figure, a middle-aged man clad in a pristine white robe representative of the sword path. A fearless aura radiated from his brow, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of slicing through all illusion. Chapter 37. The Worthless Legacy. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze upon Su Chen, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes as he smiled and greeted, "Hello." Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened, and he hastily inquired, "Do you not desire the legacy?" Su Chen paused momentarily, turning his head to respond calmly, "Shall I speak the truth?" The man was taken aback and instinctively nodded. Su Chen replied indifferently, "A worthless legacy. What purpose does it serve?" The middle-aged man stood frozen in disbelief. "Do you truly comprehend what you are saying?" Su Chen, with his hands clasped behind his back and an expression of serenity, remained silent. The man's lips twitched. This was not at all how he had envisioned the encounter. Wasn't he supposed to be the one pleading for the legacy? What on earth was happening? Confounded by Su Chen's demeanor, the middle-aged man hesitantly asked, "You genuinely do not want this legacy?" Su Chen offered no reply and prepared to turn away once more. "Wait, please do not leave." The middle-aged man suddenly grew anxious. After such a long wait for an individual, he could not simply let Su Chen depart. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" The middle-aged man felt a sense of exasperation. "Good sir, I merely emerged to display my prowess. Could you not grant me a modicum of respect?" He was truly at his wit's end. With a cheerful facade, the middle-aged man asked, "Could you enlighten me as to why you disdain my legacy?" Su Chen, maintaining his calm demeanor, slowly raised his hand, his fingers converging. In the next moment, he waved them gently. At that instant, an overwhelming sword intent surged forth from his fingers. The moment this terrifying sword intent manifested, the middle-aged man's own sword intent shattered instantaneously. As the formidable aura spread throughout the realm, extinguishing all in its wake, all present in the academy fell to their knees, faces pale with fear, a sense of dread enveloping their hearts. It was utterly horrifying. This sword intent was 100-fold, 1,000-fold more terrifying than the previous one. Then, as swiftly as it had arrived, the sword intent dissipated, restoring tranquility as if nothing had occurred. A collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd. Though the sword intent had vanished, their legs trembled uncontrollably. Some wondered, what kind of terrifying existence could emanate such dreadful sword intent? What transpired upon the ladder? The minds of all were in turmoil, repeatedly replaying the earlier scene. On the ladder, the middle-aged man had remained silent since witnessing Su Chen's sword intent. Although he appeared calm outwardly, his heart had long been gripped by terror. This sword intent was unfathomably fearsome. Was this something a mere mortal could possess? Surely, it must be beyond the limits of human capability. The middle-aged man scrutinized Su Chen, deep apprehension and reverence reflected in his eyes. A true powerhouse deserved his respect. In that moment, he finally understood why Su Chen dismissed his legacy. It was indeed beneath his regard. He too scorned such a worthless legacy. Su Chen regarded the middle-aged man with composure and inquired, "Do you now comprehend?" The man nodded, acknowledging, "I, as a junior, understand." With a subtle upward curl of his lips, Su Chen shook his head and turned to depart. "Wait," the middle-aged man suddenly called out to him. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. The man was startled, acutely aware of Su Chen's impatience, and hastily implored, "May I request a favor from you?" Su Chen replied coolly, "No." With that, he continued on his way. The man's expression turned bitter as he sighed inwardly, lamenting, "It is rare to find someone who has reached the pinnacle, yet who would have known that such a formidable figure would arrive?" He gazed skyward, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Heavens, are you toying with me?" The heavenly Tao, in that moment, felt an urge to retort, "What does this have to do with me? One after another, you all come to blame me for your woes. If I could intervene freely, I would be tempted to smite you." With hands clasped behind his back, Su Chen descended the heavenly ladder, drawing the attention of all present, their eyes brimming with curiosity. They were eager to discover what heritage he had acquired. Su Chen offered a faint smile to the crowd, rendering the male disciples utterly speechless. Goodness. He smiled. He actually smiled. Meanwhile, the female disciples appeared bashful, their legs fidgeting as they gazed at Su Chen, yearning to leap into his embrace. Su Chen remarked, I did not claim the legacy above. You still have hope. The crowd froze in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. He didn't take it. Has he lost his mind? Clearly. They found it hard to believe that Su Chen would forego such a terrifying inheritance. Who could resist its allure? Someone inquired, why did the young master not take it? Su Chen replied, it was utterly worthless to me. The crowd's faces stiffened. Worthless? Are you joking? One among them exclaimed. Did you not just feel the overwhelming sword intent? With a reassuring smile, Su Chen said, fear not. My mother is your dean. How could I possibly deceive you? At this, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, he was the child of the dean. How could he mislead them? To do so would tarnish not only his reputation but also that of the dean. At this moment, they began to trust that Su Chen truly did not take the legacy, yet they remained puzzled as to why he had deemed it unworthy. Could it be that he genuinely found it lacking? Su Chen encouraged them, do your best. And with that, he vanished from their sight. As Su Chen disappeared, several disciples of the academy contemplated briefly before they began to ascend the heavenly ladder. The allure of that legacy was simply too enticing. Meanwhile, Su Chen bit her lip. Lost in thought. After a while, she slowly rose and departed. She understood that her life had irrevocably changed. In a person's journey, one encounters numerous choices. Choosing wisely can lead to fortune, but a wrong choice can lead to irrevocable ruin. Su Chen arrived at a grand hall, where Chen sat in the main seat, her gaze fixed upon him. With a smile, she inquired, was that sword intent you just emitted? What transpired on the heavenly ladder could not escape her notice. Su Chen, feeling quite embarrassed, nodded in acknowledgement. He had not anticipated that his mother would discover this. How could he possibly explain it? Chen, perceptive of Su Chen's inner turmoil, chuckled softly, fear not. You have your own secrets, and I shall not pry. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, simultaneously relieved. Thank you, mother. Chen smiled gently. Why must you thank me, my child? Su Chen scratched his head in apology. I was wrong. Chen shook her head with a smile and beckoned. Come here. Su Chen obliged and settled beside Chen. She reached out tenderly to tousle his hair. You've grown. Now, tell me, what have you experienced over the years? For the next while, Su Chen recounted his experiences, while Chen listened intently. He refrained from discussing the intricacies of his cultivation, as it was difficult to articulate. Chen, aware of his reluctance, chose not to inquire further. They conversed for a considerable time until dusk began to fall, at which point Su Chen concluded his tale. A smile graced Chen's face. Remember to bring your sister to visit me one day. Chapter 38. Then I shall make you the emperor. Su Chen nodded and smiled. Very well. Subsequently, he exhibited an air of hesitation. Chen noticed this and smiled. You must have come to see me for a reason, right? Su Chen awkwardly nodded in agreement. Chen encouraged, speak your mind. After a moment of deliberation, Su Chen inquired, Mother, have you arranged a marriage for me? Chen was taken aback for a moment, then quickly grasped the situation and chuckled. Are you wishing to break off the engagement? Su Chen nodded silently. Chen sighed in exasperation. You are not a child anymore. It is time for you to wed. Su Chen protested, but I am not ready for marriage. Chen shook her head, resigned. Do as you wish. A spark of joy ignited within Su Chen. Mother, does this mean you consent to my wish to withdraw from the engagement? Chen rolled her eyes. What other choice is there? If you do not wish to marry, can I force you? Su Chen laughed heartily. You are truly wonderful, mother. Chen retorted with a shake of her head. I am not wonderful. I simply wish to hold my grandchildren. Su Chen's expression stiffened momentarily before he solemnly replied. I promise, if I encounter a woman who captivates my heart, I shall marry her without delay. Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Chen's face. It is good that you think this way. She continued, the decision to break off the engagement is yours. Thus, you must speak to the emperor of the great Xia Empire. Su Chen smiled faintly. As long as you agree, I am certain the emperor will as well. Chen chuckled. All right. For now, stay here with me for a few days. We shall discuss everything else later. Su Chen nodded, understood. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. On this day, after bidding farewell to Chen, Su Chen set forth towards the great Xia Empire. After 4 days of travel, he finally arrived at the capital of the great Xia Empire. The bustling capital, with its vibrant scenes, dazzled the eyes. The streets and alleys were alive with the sounds of commerce, and the lively banter of vendors filled the air. Scholars in the taverns composed poetry, reveling in the joy of the moment. Seated on the second floor of a tavern, Su Chen savored fine wine while gazing out at the scenery, lost in thought. Not far from him, a group of young maidens blushed, their eyes fixated on Su Chen. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the staircase, accompanied by a faint, enchanting fragrance. Turning towards the sound, a woman gracefully ascended to the second floor. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her slender legs stirred a sense of restlessness within. The patrons on the second floor were captivated, yet not a single one dared to approach, for they knew she was no ordinary woman, beyond their reach. The woman approached Su Chen, a smile gradually gracing her face, and naturally took a seat across from him. With a playful tone, she remarked, "What's the matter? Have you missed me after a few days apart?" Then, with a hint of melancholy in her voice, she added, "You arrive and do not even inform me? Do you still consider me your fiancée?" Su Chen cast a fleeting glance at Ji Ningbing and asked, "Can you guess the purpose of my visit?" Ji Ningbing blinked and responded, "Aren't you here to see me?" A faint smile graced Su Chen's lips as he retorted, "See you? You are overthinking it. I have come to annul our engagement." Ji Ningbing's smile faltered, and after a prolonged silence, she whispered, "Did your mother consent?" Su Chen savored a sip of wine and nodded without uttering a word. Ji Ningbing fell into silence, previously believing Su Chen had sought her out intentionally. A trace of bitterness unexpectedly welled up within her heart. She gazed at Su Chen and asked, "Am I unworthy to be your wife?" Su Chen shook his head, set down his wine glass, and replied, "It is not that." Ji Ningbing pressed, "Then why?" Su Chen answered, "What else could it be? Surely, it is because I have not yet had my fill of enjoyment." His words were blunt, leaving Ji Ningbing momentarily taken aback. Su Chen continued, "Moreover, we have only met a few times. I harbor no feelings for you. I see you like this. You wouldn't have developed feelings for me, would you?" Ji Ningbing remained silent for a moment before responding, "My father has learned of your actions at Ingtian Academy. The Xia clan has already been ordered by my father to be exterminated." She did not address Su Chen's query. Su Chen maintained a calm demeanor, thinking, "What does it matter to me?" Ji Ningbing fixed her gaze on him and said, "They have recognized your talent and background. Do you comprehend what that implies?" Su Chen took another sip of his drink, remaining silent. Ji Ningbing elaborated, "It means they will never agree to your annulment. Your talent and background are too formidable. They are wary, and simultaneously, they are relieved that they initially arranged our union. They will absolutely refuse your request to break the engagement." Su Chen smiled slightly and looked at Ji Ningbing. "Do you know why I have made a special trip to annul our engagement?" Ji Ningbing furrowed her brow in confusion, asking, "What do you mean?" Su Chen explained, "I am annulling our engagement merely to honor my mother. Do you think this is for the sake of your great Xia Empire? If I were to inform your father of the annulment, would he dare to disagree? If he does, I wouldn't hesitate to suggest that your empire find a new emperor." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ji Ningbing lapsed into silence. Indeed, how could the great Xia Empire dare oppose the annulment? Although Su Chen's words were audacious, he possessed the audacity to back them up. With the formidable backgrounds of the Su clan, Ingtian Academy, and the Qin clan, what grounds did the great Xia Empire have to refuse? If Su Chen were truly angered, she could scarcely fathom the dire consequences. Reflecting on this, Ji Ningbing looked at Su Chen and pleaded, "If my father and the others refused to consent, could you merely suppress them without taking their lives?" She understood that her father would undoubtedly oppose Su Chen's annulment, and thus she was fearful. Terrified of provoking Su Chen and leading the entire Great Xia to irrevocable ruin, Su Chen remained silent, instead indulging in some pastries. Observing this, unease crept across Ji Ningbing's face, her heart racing, her entire body tense. Suddenly, Su Chen smiled and asked, "Why are you so anxious?" Ji Ningbing replied, "Why do you think I am anxious?" She felt a wave of exasperation within her. At this moment, Su Chen spoke, "Rest assured, I shall not bring ruin upon your great Xia Empire. Should your father prove unreasonable, I shall allow you to ascend as the sovereign of Great Xia." Upon hearing the first half of Su Chen's words, Ji Ningbing felt a sense of relief. However, when she caught the latter part, her heart once again plummeted. After a moment of hesitation, she began, "My father." Yet before she could finish her thought, Su Chen interjected, "If you continue this way, I may not show you any mercy." His tone carried a chill. Sensing the coldness enveloping her, Ji Ningbing sighed inwardly and chose to remain silent. She realized that she had indeed overstepped her bounds. Another sigh escaped her. "Father, I have done my utmost. If you choose to court disaster, I shall have no choice but to ascend the throne with tears in my eyes. Chapter 39. Exceeding Limits. As Su Chen and Ji Ningbing walked down the street, passers-by continually cast glances at the pair. A woman remarked, "They truly make a perfect match." Upon hearing this, Ji Ningbing's cheeks flushed, and she discreetly glanced at Su Chen, only to find him wearing a calm expression, which inexplicably left her feeling somewhat despondent. The two soon ventured deep into the palace, their path unobstructed. For who would dare impede the third princess? Before long, they arrived at a grand hall, spacious and filled with officials clad in ceremonial attire. Their curious gazes fixated on Su Chen, eyes glimmering with intrigue, pondering his presence. At the highest point of the hall sat a middle-aged man upon a dragon throne, adorned in a dragon robe and an imperial crown. Though he had reached middle age, his features remained striking. This man was none other than Ji Yunzhou, the emperor of the Great Xia Empire. Ji Yunzhou looked at Su Chen and smiled. "You must be Su Chen." Su Chen nodded in silence. Ji Yunzhou smiled slightly. "Indeed. You possess an extraordinary demeanor at such a young age." After a moment of admiration, he inquired, "What brings you to me?" Su Chen replied calmly, "I wish to annul our engagement." His words were direct, devoid of any circumlocution. At this declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, punctuated only by faint breaths. The expressions of those present turned grim as they furrowed their brows but remained silent, directing their gaze toward Ji Yunzhou. Ji Yunzhou fixed his gaze on Su Chen, his voice low. "Why?" Su Chen answered indifferently, "I merely came to inform you." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Outrage. Seeing Su Chen show him such disrespect, Ji Yunzhou's fury erupted. An overwhelming aura of imperial might surged from him, and he reached out with a commanding gesture. Boom. A phantom dragon claw materialized above Su Chen's head, instantly locking him in a terrifying grip of dragon energy. At that moment, the claw lunged menacingly towards him. Ji Ningbing's expression shifted dramatically. This is it. Father is truly courting disaster. The assembly within the hall was equally astonished. Su Chen halted, gazing at the advancing dragon claw with unwavering calm, though the temperature around him plummeted. He raised his right hand, and, with a flick bang, a resounding explosion reverberated through the hall, shaking the very heavens, as the dragon claw and its oppressive force disintegrated. In that instant, a dreadfully potent aura of gun intent spread through the atmosphere. The next moment, all eyes were transfixed as a violet long spear sliced through the sky, transforming into a thunderous dragon and charging towards Su Chen. With his hands clasped behind his back, the wind whipped around him, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was above the thunder dragon, his expression unchanging as he delivered a powerful punch. Boom. A cataclysmic shockwave erupted, causing the entire hall to collapse. As those present staggered backward, their faces etched with disbelief at Su Chen's might. This young man is truly formidable. With but a single punch, he shattered that overwhelming attack. At that moment, a middle-aged man stood beside Ji Yunzhou, the very gun he had just thrown at Su Chen. He was Ji Yunzhou's personal bodyguard, Zhou Wei. Both Ji Yunzhou and Zhou Wei wore expressions of unprecedented gravity, for they realized they had underestimated the capabilities of this young man. In an instant, Ji Yunzhou, filled with rage, suddenly became aware of Su Chen's true identity, and his countenance darkened. Having been an emperor for so long, he had grown accustomed to the respect of others. Thus, Su Chen's audacious demeanor infuriated him. With clarity returning, a wave of regret surged within him. How impulsive! Yet, as the emperor of the Great Xia, he could never bring himself to apologize to Su Chen. He fixed his gaze on Su Chen and spoke sternly, "Young man, you are exceedingly arrogant." Su Chen remained silent, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm as still waters. Observing this, Ji Yunzhou's face grew grim. He realized this matter could not be resolved amicably. Suddenly, his eyes turned icy as he commanded, "Kill him." Without hesitation, Zhou Wei summoned a long spear into his grasp. In that instant, a terrifying aura of spear intent surged from within him, filling the entire expanse with palpable pressure. At the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the sacred king realm, in the next moment, a formidable spear intent illuminated the surroundings as Zhou Wei materialized before Su Chen. With a swift thrust, he unleashed a spear strike that tore through everything. All eyes were fixed on Su Chen, disbelief evident as they doubted his ability to withstand such an assault. Ji Ning, clutching her dress tightly, revealed her concern. She did not wish for any harm to befall Su Chen. Su Chen, however, remained composed, exuding an aura of tranquility regardless of the circumstances. Slowly, He raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Bang! A thunderous explosion resonated, unleashing waves akin to a tsunami that swept across the heavens and earth. A dreadful shockwave seemingly capable of devouring all. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Wei's spear disintegrated into ashes upon contact with Su Chen, who had seized Zhou Wei by the throat. At that instant, the onlookers were struck as if by 5 thundering bolts, frozen in place. One hand, merely a single hand, had subdued a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Sacred King realm. How could this be possible? Absurd. All present wore expressions of disbelief, their eyes betraying a profound sense of dread. Terrifying. In their hearts, Su Chen had become a figure of dread. Just then, a dragon's roar echoed from the sky, and in the next moment, a terrifying dragon's might erupted from Ji Yunzhou's body. Threads of national fortune began to converge, and in an instant, a colossal dragon, born from this national fortune, floated in the void. The dragon obscured the sky, casting the entire realm into darkness. The dragon fixed its gaze on Su Chen, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Suddenly, it opened its maw, unleashing a deep crimson dragon breath that surged forth, causing the world to fall silent. Bang! Su Chen crushed Zhou Wei's throat, and then turned his attention to the oncoming dragon breath. Annihilate, with a single word. The terrifying dragon breath was instantly obliterated. The crowd appeared utterly bewildered, and in that moment of astonishment, another word fell. Disperse. With that utterance, the colossal dragon in the void suddenly became ethereal, and then strands of national fortune erupted from the dragon's body, dissipating into the heavens and the earth. The dragon, seemingly reluctant, let out a roar before vanishing completely. At that instant, every breath was held, expressions turned rigid, and legs trembled uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by fear, they could no longer maintain their stance and collapsed to the ground. They gazed at Su Chen, their eyes brimming with terror. What manner of existence was this? Was he even human? With just 2 words, he had caused the dragon, a manifestation of the entire Great Xia Empire's might, to dissolve on its own. Was this not somewhat excessive? Chapter 40, Kneel. In that very moment, a sudden realization swept over everyone, intensifying the terror etched on their faces. How young is Su Chen, yet possesses such formidable power? If he continues to grow for another century or so, who in the immortal realm could possibly rival him? A prodigy, a terror. Jiningbing gazed intently at Su Chen, feeling a mixture of relief and anxiety. Her concern for Su Chen had diminished, replaced by an overwhelming dread for the entire Xia Empire. She genuinely feared that Su Chen might obliterate the empire outright. At this moment, Ji Yunzhou's expression darkened considerably, fear blossoming within him as he never anticipated Su Chen to be so terrifying. Regret surged through him. He regretted having acted against Su Chen. Was it not better to have simply agreed to the annulment of their engagement? Ji Yunzhou's face contorted with despair as he fixed his gaze upon Su Chen. His voice grave. I agree to the annulment. Shall we conclude this matter here? He was genuinely frightened. If he did not show humility now, he might truly meet his demise. Su Chen remained silent, his hands clasped behind his back as he strode toward Ji Yunzhou. He emitted no discernible aura. Yet all present felt an intangible sense of oppression, causing those of lesser strength to tremble involuntarily. As Su Chen approached, Ji Yunzhou clenched his hands tightly beneath his sleeves, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He understood he was no match for Su Chen. As Su Chen drew nearer, he suddenly lifted his head and shouted into the void, "Father, save me." Boom. As his voice echoed, an imperial might, only a half-emperor could wield, surged forth from the heavens, and an elder emerged from the void. The elder's countenance radiated authority, cloaked in regal presence, and the moment he appeared, the world fell into silence. The Supreme Emperor Ji Wuming. Hadn't he, the Supreme Emperor, perished centuries ago? How could he suddenly reappear? The crowd gazed at Ji Wuming with solemn expressions, confusion evident in their eyes. Centuries prior, Ji Wuming had abruptly passed away, and all believed him to be dead. However, the sight of Ji Wuming now left them bewildered. One individual exclaimed in astonishment, "Did you not notice? The Supreme Emperor exudes imperial might. That is a power only a half-emperor can manifest." The Supreme Emperor had actually broken through to the half-emperor realm. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of excitement. The half-emperor realm. That was the pinnacle of existence in the entire immortal realm. With a half-emperor now emerging from the Xia Empire, who would dare provoke them? They turned their gazes towards Su Chen, swallowing hard. Could this young man possibly contend with a half-emperor? Could he be so remarkably extraordinary? Ji Wuming glanced at Ji Yunzhou, his voice cold. Waste. Ji Yunzhou lowered his head, Unable to retort, the events that transpired were indeed his fault. Ji Wuming then turned his attention to Su Chen, stating, "Might I ask you to spare my unworthy child?" Everyone was taken aback, initially expecting Ji Wuming to strike down Su Chen, yet he refrained from taking action. Was this a sign of weakness? Su Chen came to a halt, hands clasped behind his back, and looked up at Ji Wuming with a calm demeanor. "Give you face? What are you to warrant my respect?" The audacity of the young man astonished everyone present. As Ji Wuming heard Su Chen's words, his eyes narrowed slightly, a terrifying imperial aura emanating from within him. In a cold tone, he declared, "Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish." With that, he stepped forward and unleashed a mighty punch. Boom! The force of the punch was overwhelming. The very fabric of space seemed to shatter. And the formidable strike was imbued with unparalleled imperial might, leaving all present feeling as insignificant as ants. In response, Su Chen also threw a punch, unleashing an even more terrifying force from within. Bang! The radiance of his punch illuminated the surroundings. Two streams of dreadful power surged outward, stirring a tempest that raised colossal waves. At that moment, Ji Wuming was hurled backwards, his body beginning to crack as though it might explode at any moment. A surge of deathly peril gripped him, and his expression twisted into one of rage. Swiftly, he began to form seals with his hands. In the next instant, an exceedingly terrifying imperial aura burst forth from his being, and simultaneously, his physical form disintegrated, leaving only his spirit suspended in the void. His face was a mask of despair. Had he not employed a supreme secret technique to safeguard his soul, he would have perished at that very moment. Simultaneously, he was engulfed in shock, unable to fathom how Su Chen could possess such terrifying power. He was a half-emperor, yet he could not withstand a single punch from a mere youth. Fixating on Su Chen, his demeanor grew grave. A prodigy. This was the first time in his long life that he had encountered such an extraordinary talent, without exception. In the arena, everyone was left in a state of disbelief when Ji Wuming's body shattered. What had they just witnessed? A half-emperor defeated, and by a young man, no less. Shock barely encapsulated the tumult of emotions within them. Ji Yunzhou was stupefied. He never expected Su Chen to annihilate a half-emperor in an instant. Regret. He was filled with an unprecedented sense of remorse, wishing he could slap himself awake. Ji Wuming took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest within. He gazed intently at Su Chen, conceding, "You truly astonish me, but mere astonishment is all it is. Come forth." With those words, the surrounding space fractured violently, and a cataclysmic aura surged forth. In the next moment, 7 figures materialized, their terrifying imperial might radiating outward. They were all half-emperor-level warriors, one having reached the 6th tier of half-emperor, extremely formidable. These individuals were the emperors of the Great Xia Empire throughout the ages. They had not perished. Everyone stared in disbelief at the 7 figures, their eyes wide with incredulity. Ji Yunzhou, looking at the 7, suddenly burst into a sinister grin. This, indeed, was the foundation of the Great Xia Empire? His empire feared no one. He suddenly turned to Su Chen, his expression twisted with malice, and declared, "Let us see if you can continue your arrogance this time." Gazing at the 7 individuals, a flicker of impatience crossed Su Chen's eyes, and he slowly uttered a single word, "Kneel." Boom. As the word resonated, an overwhelming force surged through the heavens and the earth, instantly bringing all present to their knees. Even the semi-emperors found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Silence reigned. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the whisper of the wind. Everyone in the arena, including the semi-emperors, felt as though they were caught in a surreal dream, questioning the very fabric of reality. They knelt. They had truly knelt. Even the formidable semi-emperors were brought low. There stood 7 semi-emperors. My goodness. They turned abruptly towards Su Chen, their bodies trembling, faces pale, and the terror in their eyes palpable, almost tangible. Chapter 41. She becomes the emperor. Do you have any objections? Ji Wuming and the 7 semi-emperors were rendered speechless, their gazes fixed on Su Chen, devoid of any gravity, only filled with profound terror. What manner of creature was this? Was he even human? With a single word, he had subdued them. Absurd. At this moment, Su Chen appeared to them as an emperor, terrifying beyond measure. What in the world was this generation's emperor of the Great Xia? How could he have provoked such a fearsome existence? Damn it. The heavens seem intent on the downfall of the Great Xia. Ji Wuming and the 7 emperors were inwardly cursing Ji Yunzhou. Meanwhile, Ji Yunzhou had lost all color from his face, collapsing to the ground, his mind in disarray, trembling uncontrollably. He could hardly fathom that Su Chen was so extraordinarily formidable. Suddenly, he erupted into mad laughter, exclaiming, "I am a fool, the greatest fool of the celestial realm." At this moment, his thoughts became chaotic, his words slurred, and he appeared somewhat deranged, as if he had suffered a severe blow. Then, Su Chen turned his gaze toward Ji Yunzhou, slowly raising his right hand, and a mysterious power surged forth from him. In the next instant, this enigmatic force enveloped Ji Yunzhou entirely. The onlookers watched in confusion, unable to comprehend Su Chen's intentions. At that moment, Ji Yunzhou let out a horrific scream, and then streams of national fortune began to separate from his body. Witnessing this, Ji Wuming and the 7 semi-emperor's pupils constricted sharply, as if they had come to understand Su Chen's purpose. A quarter of an hour passed, and Ji Yunzhou had succumbed to unconsciousness. In the void, a magnificent golden dragon floated. This dragon represented the national fortune of the entire Great Xia. If the dragon perished, so too would the Great Xia. Ji Wuming and the 7 semi-emperors felt their hearts leap into their throats, fearing that Su Chen might slay the dragon. If that were to happen, the Great Xia would indeed face obliteration. Just then, the dragon emitted a fierce roar, transforming into a beam of golden light that surged into Ji Ningbing's body. Ji Ningbing appeared bewildered, but there was no time for her to react. A terrifying dragon might erupted from her, causing her own realm to surge wildly. In a matter of moments, she reached the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. On the verge of breaking through to the semi-emperor level, boom! The terrifying aura of a semi-emperor spread from her, and a giant dragon shadow materialized behind her. At this moment, she was resplendent, radiating golden light, noble and sacred, resembling a queen who looked down upon the world. Who was this woman? The 7 semi-emperors gazed at Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming furrowed his brow. Having remained hidden in the shadows, he did not recognize Ji Ningbing. However, he sensed a unique connection through blood with her. After a moment of silence, he remarked, "She must be my granddaughter." Upon hearing this, the 7 semi-emperors breathed a sigh of relief. The Great Xia would likely not fall, for they discerned Su Chen's acquaintance with Ji Ningbing. Otherwise, how could he have allowed this national fortune to merge with her? In short, as long as Ji Ningbing was present, the Great Xia would endure. At this moment, Ji Ningbing had emerged from her shock, feeling the power of national fortune within her and reflecting upon her own realm. It seemed somewhat surreal to her. Her gaze turned towards Su Chen, and gratitude shimmered in her eyes. She understood that Su Chen had spared the Daxia Empire out of consideration for her, and she felt immense relief that she had met him shortly after his arrival. Otherwise, the entire Daxia Empire would have faced annihilation. At that moment, Su Chen turned his attention to Ji Wuming and the 7 half-emperors, calmly stating, "From this day forth, she shall be the empress of Daxia. Do any of you have objections?" Ji Wuming and the 7 half-emperors quickly shook their heads, exclaiming, "No, no. Elder brother, how could we dare to oppose? To do so would mean meeting our ancestors in the next moment." Su Chen remained silent, his gaze shifting to the officials present. They understood immediately, kneeling before Ji Ningbing in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty." Ji Ningbing was no mere girl. Her expression was grave as she nodded, "Rise." The officials stood quietly in place. Stealing a glance at Ji Ningbing, Su Chen turned and departed without uttering a word, leaving with a decisive air, as if there was nothing here that held his affection. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Ji Ningbing reached out, wanting to say something, but ultimately found her throat choked with an overwhelming sorrow. She quietly observed his silhouette fade away, her heart inexplicably aching. She knew all too well that in Su Chen's eyes, they were merely transient passers-by, meeting briefly before parting ways. He would harbor no feelings for her, yet she had secretly developed deep emotions, ensnared and unable to extricate herself. Su Chen's image would forever remain indelible in her heart. As he walked, Su Chen paused, raising an eyebrow before retrieving a communication stone. The stone glimmered, and soon the voice of Su Yinqing resonated. "Son, have you returned?" Su Chen replied, "I was just about to head back." "What is it?" Su Yinqing continued, "Do not return just yet. 3 days ago, a celestial mine appeared in Lingzhou, filled with top-quality celestial crystals. Find a way to claim that mine for yourself." After a moment of silence, Su Chen responded, "Understood." Su Yinqing inquired, "Can you manage alone? Do you need me to arrange some assistance?" Su Chen assured him, "No need. I can handle it by myself." Su Yinqing nodded, "Very well. By the way, I should mention that Lingxi has left the Su clan to undergo training and the demon lord is accompanying her. At this, Su Chen furrowed his brow. The celestial realm was not the same as the lower realm, and the demon lord's strength might not suffice. Seemingly aware of Su Chen's concerns, Su Chen reassured him. Rest easy. I have dispatched individuals to protect them discreetly. Feeling relieved after hearing his father's words, Su Chen expressed, "Thank you, father." Su Chen replied, somewhat irked. "Why are you thanking me, child? Lingxi is not only your sister, but also my daughter. How could I not be concerned for her safety while training? Enough of this. I have matters to attend to. Farewell." With that, the communication stone was deactivated. Standing alone, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. Without further hesitation, he made his way to Lingzhou. Lingzhou is a state abundant in resources, where countless spiritual and immortal mines have been discovered. Recently, yet another immortal mine was unearthed, containing only the finest immortal crystals. The finest immortal crystals. These are the most coveted cultivation resources in the entire immortal realm, though they are exceedingly rare, possessed only by the most powerful factions. The sudden emergence of this immortal mine immediately captured the attention of numerous formidable powers. Upon learning of the mine's revelation, these great forces hastened to dispatch their strongest warriors, all vying for a chance to claim the immortal mine for themselves. Chapter 42. The Dominant Powers. At this moment, a multitude of formidable forces congregated outside the celestial mine, their oppressive auras palpable. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe stepped forward, surveying the assembly with an imperious gaze, proclaiming, "This celestial mine belongs to my heavenly fiend palace." The heavenly fiend palace is a superlative power within the celestial realm. The hierarchy of powers in the celestial world is classified into 3 tiers, 2 tiers, 1 tier, superlative powers, dominant powers, and forbidden powers. The 3rd-tier powers are the weakest, while the forbidden powers reign supreme. The former Great Xia Empire was a dominant power. How could your heavenly fiend palace dare to covet this celestial mine? A derisive voice interjected. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed, and he turned to see a youth nearby, whose refined features were accentuated by a flowing black robe. The youth regarded him with palpable disdain. Behind the youth stood 5 elders, emanating an aura so formidable that it caused the very air around them to tremble in terror. The middle-aged man squinted at the youth and inquired gravely, "Who are you?" With an air of arrogance, the youth replied, "I am Chu Mo, the holy son of the 9 nether sacred land." The revelation that he was the holy son of the 9 nether sacred land, a dominant power, was astonishing. It was unexpected that they, too, had arrived, and not just any member, but their holy son. How intriguing. Naturally, this was a celestial mine. And not just any celestial mine. It was only fitting that dominant powers would be drawn to it. The question lingered. Would the forbidden powers send someone as well? It seemed unlikely, as they were not in one of celestial mines. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. The crowd gazed at Chu Mo in astonishment, their eyes gleaming with curiosity as they pondered the implications. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Chu Mo was indeed the holy son of a dominant power. Casting a cold glance at Chu Mo, he stepped aside. He was no fool. Regardless of his inner turmoil, he dared not provoke a member of a dominant power. A subtle smile crept upon Chu Mo's lips as he fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man. "What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied?" The middle-aged man remained silent. His head bowed, but a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Though he concealed it well, Chu Mo sensed it immediately. Chu Mo's voice turned icy. "He harbors ill intent toward me. Eliminate him." With that command, one of the elders behind him acted with lightning speed, appearing before the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man, taken aback, attempted to flee, but it was too late. Bang! The elder's fist struck the middle-aged man's skull, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye. At the apex of the 9th level of the Saint King realm, the onlookers reacted with grave expressions, their eyes betraying deep-seated apprehension. With a smirk, Chu Mo scanned the crowd. "Are you not leaving? Must I ask you to depart?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present darkened considerably. Arrogance. Huh. Chu Mo, you remain as presumptuous as ever. You must temper your hubris. Otherwise, you may one day provoke a major player, and your troubles will be monumental. At this moment, a woman slowly approached from a distance. Though her appearance was not striking, there was an undeniable comfort in her presence. Following her was a tranquil-looking matron, who exuded an air of ordinary calmness, devoid of any discernible aura. Observing the woman, the smile on Chu Mo's face gradually faded as he fixed his gaze upon her. coldly stating, "Shirushiwe, what does my arrogance have to do with you? Truly, a dog meddling in matters that do not concern it." Upon hearing Chumo's words, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Shirushiwe? Could she be the young master of Baiwa Valley?" Another person, with a smile on their face, remarked, "Baiwa Valley is also a dominant force. I am curious to see if Chu Mo can continue his arrogance." Shirushiwe scoffed, "I simply find you displeasing. Do you have a problem with that?" Chu Mo narrowed his eyes, looking for a fight. A flicker of hostility flashed in Shirushiwe's eyes. "Are you afraid?" In an instant, a long sword materialized in her hand, and a powerful sword intent surged from her being. The next moment, she charged toward Chu Mo. He coldly regarded the oncoming Shirushiwe, swiftly forming seals with his hands. At that very moment, the ground erupted, conjuring an earthen barrier before him. Someone gasped in astonishment. "I never expected them to reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer of semi-sane at such a young age. They are truly prodigies." Bang! Shirushiwe's sword struck the earth barrier, shattering it in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Chuemo had already retreated 1,000 feet away. Just then, Shirushiwe sensed a sudden chill, as an ice spear hurtled toward her from behind. Without hesitation, she spun around and sliced down with her sword. Bang! The ice spear was shattered by her strike. However, at that instant, a sea of flames erupted around her, the searing heat resembling an enraged beast, consuming everything in its vicinity. Shirushiwe felt an immediate sense of danger. Her expression remained impassive as she gradually closed her eyes, positioning her sword horizontally before her. Buzz! A resonant sound of the sword echoed through the heavens as Shirushiwe abruptly opened her eyes. A terrifying sword intent coiled around her blade, and in that moment, she struck down with a ferocious swing. Boom! The fearsome sword intent spread outward, effortlessly overpowering the fiery sea, which dissipated in an instant within this realm. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Shirushiwe charged straight toward Chuemo. Chumo's face twisted in rage. With a mere thought, countless ice spears surged from behind him, hurtling directly toward Shirushiwe. The two exuded an overwhelming aura, neither willing to yield. Yet at that moment, an elder from the 9 Nether Sacred Land and the matron from Baiwa Valley suddenly appeared. With a wave of their hands, the attacks from Shirushiwe and Chuemo were instantly quelled. The matron gazed at Shirushiwe and softly said, "Now is not the time for fighting." Shirushiwe nodded, casting a cold glance at Chuemo before retreating to the side with the matron. Meanwhile, Chumo's expression darkened considerably. He snorted coldly and also stepped aside. The matron then turned her attention to one of the elders from the 9 Nether Sacred Land, whose weathered face and flowing white hair exuded a presence even more formidable than that of the other 4 elders. In the 9 Nether Sacred Land, the esteemed elder Wang Xuanji stood resolutely. A woman gazed at him and inquired, "What about a 50-50 division of this celestial mine?" They were all dominions of great power, and it was evident that none could monopolize this celestial resource. Thus, an equitable division was the only feasible resolution. Upon hearing her words, a collective sigh escaped the lips of those present, for with the presence of both the 9 Nether Sacred Land and the 100 Flower Valley, this celestial mine was no longer within their reach. At that moment, a formidable aura suddenly surged from the horizon, and soon after, a dozen figures materialized on the scene. The woman and Wang Xuanji exchanged grave expressions, their hearts weighed down with foreboding. 2 more dominions of power had arrived. The division of this celestial mine was becoming increasingly complex. Chapter 43. Is this the pinnacle of the Half-Emperor? Members of the ghostly underworld sect and Blood Moon Manor have arrived. In the arena, astonishment gripped every face. They had not anticipated that such powerful factions would covet this celestial mine. They understood, after all, that this was no ordinary mine, but one abundant in exquisite celestial crystals. How could these dominant forces resist such temptation? An elder from the ghostly underworld sect gazed at Wang Xian and the woman beside him, exuding an aura of terrifying imperial might. The elder proclaimed, "I demand 30% of this celestial mine." The leader of Blood Moon Manor, a middle-aged man equally cloaked in imperial power, asserted, "I too require 30%. Wang Xian and the woman exchanged solemn glances, a mutual understanding passing between them before they nodded in agreement. In the next moment, they unleashed their half-emperor aura. The elder and the middle-aged man, their expressions impassive, charged forth. Boom! For formidable imperial forces erupted from the heavens, sending countless onlookers reeling, while those of lesser strength were instantly obliterated beneath the weight of such terrifying might. The clash of these titanic powers caused the very earth to tremble, as mountains crumbled into plains, resonating with thunderous roars that echoed through the skies. The four half-emperors unleashed their most formidable trump cards, yet they remained unable to gain the upper hand, battling for an exhausting 3 days. Stop! At that moment, the elder from the ghostly underworld sect shouted in fury, his visage pale and body battered, his right arm reduced to a mist of blood during the fray. The other 3 half-emperors, upon hearing his command, ceased fighting as well, each having sustained severe injuries like the elder. Wang Xian and the woman regarded the elder in silence. His countenance darkened as he intoned, "We of the ghostly underworld sect shall settle for 20% of the celestial mine, and in addition, we are willing to offer some treasures in exchange for an additional 10%. The middle-aged man hesitated before echoing, "I shall do the same." Wang Xian and the woman exchanged glances, their minds racing. The woman communicated with Wang Xian telepathically, suggesting that this seemed indeed to be the most prudent resolution. Further conflict appeared futile. The celestial mine, while enticing, was not worth the risk of annihilation. After contemplation, Wang Xian turned to the elder and the middle-aged man, declaring, "Let it be so." Upon hearing this, both the elder and the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. They too were fatigued from battle and feared the potential recklessness of Wang Xian and his companion, thus they were willing to concede. It seemed they had reached an impasse. The ferocity of the half-emperor conflict was truly terrifying. Were I to venture any closer, I would surely be reduced to ashes in an instant. All present stood at a distance, trembling with trepidation as they observed the 4 half-emperors, their eyes betraying their apprehension. Boom! Just then, an overwhelming imperial force began to spread across the sky. Panic surged through the crowd as they looked up, beholding a woman gracefully descending from the void. Clad in flowing purple robes, her figure was enchanting, her exquisite visage radiating an allure beyond compare. She emanated an aura even more formidable than that of Wang Xian and his companions, and from afar, she appeared as a transcendent empress. Wang Xian and the others regarded her with grave expressions, instinctively aware that this woman was extraordinary. She fixed her cold gaze upon Wang Xian and the others, declaring, "I shall take this celestial mine. Depart." Humph. The elder of the ghostly sect let out a cold snort, a terrifying aura emanating from him. "What are you to dare command me to leave?" The woman cast a frigid glance at the elder before raising her hand and unleashing a sword strike. Boom! A torrent of sword intent surged forth. The elder's pupils constricted sharply, and he hastily retaliated with a punch. Bang! The elder was sent flying by the sword strike, his physical form exploding midair. Just as his soul was still in a daze, another wave of horrifying sword intent rushed toward him. An unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped the elder. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Bang! His soul was eradicated by the sword. Ultimately, he was a step too late. In the arena, everyone stood petrified, rooted in disbelief. A half-emperor had perished just like that? How was this even possible? The other 3 half-emperors swallowed hard, their understanding of the woman's identity dawning upon them. This woman hailed from a forbidden force. Only such a forbidden entity could possess such a formidable powerhouse. The woman turned her gaze toward the remaining 3, her eyes icy. The 3 half-emperors trembled, hastily clasping their fists in a gesture of respect. "We shall take our leave." With that, they vanished from sight. Not departing the vicinity, but retreating to a distance of 100,000 miles. They gazed at the woman from afar, their hearts brimming with resentment. They had fought for 3 days. Yet, in the end, they had gained nothing. How infuriating. At that moment, the middle-aged man spoke coldly. "I refuse to believe there aren't other forbidden forces present." Wang Xuanji and the woman remained silent, quietly observing the woman in the distance. Though they felt discontent, they were powerless. After all, the woman belonged to a forbidden force. They could only blame their own weakness. Suddenly, the sky transformed dramatically. A colossal palm imbued with terrifying power descending toward the woman. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man's face broke into a smile. "I knew there were more from the forbidden forces." The woman remained expressionless, gazing upward at the giant hand, before she swung her sword down. Bang! The moment the 2 forces collided, a dreadful shockwave erupted, shattering the very heavens. "Heh, Yiming, your strength remains as formidable as ever." At that moment, a young man emerged from the void. Tall and slender, clad in pristine azure garments, he possessed striking features and an indifferent demeanor. Yiming fixed her gaze on the young man, coldly remarking, "Lei Yuning, you remain as despicable as ever, always resorting to ambushes." Lei Yuning regarded Yiming, sparing no words, as he summoned the celestial energy within him and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already before Yi Ling, swiftly delivering a punch. Yi Ming let out a cold snort. Waves of sword intent surged toward her sword, and she retaliated with a thrust. A brilliant light flashed. A deafening explosion resonated, shattering the entire realm in an instant. Yi Ming and Lei Yuning were both forced to retreat simultaneously. During Lei Yuning's retreat, Yi Ming appeared above him without him noticing and struck down without hesitation. Boom! At that moment, an overwhelming force suddenly erupted from Lei Yuning, propelling Yi Ming away with tremendous might. However, she quickly regained her composure. With an expression of cold indifference, she charged once again towards Lei Yuning. The intensity of their battle surpassed even that of the four semi-emperors who had clashed previously. The onlookers were rendered utterly speechless, too fearful to even breathe. It was an astonishing display of power, the most terrifying combat they had ever witnessed. Was this the dread of the forbidden forces? Indeed. It was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary factions. Among the crowd, Su Chen stood holding a candied hawthorn stick, observing Yi Ming and her opponent with a hint of disappointment. Was this what a pinnacle semi-emperor at the 9th level was capable of? How mundane. Chapter 44, Danger. A small secret realm. Yi Lingxi emerged from the secret realm, her aura radiating with immense strength, enveloped in a divine majesty. Through her trials in the secret realm, she had successfully ascended to the semi-holy realm. The demon lord, observing Yi Lingxi, was profoundly astonished. He was aware of her remarkable talent. Yet he never anticipated such an outrageous breakthrough in such a brief period. A prodigy. Yi Lingxi's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, exuding joy. Grandpa Demon, do you know of any other secret realms? After a moment's contemplation, the demon lord nodded in affirmation. Yi Lingxi beamed, please take me there. Hesitating briefly, the demon lord replied, Miss, we have been out for quite some time. It is time to return. Yi Lingxi pouted in dissatisfaction, but I haven't had enough fun. The demon lord chuckled and shook his head. Very well, I shall take you to the next secret realm, but you must promise me that once we explore it, we will return. A radiant smile flashed across Yi Lingxi's face as she revealed a row of pearly teeth. All right, Grandpa Demon is the best. The demon lord smiled. Truly at a loss with this little girl, he could only indulge her. Thereafter, he led Yi Lingxi to the next secret realm. In the sacred land of demon spirits within the grand hall, a middle-aged man clad in a red robe sat upon the main seat. He was Su Chen, the sovereign of the sacred land. In the center of the hall stood a figure in black robes, currently reporting to Su Chen. After a while, the black-robed figure fell silent, while Su Chen sat with his head bowed, lost in thought. Su Chen glanced at the black-robed man and inquired, Did you truly see the demon lord? The black-robed figure nodded. Would I dare deceive the sovereign? I witnessed him entering a secret realm with a young girl. Su Chen fell into silence, pondering. Moments later, he suddenly commanded, Summon the sect master of the Burning Moon sect and the sovereign of the Fiery Sun Holy Land. As you command. The black-robed figure vanished from sight. Half a day later, two figures entered the grand hall. One was a man with purple hair, holding a fan, his face adorned with a smile. Hua Wuhui, the sect master of the Burning Moon sect. The other was an elderly man, hunched with wrinkles, yet emanating a formidable aura. Yang Shao, the sovereign of the Fiery Sun Holy Land. The two seated themselves without ceremony. Hua Wuhui turned to Su Chen and spoke. May I inquire why Sovereign Zhou summoned us? Yang Shao also gazed at Su Chen but remained silent. Upon observing the two, a smile grazed Su Chen's face. The demon lord had returned. Hua Wuhui and Yang Zhao's eyes narrowed simultaneously, a glimmer of intrigue flashing within. After a moment, Yang Shao suddenly asked, Is it true? Su Chen nodded, remaining silent. Yang Shao continued, The demon lord is an elder of your sacred land. At this, Su Chen smiled slightly. Can an elder compare to that artifact? The two fell into silence. It was then that Hua Wuhui suddenly inquired, What do you intend to do? Su Chen's lips curled into a smile as he declared, To speak candidly, the demon lord is currently within a hidden realm. Hua Wuhui and his companion gazed at Su Chen in silence. He continued, We can lie in wait outside the secret domain for his emergence. At that moment, the artifact shall be ours, and we will take turns wielding it. However, we must establish a vow to the heavenly path. At this proclamation, Hua Wuhui and his companion fell silent once more. A vow to the heavenly path. An oath sworn to the heavens, with dire consequences for any breach. Yang Shao suddenly inquired, Who shall use it first? Su Chen grinned. Naturally, it shall be I. Hua Wuhui fixed his gaze upon Su Chen and replied solemnly, "On what grounds?" Su Chen answered confidently, "Because I know precisely where the demon lord resides." After a brief moment of contemplation, they nodded in agreement. Su Chen chuckled, "There is no time to waste. Let us depart at once." 3 days later, within a secret realm, Yi Lingxi sat cross-legged in a grand hall, her aura steadily intensifying. However, she did not break through. Rather, she was solidifying her foundation. After a while, Yi Lingxi opened her eyes and exhaled, turning to the demon lord beside her. With a smile, she said, "Grandfather Demon, let us take our leave." The demon lord smiled faintly in response. "Very well." As they exited the hidden realm, an unforeseen occurrence transpired, and 3 terrifying forces surged towards Yi Lingxi and the demon lord. Yi Lingxi's complexion turned pale, and the demon lord's expression grew grave. Without a moment's hesitation, he positioned himself protectively in front of Yi Lingxi and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The overwhelming force radiated outward, shattering the very fabric of the heavens and earth. At that instant, 3 figures materialized in the void. It was Su Chen and his companions. Hua Wuhui regarded the demon lord with a hint of surprise, a glimmer of greed appearing in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to have ascended to the Saint King realm. Was it due to that artifact?" The demon lord's expression darkened, a weight settling in his heart as he fixed his gaze upon Su Chen. "I never anticipated that the Holy Master would resort to violence over a mere treasure. To be honest, I am truly disappointed." Su Chen's face remained impassive as he calmly replied, "That artifact is coveted not only by me but by all in the immortal realm." The demon lord clenched his fists. Remaining silent, he suddenly transmitted a message to Yi Lingxi. "Miss, I will hold them off. You must seize the opportunity to escape." Yi Lingxi shook her head, responding through their connection. "How could I possibly leave you behind, Grandfather Demon?" The demon lord urged, "Do not worry about me. As long as you escape, I will find a way to flee." Yi Lingxi bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before transmitting, "Very well." She understood that remaining would serve no purpose and would only make her a burden. Leaving was indeed the wisest choice. In the distance, Su Chen seemed to perceive the demon lord's intentions and chuckled, "Rest assured, you cannot escape." As his voice faded, the sky suddenly fractured, and a wave of terrifying energy enveloped the area. In the next moment, thousands of warriors clad in purple armor appeared on the scene. Most of these individuals were powerful saints, among them several formidable great saints. Su Chen and his companions shared a knowing smile. Their arrival to besiege the demon lord was undoubtedly accompanied by meticulous preparation. They were resolute in their determination not to allow the demon lord to escape once more, as had occurred 3 millennia prior. The demon lord's expression darkened significantly, taken aback by the unexpected assembly of such formidable adversaries. Abruptly, he turned to Yi Lingxi, his voice heavy with urgency. "Stay here and do not move." With that, a powerful aura emanated from his being, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy materializing around him. In the next instant, he charged directly at Su Chen and his companions. Without hesitation, Su Chen and his allies responded in unison, opting for a swift and decisive confrontation. For terrifying presences filled the air, and the sound of explosive clashes reverberated throughout the realm, instilling fear in all who bore witness. Chapter 45, Kneel. Lingzhou. Boom. The imperial might swept across the heavens, and 2 figures simultaneously retreated several thousand meters. Yi Meng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and in the distance, Lei Yuning did the same. Lei Yuning glared at Yi Meng, proposing, "How about we split the celestial mine 50-50? Yi Meng replied coldly, 50-50? I want the entire celestial mine." Upon hearing this, Lei Yuning's expression darkened immediately, and he growled, "Then let us battle." Boom. The 2 clashed once more. Lei Yuning's visage twisted with rage as he suddenly appeared above Yi Meng. A torrent of terrifying power surged from within him, and then, with his hands pressed together, he brought them crashing down. The mountains and rivers began to tremble. Buzz. At that moment, a sword's cry resonated through the sky, and countless sword intents swirled around Yi Meng. His expression remained icy as he swung his sword down. The might of that single sword was utterly formidable. Bang! A devastating shockwave surged outward, instantly shattering all things in its path. Witnessing this, everyone gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with fear. The battle between these 2 was truly terrifying. Wang Xian and the others wore serious expressions, their hearts filled with shock. If they were to face Yi Meng and Lei Yuning, they would likely be annihilated in an instant. Sorrow filled their hearts, despite being semi-emperors. Why was the gap so vast? Boom. The heavens erupted with a series of thunderous explosions as neither Yi Ming nor Lei Yuning showed any signs of yielding, both unleashing their strongest trump cards. In the crowd, Su Chen shook his head. He had no interest in watching a childish fight any longer and began to walk slowly towards the celestial mine. Some noticed Su Chen and furrowed their brows. Had he lost his mind? Did he not see the two semi-emperors battling? How dare he approach? Alas, he was quite handsome, but unfortunately, a fool. Soon, Su Chen drew closer to the celestial mine, and with each step, more and more people noticed him. Everyone was baffled by his actions, seeking death. At that moment, Yu Ming and Lei Yuning, engaged in battle, also took note of Su Chen, and their fury ignited. How dare an ant covet the celestial mine? They must be punished. Simultaneously, they charged towards Su Chen, a torrent of murderous intent surging forth. Su Chen halted, gazing calmly at the two who approached him with malice. One hand rested behind his back while the other slowly lifted, then pressed downward. Kneel. Boom. Not only Yu Ming and Lei Yuning, but also the spectators in the distance felt a suffocating sensation as those two words fell. Immediately, a mysterious and supreme power descended, forcing them to the ground. In that moment, the sky felt eerily silent. Everyone held their breath, their faces a canvas of confusion and disbelief. What had just happened? At this moment, they were all in a daze. Yi Ming and Lei Yuning stood as if struck by five thunders, frozen in place, as if turned to stone. They knelt. These peak semi-emperors had knelt like this. How could this be possible? They looked at Su Chen, their hearts churning with turbulent waves, and at that moment, their bodies trembled violently. The only entity capable of rendering them utterly defenseless could only be an emperor. Before them stood an imposing figure, an emperor of unparalleled might, exuding an aura of death that left the two individuals utterly breathless. The atmosphere was eerily tranquil, with only the sound of the wind piercing the silence. In that moment, a wave of dread surged through the hearts of all present. Their eyes widened in terror, yearning to draw in a sharp breath, yet finding the fear lodged in their throats, rendering them unable to inhale even a whisper of air. Who could this formidable being be? The authority with which he commanded them to kneel was simply outrageous, an absurdity beyond comprehension. At that instant, Su Chen turned his gaze towards Yi Ming and Lei Ningyu. The two felt the chilling presence of death encroaching upon them and quickly stammered, "Forgive us, esteemed senior." Their hearts were heavy with bitterness. In truth, with their formidable strength, they could traverse the celestial realm with ease, as they were both at the 9th level of the semi-emperor realm, an invincible force within the entire celestial domain. Yet, they had never anticipated encountering such a powerful figure upon their emergence. Cursed fate. With a calm demeanor, Su Chen spoke, "There are 10 forbidden factions. To which do you belong?" "I hail from the Yi clan." "I come from the Lei clan." Yu Ming and Lei Ningyu wasted no time in answering. Su Chen nodded and continued, "You may leave." Upon hearing his words, the two were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he truly intended to let them go? They had anticipated their demise, yet here was Su Chen granting them their freedom. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, causing Yu Ming and Lei Ningyu to shudder involuntarily. "We shall take our leave at once." "Thank you, esteemed senior." With that, their figures vanished without a trace. Su Chen raised his gaze to the horizon, silent and contemplative. His decision to allow them to depart stemmed not from fear of their backgrounds, but rather from the desire to eliminate potential adversaries. Why provoke two enemies when he could simply forego the trouble? Though unafraid, he preferred to avoid incessant disturbances from insignificant pests. At that moment, Su Chen cast a casual glance at the onlookers, sending a shiver down their spines. They held their breath, refraining from uttering a word. Only the 3 semi-emperors, led by Wang Xian, managed to quell their inner trepidation, clasping their fists and respectfully addressing him, "Esteemed senior." As semi-emperors, their mental fortitude surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and turned toward the celestial mine. With a sweeping gesture, he absorbed the entire mine into his system's space. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape. What manner of sorcery was this? Where had the celestial mine gone? It was a vast expanse of over 100,000 zhang, and now it was simply gone? This was nothing short of miraculous. Su Chen, with hands clasped behind his back, turned and departed. As they watched his retreating figure, a profound sense of reverence enveloped the crowd, instilling in them a fear to show even the slightest hint of disrespect. At that moment, a woman spoke up. "Who is this esteemed senior? Why do I possess no recollection of him?" Wang Xian shook his head, The celestial realm is replete with powerful beings. How could we possibly know them all? The middle-aged man remained silent, turning to leave. Left behind, Wang Xian and the woman bowed their heads, their minds replaying the earlier events, heavy with the weight of realization. The events that transpired struck them profoundly. They had once believed themselves to be the pinnacle of existence within the celestial realm. However, to their astonishment, they discovered the presence of numerous formidable beings within this vast expanse. This revelation unsettled their resolve. Sighing deeply, Wang Xian realized that it would be prudent to adopt a more modest demeanor henceforth. With that, he vanished from sight. The woman, her expression somber, eventually ceased her contemplations and too disappeared without a trace. Outside a secluded domain, an epic battle raged in the void above. At that moment, Yang Xiao materialized before the Demon Lord, and in swift succession, he delivered a powerful punch to the Demon Lord's chest. The Demon Lord was propelled backward, spewing a mouthful of blood. Just then, Su Chen appeared behind him, his gaze fierce as he concentrated a terrifying force in his right palm, and with a decisive motion, he unleashed a devastating strike. Chapter 46, The Taoist Han. Bang! The Demon Lord was utterly incapable of withstanding the force as a heavy palm struck against his back, distorting his features and sending him hurtling once more. At that moment, the figure of Hua Wuqing appeared suddenly, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he brought his fan down with great force. No. Witnessing this, Yi Lingxi's eyes brimmed with tears. She yearned to assist, but found it impossible to even approach, feeling utterly helpless. In that instant, she perceived herself as utterly worthless. Just then, a mysterious figure emerged, positioning himself before the Demon Lord, and promptly unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed as Hua Wuhui was sent flying. At that same moment, the enigmatic figure turned to support the Demon Lord before vanishing from sight, reappearing at a distance from Su Chen and the others. The Demon Lord cast a glance at the mysterious individual, puzzled. Who are you? The figure replied, I am Su Moran, sent by the clan leader to protect the young lady in secret. The Demon Lord nodded in understanding. Su Moran then asked, can you still fight? The Demon Lord affirmed. Yes. Good. Su Moran nodded, then directed his gaze towards Su Chen and his companions. Su Chen squinted. Who are you? Your father. Without further ado, Su Moran launched himself towards Su Chen and his allies. The aura of a peak 9th level Saint King radiated from him, startling Su Chen and the others, who had not anticipated that Su Moran was a formidable 9th level Saint King, while they themselves were below the 5th level. With no time to ponder, Su Moran swiftly approached them. Su Chen threw a punch, Hua Wuhui thrust his fan, and Yang Xiao struck with a palm. 3 terrifying forces erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth, as waves of dreadful pressure enveloped the surroundings, overwhelming all. The momentum was relentless and frightful. A flicker of hostility crossed Su Moran's eyes, and suddenly, a long spear appeared in his grasp. With a fierce swing, countless spear lights surged forth. Bang! In an instant, all of Su Chen's trio's attacks were obliterated by Su Moran's single strike, and simultaneously, he thrust the spear towards Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao's pupils constricted sharply as he raised his hands defensively, conjuring a shield of ethereal energy before him. Crack! The shield shattered, and he was sent flying, his hands fracturing along the way, resembling a spider's web. At that moment, Su Moran reappeared, his expression cold, the power of the spear surging, and he thrust once more. This strike is swift as lightning, leaving Yang Xiao no chance to defend. Thud! The spear pierced Yang Xiao's heart, his eyes widening in disbelief. He never imagined he would meet his end in such a manner. Bang! With a violent tremor, Su Moran's spear caused Yang Xiao's body to explode. And then he turned his gaze towards Su Chen and his companion. Startled, Su Chen and his companion hastily retreated, distancing themselves from Su Moran. They were genuinely terrified. This individual was utterly formidable. Their expressions darkened as Su Moran's sudden appearance had completely disrupted their plans. Just then, Su Moran vanished, causing Hua Wuhui's expression to shift, a wave of dread surging within him. Damn it! I'll risk it all. His countenance twisted with fury, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. With a swift motion, he raised the fan in his grasp and executed a powerful sweep. The very heavens seemed to boil with intensity. Yet, his strike met only empty air, for Su Moran was nowhere to be found. At that moment, Hua Wuhui felt a chilling shiver run down his spine, enveloped by a palpable aura of death. He yearned to flee, but a lance pierced through his skull with brutal finality. Su Moran remained expressionless, droplets of crimson cascading down the shaft of the spear. His gaze then turned toward Su Chen. Su Chen's face was a mask of despair. Su Moran was far too formidable for him to contend with. As for why he did not flee, the events that had transpired were but a fleeting instant. Run. At this juncture, the multitude of purple-armored warriors surrounding them were paralyzed with fear, hastily turning to escape. For them, their lives were paramount. The demise of their leader was inconsequential as long as they survived. Su Chen inhaled deeply, producing a golden token in his hand. As he gazed upon it, a complex mix of emotions flickered in his eyes, tinged with reluctance. This was his ultimate trump card. In the distance, Su Moran's expression shifted upon seeing the token in Su Chen's possession, and he charged towards him with fervor. Alas, he was too late. Su Chen had already shattered the token. In the next instant, a terrifying imperial might surged forth from the heavens, sending Su Moran hurtling away with an overwhelming force. At that moment, a spectral figure began to coalesce within the arena, gradually materializing into clarity. Soon, the apparition took the form of an elderly man, his expression inscrutable. Clad in a black robe, exuding an aura of formidable imperial power, surrounded by an exceptionally pure essence of demonic energy. The ancestor. Su Chen looked upon the elder with reverence, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Indeed, the elder was Han Laodao, the venerable ancestor of the demon spirit sacred land, possessing the cultivation of a semi-emperor. Han Laodao had departed from the demon spirit sacred land countless years ago, rumored to have retreated for quiet cultivation after acquiring a tremendous fortune. He regarded Su Chen with a calm demeanor and inquired, "What has transpired?" A weight settled in Su Chen's heart. If he were to divulge the secret of that sacred artifact to Han Laodao, the elder would undoubtedly covet it. Han Laodao snorted, unleashing a powerful imperial might that propelled Su Chen backward, injuring him severely. Su Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed internally. If he did not disclose this secret to Han Laodao today, he would surely perish. Though the treasure was enticing, his life held greater significance. Without hesitation, he hastily communicated with Han Laodao, recounting the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing Su Chen's account, Han Laodao's eyes narrowed, astonished at the revelation. In the outside world, a day equated to a century within the small tower. An extraordinary artifact. Greed glimmered in his eyes. He was unconcerned about Su Chen's potential deceit. For Su Chen would not dare to lie. His gaze shifted toward the demon lord, a cruel smile gracing his lips. At that very moment, a beam of light streaked across the sky, followed by an explosive force of spear intent surging forth. The next instant, a lance was hurtling toward Han Laodao. Even before its arrival, the terrifying intent enveloped him. Humph! Mere insects. Han Laodao let out a cold snort, then with a sweeping motion of his hand, a cataclysmic force surged forth from within him. With a resounding crash, the spear shattered instantaneously, sending Su Moran hurtling through the air, his flesh beginning to crack along the way. A single strike was all it took to obliterate him. Su Moran's consciousness began to blur as he plummeted toward the ground. At that moment, the figure of the demon lord appeared, catching Su Moran and gently lowering him to the earth. After completing this act, he raised his gaze towards Han Laodao, a heavy weight settling in his heart. A half-emperor, he was at a loss for how to achieve victory. I still find myself struggling. This is my first attempt at drafting 3 chapters, and my eyes are utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, I shall persevere, striving for 3 updates a day, or even 4. Do you, dear brothers, believe in me? Chapter 47. The Death of Yi Lingxi. Han Laodao fixed his gaze upon the demon lord, his eyes shimmering with avarice. Without uttering a word, he extended his hand and clenched it fiercely. The demon lord's pupils contracted as a wave of impending danger washed over him. He dared not hesitate and began to channel the demonic energy within him. Boom! A terrifying surge of demonic energy erupted from his body, but at that moment, a colossal black hand appeared, exuding a fearsome aura that shattered the demon lord's energy in an instant. The giant hand then lunged toward him, with a furious roar. The demon lord's robes billowed as an even more formidable wave of demonic energy surged forth, propelling him skyward. However, at that very moment, the black hand materialized before him. The demon lord's eyes flashed with malice as he extended his own hand, clenched it tightly, and unleashed a punch, a torrent of intent emanating from it. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, sending the demon lord hurtling away, yet the giant hand remained unscathed. The hand seized the demon lord, gradually applying pressure. Veins bulged on his forehead, His face contorted in agony as he felt his bones within begin to splinter, an overwhelming sense of death enveloping him. Han Laodao observed the demon lord with indifference, stating coldly, "Surrender the item, and I may spare your life." Suddenly, the demon lord erupted into a maniacal laughter, his expression twisted. "What are you to dare call yourself this emperor? Fool! Impudent!" Han Laodao's fury ignited, and the giant hand tightened its grip. How many years had it been since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner? Enraged, Han Laodao opted not to kill the demon lord immediately, but to torment him instead. The demon lord's countenance reflected immense suffering. His physical form was pushed to its limits, all his organs feeling as if they were being crushed together. He sensed death drawing ever closer. In that moment, he turned his head sharply towards Yilingxi, gritting his teeth and summoning his last reserves of strength to utter 2 words, "Hurry, run." "No." Yilingxi shook her head vehemently, her eyes swollen and tears streaming down her cheeks, revealing her anguish and helplessness. She loathed the cruelty of those around her, resented her own powerlessness to intervene, forced to watch helplessly while doing nothing. Buzz! The sound of a sword resonated as the phoenix fallen sword appeared in Yilingxi's grasp. Her eyes blazed with intensity, a formidable aura emanating from her. Gripping the sword tightly, she charged at Han Laodao. She understood well that escape was impossible. Rather than resigning to her fate, she chose to fight fiercely, embracing the possibility of death without regret. At that moment, a fiery phoenix surged forth from her brow, letting out a cry as it transformed into a streak of flame and merged into Yilingxi's being. Boom! At that instant, 2 powerful forces erupted from her, one being her own strength, the other the might of the phoenix. The terrifying energies expanded outward, and in that moment, Yilingxi's realm ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Half-Saint. Yilingxi appeared above Han Laodao, her hands firmly gripping the long sword, and then she brought it down with tremendous force. The formidable sword intent embodies the power of a semi-saint realm and the strength of the fire phoenix. 2 potent forces intertwining to unleash a more terrifying might. This single strike is sufficient to annihilate any sage-level powerhouse. Han Laodao merely cast a cold glance at Yilingxi without making a move. Just then, Su Chen's silhouette suddenly interposed itself before Han Laodao, his expression frigid. As he unleashed a punch, the terrifying force of his fist immediately surged outward. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, sending Yilingxi hurtling backwards, blood spewing forth, her flesh fracturing into a horrific spiderweb pattern. She crashed heavily to the ground, her breath faint, consciousness gradually fading. At this moment, she had sustained grievous injuries. Struggling, she managed to manifest a sorrowful smile, her mind conjuring an image of a figure so gentle and caring, who never reproached her, no matter how mischievous she became. "Brother," she softly called, expending her last vestiges of strength. "I am here." Suddenly, someone responded, the voice soft yet resonating in the ears of everyone present. Han Laodao furrowed his brow, a flicker of unease blossoming within him. How could this be possible? "I am a semi-emperor." He was profoundly astonished. At that moment, the entire firmament erupted with fervor, only to shatter abruptly, revealing a figure clad in white, stepping through the stars from the heavens. His visage was exquisitely painted, skin as pale as snow, as if no earthly dust could tarnish him. He approached Yilingxi, gently lifting her, his hands trembling, a tear tracing down his cheek as he smiled faintly, whispering, "Silly girl." Yet, no response came, for Yilingxi's life force had already extinguished. "Who are you?" Han Laodao's face was grave, an intensifying sense of crisis swelling within. Su Chen felt his heart sink. Intuition warned him that the man before them was no ordinary individual. Su Chen disregarded Han Laodao, tenderly wiping the blood from Yilingxi's lips, then turned his calm gaze toward Han Laodao and Su Chen, revealing no trace of emotion. "Die." With the single word, Han Laodao, Su Chen, and the thousands of powerful beings who had previously fled vanished in an instant from the realm. They perished without ever comprehending how. As the colossal hand vanished, the demon sovereign fell from the void, gazing at Su Chen in horror. He had anticipated Su Chen's prowess, but never to this extent. A semi-emperor, instantly obliterated. Unbelievable. Su Chen's expression remained impassive as he slowly extended his right hand, piercing through countless dimensions and times, arriving at a small island. Subsequently, his right hand descended upon the island, and in its wake, an expanse of 1,000,000 miles was instantaneously rendered to nothingness. "This is impossible." A voice from within the island echoed Han Laodao's disbelief and profound terror. He yearned to flee, yet an incomprehensibly terrifying force bound him, rendering escape utterly futile. At this moment, Han Laodao was engulfed in despair. Regret. Had he known of such a terrifying existence, he would have never dared to act. Yet, it was already too late. Boom. A dreadful explosion reverberated, and the surroundings fell into an instantaneous silence for miles, irretrievably lost. Su Chen withdrew his right hand, gazing at Yi Lingxi in his embrace. He gently caressed her cheek and softly murmured, "I am sorry. But how could I possibly allow you to perish like this?" A tender smile graced his lips as he lifted his gaze to the heavens, calmly proclaiming, "Heavenly Tao, reveal yourself." His voice pierced through the clouds, resonating throughout the entire realm of immortals. Whether among the common folk or the beings that hovered on the brink of taboo, all heard this declaration. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. Whose voice was this? The power it contained was utterly terrifying. Moreover, he dared to summon the Heavenly Tao. Had he lost his mind? After all, it was the Heavenly Tao that governed the realm of immortals. Chapter 48. The Way of Heaven. The Way of Heaven remained silent. Yet not far from Su Chen, strands of the essence of the Tao coalesced, ultimately forming a woman. She possessed flowing white hair, reminiscent of poetry and painting, akin to the drifting snow of winter, embodying a beauty that was both pure and elegant. Her features were as exquisite as jade, exuding an ethereal charm, seemingly untouched by the mundane world. Each of her movements commanded the Tao, instilling a profound sense of awe. This woman was none other than Wan Qing, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao in the celestial realm. Wan Qing gazed at Su Chen, her eyes revealing a profound wariness. She was well aware of his actions, and even as the heavenly Tao, she could sense an air of danger emanating from him. She was convinced that should she dare to strike at Su Chen, he possessed the strength to vanquish her. This instinct had been honed over her long tenure as the heavenly Tao. Hence, when Su Chen called her name, she appeared. However, had anyone else dared to summon her, she would have unleashed divine retribution upon them without hesitation. Yet, before Su Chen, she felt compelled to hesitate. Wan Qing extended her jade-like hand, revealing a luminous orb within her palm, which contained the soul of Yi Lingxi. She had sensed trouble the moment Yi Lingxi perished. Should Yi Lingxi truly be dead, she could only imagine the chaos Su Chen might unleash. Thus, she had safeguarded Yi Lingxi's soul. Wan Qing pointed with her finger, and 3 streams of potent life energy transformed into a radiant flow, merging into the bodies of Yi Lingxi, the demon sovereign, and Su Moran, restoring their injuries to their former state in an instant. The demon sovereign was left in astonishment. Is this really recovery? Impressive. Wan Qing handed Yi Lingxi's soul to Su Chen and then turned to depart. Wait. At that moment, Su Chen called out to her. Wan Qing paused, turning her head towards him with a look of confusion. Su Chen regarded Wan Qing, then flicked his fingers, sending a stream of purple energy towards her. Wan Qing's pupils constricted sharply as she gasped, Hongmeng Purple Qi. Hongmeng Purple Qi. Hongmeng Purple Qi is a formidable primordial energy, existing since the dawn of the universe, imbued with terrifying power. Anyone who absorbs a trace of Hongmeng Purple Qi will experience a significant enhancement. In the celestial realm, the birth of Hongmeng Purple Qi is utterly impossible. As the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, Wan Qing had never encountered it. Her knowledge of this energy stemmed from ancient lore. Casting a glance at Su Chen, she swallowed hard. Her initial suspicion that he was a reincarnated great being was further solidified by the emergence of the Hongmeng Purple Qi. She exhaled deeply and said, "Thank you." Su Chen regarded Wan Qing without uttering a word, then turned his attention to the demon sovereign and departed. With that, he cradled Yi Lingxi and turned to leave. The demon sovereign, realizing something, quickly followed suit, pausing to lift the still unconscious Su Moran before continuing after Su Chen. Meanwhile, Wan Qing remained silent for a long while, casting one last glance in the direction Su Chen had vanished before her figure faded from sight. In the Su clan, within the courtyard, Yi Lingxi lay upon the bed, still in a deep slumber. Su Yanchen observed her with a face full of guilt, lamenting, "If only I had arranged for a half-emperor to protect her." Su Chen shook his head, not blaming his father. No one could have anticipated the intervention of a half-emperor. Sighing deeply, Su Yanche felt a pang of guilt within him. He turned to Su Chen and said, "I have matters to attend to. Please inform me when Lingxi awakens." Su Chen nodded in agreement. Su Yanche cast another glance at Yi Lingxi, sighed once more, and then turned to leave. As the patriarch of the Su clan, he had numerous responsibilities and could not remain by Yi Lingxi's side awaiting her awakening. He would return to see her once she regained consciousness, just the same. 3 days passed, during which Su Chen vigilantly kept watch by Yi Lingxi's bedside. On this day, her eyelashes fluttered gently, and she slowly opened her eyes. Su Chen looked at her with a faint smile, asking, "You're awake?" Yi Lingxi blinked and replied, "Brother, I'm not dead, am I?" Su Chen chuckled softly. "What nonsense are you talking about, silly girl? How could I ever allow you to perish?" Yi Lingxi beamed, "Brother, you're truly wonderful." Su Chen affectionately ruffled her hair and said gently, "This time, it's my fault. I shouldn't have left your side." Yi Lingxi shook her head. "I don't blame you, brother. You once said that you couldn't always be by my side. Moreover, after that incident, I have come to understand much. Once I recover, I will diligently cultivate. I do not wish to always hide behind you." Her gaze was resolute. Hearing her words, Su Chen smiled slightly. "You have grown." Yi Lingxi smiled back and then seemed to remember something, anxiously asking, "What about grandfather ML? Is he all right?" Su Chen reassured her, "He is fine. Do not worry." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxi sighed in relief. "That's good." She then added, "Brother, I'm hungry." Su Chen playfully pinched her cheek and said, "Very well, I will prepare something for you. You should rest well." Yi Lingxi nodded obediently, Su Chen went to the courtyard and called out, "Old demon." As soon as he spoke, the figure of the demon lord appeared, bowing respectfully, "Young master." After a brief hesitation, he added, "Miss, she." Su Chen interrupted, "She is fine." The demon lord nodded, saying nothing further. Su Chen regarded the demon lord and said, "You performed admirably this time. Here is your reward." With that, a swirling mass of primordial purple energy materialized before the demon lord. Gazing at the energy with a look of confusion, the demon lord sensed the immense power contained within. Su Chen instructed, "Absorb it, and you shall break through to the half-emperor realm." "What?" The demon lord's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped, staring at the primordial purple energy before him. "This energy can elevate me to the half-emperor realm? Incredible!" Su Chen cautioned, "Do not be overly astonished. Take good care of Lingxi. There will be plenty of good things to come." The demon lord was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master." At that moment, he was truly exhilarated, his hands trembling with anticipation. The half-emperor realm was a level he had never imagined reaching, and now the opportunity lay right before him. How could he not be thrilled? At this moment, Su Chen remarked, "Go and absorb it. Keep your distance so as not to disturb Lingxi." The demon lord promptly nodded, bid farewell to Su Chen, and departed from the Su clan, intent on seeking a tranquil place to undergo his breakthrough. The following day, Yi Lingxi rose early to practice her swordsmanship. Upon opening the door, Su Chen observed Yi Lingxi and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Why are you not resting properly?" Yi Lingxi paused her actions, turned to Su Chen, and with a sweet smile replied, "Brother, I am perfectly fine now. If you don't believe me, just look." As she spoke, seemingly aware of Su Chen's skepticism, she playfully jumped in place a few times. Su Chen rolled his eyes and said, "You, my dear girl." Chapter 49. The unrivaled sword intent. Yi Lingxi chuckled softly, her expression abruptly shifting to seriousness as she inquired, "Brother, what path do you think I should cultivate?" Su Chen cast a glance at Yi Lingxi, but refrained from answering immediately, instead taking a seat in the rattan chair. Yi Lingxi hurriedly positioned herself behind him, beginning to massage his shoulders. A faint smile graced Su Chen's lips as he replied, "How could I possibly know what path you wish to cultivate?" Yi Lingxi furrowed her brow, falling silent. Su Chen then asked, "What is your purpose in training?" After a moment's contemplation, Yi Lingxi responded, "Initially, I cultivated to soar through the skies, but now, I wish to protect you, brother, which is why I train." "Oh, protect me?" Su Chen responded, somewhat astonished. Yi Lingxi nodded earnestly, "Yes, because I do not want you to always be the one protecting me. I want to protect you too." Upon hearing this, Su Chen laughed heartily, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. He said, "If you aspire to protect me, then you must strive diligently. For your brother is quite formidable. I know you are strong, brother, and I will train even harder from now on," Yi Lingxi declared. Su Chen chuckled. "Then you must first be prepared for invincibility." "Invincibility?" Yi Lingxi queried, her curiosity piqued. After pondering, she asked, "Are you referring to the invincibility of the immortal realm?" Su Chen replied, "It extends beyond mere invincibility in the immortal realm." Yi Lingxi blinked, remaining silent. Su Chen continued, "Being invincible in the immortal realm is merely the beginning. Many beings exist in this world who are invincible even in the immortal realm. Some powerful entities might need only a single thought to obliterate the entire immortal realm." Stunned, Yi Lingxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Could such beings truly exist? The notion that a mere thought could annihilate the immortal realm was beyond her imagination. Su Chen nodded, affirming, "Indeed, and perhaps there are even more terrifying existences than that." At this revelation, Yi Lingxi fell silent. Su Chen's words had shattered her previous understanding. She had always believed that the Emperor was the pinnacle of strength, yet there were beings in this world far more formidable than the Emperor. Su Chen spoke with gravity. "You must remember, there is no absolute strongest, there is only stronger." Yi Lingxi remained quiet for a time, then asked, "Is there anyone in this world who could defeat you, brother?" Su Chen smiled faintly. "I should think no one could best me, though I cannot be entirely certain." A complex expression crossed Yi Lingxi's face, and in that moment, she realized how naive her previous thoughts had been. Su Chen chuckled, "What is this? Have you lost confidence?" Yi Lingxi nodded in response. Su Chen grinned. "With such a lack of confidence, how can you hope to be invincible?" Yi Lingxi fell silent once more. But after a considerable pause, she suddenly lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with fierce determination. "If brother can be invincible, why can't I? I shall surpass you and become even stronger." Buzz. At that moment, a powerful sword intent surged from Yi Lingxi, ascending towards the heavens. This sword intent exuded an aura of invincibility, its terrifying might rending the sky asunder, a sight truly fearsome. Boom. In that instant, an overwhelming divine aura erupted from Yi Lingxi, not the aura of a semi-saint, but the true divine presence. She had broken through to the holy realm. The tale is far from over. Her aura is intensifying, subtly on the verge of transcending to a new realm. Observing this, Yi Lingxi swiftly retracted her sword intent, forcefully suppressing her advancement to prevent an unwanted breakthrough. Previously, she had hastily elevated her level, resulting in an unstable foundation. If she were to disregard the need for restraint now, her groundwork would be irrevocably compromised. After a considerable time, Yi Lingxi exhaled deeply, finally stabilizing her inner realm. In this moment, she emanated a newfound sharpness and an aura of invincibility, surrounded by an indomitable sword intent. Su Chen regarded Yi Lingxi, nodding in approval. "Well done, Lingxi. Truly impressive." Yi Lingxi responded with a smile. "Hee, my brother teaches well." Su Chen chuckled softly. "You little girl, with such sweet words. Who might you have learned that from?" Yi Lingxi retorted, "But I am merely speaking the truth." Laughter erupted from Su Chen, who then shook his head and turned to her. "Continue your training diligently. I await the day when your strength surpasses mine." With a determined gaze, Yi Lingxi nodded vigorously. Su Chen smiled and extended his hand, revealing a seed nestled in his palm. Yi Lingxi gazed at the seed, curiosity evident in her expression. "What is this?" Su Chen explained, "This is a seed from the tree of Tao. If you integrate this seed, you will no longer need to worry about depleting your celestial energy during battles. It will continuously supply you with celestial energy." "What?" Yi Lingxi exclaimed, disbelief washing over her. "A constant source of celestial energy? Unbelievable." She had never heard of anyone possessing such a miraculous object. Su Chen handed the seed to Yi Lingxi, urging her to integrate it. She replied eagerly, taking the seed and moving excitedly to a nearby spot. However, as she stared at the seed, her expression faltered, and she turned to Su Chen, awkwardly asking, "How do I integrate it?" Su Chen chuckled, "I thought you would know how to do this, given your eagerness." Yi Lingxi sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Su Chen shook his head with a smile. "You must nourish it with celestial energy, then it will willingly integrate with you." Yi Lingxi nodded and began to channel celestial energy into the seed. Time passed, and after 2 hours, beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead, her complexion paling. "Brother, why hasn't it responded yet?" Su Chen reassured her, "Just hold on a little longer." Yi Lingxi nodded, focusing intently on the seed. Another hour slipped by, and just as she felt she could no longer endure, the seed suddenly transformed into a streak of light, merging into her body, quietly settling beside her dantian. Boom. At that moment, the seed erupted, releasing an exceptionally rich and pure celestial energy that instantaneously replenished what Yi Lingxi had previously lost. Sitting cross-legged, she closed her eyes, and after a while, her once quiet realm surged forward once more. This time, she could no longer contain it and was compelled to break through. Slowly, Yi Lingxi opened her eyes, excitement radiating from her. She sprang to her feet and rushed to Su Chen, enveloping him in a hug. "Brother, this seed is truly remarkable. Its energy is even purer than what I could absorb." Afterward, she lifted her head and gazed at Su Chen, her curiosity piqued. "Brother, where did you obtain this? Does such a divine object truly exist in the celestial realm?" Su Chen smiled gently, replying, "A secret." Yi Lingxi nodded, accepting his answer. She understood that his reticence was not without reason. Otherwise, he would have shared it with her. Su Chen chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Yi Lingxi's hair. "You are truly obedient." Yi Lingxi beamed, responding, "Of course." As Su Chen looked at her, a flicker of gravity crossed his eyes, and he cautioned, "Do not elevate your cultivation too rapidly. All right?" Yi Lingxi blinked, inquiring, "Why is that?" Su Chen smiled slightly, "You will understand in due time." Yi Lingxi nodded, "All right then." Chapter 50. The Gathering of Exceptional Talents. As time flows relentlessly, 2 years have swiftly passed. During this period, Su Chen has enjoyed a leisurely existence, primarily residing within the confines of his courtyard. Occasionally visiting Qin, and remarkably, during these 2 years, the Demon Lord has successfully ascended to the realm of a half-emperor, achieving the pinnacle of the 9th layer through the infusion of primordial purple energy. This breakthrough not only amplified his cultivation aptitude, but also significantly enhanced his potential for future ascension in the realm of immortality. He was particularly elated, fervently expressing how astute his initial choices had been. After lunch, under the gentle warmth of the sun, Su Chen reclined on a wicker chair, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Not far from him, Yi Lingxi was skillfully wielding her long sword, the blade moving like a dragon weaving through the air. At times, she was as light as a swallow, launching her sword with precision. At other times, she struck with the ferocity of lightning, causing leaves to scatter. Suddenly, her eyes gleamed, and she soared into the sky, unleashing the overwhelming power of the 9th layer of the Holy Realm. With a swift motion, she thrust her sword towards the heavens. Boom! The might of her sword intent surged across the landscape, causing the surrounding space to seethe. This single strike, imbued with an invincible force, tore asunder the very fabric of the sky. Strangely, the members of the Su clan merely cast a fleeting glance at the void before returning to their own affairs, as if such displays were a commonplace occurrence. With her hands clasped behind her back, Yi Lingxi stood suspended in the air, wielding the fallen phoenix sword. She surveyed the torn sky with a flicker of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Lowering her gaze, she murmured, "Why do I always feel that something is missing?" After a moment of contemplation, she descended to the ground and approached Su Chen, gently massaging his shoulders. Su Chen smiled, opening his eyes, inviting her to speak her mind. Yi Lingxi chuckled, "Brother, how did you know I had something to discuss?" Su Chen shook his head with a smile. "If you had nothing to say, you wouldn't be massaging my shoulders." Yi Lingxi's cheeks flushed, her demeanor turning slightly awkward. Su Chen encouraged her, "Go on. What is it?" Yi Lingxi confessed, "I have this nagging feeling that my swordsmanship lacks something, yet I cannot pinpoint what it is." "Do you know, brother?" Su Chen replied straightforwardly, "You lack combat experience." "Combat?" Yi Lingxi echoed, puzzled. Su Chen nodded. "Throughout your cultivation, you have never truly fought, nor have you experienced the life and death struggles of your peers. If you engage in combat, you would rely solely on brute strength without any finesse. Should you encounter someone with rich combat experience at your level, the outcome would be inevitable: defeat. What you currently lack is practical combat experience. Only through battle can you glean insights and recognize your shortcomings. This is essential for the completeness of your swordsmanship, rather than merely practicing in the courtyard, which serves little purpose." After absorbing Su Chen's words, Yi Lingxi remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "Then who should I fight? The prodigies of the Su clan?" Su Chen shook his head. Engaging with the younger generation of the Su clan would be futile, as they are unlikely to give their all in such encounters. Yi Lingxi grimaced, "Then what should I do?" At that moment, a figure appeared in the courtyard. It was the Demon Lord. He bowed respectfully to Su Chen and announced, "Young master, someone has come to invite you to the gathering of exceptional talents." Su Chen spoke calmly. "Please, tell me more." The Demon Lord replied, "The talent conference was founded by a prodigy from a forbidden force named Yun Yao. Every year, she invites all the outstanding talents from the immortal realm to participate in this event. The conference primarily serves as a platform for these exceptional individuals to spar, and the one who secures the first place will be rewarded by Yun Yao." Upon hearing this, a faint smile tugged at Su Chen's lips. The timing of this talent conference could not be more perfect. He turned to Yi Lingxi and said, "Let us go. This conference will provide you with an excellent opportunity to showcase your combat skills." Days later, in Southern Prefecture, countless prodigies gathered to partake in the talent conference. Within a vast courtyard, numerous exceptional individuals mingled, laughter and conversation filling the air. "I hear that Wu Mingxiao will also be attending," someone remarked. Wu Mingxiao. He is indeed an extraordinary figure. It is said that he has broken through to the 6th level of the Sacred Realm and has faced 3 great Sacred Realm powerhouses simultaneously without suffering defeat. Another added, "Indeed, he is formidable, but I have also heard whispers of many ancient prodigies emerging, possessing terrifying strength." Even Wu Mingxiao would think twice before confronting these ancient talents. As the crowd engaged in lively discussions, a woman gracefully entered the courtyard. She possessed a slender figure, exquisite features, and skin as smooth as jade, adorned in a flowing purple gown that exuded an air of nobility. Miss Yun. Upon seeing her, the prodigies in the courtyard bowed respectfully, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Yun Yao nodded in acknowledgement, choosing silence as she took her seat at the head of the table and closed her eyes in meditation. After a while, another man entered the courtyard, clad in a crimson robe, with hair as dark as ink and a physique towering above the average person, resembling a giant. Wu Mingxiao has arrived. The crowd recognized him instantly. Ignoring their stares, Wu Mingxiao approached Yun Yao and smiled. "Long time no see." Yun Yao slowly opened her eyes. Casting a glance at Wu Mingxiao, her expression briefly flashing with disdain before she nodded and returned to her meditative state. Observing her reaction, Wu Mingxiao's expression darkened slightly. Yet he remained silent and took a seat beside her. As time passed swiftly, an hour slipped by, during which many more prodigies arrived. At that moment, a figure in white and a young girl entered the courtyard. The man was strikingly handsome, with eyes that sparkled like stars, moving with an ethereal grace that captured the attention of everyone present. The little girl had a delicately charming face, but her most captivating feature was her bright, clear eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Their appearance instantly drew the gaze of all the prodigies, who curiously speculated about their identities. Then, a male prodigy seemed to recognize the man, exclaiming, "It is Su Chen, the son of the Forbidden Force." "What? It is he." At this revelation, the crowd erupted in fervent whispers, their eyes betraying a sense of trepidation as they regarded Su Chen, fully aware of the deeds he had performed at the Heavenly Book Academy. It is rumored that this individual possesses a ruthless heart, dispatching those who irk him without a second thought, a veritable deity of death. Yun Yao opened her eyes. Gazing at Su Chen with a charming smile, "Young Master Su, please take a seat beside this young lady." As she spoke, she gestured towards the 2 vacant spots beside her. Observing this scene, Wu Mingxiao's gaze gradually turned cold. He glanced at Su Chen, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing in his eyes. At that moment, Su Chen's eyes met Wu Mingxiao's, calm as still water. Suddenly, a flash of sword light darted across the arena, and Wu Mingxiao's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a mixture of confusion, resentment, and fear. Chapter 51. What a daring escape. Goodness! The crowd in attendance widened their eyes in disbelief, their gazes fixated on Su Chen, filled with trepidation. Is it truly the case that he kills without provocation? How audacious! Everyone swallowed hard and averted their eyes, fearful that a mere displeasure from Su Chen might lead to their untimely demise. The truth is, even if Su Chen were to kill them, the forces behind them would not seek retribution. With Su Chen's formidable background, who would dare retaliate? Only those wishing for annihilation or extermination would consider avenging themselves against him. To be slain simply for inciting his ire would be an unfathomable tragedy. Yun Yao furrowed her brow, observing Su Chen in silence. Su Chen calmly stated, "He harbored murderous intent towards me. My act of killing him was merely a means of self-preservation." Upon hearing these words, the crowd's lips twitched. What a clever excuse for self-preservation. Quite impressive. Yun Yao rubbed her temples, somewhat exasperated, and gently shook her head. She gestured for Su Chen to take a seat. Su Chen nodded and sat beside Yun Lingxi. Yun Yao glanced at Wu Mingxiao's lifeless body, at a loss for words. To be slain so early in the encounter was indeed a significant misstep. She chose not to dwell further on the matter. With a wave of her hand, Wu Mingxiao's corpse was instantly reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Just as she was about to address the assembly, a figure descended from the heavens, adorned in golden robes with lustrous golden hair. This strikingly handsome individual exuded an air of arrogance. He looked at Yun Yao and inquired with a smile, "Am I late?" Shen Lang. This individual was a prodigy from ancient times. The crowd recognized the golden-haired man, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Yun Yao acknowledged Shen Lang with a nod. He grinned widely, then turned his gaze towards Su Chen, his eyes glinting with intrigue, lost in thought. Suddenly, Yun Yao declared, "It seems no one else is coming. Who among you wishes to spar first?" With that, she surveyed the individuals below. "I shall." A young man stepped forward, his eyes brimming with combat spirit. Su Chen glanced at Yunlingxi and said, "Go ahead. I have no interest in witnessing these trivial skirmishes." Yunlingxi nodded and rose, addressing the young man. "I will battle you." The crowd's attention shifted in unison to Yunlingxi, then to Su Chen, their foreheads adorned with beads of sweat. "Miss, who would dare to spar with you? If you were to be injured, would not the divine son of Su take it upon himself to eradicate us all? Please, do not cause a commotion." The young man appeared equally embarrassed, feeling utterly helpless in this predicament. Su Chen turned to the young man with a smile, saying, "Give it your all. Even if you were to injure her, I would not pursue retribution. However, should you hold back, I may be compelled to intervene." The crowd fell into a state of speechless disbelief. Can one truly trust his words? Wu Mingxiao had been slain without cause, leaving them questioning the validity of Su Chen's assurances. In that moment, the young man fell silent, filled with regret for being the first to step forward. He vowed never to do so again. What now? After a prolonged silence, he gritted his teeth. To hell with it. If I must die, so be it. It matters not. My life is but a trifling matter. He gazed at Yilingxi and thought it best to ascend to the heavens for battle, as this place was unsuitable. With that, he soared into the sky, standing in the void. Yilingxi, without hesitation, mirrored his ascent. The young man, his resolve hardened, emanated the aura of a pinnacle half-saint, and then, in an instant, vanished. At that moment, a colossal hand, brimming with formidable might, descended toward Yilingxi. Buzz! A sound akin to a sword's cry resonated, and a beam of sword light flickered through the arena. As the sword light appeared, the gigantic hand shattered instantaneously. The young man was flung backward, but managed to stabilize himself. Just then, his pupils constricted in shock, for Yilingxi had appeared before him, her sword poised at his brow. Below, the spectators gaped in astonishment. Good heavens! This little girl is incredibly strong. This is outrageous. The young man forced a bitter smile. I concede. Yilingxi nodded, retracting her sword, then cast her gaze downward at Shenlang. She sensed that, apart from Shenlang, none could match her prowess. So she decided to challenge him directly. The crowd followed her gaze, their brows arching in disbelief. Is she insane? She wishes to challenge Shenlang? He's a grand saint. How could she possibly win? Shenlang, standing below, smirked before vanishing from sight, reappearing in the void. You wish to fight me? I shall oblige, he declared, as a massive blade materialized in his hand. Almost instantly, the aura of a grand saint radiated from him, enveloping the sky. At that moment, a terrifying intent surged forth, causing the very earth to tremble. In the next instant, Shenlang's figure materialized before Yilingxi, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he brought his blade down. Yilingxi, taken aback, realized she hadn't perceived how Shenlang had appeared. With no time to spare, she raised her sword in defense. Bang! A thunderous explosion echoed through the heavens as Yilingxi was sent hurtling away, but just then, she vanished without a trace. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out as Yilingxi re-emerged before Shenlang, thrusting her sword forward, unleashing an invincible sword intent. Shenlang smiled, swiftly countering with a horizontal slash. Boom! A powerful shockwave surged forth, propelling Yilingxi once again into the air. At that moment, Shenlang appeared without hesitation, delivering another decisive strike. Yilingxi's pupils dilated in alarm, and in this perilous instant, a tremendous force erupted from within her. Shenlang, caught off guard, was sent flying. He steadied himself, a grave expression settling upon his features. At that moment, a fiery phoenix burst forth from Yilingxi's brow, instantly merging with her being, unleashing a dual force of terrifying power. The invincible sword intent surged into the heavens at this moment, and in the next instant, Yilingxi lunged directly at Shenlang, piercing forth with her sword. The might of her strike was fearsome beyond measure. Two terrifying forces immediately locked onto Shenlang, who, at that moment, let out a furious roar as a dreadful blade intent erupted from his being. The brilliance of the 10,000-foot blade intent illuminated the firmament. Bang! A horrifying shockwave shattered the very fabric of space, annihilating everything within a myriad of miles in an instant, an utterly terrifying sight. At this juncture, both combatants retreated simultaneously, only to charge at each other once more. The onlookers below gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer shock. They could scarcely believe that Yilingxi could stand toe-to-toe with Shenlang. She was facing a great sage, and not just any great sage, but one of prodigious talent, truly defying the heavens. Chapter 52. Then let the battle commence. Yunyao was equally astonished. She had not anticipated Yilingxi's extraordinary prowess. At that moment, her gaze was drawn to the sword in Yi Lingxi's hand, and her brows furrowed tightly. She glanced at Su Chen, but quickly averted her eyes, her expression glimmering with intensity. Forging a sword from the body of a fire phoenix. What an audacious endeavor. Was he not afraid of the retribution from the Fire Phoenix clan? After all, they were a formidable and forbidden force. Boom. In the void above, a series of terrifying explosions reverberated. As Yi Lingxi and Shen Lang clashed over 100 times, Shen Lang continuously defended against Yi Lingxi's relentless assaults, his countenance dark and grim. At that moment, he felt his celestial energy depleting rapidly. If he did not devise a strategy soon, he would surely face defeat. Simultaneously, he was perplexed, as Yi Lingxi seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of celestial energy, leaving him to suspect that some divine artifact was aiding her. Damn, how on earth is one supposed to contend with this? At that instant, Yi Lingxi ceased her offensive against Shen Lang, standing still with her eyes tightly shut. A sense of foreboding washed over Shen Lang, and without hesitation, he charged toward her. Just then, Yi Lingxi abruptly opened her eyes, positioning her sword before her. Instantly, an overwhelming and invincible sword intent surged outward, illuminating the surroundings with countless beams of sword light behind her. Her gaze remained indifferent as she looked at Shen Lang, and in a heartbeat, she swung her sword down. Shen Lang's hair stood on end, a profound sense of crisis flooding his heart. He could not afford to be careless. He swiftly raised his great blade in defense, forming a knife shield imbued with tremendous blade intent. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the heavens and earth, unleashing a cataclysmic force that radiated outward, obliterating mountains and rivers in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone held their breath, their eyes wide with horror. Could this truly be the power unleashed by a saintly realm? Terrifying. At that moment, a figure was sent flying, none other than Shen Lang. He crashed heavily to the ground. His aura faint, his complexion ashen, and a gruesome sword wound visible on his chest, deep enough to expose bone. He lay there in a daze, confusion filling his eyes. I have lost. I have been defeated. How could I be bested by someone from the saintly realm? No. If I were to be defeated, how many would mock me in this world? I cannot afford to fail. His expression contorted with rage. He suddenly produced a crimson elixir in his hand, and without a moment's hesitation, consumed it. Even if it meant forfeiting my foundation, I must not lose. Boom. The instant Shen Lang ingested the red elixir, a terrifying force erupted from his being. In the blink of an eye, his realm surged to the first level of the Saint King realm. And it did not end there. In another heartbeat, he ascended to the 4th level of the Saint King realm. Goodness, he has resorted to drugs. Witnessing this, the onlookers were not naive. They quickly grasped the situation, their astonishment palpable. They had not expected Shen Lang to resort to such underhanded tactics. Yun Yao glanced at Su Chen, noticing his calm demeanor and lack of intent to intervene. Will you not act? That young girl may be in peril, she inquired. Su Chen shook his head, responding with serenity. How can one speak of invincibility without having faced life and death? Invincibility? Yun Yao furrowed her brows, casting a deep glance at Su Chen before averting her gaze. Is invincibility truly so easily attained? The celestial realm is teeming with formidable beings. Who dares to claim absolute supremacy? At that moment, Shen Lang soared into the sky, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, a palpable aura of murder enveloping the surroundings. He sought to slay Yi Lingxi to avenge his prior humiliation. In the blink of an eye, he surged forward, imbued with terrifying might and an overwhelming desire for vengeance. Charging directly at Yi Lingxi. Yi Lingxi, her expression grave, dared not underestimate him and thrust her sword forth. Bang! The clash of sword and blade unleashed a series of cataclysmic shockwaves that shattered the very fabric of reality. Boom! Both combatants were thrust back, only to engage once more, their blades meeting in a flurry of strikes, each becoming a blur as they exchanged blows hundreds of times. Gradually, Yi Lingxi began to falter, finding herself at a disadvantage. At that moment, Shen Lang's expression twisted with malice as he gripped his blade tightly, preparing to deliver a decisive strike. This blow would harness all the celestial energy within him. He sought to determine life and death with a single stroke. The dreadful force instantly ensnared Yi Lingxi. She felt an unprecedented sense of peril. She could not withstand this blow. Suddenly, her eyes glinted with fierce determination, and she exclaimed, I shall be invincible. I will surpass my brother. How could I possibly lose? Boom. The terrifying aura of invincibility surged forth, illuminating the heavens with countless sword lights. Gritting her teeth, Yilingxi's eyes radiated a fiery combat spirit. In the next moment, she thrust her sword. Bang! An unfathomable shockwave erupted, creating monstrous waves in the air. At that instant, both Yilingxi and Shun Lang were propelled backward. Yilingxi lost consciousness, while Shun Lang, in the throes of his flight, was suddenly shattered by an overwhelming sword intent. Just then, Su Chen appeared, cradling Yilingxi in his arms, his lips curling into a slight smile. "Well done," he remarked, as he placed a pill into Yilingxi's mouth. In an instant, her injuries healed, although her aura remained somewhat weak. She slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Su Chen, and murmured, "Brother, did I win?" Su Chen replied with a smile, "You did. Lingxi, you are truly remarkable." At his words, Yilingxi chuckled softly and said, "Brother, I feel a bit tired. I shall rest for a while." With that, she promptly fell asleep, her gentle snores filling the air. She was indeed exhausted. Su Chen nodded. "Very well. Who dares to threaten the pride of the Shen clan?" At that moment, a thunderous shout reverberated through the skies, echoing in the ears of all present. In the next instant, an elder descended from the heavens, his hair as white as snow, exuding an air of authority, shrouded in imperial might. He was a formidable being of the 9th layer of half-emperor, none other than Shen Wan, the patriarch of the Shen clan. The crowd regarded the elder with solemn expressions before shifting their gaze to Su Chen, curiosity etched on their faces. What would Su Chen do now? The Shen clan was indeed a forbidden power. Would two such powers clash? Shen Wan fixed his gaze upon Su Chen, narrowing his eyes. "You are that divine son of the Su clan, are you not?" Su Chen, still cradling Yilingxi, remained silent. Observing this, Shen Wan's countenance darkened ominously, and he coldly inquired, "Your people have slain an ancient prodigy of my Shen clan, and you offer no explanation?" Su Chen replied with calm composure, "Explanation? What are you? To demand an explanation from me?" At these words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd below, their gazes fixed on Su Chen, who silently earned their admiration. Impressive. Truly the god of death. Bold and audacious. Shen Wan, consumed by fury, glared at Su Chen. "Are you not afraid that my Shen clan will wage war against your Su clan? Then let it be war." At that moment, an imposing voice resonated through the void, followed by the emergence of a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Su Chen. It was Su Yanche, Su Chen's father. Shen Wan's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and anger as he addressed Su Yanche coldly. "Is your Su clan truly prepared to engage in battle?" Su Yanche retorted without hesitation, "What nonsense are you spouting? If war is what you desire, then let it commence. Do you truly believe I fear you? You." Shen Wan's face flushed with rage, his fist clenched tightly, veins bulging upon his forehead. He had never been subjected to such indignation. Su Yanche shot back. "What of it? You're nothing but a waste." Humph. With a cold snort, Shen Wan turned to leave. He was no fool. To engage in war with the Su clan? What a ridiculous notion. If it were merely against the Su clan, it might be manageable. But the Su clan had the backing of the Ying Tian Academy and the Qin clan. Could war truly be waged? He had only been speaking empty threats. As the crowd witnessed Shen Wan's retreat, they exchanged bewildered glances. He actually fled? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. The Su clan was far more formidable than it appeared. To provoke them was unwise. "Father, should he wish for war, then let us oblige him." Chapter 53, Just a Little Calamity. Su Chen stood in the void, his demeanor serene, with his silvery hair billowing in the wind, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. Upon hearing Su Chen's declaration, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, their expressions etched with disbelief. What had they just heard? Su Chen was declaring war against the Shen clan. Incredible. Unbelievable. Shen Wan halted in his tracks. Turning to face Su Chen, his countenance ashen. He could hardly fathom that Su Chen had the audacity to confront the Shen clan without regard for the consequences. At that moment, regret gnawed at his heart. Had he known, he would not have acted so arrogantly. Losing one ancient prodigy would have been a triviality. Why had he chosen to flaunt his status? Shen Wan's expression darkened as thoughts of countermeasures raced through his mind. Alas, what could he do now? If the Su clan truly went to war, the Shen clan would surely face annihilation. Ha ha. Su Yanche's laughter echoed. "Since my son has spoken, let us engage in battle." As his words resonated, an unfathomable energy surged throughout the cosmos, and in an instant, the very fabric of space shattered. In the next moment, hundreds of thousands of warriors clad in black armor materialized. Their appearance sent tremors through the heavens and galaxies, an oppressive force saturating the atmosphere. Witnessing this scene, The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their faces pale with terror. It was only now that they truly comprehended the formidable might of the Su clan. Such an overwhelming assembly of powerful beings was beyond belief. This was merely the Su clan, if one were to factor in the Ying Tian Academy and the Qing clan. The thought was too daunting to entertain. Fear enveloped everyone as their faces turned ghostly white. Seeing this unfold, Sun Quan was utterly paralyzed with shock. Could this truly be happening? A wave of remorse crashed over him. His expression was graver than the loss of a beloved mother. Initially, he had only intended to showcase his prowess, never anticipating the situation would escalate to this level. Simultaneously, he was astounded by the sheer number of formidable warriors in the Su clan. Even his own Shen clan did not possess such a vast array of strength. What was to be done? With so many formidable opponents, the Shen clan stood no chance. Su clan leader, please do not take offense. The Shen clan had no intention of waging war against the Su clan. At that moment, a voice, ancient and resonant, reverberated through the air. The ancestral figure. Shen Wan was taken aback, astonished that the ancestral sage of the Shen clan had chosen to intervene. It was well known that the ancestors seldom engaged with worldly affairs. Yet here he was, unexpectedly present. In that instant, the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. The ancestral voice resounded once more, stating that all actions were solely Shen Wan's decisions and bore no relation to the Shen clan. Henceforth, Shen Wan would no longer serve as the clan leader. Su clan leader, please take note. Upon hearing this, Shen Wan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in place, as if he had received a devastating blow. He could hardly believe that the ancestral figure had so decisively abandoned him. Around him, the onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. They too were taken aback by the Shen clan's sudden disavowal of Shen Wan. Yet, upon reflection, it was only logical. Had they not disowned Shen Wan, the entire Shen clan would face utter ruin. The Su clan, they stand no chance. Only by abandoning Shen Wan can the entire Shen clan be preserved. Ha ha. Su Chen let out a hearty laugh, his gaze fixed upon Shen Wan. Oh, it appears your clan has forsaken you. Shen Wan's countenance darkened, an expression of despair etched across his face. At this moment, he was genuinely frightened. He feared for his life. If all the formidable members of the Su clan were to converge upon him, his demise would be inevitable. Even his status as a peak half-emperor at the 9th level would prove futile. After a moment of silence, he turned to Su Chen and said in a grave tone, I was in the wrong before. How about letting me go? Su Chen smirked coldly, ignoring Shen Wan, and instead glanced at Su Chen, saying with a grin, Son, this fellow is scared. Should we spare him? Su Chen replied calmly, let him be killed. Su Chen nodded in agreement, responding, very well. At that moment, Su Chen inquired, Father, can you defeat him? Su Chen scoffed disdainfully, he's merely a minor Karami. Easily dispatched with a wave of my hand. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and in that instant, the surrounding space spanning 1,000,000 miles shattered. Following that, an aura of sword intent so potent that it instilled fear in the heavens surged towards Shen Wan. Shen Wan's pupils constricted sharply, terror gripping his heart as he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloping him. His expression twisted in rage as the terrifying power of a peak half-emperor erupted from his being, unleashing a formidable pressure that swept across 100,000 miles. He bellowed in fury, launching a punch with all his might. He dared not underestimate the threat, pouring forth his full strength. The brilliance of his punch illuminated the skies. Yet, despite its terrifying power, when his blow made contact with that dreadful sword intent, it was shattered in an instant. How could this be? Shen Wan roared in disbelief, his tone laden with incredulity and resentment. His strongest strike, reduced to mere nothingness. With a piercing sound, the sword intent pierced through Shen Wan's skull. And in the next moment, the very fabric of the world erupted, a terrifying shockwave obliterating countless stars. Witnessing this scene, the faces of all present turned pale, those of lesser strength quaking in fear. They looked towards Su Chen, their eyes filled with dread and reverence. To annihilate a peak half-emperor with a single blow, it was unfathomable. At that moment, they began to wonder if Su Chen was indeed an emperor. Truly, it was terrifying beyond measure. Su Chen laughed heartily and then turned to Su Chen, saying, See, such trash is easily dispatched. His voice rang loudly, ensuring all present could hear. Everyone was left speechless. A peak half-emperor regarded as trash? Only you could dare to utter such words. Su Chen glanced at Su Chen. Father, you are quite the master of concealment. Su Chen grinned widely. Of course, if you can slay an emperor, what is stopping your father? A flicker of surprise crossed Su Chen's eyes, followed by a smile and a shake of his head. It seemed his father was well aware of his actions. However, given that Su Chen was Su Chen's own son, it was only natural for him to keep an eye on his offspring. If he were completely oblivious to Su Chen's affairs, it would reflect poorly on him as a father. At this juncture, Su Chen declared, "All right. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As he spoke, he vanished without hesitation. Following his disappearance, the multitude of formidable beings surrounding him also dissipated, and the terrifying pressure that had once engulfed the area was now utterly absent. In that very place, Su Chen smiled faintly, casting a glance at Yilingxi in his arms, before stepping forward and vanishing from sight. Witnessing Su Chen and his companion's departure, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The events of the day had truly surpassed their comprehension. It was on this day that they finally grasped the sheer terror of the Su clan. Henceforth, they must never provoke a member of the Su clan. A slight misstep could lead to one's demise, and the gravest consequence could be the annihilation of their entire lineage. Yun Yao stood in silence, lost in thought. And after a moment, she too vanished from the spot. She needed to return and earnestly caution her clan members never to provoke anyone from the Su clan. The Su clan was utterly fearsome. Even though they were a forbidden power, before the Su clan, they were but mere ants. Chapter 54. Even an emperor must kneel. 3 days later, Su Chen and Yilingxi walked along a path. Yilingxi inquired, "Brother, where are we headed now?" Su Chen replied calmly, "To the Netherworld Forbidden Land." The Netherworld Forbidden Land. This was a realm that had existed since the inception of the Celestial Realm. It was said that anyone who dared to step into the Netherworld Forbidden Land would never return, not even an emperor. Yilingxi was taken aback. She had encountered descriptions of this forbidden land in ancient texts. Curiously, she asked, "What are we going there for?" Su Chen responded, "You have just experienced a true battle. Yet this is merely the beginning. I have heard that there is an intriguing artifact within the Netherworld Forbidden Land that can enhance your combat awareness." Yilingxi nodded, seemingly unperturbed by the potential dangers of entering the Forbidden Land. After all, who could be afraid with an invincible brother by her side? Before long, the two arrived at the Netherworld Forbidden Land, a forest where trees towered to astonishing heights, enveloped in an aura of eeriness and the uncanny. Upon closer inspection, the interior was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. As Su Chen led Yilingxi into the Netherworld Forbidden Land, a chilling gust of wind swept through, as if invisible eyes were observing them, radiating coldness, emptiness, and boundless terror. Yilingxi swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of fear, for her limited experiences made her apprehensive. However, when she clutched Su Chen's hand, her fears dissipated. With her brother beside her, what was there to fear? After walking for some time, the atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre. Suddenly, an overwhelming force locked onto Su Chen and Yilingxi. Almost instantaneously, a grotesque giant hand descended from the void, striking towards them. Su Chen, with his hands behind his back and an expression of tranquility, cast a fleeting glance at the enormous hand. Boom! In an instant, the giant hand was obliterated. A voice of confusion echoed, and the next moment, a man appeared in the void above. He had long purple hair and donned a black robe, exuding an aura of strangeness. The man fixed his gaze on Su Chen, surprise flickering across his features, yet he remained silent as a terrifying imperial might radiated from him. In the next moment, he vanished from his original position, reappearing directly in front of Su Chen, and unleashed a punch that emanated a dreadful intent, shattering the very fabric of reality. Su Chen's expression remained unchanging as he slowly raised his hand. Boom! A terrifying shockwave surged outward, causing the surrounding giant trees to disintegrate. The man's pupils constricted sharply as he realized that Su Chen was now grasping his hand. He attempted to retract his right hand, but it remained firmly in place. A glint of malice appeared in his eyes, and without hesitation, he transformed his left palm into a blade, severing his own right hand. In that instant, he swiftly retreated, distancing himself from Su Chen. He glanced at his empty right shoulder, then back at Su Chen, a grave expression etched across his face. Who was this individual? To possess such formidable power? He dared not be careless. He swiftly turned to flee. However, in that fleeting moment of turning, a terrifying force enveloped him, rendering him incapable of taking a single step. His heart weighed heavily, yet he remained silent. Su Chen and his companion approached the man, and just as Su Chen was about to speak, The power within the man surged violently, causing his body to swell as if inflated. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated through the heavens and the earth, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud, most disturbing to behold. Remarkably, the man's self-detonation inflicted no harm upon Su Chen or his companion. In Su Chen's eyes, tranquility reigned. He possessed the ability to prevent the man's self-destruction, yet deemed it unnecessary. What could one who resorted to self-detonation possibly articulate? With Yilingxi by his side, Su Chen continued deeper into the abyss. Along the way, he encountered numerous individuals akin to the man before, but all met their demise at Su Chen's hands. These were mere lackeys. His objective was to confront the true adversary. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the innermost sanctum of the Netherworld's forbidden land, where an ominous hall lay shrouded in darkness, exuding an eerie ambience. Interesting. Has someone recklessly ventured here? A voice resonated from within the hall, sending chills down one's spine. At that moment, the hall's door creaked open, revealing a woman clad in black. The attire accentuated her curvaceous figure, and her striking beauty bore an alluring, otherworldly quality, enveloped in an aura of mysterious power. As she gazed at Su Chen, a smirk played upon her lips. "Ah, such handsomeness. Stay and keep me company, won't you?" With that, a terrifying surge of black energy erupted from her, an eerie and formidable force. She extended her hand and clenched it tightly. In an instant, this enigmatic black power coalesced into a gigantic hand that lunged towards Su Chen, exuding a malevolence surpassing that of a semi-imperial peak powerhouse. Su Chen remained composed, uttering a single word: "Annihilate." With that utterance, the colossal hand disintegrated instantly. The woman raised an eyebrow, fixating her gaze on Su Chen, intrigued. With a flick of her wrist, a black longsword materialized before her, for she now recognized Su Chen's exceptional nature and dared not underestimate him. Grasping the sword, she executed a fierce slash towards Su Chen. A torrent of sword intent, soaring to unimaginable heights, surged forth, imbued with that mysterious power. Under its dominion, countless stars shattered in an instant. The might of the sword swept across 1,000,000 miles. Annihilate. Despite the terrifying nature of the sword intent, it dissipated the moment the word fell. In the distance, the woman's brow furrowed, her expression grave. At that moment, a formidable imperial aura emanated from her, causing the surrounding 1,000,000 miles to erupt in chaos. She was an empress. The woman appeared in the void, treading upon the 3,000 paths, her demeanor icy, and her oppressive presence utterly daunting. She raised her right hand, pointing at Su Chen, and behind her, 1,000,000 strands of sword intent materialized, each capable of obliterating any semi-imperial powerhouse in an instant. Buzz! A piercing sound echoed as the 1,000,000 strands of sword intent trembled, then rained down like a torrential deluge, overwhelming in momentum and instilling an insurmountable sense of helplessness. Annihilate. As another word fell, a myriad of sword intents dissipated into the vast sky. The woman's pupils suddenly constricted, her heart gripped by terror. How could this man be so formidable? Kneel. Boom. The woman instantly plummeted from the void, her knees crashing heavily to the ground. Even an emperor would bow before Su Chen. Astonished, the woman felt as if countless stars weighed down upon her, rendering her immobile. Simultaneously, a mysterious and formidable force held her in an unyielding grasp. Should she dare to resist, that power would obliterate her in an instant. The woman swallowed hard, her entire being feeling as though it had been struck by lightning, her eyes reflecting sheer incredulity. Chapter 55, The False Immortal Realm. To her astonishment, a mighty emperor found herself kneeling without any semblance of resistance. Gazing at Su Chen, a flicker of fear finally surfaced in her eyes. She could hardly fathom that he was indeed a formidable figure. How on earth could she contend with him? His presence was overwhelming, surpassing all limits. With a single word, he had brought her to her knees. What else could be deemed beyond limits? Su Chen regarded the woman with calm eyes, akin to a tranquil abyss. Under his gaze, her complexion paled as dread seeped into her heart. This man was terrifying. At that moment, Su Chen spoke. "Speak." The woman swallowed hard, suppressing her fear, and whispered, "I am Mou, hailing from the true immortal realm." Upon hearing this, Yilingxi, intrigued, inquired, "Isn't this place the true immortal realm?" Mou cast a glance at Yilingxi, reluctant to explain to this young one, yet compelled by the presence of such a powerful figure. Alas, a once great emperor reduced to this, such a pity. Mou inwardly shook her head and elucidated. "This is not the true immortal realm. It is merely a false immortal realm." "A false immortal realm?" Yilingxi queried, perplexed. Indeed, Mou confirmed. This can only be regarded as a false immortal realm. The genuine immortal realm lies elsewhere. Yilingxi blinked, as if she had stumbled upon a hidden secret. Mou continued, within this grand hall, there exists a teleportation array, which serves as the gateway to the true immortal realm. To enter the true immortal realm, one must possess the strength of an emperor. Only emperors are deemed worthy of such entry, and I am here to guide those emperors. After listening, Yilingxi asked, are there entities in the true immortal realm that surpass emperors in terror? Mou replied serenely, emperors are merely a threshold to the true immortal realm. Yilingxi fell silent, suddenly recalling Su Chen's earlier words. In this world, the strong are never the strongest. There is always a greater strength. Just how powerful is my brother? Can I surpass him? At this moment, her heart wavered, and her indomitable sword intent began to stir violently. At that juncture, Su Chen placed a reassuring hand on Yilingxi's shoulder and said with a smile, do not overthink. Have faith in yourself. If you do not believe in yourself, how can you be invincible? Upon hearing this, Yilingxi contemplated for a moment, then turned to Su Chen with a determined nod, her eyes resolute. I understand. Su Chen smiled, relieved that she grasped the essence. Then he turned to the woman and calmly stated, present me with the 10,000-layer tower. Mou was taken aback, not expecting Su Chen's intent. A glance at Yilingxi clarified everything for her. Without hesitation, she produced a small tower, astonishingly composed of 10,000 layers. At that moment, the small tower suddenly expanded, soaring skyward, its body emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Yilingxi curiously scrutinized the tower. Mou explained, this tower is known as the 10,000-layer tower. Within each layer lies a fragment of divine soul left by a peerless prodigy. As she spoke, she turned to Yilingxi and said, once you enter, your power will undoubtedly undergo a qualitative transformation. Yilingxi glanced at Su Chen and blinked. Am I supposed to go in? Su Chen smiled and replied, the very purpose of bringing you here is this. Go ahead. Yilingxi nodded and proceeded towards the tower of 10,000 layers. Su Chen watched her retreating figure, then flicked his fingers, sending a beam of golden light that instantly merged into Yilingxi's body. Mou cast a glance at Su Chen but remained silent. At that moment, she contemplated. She was somewhat familiar with this pseudo-immortal realm, yet she held no memories regarding Su Chen. A wave of confusion washed over her. Who exactly was Su Chen? His strength was terrifying. With a mere word, he had subdued her. She had to admit, when she knelt, she was utterly bewildered. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Thankfully, this formidable figure did not take lives. Had he killed me, where could I seek justice? No. After this, I must return to the immortal realm. This pseudo-immortal realm is far too terrifying. As Yilingxi stepped into the small tower, she was immediately transported to a starry expanse. Just as she curiously surveyed her surroundings, a youthful apparition slowly materialized. At that moment, the apparition unleashed the peak strength of the 9th layer of the Great Saint Realm, charging directly towards Yilingxi with lethal intent. The overwhelming might of his punch surged forth. Yilingxi's expression turned grave. She dared not underestimate the threat. The fallen phoenix sword appeared in her grasp, and with a swift thrust, her formidable sword intent shattered the young apparition's assault in an instant. The apparition was forced to retreat, distancing itself from Yilingxi, but just then, her figure suddenly appeared before it. With a piercing sound, her long sword pierced the space between the apparition's brows, and in the next moment, the apparition vanished, leaving behind a teleportation array in its place. Yilingxi took a deep breath and stepped onto the teleportation array. Upon arriving at the next level, a terrifying sword intent surged towards her. Yilingxi hastily dodged, narrowly evading the attack, yet at that very moment, several strands of sword energy lunged towards her. A flicker of ferocity flashed in her eyes as she retaliated with her own sword intent. With a resounding clash, the two forces of sword energy neutralized each other. At that moment, a female apparition suddenly appeared above Yilingxi, striking down fiercely with her sword. Yilingxi was taken aback, raising her sword to defend. The impact sent a dreadful sword intent rippling outward, causing Yilingxi to be hurled away. Her heart weighed heavily. She had not anticipated that the challengers on this second level would be so formidable. What lay beyond this? She dared not consider. Taking a deep breath, Yilingxi charged towards the female apparition. No matter how strong, I shall remain invincible. She materialized before the female apparition and swung her sword down, unleashing an unparalleled sword intent that tore through the fabric of space. The female apparition barely had time to react before she was cleaved in two, dissipating into thin air, revealing yet another teleportation array. With unwavering determination in her gaze, Yilingxi stepped forward. In the outside world, Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the tower of 10,000 layers. At that moment, Mou spoke with a bitter expression. Could the esteemed senior allow me to rise? She was still kneeling, her heart heavy with discontent. Damn it, I must be the most pathetic emperor ever. It's so difficult. Sigh. I shall not return again. Damn. Su Chen glanced at Mou, remaining silent. At that moment, the terrifying force pressing down on Mou vanished. She let out a sigh of relief and stood up, turning to Su Chen, expressing her gratitude. Su Chen did not respond. Mou, undeterred, began to scrutinize Su Chen. This man is truly handsome, and his strength is formidable. I just wonder how he fares in bed. As this thought crossed her mind, her face flushed crimson. What am I thinking? How ridiculous. At that moment, Su Chen raised an eyebrow as a communication stone appeared in his hand, through which Du Yuan's voice resonated. Su Fengzhu, please save the starry Holy Land. Chapter 56. Crisis at the Starry Sacred Land. Su Chen's expression remained serene as he spoke slowly. Du Yuan, filled with urgency, said, Master Su, do you remember what I told you about the former leader of ancient Moon Peak? He has returned. Su Chen calmly replied, yes. Du Yuan continued, miraculously. He has ascended to the Sacred King realm. Now that he has returned, he intends to seize the entire Starry Sacred Land. And he even seeks to force the Sacred Lord into marriage. Su Chen responded with a placid, I understand. With that, he directly closed the communication stone. Su Chen glanced to his left, then merged his fingers, slicing through the void. A terrifying sword intent surged forth from his fingers, instantly piercing through time and space. Heading towards the lower realm. In the lower realm, above the Starry Sacred Land, stood a middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe, his eyes radiating golden light, exuding the aura of a sacred king. It was the former leader of ancient Moon Peak, Yang Hua. Opposite him, Xia Meng and Murong Shui fixed their icy gazes upon him, their expressions laden with gravity. Yang Hua regarded the two women with a lascivious grin, licking his lips as he said, You two should not resist. Submit to me as my women, or else, should I harm you, I would feel pained. Suddenly, two formidable sword intents erupted from the women, soaring into the sky. With steely resolve, they brandished their swords and charged at Yang Hua. A smirk crept across Yang Hua's lips, his demeanor dripping with disdain. One at the peak of the Great Saint Realm and the other at the 5th level. How dare you challenge me? With a wave of his hand, a terrifying force surged towards Xia Meng and Murong Shui. The two women felt their hearts sink. Yet they simultaneously slashed downward with their swords. Boom! A catastrophic shockwave radiated outward, sending Murong Shui flying. At that moment, Xia Meng suddenly appeared in front of Yang Hua, decisively striking at his head with her sword. Yang Hua, refusing to underestimate her, raised his right hand and unleashed a devastating punch, the energy rippling forth, shattering all in its path. Bang! The collision of fist and sword erupted with a dreadful shockwave, instantly expanding to 1,000 feet. Crack! The sword intent shattered. Xia Meng was engulfed by the force of the punch, hurtling backward, a spray of blood escaping her lips as her complexion turned pallid. At that moment, a terrifying sword intent surged from the heavens, towering thousands of feet high. Yang Hua scoffed, unleashing a cataclysmic force against the sword intent, causing the very heavens to boil with energy. This terrible force shattered the sword intent, and Yang Hua suddenly appeared before Murong Shui, delivering a fierce punch. Murong Shui's pupils constricted, and she hastily raised her sword to defend. Boom! The punch sent Murong Shui flying, her body fracturing like a spider's web, blood oozing forth. A sight both horrific and grave, indicating she had sustained severe injuries. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and charged toward Yang Hua once more. As Yang Hua gazed at Murong Shui, his brows furrowed deeply. He had no intention of killing Murong Shui, for he sought to bring her into his harem. However, he did not anticipate that Murong Shui would refuse to submit to him, even in death. His countenance darkened, and with a flick of his sleeve, a terrifying force sent Murong Shui hurtling through the air, the extent of her bodily disintegration becoming increasingly horrific. At that moment, Xia Meng positioned her sword before her, and in an instant, her aura surged violently, the energy radiating from her causing the surrounding space to fracture bit by bit. Boom! The presence of a Saint King erupted from her being. She had forcibly broken through her limits. With a resonant sword cry, A formidable sword intent surged toward Yang Hua. A hint of seriousness flickered in Yang Hua's eyes, but it was merely a fleeting concern. His aura trembled violently, unleashing a fearsome force that shattered the air like a tsunami surging across vast distances. Boom! The catastrophic shockwave obliterated 10,000 miles of space, propelling both Xiaoming and Yang Hua away. Yang Hua landed 1,000 feet away, while Xiaoming soared 10,000 feet high. Steadying herself, Xiaoming glared at Yang Hua, her overwhelming murderous intent enveloping her. She charged toward him once more. In that very instant, Yang Hua vanished, transforming into a bolt of lightning that collided directly with Xiaoming, the sheer power shattering countless dimensions around them. Boom! A series of deafening explosions resounded throughout the heavens as the two engaged in a fray that saw thousands of exchanges, gradually tipping the scales in Yang Hua's favor. Just then, Xiaoming let out an enraged cry, her aura surging once again. She forcefully broke through another minor realm. Gazing at Yang Hua, Xiaoming took a step forward, then thrust her sword, instantly locking Yang Hua in a web of countless sword intents. Yang Hua furrowed his brow, astonished that Xiaoming could withstand him for this long. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch, a terrifying fist intent radiating outward. Ultimately, Xiaoming suffered from the disparity in their realms. Despite her efforts to elevate her cultivation, she could not match Yang Hua, and she was sent sprawling thousands of feet away. Yang Hua, observing her, chuckled, "I must admit, I am quite surprised that you have managed to withstand me to this extent. Truly, you are a woman of remarkable caliber." Xiaoming swallowed the blood threatening to spill forth, her gaze icy as she regarded Yang Hua, her hair disheveled and her appearance somewhat disheveled. Yet her overwhelming murderous intent remained undiminished. Yang Hua sneered, "I know you refuse to submit, but once we reach the bedchamber, you will inevitably acquiesce." "Humph," Xiaoming scoffed, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent as she transformed into a beam of sword light, charging at Yang Hua, the dreadful sword intent causing mountains and rivers to collapse in her wake. Yang Hua's expression turned cold, irritation flickering within him. In that moment, a divine statue manifested around him, exuding an aura of unfathomable terror. As Xiaoming approached, the statue moved, delivering a powerful palm strike toward her. In an instant, her sword intent shattered, and she was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Her breath was faint, her complexion pale, her eyes reflecting despair and a profound sense of helplessness. She could not triumph. It was utterly impossible. At this moment, the power within her had been completely depleted, rendering her unable to continue fighting. Suddenly, Murong Shue's figure appeared behind Yang Hua, her sword thrusting forth, releasing a torrent of sword light. The statue behind Yang Hua abruptly turned, and in swift succession, it struck down with a powerful palm. Bang! Murong Shui was directly slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. As the dust settled, she had already lost consciousness. Yang Hua gazed at Murong Shui, a wicked gleam in his eyes, and then stepped into the void, advancing towards her. Just then, Xiaoming unexpectedly positioned herself in front of Murong Shui. Yang Hua did not halt his advance. Instead, he continued forward, while Xiaoming gritted her teeth and charged directly at Yang Hua. Chapter 57. The Prodigy of Destiny. However, this time, she bore no trace of power fluctuations. Yang Hua sneered coldly and reached out, gripping Xiaoming's neck. Xiaoming struggled incessantly, her gaze fixed on Yang Hua. Had her eyes possessed lethal intent, he would have perished countless times. Yang Hua caressed Xiaoming's face gently, a lecherous smile creeping upon his lips, truly beautiful. As he spoke, his hand began to descend slowly. Panic enveloped Xiaoming, her eyes reflecting despair and helplessness. A moment later, a wretched smile crossed her lips as a figure clad in white flashed in her mind. If he were here, would everything be all right? Just as Yang Hua was about to succeed, the myriad realms of heaven and earth abruptly fell into silence, followed by an overwhelming sword intent descending from the heavens. Yang Hua's hair stood on end. A wave of deathly aura surged towards him. He attempted to flee the area, yet the sword intent pierced through his skull. Confusion and profound terror clouded his eyes. He could not fathom the origin of this sword intent, nor its terrifying nature. He found himself utterly incapable of resistance. His essence faded completely as he toppled backward. Xiaoming stood frozen in place, astonishment etched upon her face. After a lengthy silence, she gazed upward, murmuring, "Is it him?" In the celestial realm, the forbidden land of the underworld, Imoyu stared at Su Chen, her heart gripped by dread. Killing across the dimensions. What sort of power was this? At that moment, Imoyu increasingly perceived the terror of Su Chen. She had never witnessed such an act even in the celestial realm. Her eyes brimmed with apprehension. This individual could likely rival the most formidable beings of the celestial realm. Could such a person truly exist in the pseudo-celestial realm? Yet, if he hailed from the celestial realm, why did she possess no memory of him? Who exactly was he? At that moment, Su Chen cast a glance at the tower of 10,000 layers before turning his attention to Mou. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Mou was instantly chilled to the bone and hurriedly exclaimed, "Senior." Su Chen replied calmly, "I am departing." Mou was taken aback and then inquired, "What about the little girl? Will you not attend to her?" Su Chen responded nonchalantly, "If she emerges, you shall guide her in her cultivation." Mou was once again stunned. Guide her? By what right? The last three words remained unspoken, echoing in her mind instead. At that moment, she felt utterly aggrieved. "I want to return to the celestial realm. I do not wish to instruct her in cultivation." Su Chen fixed his gaze upon Mou and stated calmly, "She may endure some hardships, but she must not suffer grave injuries. Should she be severely harmed, even upon your return to the celestial realm, I shall still strike you down with a single sword." With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. Left alone, Mou felt tears welling up. This was truly unbearable. He refused to teach her, yet demanded that she do so. She felt indignant. Moreover, what constituted not suffering severe injuries? How was she to ascertain what degree of injury was deemed too serious? If it were merely a superficial wound, how could she define what was too severe? Where would she seek justice? Woe is me! Such injustice! Time swiftly passed, and a year had flown by. In the celestial realm, the city of 7 stars. In a bustling tavern, Su Chen sat on the second floor, a wine cup in hand, his gaze directed towards the outside. Below, a group of young men encircled a boy, their faces twisted with mockery and their voices laden with scorn. Name: Lin Fan. Identity: child of fortune. Age: 17. Talent: imperial grade. Physique: ancient divine body. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. After a brief pause, he inquired, "System, why do you prevent me from accepting disciples?" An extended silence ensued, with the system offering no response. Raising an eyebrow, Su Chen chose not to pursue the matter further, instead focusing on the boy below. Could this lad be the one that Duo Air sought? How intriguing. To think he is a child of fortune. Time is indeed running short. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed faintly, too quiet for Su Chen to perceive. Downstairs, a young man launched a kick towards Lin Fan, who deftly sidestepped the blow. Infuriated, the young man shouted, "How dare you evade me?" With that, he struck Lin Fan across the face, leaving a vivid red imprint. Lin Fan remained silent, his head bowed, hands clenched tightly. In that moment, the young man aimed another kick at Lin Fan. This time, Lin Fan was a fraction too slow to evade, and the young man's foot landed squarely on his face, accompanied by a cold sneer. "You worthless fool. Do you still fancy yourself a once great talent?" Onlookers observed the scene with pity in their eyes. Why do they torment this boy? One wondered aloud. Clearly, you are new to Qixing City. Lin Fan is the adopted son of the Yi family, long looked down upon. However, his extraordinary cultivation talent once commanded respect. Yet, 3 years ago, his realm inexplicably plummeted to the body refinement stage, leading to his complete ostracization by the Yi family. The bystander nodded in understanding, casting a sympathetic glance at Lin Fan. With a stoic expression, Lin Fan paid no heed to the young man's taunts. Over the past 3 years, he had endured countless humiliations and disdain within the Yi family. Such mockery had long since become commonplace for him. The young man and his companions unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks upon Lin Fan, who merely contorted his face in pain, refusing to utter a sound. After what felt like an eternity, the assailants appeared to tire. One of them spat at Lin Fan before they departed. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lin Fan rose to his feet. His body bore the marks of their cruelty. Bruised and battered, and as he inhaled sharply, he limped away towards the city's outskirts. Su Chen observed Lin Fan's retreating figure before departing the tavern himself. With a painful gait, Lin Fan arrived at a desolate cliff, where solitude enveloped him, save for a solitary willow tree. Leaning against the tree, he touched his face, a jolt of pain coursing through him. He raised his gaze to the sky, his eyes reflecting confusion and resentment. To transform from a paragon of talent into a mere shadow of oneself was unfathomable. The anguish of such a fall was beyond measure. He stared at the heavens for what felt like an eternity before a sardonic smile graced his lips. The sound of approaching footsteps then reached Lin Fan's ears. Lin Fan furrowed his brow and turned to look, only to see a figure in white gracefully approaching him. Taken aback by the person's striking beauty, Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he gazed at Su Chen and inquired, "Who are you?" Su Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he seated himself beside Lin Fan and then replied, "Su Chen." "Su Chen?" Lin Fan's expression reflected his confusion, as he possessed no recollection of anyone by that name. He asked, "Is there something you need?" Su Chen directed his gaze towards the sky and stated flatly, "Do you wish to know why you are unable to cultivate?" Startled, Lin Fan looked at Su Chen intently and exclaimed, "You know?" A slight smile graced Su Chen's lips as he lowered his gaze to the ring adorning the young man's finger, adding, "You would have to ask him." Chapter 58. Killing to Validate the Path. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, following Su Chen's gaze to the ring. "What are you looking at?" "This is a ring I stumbled upon by chance. I felt it was extraordinary, so I have worn it ever since." Su Chen remained fixated on the ring, ignoring Lin Fan's query. "Are you not coming out?" Lin Fan, puzzled, wondered whom he was addressing. After a prolonged silence, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face as he brought his fingers together and then flicked them. At that moment, the ring erupted with a blinding light, and a figure emerged from within. It was an elderly man, his hair white and his spirit vigorous, clad in a flowing white robe. Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is there a person residing within this ring?" The old man fixed his gaze on Su Chen, wariness evident in his eyes. "Who might you be, esteemed sir?" Su Chen disregarded the elder, turning instead to Lin Fan. "The reason you have been unable to cultivate is that he has been siphoning off your celestial energy." "What?" Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, then erupted with fury. He glared at the old man, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "No wonder my celestial energy has inexplicably dwindled every time I absorb it. It was all because of you." At that moment, he was consumed by rage. 3 years. A full 3 years. Because of this old man, he had endured relentless humiliation. How could he not be enraged? This old man truly deserved to die. The elder, sensing his culpability, awkwardly replied, "I was weak at the time. I had no choice but to absorb your celestial energy. I will kill you." Lin Fan could no longer contain himself, rising to deliver a punch at the old man. However, his fist merely passed through the elder's form. Confused, he attempted again, striking a dozen times, until he was finally exhausted and panting heavily. The elder chuckled, "I am currently in a spiritual state. You cannot harm me." Infuriating, Lin Fan roared, his eyes burning with rage as he glared at the elder. The old man addressed Lin Fan, "It was wrong of me to absorb your celestial energy. To make amends, how about I take you as my disciple? I will teach you how to cultivate, and your level will never fall below that of a half-emperor. Dream on." Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. This shameless creature had subjected him to humiliation and now dared to propose taking him as a disciple. Truly despicable. Su Chen smiled at Lin Fan. "Do you wish to kill him?" "Yes." Lin Fan nodded without hesitation. Su Chen nodded in return, then turned to the elder. The old man's heart sank, his expression shifting. "I am from the Zixiao sacred land of the true immortal realm." A flash of sword light cut through the air, abruptly silencing the elder's voice. His eyes widened in shock before he vanished from existence. Lin Fan, witnessing this scene, was filled with exhilaration. He then turned to Su Chen and knelt down. "Please, esteemed senior, take me as your disciple." He was not foolish. Upon witnessing Su Chen ruthlessly slay the elder without a hint of hesitation, he understood that Su Chen was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure. Thus, he resolved to become his disciple. Recognizing that opportunities must be seized through one's own efforts, Su Chen regarded Lin Fan with a faint smile and inquired, "Why do you wish to be my disciple?" "I desire to hear the truth." After a brief silence, Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent as he declared, "I wish to grow stronger and annihilate the entire Yi family." He harbored no fondness for the Yi family, instead feeling an overwhelming rage. Su Chen nodded, "Very well. From this moment forth, you shall be my first disciple." Lin Fan, filled with excitement, hurriedly bowed his head, exclaiming, "Master." Su Chen smiled slightly, a mysterious force lifting Lin Fan, and then with a flick of his fingers, a stream of light flew into Lin Fan's mouth. Lin Fan remained calm, knowing that Su Chen would not harm him. In that instant, his injuries miraculously healed. Gratefully, he said, "Thank you, master." Su Chen fixed his gaze on Lin Fan and asked, "Do you understand the path you are taking?" Lin Fan fell silent, pondering his path. He truly had no clarity on it and had never contemplated it before, having only focused on cultivation levels. Su Chen continued, "Do you wish to kill every member of the Yi family?" Lin Fan nodded without hesitation, affirming, Yes. Su Chen replied calmly, then you shall walk the path of slaughter. Lin Fan was taken aback. The path of slaughter? Su Chen confirmed. Indeed, to affirm your path through killing, to eradicate all enemies in this world. As long as you strike, your adversaries shall surely perish. Standing still, Lin Fan bowed his head in contemplation. After a long while, he suddenly raised his head, exclaiming with excitement, the path of slaughter? What a splendid path. I adore it. Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of slaughter erupted from Lin Fan, soaring into the heavens. Simultaneously, his cultivation rapidly ascended, reaching the peak of the 9th level of life and death in the blink of an eye. Haha. Lin Fan laughed maniacally as an even more terrifying aura of slaughter emanated from him, causing the very earth to tremble violently. After a brief period, he reined in his murderous intent and turned to Su Chen, saying, Master, let us head to the Yi family now. I can hardly wait. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the Yi family, where, coincidentally, the youth who had previously bullied Lin Fan and his companions were present. The youth looked at Lin Fan, grinning, Do you dare to come back? Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Fan suddenly appeared before him, thrusting his hand directly through the youth's heart. The youth's expression morphed into one of disbelief as he stammered, You. Before he could utter another word, life slipped away from him. Lin Fan slowly withdrew his hand, blood dripping from his fingertips. At that moment, his eyes glowed with a crimson light as he inhaled the scent of the blood in his hand, exhilaration coursing through him. I have finally killed those who humiliated me, he exclaimed, filled with excitement. What a delightful sensation. He then turned his gaze toward the youth's companions, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, those companions were already paralyzed with fear. A pallid figure trembled, his legs quaking as he stammered, You. How dare you? Before he could finish his utterance, Lin Fan surged toward him. The man, struck by terror, turned to flee, yet in that fleeting moment, a hand pierced through his very being. Without hesitation, Lin Fan proceeded to unleash his wrath upon others. Ecstasy, an indescribable thrill. Head of the family, elders, save me. One individual cried out. As his voice echoed, several figures from the Yi family soared into action, led by a dignified middle-aged man. This man, exuding an air of authority, was none other than Yi Yangqiu, the head of the Yi family. Upon witnessing the scene below, Yi Yangqiu's brow furrowed in dismay. Damn it, Lin Fan. How dare you slay a disciple of the Yi family? The elders behind Yi Yangqiu glared at Lin Fan, their fury igniting. Chapter 59. The Mysterious Power of the Divine Realm. Yi Yangqiu's gaze gradually turned frigid, the aura of the first level of the sacred king realm permeating the heavens and earth in an instant. Lin Fan glanced at Yi Yangqiu hovering above the void, swallowed hard, and turned to Su Chen with a wry smile, saying, Master, I cannot possibly contend with them. Su Chen, with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly nodded, then directed his attention towards Yi Yangqiu and the assembly of elders from the Yi family. At that moment, Yi Yangqiu and the elders felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being scrutinized by an ancient, ferocious beast. The scent of death looming ominously in their hearts. Buzz, a resounding clang of a sword echoed, followed by a flash of sword light across the arena. Yi Yangqiu and the elders stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with unending terror and disbelief, and in the next heartbeat, their heads soared into the sky. Blood rained down upon the void, a ghastly sight. Witnessing this scene, every member of the Yi family felt as though struck by lightning, their legs trembling uncontrollably, their faces distorted by fear. Instant annihilation? Their clan leader and elders had been dispatched so swiftly? How could this be possible? They turned to Su Chen, their eyes filled with palpable dread. A formidable figure. This was indeed a mighty powerhouse. It was over. Despair engulfed everyone's hearts. Lin Fan gazed at Su Chen, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Wow, Master, you are incredible. You have utterly vanquished all of the Yi family's top-tier experts. Terrifying. Choosing to be your disciple was undoubtedly the wisest decision of my life. Su Chen looked at Lin Fan and said nonchalantly, Go on, slay to your heart's content. Yes. Lin Fan, trembling with excitement, turned his gaze upon the Yi family disciples, an eerie smile creeping across his face. As soon as the Yi family members caught sight of Lin Fan's gaze, sheer terror gripped them, and without hesitation, they turned and fled. If they did not escape now, they would truly meet their demise. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly vanished, weaving through the crowd, and wherever he appeared, death was certain to follow. As Lin Fan's kill count escalated, his aura grew increasingly formidable, a palpable killing intent coalescing around him. In that instant, he resembled a demonic god. The sounds of wailing and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the Yi family estate, each individual drowning in despair. Before long, the entire Yi family was awash in blood. Countless corpses strewn upon the ground, a scene too horrific to behold. Lin Fan stood amidst the carnage, his body drenched in blood, an overwhelming aura of slaughter enveloping him, causing the very heavens and earth around him to tremble in fear. Boom! At that moment, an exceptionally terrifying bloodlight erupted from Lin Fan, instantly dyeing the entire sky crimson. The boundless killing intent struck terror into the hearts of everyone within the city. And just then, Lin Fan's aura surged dramatically. In a mere moment, a sacred might, intertwined with intense killing intent, soared from his being. First level of the sacred realm. Lin Fan lifted his head, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. 3 years. Not a single moment had passed without his desire to eradicate every last member of the Yi family. And now he had finally achieved it. He turned to Su Chen, suddenly kneeling and bowing his head to the ground. Master, thank you. He understood that without Su Chen's guidance, he would have never been able to annihilate the Yi family. It was Su Chen who, in the darkest hour of his life, bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope. Thus, he felt immense gratitude towards Su Chen. Even at this moment, should Su Chen command his demise, he would not hesitate to embrace death. At that juncture, a mysterious force lifted Lin Fan. Su Chen gazed at Lin Fan with a gentle smile, expressing that there was no need for thanks for as his disciple. It was only natural for him to offer assistance. He then looked skyward, acknowledging that he could not remain by Lin Fan's side indefinitely. Lin Fan, filled with reluctance, urgently inquired, Master, are you leaving? Su Chen met his gaze and nodded, affirming, Indeed, your path is one you must traverse alone. I cannot aid you further. He understood that a person of Lin Fan's fortuitous destiny was best nurtured in freedom, not kept close at hand. After a moment of silence, Lin Fan replied, Very well. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully, fixing his gaze upon Lin Fan. Remember, you may walk the path of slaughter, but you must only strike those who harbor malice towards you. Do not allow your path to become misaligned. Lin Fan responded earnestly, Master, are you concerned that I might kill indiscriminately? Su Chen affirmed, You tread the path of murder. I fear you may become ensnared by the act of killing. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's expression hardened with resolve. Rest assured, Master. I shall only slay my enemies and never harm the innocent. Su Chen smiled with relief and said, Very well, I trust you. Before I depart, allow me to present you with 2 gifts. Lin Fan, perplexed, asked, What gifts? Su Chen smiled knowingly but remained silent, directing his gaze towards the heavens. In that moment, his eyes pierced through the vast tapestry of time and space. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the divine, a man wandered amidst the cosmos, radiating an aura that sent ripples through billions of miles of space, causing countless stars to explode from the sheer pressure. At that moment, the man sensed something and turned his gaze, locking eyes with Su Chen. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, Who are you? Su Chen replied calmly, I seek to bestow a gift upon my disciple, and your sword is perfectly suited for this purpose. Hand it over, and you may live. The man could not suppress a hearty laugh upon hearing this, and at that instant, a sword materialized in his hand. The moment it appeared, a terrifying intent to kill surged forth, engulfing billions of miles around him. Suddenly, a cataclysmic force erupted from the man, shattering countless stars. He sneered, What are you to demand my sword as a gift? Just then, a resonant sound of a sword echoed throughout the universe, followed by a formidable sword intent that shattered the power emanating from the man. This overwhelming intent ensnared him, and his pupils constricted in fear as a sense of death enveloped him. He bellowed, How can this be? Such a terrifying existence cannot possibly exist in this world. As his voice faded, the dreadful sword intent swiftly consumed him. Moments later, the cosmos was left with but a solitary sword suspended in the void, while the man had utterly vanished from existence. The sword trembled in apparent fear, and a voice emerged from within, pleading, Please spare me, Senior. The tone was steeped in terror, for it had never anticipated that its master could be annihilated in an instant. Goodness, how outrageous. Su Chen remarked nonchalantly, Fly over here. Understood. The sword spirit transformed into a streak of radiant light, piercing through the fabric of time and space, and in the blink of an eye, arrived before Su Chen. At that very moment, the entire realm of immortals was enveloped in a chilling aura of murderous intent. The inhabitants of the celestial realm were utterly bewildered. What on earth is this terrifying aura of malice? Could it possibly be any more exaggerated? Su Chen tapped the blade, warning, if you continue to show off, I shall shatter you. The long sword trembled violently, hastily retracting its presence, and the menacing aura vanished without a trace. The sword spirit was indeed apprehensive of Su Chen. At this instant, the sword spirit scrutinized Su Chen. Why was this individual so formidable? What could such a terrifying being possibly be doing in this obscure corner of existence? Could it be that he was merely concealing his prowess? Chapter 60. The Shun Clan. Su Chen fixed his gaze upon the longsword, inquiring its name. The sword spirit dutifully responded, Bloodthirst. Su Chen nodded, extending a finger to touch the blade. The Bloodthirst sword trembled violently a few times before settling into tranquility. He tossed the Bloodthirst sword to Lin Fan, clasping his hands behind his back, and declared, I have sealed this sword. Henceforth, its strength will correlate with your own. Thank you, master, Lin Fan exclaimed, cradling the Bloodthirst sword, his heart aflame with excitement. He understood that this sword was undoubtedly a divine weapon. Incredible. My master is truly formidable. Su Chen glanced at Lin Fan, then a small tower materialized in his hand. Lin Fan stared at the tower, his expression puzzled, inexplicably. He felt a sense of familiarity towards it, though he could not articulate why. Su Chen handed the tower to Lin Fan, saying, study this at your leisure. I must take my leave. With that, he turned and departed. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Lin Fan's eyes grew misty. Throughout his life, only Su Chen had shown him such kindness. He hurriedly knelt, bowing his head multiple times in reverence. Within the great hall of the Shin clan, an elder sat at the head. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, yet his eyes were piercing and profound, radiating an imperial aura that seemed to shake the very heavens. This was Shun Li, the ancestral elder of the Shin clan. One elder turned to Shun Li, speaking gravely. Ancestor, we have suffered immense humiliation in the immortal realm. For an entire year, the entire realm has mocked our clan. The other elders wore grim expressions in agreement. Shun Li's countenance was equally dark as he regarded the assembled elders. I have made contact with the Shun clan's emperor from the true immortal realm. The reason forbidden powers are deemed forbidden is that they have birthed emperors. Only those forces that have produced emperors may claim such a title. However, the current pseudo-immortal realm has nearly no emperors willing to remain. They have all migrated to the true immortal realm. Upon hearing Shun Li's words, the elders' expressions brightened. With an emperor on their side, they need not fear the Su clan. Yet, one elder furrowed his brow and remarked, but the Su clan also possesses an emperor. Instantly, all the elders fell silent. Indeed, the Su clan had an emperor as well. Even if they had an emperor guarding them, did the Su clan not have one too? They were not intimidated in the slightest. A smile crept onto Shun Li's lips. Of course, I am aware that the Su clan has an emperor. But what if they cannot contact their emperor in time? One elder seemed to grasp the implication, his pupils dilating in realization. Are you suggesting we launch a surprise attack? The other elders suddenly understood. A surprise attack? What a brilliant strategy. Shun Li nodded. I shall summon the Shun clan's emperor discreetly. And then we will ambush the Su clan, preventing them from reaching out to their emperor. At that moment, Shun Li's brow furrowed, and he vanished from sight. The elders, initially perplexed, soon followed suit, disappearing from the great hall. Shun Li appeared in the void, with a host of elders materializing behind him. Their expressions were grave as they fixed their gaze upon a figure before them. Not far from their position, a figure clad in white strode across the void. The figure clad in white possessed a visage so striking that it could render one breathless. His eyes sparkled like stars, his nose was elegantly aquiline, and he exuded an aura of profound tranquility. An elder fixed his gaze upon Su Chen and intoned gravely, might I inquire what brings the esteemed Su divine son to our Shin clan? Su Chen cast a fleeting glance at the elder, who appeared utterly bewildered. And in the next moment, he plummeted from the void, his life force extinguished in that very instant. Witnessing the spectacle, the other elders stood frozen, taken aback by Su Chen's sudden aggression. As they regained their composure, fury surged within them, and they were about to voice their indignation when a flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing their heads from their bodies. In death, their faces still bore the expressions they wore in life. They had never anticipated their demise would come so swiftly. Below, the younger members of the Shin clan gazed in horror at the unfolding scene. What on earth is happening? They thought. Shun Li's countenance darkened, his astonishment palpable. He had never imagined Su Chen could possess such formidable strength. It was important to note that the elders of the Shun clan were all at the pinnacle of the half-emperor realm, Yet they had been effortlessly vanquished by Su Chen. What did this signify? It implied that Su Chen's prowess surpassed that of a half-emperor. He was truly an emperor. But how could that be possible? The path to becoming an emperor had yet to be unlocked. As this realization dawned upon him, a wave of dread washed over Shunli. He stared at Su Chen, his eyes filled with disbelief. Suppressing his inner terror, he inquired gravely, "May I ask why this is happening?" Su Chen glanced at him and replied calmly, "I kill without the need for a reason." Haha. What a splendid notion, killing without justification. Shunli suddenly erupted into laughter, his expression grotesque. The aura of a peak half-emperor surged from his being, shattering the very fabric of space itself. In an instant, he vanished from sight, and a colossal fist radiance erupted, unleashing a terrifying force that swept across 1,000,000 miles. Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor unruffled. Nothing in this world could stir even the slightest ripple within him. Boom! A cataclysmic shockwave radiated outward, extinguishing myriad galaxies in an instant. At that moment, Shunli was filled with alarm, for Su Chen had firmly grasped his hand, rendering his earlier punch utterly ineffective. How could this be? He was truly astonished. That punch had been executed with all his might, without holding back, yet Su Chen had effortlessly countered it, sustaining no injury whatsoever. It was utterly terrifying. The younger members of the Shin clan were already paralyzed with fear. What had they just witnessed? A formidable half-emperor had failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon that man. If that punch had landed upon them, the residual force might have been fatal. What kind of monstrous power is this? Shunli thought, daring not to ponder further. He attempted to retract his fist, but at that very moment, Su Chen suddenly seized his neck, grinning. "So, planning a covert assault on my Su clan with the help of an emperor? Now, that is indeed a clever scheme." Shunli's pupils constricted in disbelief. "How do you know?" He stammered, for he had only divulged this matter to the elders of the Shin clan. And that had been mere moments ago. At this moment, no matter how he pondered, he could not fathom how Su Chen had acquired such knowledge. Su Chen offered a faint smile, suggesting a descent into the abyss for contemplation. With a sudden motion, he crushed Shun Li's neck, the scene drenched in blood. Witnessing this horrifying display, the disciples of the Shin clan were paralyzed with terror. As Su Chen cast his gaze upon the trembling disciples below, his eyes were as tranquil as still waters. The sight of Su Chen's calm demeanor sent waves of dread through the hearts of the Shin clan members, causing them to weaken and collapse to the ground. "Show mercy, Master Su. Please spare me," they cried, desperation lacing their voices. "I have value. I can provide warmth to your bed. I implore you, spare my life." All the disciples of the Shun clan fervently bowed their heads, pleading for mercy, their bodies quaking uncontrollably. In this moment, they were genuinely terrified, fearing that Su Chen might end their lives without hesitation. They prayed silently, hoping against hope that Su Chen would choose to spare them. Chapter 61. The Destruction of the Emperor. Su Chen gazed down at the disciples of the Shin clan, his eyes betraying no emotion. At that moment, a terrifying sword intent, imbued with unparalleled might, descended upon them. "You beast, our strength is feeble. What can we do against you? Why must you seek total annihilation? You are a devil, a true devil." Countless Shin clan disciples, witnessing Su Chen's relentless pursuit, erupted in furious curses. Yet, as the sword intent fell, their voices were swiftly silenced in the vast expanse. "Scoundrel!" At that instant, a dozen figures suddenly emerged from the ancestral grounds of the Shin clan. These were all elderly men, each possessing formidable power, standing at the pinnacle of the semi-emperor realm. However, their life force appeared alarmingly frail, as if they could perish at any moment. These individuals represented the foundation of the Shin clan, semi-emperor warriors nearing the end of their lives. Aware of their dwindling days, they had sealed themselves within the ancestral grounds, awakening only in times of dire need for the clan. The assembled ancestors of the Shin clan looked upon the devastation wrought upon their kin with grave expressions, their gazes fixated on Su Chen, an unrestrained killing intent emanating from them. "Kill!" One of the elders bellowed in fury, charging towards Su Chen, with the others following suit without hesitation. Boom! A wave of terrifying imperial might surged forth, instantaneously locking onto Su Chen with overwhelming pressure. Su Chen stood unperturbed, hands clasped behind his back, his silver hair billowing like a tempest, his calm gaze instilling fear. "Kneel!" With that single word, silence enveloped the world, the oppressive energies shattered, and all the Shun clan ancestors found themselves kneeling in midair. What the hell? The elders were utterly bewildered, unsure of what had occured. Yet they found themselves on their knees. As realization dawned, they turned their terrified eyes towards Su Chen, their hearts seething with anger. Who is this audacious figure that we have provoked? You could have entangled with anyone, but you chose to provoke a titan like him. Is it any wonder the Shin clan was annihilated? Who could withstand the wrath of such a being? In disbelief, Su Chen cast a single glance at the elders. And in that moment, they vanished from existence, their last thoughts consumed by curses against the one who had drawn Su Chen's ire. Su Chen slowly closed his eyes, standing in the void as if awaiting someone. A day passed. At last, Su Chen opened his eyes, gazing into the distance where a middle-aged man appeared. He was of dignified appearance, clad in golden robes, yet exuded no discernible aura, resembling an ordinary person. The middle-aged man surveyed the fallen Shin clan below before turning to Su Chen, speaking calmly. "You are the one who destroyed the Shin clan?" Su Chen remained expressionless, offering no reply. At that moment, a long spear sliced through the air, akin to a thunderclap, hurtling towards Su Chen. The spear radiated with a blinding light, its terrifying power enveloping him in an instant. Su Chen stepped forward and, with a single powerful punch, shattered the long spear. At that very moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared, exuding a terrifying imperial might that reverberated for thousands of miles. Grasping a spear in his hand, he thrust it forward. This strike contained a formidable power that only an emperor could possess. Su Chen slowly extended a finger, and, with a mere touch, the spear instantly dissipated into the vast sky. The middle-aged man was engulfed by tumultuous waves of astonishment, daring not to hesitate as he hastily retreated 100,000 zhang. His gaze fixed on Su Chen, filled with immense gravity. He could only describe Su Chen with two words: terrifying. Truly terrifying. Even a formidable being of the same imperial realm would not dare to confront that spear head-on. Yet, Su Chen simply pointed, effortlessly blocking it. Beyond the realm of terror, he found himself at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath to steady his shock, he stepped forward, the aura of the imperial realm surging from him. In an instant, he transformed into a spear, charging directly at Su Chen. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Su Chen unleashed a mysterious and supreme power that sent the middle-aged man flying. Regaining his balance, the man felt another wave of disbelief wash over him. He could no longer afford to be careless. With a roar, he unleashed his might. As his voice echoed, an elder suddenly materialized behind Su Chen. The elder formed a seal with his hands, and a towering divine statue appeared behind him, radiating a formidable imperial aura. The statue then lunged towards Su Chen with a hand that blotted out the sun, an exceedingly terrifying strike. Just then, Su Chen's figure vanished without a trace, and the statue's strike met only empty air. In that moment, the elder's hair stood on end, a fierce sense of danger enveloping him. With a furious roar, he summoned a tremendous power from within, yet that sense of crisis remained unshaken. At that instant, Su Chen silently appeared before the elder, directly grasping his head. With a resounding crack, the elder's head was crushed. Su Chen shook his hand and then turned his gaze toward the middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with terror. An emperor was slain in an instant? He dared not hesitate and turned to flee. What the hell is this? Killing an emperor is as easy as slaying a chicken? How am I supposed to handle this? I don't want to die. Yet. In the fleeting moment he turned, a mysterious force enveloped him, rendering him immobile. His face turned ashen, and a wave of regret surged within him. It's over. Completely over. I should have never come. Now look where I am. At that moment, Su Chen approached the middle-aged man, who gazed at him in horror, trembling uncontrollably. His fear unmistakable. This man is too terrifying. Is there anyone who can save me? I truly do not wish to die. Su Chen fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man, stating, I can let you go. The middle-aged man paused, then felt a surge of hope, replying, Senior, please. What is it that you desire? At this moment, he was filled with an extraordinary excitement. He never anticipated that Su Chen would actually spare him. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, as he realized he would not have to face death. However, he understood that Su Chen's decision to let him go must have been driven by ulterior motives. Otherwise, how could he possibly have been spared? Without uttering a word, Su Chen opened his palm, and a mysterious force coalesced into the likeness of Lin Fan. Su Chen instructed, remember this man's visage. Should he venture to the true immortal realm in the future, ensure he faces dire consequences. After all, Lin Fan was the child of destiny, and Su Chen, as his mentor, deemed it essential to instill a measure of pressure upon him. Lin Fan thought to himself, if only he were privy to Su Chen's thoughts, he would undoubtedly express his gratitude. saying, "I truly appreciate your kindness, master." The middle-aged man cast a glance at Lin Fan, then turned to Su Chen, eagerly nodding. "Very well. Absolutely no problem." At that moment, a streak of sword energy swiftly pierced between the brows of the middle-aged man. He could only manage a bitter smile. Realizing that his life was no longer entirely his own, Su Chen remarked, "You shall bear witness to the events that transpire here and return to explain." With that, he turned and departed. As the middle-aged man watched Su Chen's retreating figure, he sighed deeply. Alas, why must my existence be so fraught with hardship? Yet, at least my life is preserved. Dear friends, were these 3 chapters exhilarating? Alas, it would be rather mundane to conclude things so abruptly. I hope you can understand. And please, do leave a 5-star review. Thank you. Chapter 62. Lin Fan in Peril. The news of the annihilation of the Shin clan spread rapidly, reaching the entire immortal realm in less than a day. Upon learning this shocking revelation, the inhabitants of the immortal realm were stirred into a frenzy, speculating who could have brought about the demise of the Shin clan. Some conjectured it to be the Su clan, given that the Shin clan had previously harbored grievances solely with them. And only the Su clan possessed the strength to obliterate the Shin clan. Consequently, the perception of the Su clan among all factions underwent a profound transformation. Every sect warned their disciples to never provoke anyone from the Su clan, lest they face immediate execution. This news reverberated throughout the realm for 2 years before gradually fading into obscurity. On this particular day, amidst a mountain range, Lin Fan's figure darted through the terrain, closely pursued by over 100 formidable warriors. These pursuers fixated on Lin Fan with unbridled fury, their eyes ablaze with wrath. It must be said, Lin Fan, the child of destiny, had indeed attracted the ire of numerous powerful beings in just a short span of 2 years, prompting me to exclaim in admiration, "Remarkable." At that moment, an elder gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Wretched Lin Fan, you dare to slay my sect's disciple? I demand your life in return." The expressions of the others mirrored his ferocity. They yearned to rend Lin Fan asunder. It remained a mystery what Lin Fan had done to incite such ire among them. Lin Fan abruptly turned to face the elder, retorting with indignation, "It was they who harbored murderous intent towards me. I merely acted in self-defense. Is there no reason to be found here?" As he spoke, his speed intensified. The elder's countenance darkened ominously upon hearing Lin Fan's words. "Reason? I have never known the meaning of that word in my life. You have slain my disciple, and today I shall exact vengeance." In the merciless realm of cultivation, only those of equal strength and background were deemed worthy to discuss reason. Lin Fan chose not to heed the elder, instead fleeing with all his might. After approximately a quarter of an hour, dozens of figures appeared before him, effectively blocking his escape route. Lin Fan's heart sank as he veered to the left, only to find himself met with further opposition. He then dashed to the right, but there, too, he was thwarted. At that moment, the elder and his companions caught up, encircling Lin Fan, rendering him utterly trapped. "Ha ha." The elder fixed his gaze upon Lin Fan, laughing triumphantly. "I wonder where you will run now." Lin Fan's eyes glimmered like the edge of a cold blade, his right hand gripping the bloodthirsty sword tightly, a palpable aura of murderous intent permeating the air around him, emanating from the peak of the 9th level of the Holy Realm. Suddenly, his figure vanished from sight. The elder squinted, sensing a dreadful killing intent locking onto him, and dared not underestimate it. Summoning a great sword into his right hand, he swiftly turned and slashed downward, unleashing a torrent of blade light. Bang! The clash of sword and blade unleashed a terrifying shockwave that rippled outward, causing the nearby warriors to hastily retreat, their expressions grave and their eyes wide with astonishment. They had never anticipated that Lin Fan, so young, could engage in battle with a peak 9th level sage. A prodigy. In that instant, both the elder and Lin Fan were forced to retreat, stopping only after separating by 1,000 feet. The elder stared at Lin Fan, his face a tableau of shock. Even he hadn't anticipated that Lin Fan could withstand his strike without succumbing. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The true concern lay in Lin Fan's age. He could not be more than 20. If given even a little more time, he dared not contemplate. With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. This young man must not be spared. Otherwise, should Lin Fan mature, he would undoubtedly gain yet another formidable adversary. No longer holding back, the terrifying aura of the great sage instantaneously locked onto Lin Fan, who found himself beneath the elder's looming presence as the blade descended. Startled, Lin Fan swiftly raised his sword to defend himself. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Lin Fan was sent hurtling backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. At that very moment, A profound sense of danger enveloped him. Lin Fan's expression morphed into one of ferocity, an overwhelming killing intent surging forth from him. He stepped forward and thrust his sword, which tore through the heavens, shattering countless mountains and rivers into oblivion. Boom! A terrifying shockwave radiated outwards for 100,000 miles, sending the elder flying from the force of Lin Fan's strike. Witnessing this spectacle, astonishment and dread filled the eyes of onlookers. How utterly absurd! The elder steadied himself, fixated on Lin Fan, his expression graver than ever before. Had he not reacted swiftly to retreat upon sensing the imminent danger, he would surely be gravely injured by now. Was this fellow truly of the sage realm? Before he could ponder further, dozens of fearsome red sword energies surged toward him from the distance. The elder snorted coldly, his figure flashing as he dodged the onslaught. Just then, Lin Fan's silhouette appeared behind him, thrusting his sword toward the elder's head. The elder's hair stood on end. Unable to turn in time to defend, he could only raise his massive blade to shield his neck. Boom! The elder was sent flying, his weapon shattering in an instant. Yet he had managed to block this lethal strike. As Lin Fan advanced once more, the elder's pupils constricted, and he turned to the surrounding powerful beings, bellowing, "What are you waiting for? Act now!" The onlookers snapped to attention at his command, their hesitation dissipating as their figures vanished from sight. A wave of formidable auras sweeping across the land. At that moment, Lin Fan sensed the encroaching aura of death drawing nearer. Suddenly, his eyes glowed crimson, his body quaking as the aura of the great sage erupted from within him. He forcibly ascended to the great sage realm. With his eyes ablaze and a tempest of killing intent swirling around him, he swung his sword, igniting the very fabric of space as thousands of sword intents rippled forth. An onslaught of murderous energy surging outward. Boom! The powerful adversaries charging at Lin Fan were immediately flung back by his strike, while those of lesser strength were consumed by the sword intent. All the powerful beings retreated to a safe distance, their disbelief palpable as they beheld Lin Fan. How could this single strike be so terrifying? It was utterly defiant against the heavens. Only upon facing Lin Fan directly did they grasp the extent of his terror. With some harboring murderous intent in their eyes, this young man must perish today. The talent and prowess displayed by Lin Fan instilled a deep-seated fear within them. Should Lin Fan survive this day, they would be condemned to live in perpetual dread. All the formidable beings ceased to hold back. Hundreds of attacks surged toward Lin Fan. A flicker of malevolence crossed his eyes, and his visage contorted into a fearsome expression. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of crimson light. Charging headlong into the fray, he was determined to confront the multitude of powerful adversaries with unwavering resolve. If he were to escape death today, he vowed to annihilate their entire lineage. A series of deafening explosions reverberated across the heavens. After all, Lin Fan was but a solitary figure, and facing this multitude of strong foes proved to be a daunting task. He could only retreat while seeking opportunities to strike back. Chapter 63. Who can slay my disciple? As time passed inexorably, the onlookers were increasingly filled with trepidation, their eyes wide with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Lin Fan could withstand their onslaught for so long single-handedly. The term prodigy echoed in their minds countless times. The more extraordinary Lin Fan appeared, the greater their fear grew. Today, regardless of the cost, Lin Fan must perish. At that moment, a man suddenly emerged behind Lin Fan, unleashing a powerful palm strike that sent ripples through the fabric of time and space. Facing an overwhelming number of formidable opponents, Lin Fan found himself unable to counter this blow. With a resounding impact, the strike connected, propelling Lin Fan backward, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood. Just then, the attacks from the multitude of strong adversaries surged toward him. With a roar of fury, Lin Fan felt the blood within him boil, and a terrifying aura of bloodline power erupted forth, casting the 100-odd strong individuals away in disarray. At that moment, his raven hair transformed into a vivid crimson, and a fierce glint ignited in his eyes, as waves of murderous intent surged forth like a tidal wave. Witnessing this transformation, the assembled warriors gasped, their eyes widening in shock. Bloodline power. He possessed bloodline power. Those who wield such might surely have ancestors of immense strength. This individual harbored a formidable background. In that instant, panic swept through them. If Lin Fan were to perish, his backing would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon them. A moment of hesitation enveloped their thoughts. Should they proceed with their assault on Lin Fan? At that juncture, the earlier elder bellowed, "You fools! If you let him go today, you will most certainly face his wrath in the future." Upon hearing his words, the warriors exchanged furtive glances, their resolve rekindled as they charged once more toward Lin Fan. With a murderous glint in his eyes, Lin Fan resembled a frenzied beast, instilling terror in all who beheld him. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing before one of the warriors. The man, taken aback, barely had time to react before Lin Fan's sword pierced through his skull. Then, like a specter, Lin Fan disappeared again. The remaining warriors felt their nerves fray, hastily retreating, yet one unfortunate soul was too late. Meeting his demise as Lin Fan's sword thrust through his heart. Following this, Lin Fan's figure vanished once more from the scene. As Lin Fan disappeared, fear gripped the hearts of all present. They dared not continue their assault and began to flee. Lin Fan was simply too terrifying. They lacked the will to fight any longer. In truth, had they not been consumed by fear and fully committed their strength, Lin Fan would have undoubtedly faltered. Yet, terror had shattered their resolve, leaving them utterly disheartened. One after another, strong warriors fell to Lin Fan's blade, and his aura grew ever more potent, a merciless intent radiating from him. The elder observed this unfolding scene, his countenance ashen. He had never anticipated that 100 formidable warriors would be unable to vanquish Lin Fan. What manner of monstrous prodigy had emerged in this world? He vowed that Lin Fan was the most extraordinary talent he had ever encountered, without exception. With a darkened expression, the elder withdrew a communication stone from his possession. The communication stone flickered with light as the elder spoke into it. After a brief moment, the stone ceased its glow. The elder turned his gaze towards Lin Fan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Approximately half an hour later, the very fabric of space suddenly shattered, and a terrifying aura surged forth from the heavens. Lin Fan hovered in the void, narrowing his eyes as he glanced into the distance, where a middle-aged man slowly approached from the horizon, clad in a blue robe. The man emanated the overwhelming presence of a peak 9th-level holy king. The remaining powerful figures in the arena regarded the middle-aged man with profound trepidation. The elder addressed him with respect. Elder Lu. Elder Lu nodded, his gaze shifting to Lin Fan, his expression calm. Without further ado, he suddenly appeared before Lin Fan and unleashed a devastating punch, a torrent of terrifying power radiating from it. Lin Fan's pupils constricted sharply. Everything transpired too rapidly for him to react. Bang! The punch struck Lin Fan squarely in the abdomen, contorting his face in agony as his body arched like a bow before he was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching his stomach, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Within him, bones shattered and organs ruptured. After delivering that punch, Elder Lu did not pursue further attacks but stood with his hands clasped behind his back, stating calmly, "To withstand a punch from me and survive. You are indeed a talent, albeit a limited one." Upon hearing these words, the crowd's lips twitched in disbelief. Truly, what arrogance! Elder Lu began to approach Lin Fan, exuding an overwhelming pressure, declaring, "In my lifetime, few have warranted my hand in death. Your demise will be a point of pride. Oh, who in this world dares to kill my disciple? Who possesses the audacity?" Suddenly, a deep, magnetic voice resonated, echoing in the ears of all present. Elder Lu furrowed his brow and turned to see a silver-haired man approaching. This gentleman, graceful and clad in white, exuded an aura of elegance. The crowd regarded him with furrowed brows, recognizing he was no ordinary individual. Lin Fan, despite the pain, called out excitedly, "Master." Su Chen glanced at Lin Fan, offering a slight nod before turning to Elder Lu, stating flatly, "Do you think you are worthy to kill my disciple?" Elder Lu's eyes narrowed, a cold retort escaping his lips, arrogant. At that moment, a flash of sword light cut through the air, freezing Elder Lu in place, his eyes betraying fear. Before his head was severed and sent soaring. Silence enveloped the surroundings, chillingly palpable, save for the whisper of the wind. Everyone held their breath, disbelief etched on their faces. He was defeated in an instant? By the heavens! Was this young man's master truly that formidable? Tremors coursed through the crowd as they gazed at Su Chen, their eyes reflecting boundless terror. If this master learned of our collective assault, it was over. At this juncture, some individuals, their eyes gleaming with resolve, began to retreat quietly. Suddenly, those attempting to flee found their heads severed in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the pallor on everyone's faces deepened, their fear intensifying. They had also contemplated escape moments earlier. Upon witnessing the fate of those who sought to flee, a palpable sense of dread enveloped the crowd, rendering them paralyzed by fear. To escape was to face death, and to remain was equally fatal. In this moment of despair, Lin Fan's countenance radiated exhilaration as he exclaimed, "Master, you are truly remarkable. At Lin Fan's words, Su Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile, though he shook his head slightly before directing his gaze towards the aged man. The elder, upon realizing Su Chen's attention was fixed upon him, was instantly gripped by terror, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The man was formidable beyond measure. A Saint King had been dispatched in an instant. Was this not terrifying? Su Chen regarded the elder calmly and inquired, "Do you enjoy calling out to others?" At this, the elder hastily shook his head, his face ashen. Su Chen responded with a smile, "No worries, continue your cries. For every call you make, I shall eliminate one. Call out to a multitude, and I shall dispatch them all." Chapter 64. What kind of trash is the emperor? Upon hearing these words, everyone could not help but twitch their lips. Such confidence! Are you not afraid of being overly self-assured? Just because you possess some strength, you choose to flaunt it? Clearly, they all believed that Su Chen was merely boasting. The old man was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Su Chen in disbelief. "Are you certain?" Su Chen smiled and nodded. "Call as many people as you wish. If I cannot defeat those you summon within seconds, I shall end my own life." Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Arrogant. Lin Fan felt a twinge of concern, but he remained silent, placing his faith in his master. The old man pondered for a moment, then nodded. Shortly thereafter, a communication stone appeared in his hand. He whispered a few words into it, then closed it and turned to Su Chen. "You will pay for your confidence." Su Chen smiled faintly, saying nothing in response. Half an hour later, a terrifying imperial aura spread across the heavens and the earth. And soon after, a man appeared, walking upon the void. A half-emperor. The crowd gazed at the man, astonished, then turned their eyes to Su Chen, a sneer creeping onto their lips. "Just wait. You will regret your arrogance." The old man looked at the man with respect, saying, "Clan leader Jin," as if feeling uneasy. He cautioned, "Do not underestimate him. This individual is formidable." Clan leader Jin nodded, then turned to Su Chen, his eyes revealing a grave intensity. The moment he laid eyes on Su Chen, he sensed that this individual was certainly not ordinary, hence he dared not take him lightly. "Come forth." With these words, a wave of terrifying auras swept through the realm. In the next moment, over 10,000 formidable beings appeared, encircling Su Chen and Lin Fan instantly. The overwhelming momentum was palpable. As they beheld the multitude of powerful figures, the crowd trembled involuntarily. These individuals were terrifying. Lin Fan swallowed hard, feeling a surge of anxiety. Su Chen glanced at the surrounding strongmen, then turned to the old man, calmly inquiring, "Is that all?" Upon hearing this, the old man's brows furrowed tightly, a vague sense of foreboding stirring within him. Elder Jin coldly commanded, "Arrogant, attack!" Just as the 10,000 strong were about to strike, a flash of sword light sliced through the sky, and the heads of the formidable beings soared into the air. Blood poured down like rain, instantly staining the earth crimson, as thousands of heads tumbled to the ground, followed by their lifeless bodies. The scene was utterly horrifying. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone stood frozen, as if struck by a thunderbolt. A single sword intent. In an instant, it had annihilated over 10,000 strong men. Good heavens! In the distance, the old man trembled uncontrollably. The previous scene had left him utterly dumbfounded. Clan leader Jin was equally astounded. Had he been in that position, he too could not have so effortlessly dispatched those 10,000 strongmen. His brow furrowed deeply, his expression incredibly grave. This individual is terrifying. Lin Fan gazed at Su Chen's silhouette, his heart racing with exhilaration. Amazing! Is master truly this formidable? Slaying these strongmen was akin to slaughtering chickens. Su Chen turned to the old man and the others, smiling. "Is there anyone else?" The elder swallowed hard, his gaze fixed upon the clan leader of the Jin family. He could no longer summon forth any formidable warriors. The Jin clan leader was his only recourse for assistance. Taking a deep breath, the Jin clan leader focused intently on Su Chen and warned, "You shall wait." With that, he promptly extracted a communication stone to relay a message. A quarter of an hour later, a plethora of terrifying imperial auras descended upon the realm, followed swiftly by the appearance of several figures, each radiating an overwhelming imperial presence. They were all semi-imperial powerhouses. The onlookers exchanged glances with these semi-imperial beings before turning their attention back to Su Chen. Could this individual possibly eliminate even semi-imperials in an instant? Impossible. Absolutely unfathomable. Yet, a sliver of doubt lingered. At that moment, their previous certainty began to wane. Die. With that singular word, the newly arrived semi-imperial figures were instantaneously obliterated, their essence vanishing from existence. Witnessing this spectacle, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Every breath was held in stunned disbelief. One word, one mere word was all it took, and these were semi-imperials. Beyond shock, a palpable fear gripped the crowd. An ineffable terror. In their understanding, semi-imperials represented the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Yet here was an individual who had, with a single utterance, annihilated multiple semi-imperials. By heavens! Lin Fan was so overwhelmed with excitement that his hands trembled. He gazed at Su Chen, his eyes brimming with adoration. The elder and Elder Jean were left in a daze, their minds utterly blank. How could several semi-imperials be dispatched with just a single word? Had they truly been regarded as mere chickens to be slaughtered? To think that semi-imperials were akin to ants. In that moment, despair filled their hearts. And they felt as if their very souls had withered. How could one possibly contend with such power? Was this truly a being that belonged to the celestial realm? An emperor? Jin clan leader's pupils constricted in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You are an emperor." The crowd, upon hearing his words, suddenly grasped the enormity of the situation. Indeed, it seemed only an emperor could so effortlessly dispatch semi-imperials. However, confusion soon clouded their minds. Hadn't emperors appeared only to vanish? How could there now be an emperor present? Moreover, from which era did this emperor hail? They had no recollection of him whatsoever. An emperor? Su Chen regarded the title with disdain. What a triviality! Gasps of astonishment escaped the lips of all present, their disbelief palpable. An emperor was deemed trivial? Could it be that this man existed beyond the realm of emperors? As this realization dawned upon them, their eyes widened in incredulous awe. Jin clan leader and the elder were equally bewildered, at a loss for words. Su Chen fixed his gaze upon the two, calmly inquiring, "Is there anyone else?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Jin clan leader and the elder darkened. Anyone else? What more could there possibly be? You've already annihilated them all. How dare you even ask? With a shake of his head, Su Chen expressed his disinterest. As he spoke, the entirety of the realm, save for Lin Fan, dissipated into oblivion. Su Chen turned to Lin Fan, offering a slight smile. Lin Fan looked at Su Chen, exhilarated, and exclaimed, "Master, you are truly extraordinary." In that moment, he genuinely felt the weight of Su Chen's might. A semi-imperial could be dispatched at a whim. How can one describe the great emperor as anything but magnificent? Lin Fan exclaimed, filled with excitement. If I possessed even a fraction of my master's prowess, there would be no way I could remain humble. Su Chen chuckled heartily, shaking his head with a smile. "You, my young friend." Lin Fan then asked, "Will I ever attain my master's level of strength?" Su Chen pondered for a moment before responding. "It is certainly within your reach." "Is it really?" Lin Fan's expression dimmed slightly at the response. Su Chen affectionately patted Lin Fan's head and reassured him. "I have faith that one day you will be as formidable as I am." Lin Fan gazed up at Su Chen, his eyes wide with hope. "Is that true?" Su Chen encouraged him, "Believe in yourself." After a brief silence, Lin Fan nodded resolutely. "All right. I will strive to become as strong as my master." Su Chen smiled, pleased with his determination. With a playful grin, Lin Fan suddenly asked, "Master, what brings you here?" Su Chen replied with a warm smile. "When someone dares to bully my disciple, it is only right for me to come and support him." Lin Fan's heart swelled with gratitude, his eyes glistening as he thought, "My master is truly wonderful." Chapter 65. Will you kneel for me? Su Chen chuckled. "You've done well, my boy. In just 2 years, you've attracted so many powerful forces. I must say, I am truly impressed." Lin Fan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I couldn't help it. There are just too many fools looking for trouble. If I don't eliminate them, I would feel quite distressed." Su Chen shook his head with a smile, choosing to remain silent. Truly, he was a child of fortune. When faced with those who displeased him, regardless of their background, he would not hesitate to strike them down. At that moment, Lin Fan hesitated before speaking. "Master, I developed feelings for a woman during my time in a secret realm." "Oh?" Su Chen feigned surprise. Has the destined heroine appeared so soon? He fixed his gaze on Lin Fan, grinning. To what extent has it progressed? Have you taken her to bed? At his words, Lin Fan's face flushed, and he shyly replied, "Master, could you please be more serious? It has escalated that quickly." "Haha." Su Chen laughed heartily. "You're still shy." "Are you?" Lin Fan lowered his head, enveloped in silence, his embarrassment evident. "Master, how can you be so unrestrained? Asking such questions makes anyone blush." Su Chen teased. "When will you bring her to show me?" Lin Fan lifted his gaze to meet Su Chen's, his eyes filled with hesitation, appearing as though he wished to speak but held back. With a swift gesture, Su Chen playfully tapped Lin Fan on the head, causing him to wince and gasp in surprise. Why does your touch hurt so much, master? Su Chen laughed. Speak your mind. Stop being so coy. Lin Fan awkwardly smiled, took a deep breath, and said earnestly, her family believes I lack both strength and background, so they disapprove of our relationship. Upon hearing this, Su Chen understood. The initial child of fortune possessed minimal strength and background, while the heroine boasted extraordinary talent and a formidable lineage. Well, it is only fitting for a child of fortune, Su Chen remarked, looking at Lin Fan. Since you have feelings for this woman, you must demonstrate sufficient talent. Tell me, do you have the confidence to defeat the younger generation? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan nodded. Yes. The single word was imbued with unwavering confidence. Su Chen smiled. Good. Then take me to her family now. Lin Fan hesitated briefly before saying, her family is indeed remarkable. Su Chen chuckled. Rest assured. As long as you possess the confidence to defeat the younger generation, I shall be your backing. At his words, a smile graced Lin Fan's face. All right. On that day, the two ascended to a mountain peak. Su Chen smiled slightly and then pointed forward. Boom. A wave of terrifying power shattered the very fabric of this realm, revealing a hidden domain before them. How audacious. At that moment, an overwhelming aura surged forth from the secret realm, followed by thousands of formidable warriors emerging into the sky. Their presence suffused with a menacing aura. Their eyes burned with fury as they glared at Su Chen and Lin Fan. The leader among them bellowed, Who are you? How dare you wreak havoc in the territory of the Shangwan clan? Su Chen regarded the individual with a serene demeanor and calmly requested, Bring forth your clan leader. I wish to discuss matters with him. The leader scoffed dismissively. Who do you think you are to demand an audience with the clan leader? Upon hearing this, a surge of indignation welled up within Lin Fan. However, when he glanced at Su Chen, whose expression remained tranquil, his anger dissipated significantly, leaving him with a sense of resigned contemplation. Alas, I must continue to learn from my master. Even when faced with disdain, I must remain as calm as still water. My efforts must persist. At that moment, an overwhelmingly formidable aura emanated from Su Chen, causing the very heavens to tremble in trepidation. The intensity of this pressure altered the countenance of every individual present, and soon they could no longer withstand its terrifying force, collapsing to their knees in submission. None were capable of resistance, including Lin Fan himself. At that instant, all felt as though countless stars weighed heavily upon their backs. Even their mightiest powers proved futile against this oppressive presence. As time passed, the very notion of rebellion faded from their minds. In that moment, all eyes turned to Su Chen, filled with astonishment and dread. Who was this formidable figure? They thought, as the mere aura he exuded rendered them utterly defenseless. The leader's expression soured, regret flooding his heart. We are doomed. I have undoubtedly provoked a terrifying powerhouse. Even if Su Chen were to show mercy, the Shangwan clan would not. Suddenly, a multitude of menacing imperial auras erupted from the secret realm. Yet as they approached the terrifying energy radiating from Su Chen, they were instantly dispelled. Witnessing this, numerous powerful figures felt their pupils constrict, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of fear. Not even a half-emperor can withstand such overwhelming pressure. This is truly a powerhouse. All gazes were fixed on Su Chen, their faces etched with terror. Divine Sun Su, please do not be angered. It was indeed our Shangwan clan at fault. I apologize to you, Divine Sun Su. At that moment, several half-emperors emerged from the secret realm, led by a middle-aged man clad in a green robe, who, despite his years, retained an air of striking handsomeness. It was Shangwan Jingong, the clan leader, accompanied by a cadre of elders, all of whom possessed terrifying half-emperor strength. Presently, both Shangwan Jingong and the elders bore solemn expressions. Su Chen cast a glance at them and uttered softly, Kneel. Boom. As those two words fell, Shangwan Jingong and the elders immediately prostrated themselves. In that instant, all present were rendered speechless, their minds blank with shock. Half-emperors kneeling? Shangwan Jingong gazed at Su Chen in horror, utterly astonished. He had never imagined that Su Chen could command him to kneel. This is absurd. As a thought struck him, his astonishment deepened. Could Su Chen be an emperor? The mere thought sent a jolt of fear through him. Is Su Chen truly an emperor? How could that be? He is barely of age. Moreover, the path to emperorship has yet to be unveiled. How could he ascend to such heights? At this moment, Shangwan Jingong's mind was consumed with thoughts of whether Su Chen could indeed be an emperor. If so, it would be utterly extraordinary. Su Chen cast a blank stare at the formidable members of the Shangwan clan. At that juncture, Lin Fan tugged at the hem of Su Chen's robe, awkwardly stating, "Master, I am still kneeling here." Su Chen was taken aback, then glanced at Lin Fan and chuckled. "I apologize. I momentarily forgot your presence." Lin Fan responded, "Master, am I still truly your beloved disciple? Do I not deserve some dignity?" After a brief pause, Lin Fan inquired, "Could you perhaps alleviate the pressure weighing upon me?" Su Chen regarded Lin Fan and retorted, "What is it? As my disciple, is it not permissible for you to kneel before me? Your urgency suggests you no longer regard me as your master, does it not?" Chapter 66. You from the Shangguan clan have quite a temper. Alas, master, I am wronged. After hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Fan cried out in protest, feeling utterly aggrieved. Su Chen nodded. Observing Lin Fan's demeanor, it seemed he was indeed wronged. However, "You shall continue to kneel before me for a while longer." Lin Fan. Su Chen turned his gaze to Shangguan Jingang, remarking, "Is it true that the Shangguan clan has quite the temper?" Upon hearing this, thousands of powerful individuals lowered their heads in embarrassment, especially the one at the forefront, who felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Initially, he had underestimated Su Chen and his companion, which made him act rather arrogantly. However, he never anticipated that Su Chen would be so formidable. Shangguan Jingang coldly glanced at the multitude of powerful beings and then turned his attention to Su Chen. Offering a slight smile, "It is indeed my clan's fault. On behalf of all the strong members of the Shangguan clan, I extend my sincerest apologies." As he spoke, he slightly bowed his body. Witnessing this scene, the thousands of powerful individuals felt an even greater sense of shame. Su Chen smiled subtly. "That is more like it." In the midst of their conversation, he retracted his overwhelming aura. Everyone felt a sense of relief in their hearts, yet none dared to rise, instead looking toward Shangguan Jingang. Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Jingang slowly stood up and clasped his fists towards Su Chen, saying, "I apologize." Su Chen shook his head. "No need for concern. I merely hope that your Shangguan clan will refrain from acting in such a manner in the future." Shangguan Jingang cast a glance at the throng of powerful individuals and, retracting his gaze, nodded affirmatively. "It shall not happen again." Curiosity then sparked within Shangguan Jingang as he inquired, "Might I ask what brings the esteemed Su Chen to our Shangguan clan?" Su Chen glanced at Lin Fan and then directly pulled him before himself, looking at Shangguan Jingang, and said, "My disciple has taken a liking to a young woman from your clan. However, due to her perceived lack of strength and background, you have forcibly separated them, forbidding their meetings. I have come to seek justice for my disciple." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Jingang furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at Lin Fan, his mind racing through memories. After a moment, he was visibly taken aback. "It's you." Not long ago, his daughter had mentioned her affection for a young man, and after conducting an investigation into him, he discovered the boy's ordinary background and mediocre strength, thus forcing their separation. He never expected that this young man was actually Su Chen's disciple. Looking at Lin Fan, he chuckled wryly. "Why didn't you mention you were the disciple of the esteemed Su Chen sooner?" Lin Fan, hearing Shangguan Jinggang's words, felt utterly helpless. "I never imagined my master was so impressive." Shangguan Jingang turned to Su Chen. "Esteemed Su Chen, you are aware of the customs of powerful clans. There is no need for excessive discourse. Simply state whether you agree to this union." Before he could finish, Su Chen interrupted him. Shangguan Jingang quickly nodded. "I agree." "I agree." "Disagree?" What a jest. If his daughter were to marry Lin Fan, it would be a tremendous boon for the Shangguan clan. Shangguan Jingang then turned to an elder, instructing, "Go fetch Wenyo." The elder nodded and promptly returned to the secret realm. After a while, the elder emerged from the secret realm, accompanied by a woman whose delicate, oval face and skin like cream radiated an air of elegance. Upon seeing Lin Fan, her eyes instantly glistened with tears. "Xiao Fan." Lin Fan, filled with excitement, rushed to her side and embraced her, softly whispering, "Wenya." Shangguan Wenya quietly nestled in Lin Fan's arms, saying nothing, only sobbing gently. Witnessing this scene, Shangguan Jingang's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. He vowed that had it not been for Su Chen's presence, he would have kicked Lin Fan away. Sighing helplessly, he lamented, "Ah, how difficult it is to keep a daughter." As if recalling something, Shangguan Wenya looked up at Lin Fan, puzzled. "What is happening?" Lin Fan gently stroked her hair and recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Shangguan Wenya's eyes widened in disbelief. She turned to Su Chen, contemplated for a moment, then stepped out of Lin Fan's embrace and respectfully bowed to Su Chen, saying, "Thank you, Su Shenzi." Su Chen smiled slightly. "From now on, you shall address me as master alongside Lin Fan." At this, everyone present was momentarily stunned, followed by exuberance. If Shangguan Wenye were to become Su Chen's disciple, the relationship between the Shangguan clan and the Su clan would deepen significantly. Lin Fan tugged at the still-dazed Shangguan Wenye, urging softly, "Hurry and call him." Shangguan Wenye regained her composure, bowing once more to Su Chen, "Master." Su Chen smiled, "Good." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Shimmering blue with an aura of spear mastery that clearly indicated it was no ordinary weapon. Looking at Shangguan Wenye, Su Chen said with a smile, "This spear, named Ice Cold, is a commendable weapon. As a token of our meeting, I bestow it upon you." He then tossed the ice-cold spear to Shangguan Wenye. Receiving the spear, Shangguan Wenye's face lit up with joy, clearly enamored with her new weapon. She immediately knelt before Su Chen, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, master." A mysterious force lifted her back to her feet. Su Chen smiled gently. "You are the wife of my disciple, and also my disciple. It is only fitting." In response, Shangguan Wenye beamed brightly. At this moment, Su Chen turned his gaze to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded, and then looked at Shangguan Wenye, speaking softly. "To prevent others from saying I rely on my master to forge this union, I must prove myself." Before Shangguan Wenye could respond, Lin Fan stepped into the void. Addressing Shangguan Jing on below with authority, "Today, my master and I have come for another purpose. I hereby challenge the younger generation of the Shangguan clan." Upon hearing this, all the powerful members of the Shangguan clan frowned in concern. What was this young man up to? Shangguan Jing remained silent for a moment before murmuring, "You wish to prove yourself?" He then turned to Su Chen, who nodded, and directed an elder nearby, "Go summon all the young members of the Shangguan clan." The elder nodded and promptly entered the secret realm. Before long, all the young members of the Shangguan clan emerged from the secret realm. And upon witnessing the scene before them, they were taken aback. What was happening? Were there truly so many formidable beings present? Did someone intend to wage war against the Shangguan clan? Yet, it seemed that was not the case. Shangguan Jing turned to the exceptional talents among the younger generation and solemnly stated, "This young man seeks to challenge you. You may decide how to proceed." He gestured towards Lin Fan, who hovered in the void above. All the prodigies directed their gazes towards Lin Fan, scrutinizing him intently. They were certainly not fools and recognized that Lin Fan was far from ordinary. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the prodigies below and calmly declared, "Who among you will fight me?" "I shall," with his words resonating. One of the prodigies soared into the air. "I am feeling a bit unwell today. I will provide 2 updates and make up for it tomorrow." Chapter 67. Just do it. Lin Fan fixated on the extraordinary figure before him, and in an instant, his form vanished. The distinguished individual's pupils constricted abruptly, rendering him immobile, for a long sword was poised at his brow. Witnessing this scene, the assembly of talented individuals below furrowed their brows in unison. A swift demise? At that moment, they grasped the true magnitude of Lin Fan's prowess. Lin Fan sheathed his sword, standing with his hands clasped behind him as a gentle breeze tousled his dark hair. The distinguished figure exhaled in relief and cupped his fists in gratitude, expressing, "Thank you for your mercy." With that, he soared back to the secret realm, unable to bear the shame of lingering after being so easily dispatched. Lin Fan surveyed the remaining talents below. "Is there anyone else?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure emerged from the void, a woman of striking beauty. Her figure ample, wielding a long sword. Without uttering a word, she advanced, her movements swift, appearing before Lin Fan in the blink of an eye. With a single thrust, she unleashed a terrifying force of swordsmanship, formidable in its might. Lin Fan maintained his composure, merging his fingers before pointing them forth. A wave of terrifying sword intent surged from his fingertips, swiftly engulfing the woman. Boom! The woman was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, subsequently losing consciousness. The onlookers, comprising exceptional talents, were struck with unprecedented gravity. They had never anticipated Lin Fan's overwhelming strength. A single strike resulting in a fatality. They could not afford to underestimate him. Meanwhile, the elite members of the Shangguan clan exhibited a calm demeanor. Given that Lin Fan was Su Chen's disciple, they would have been more astonished had he lacked any skill. At that moment, a robust youth materialized before Lin Fan, his square face radiating a fierce determination. Recognition flickered in the eyes of some spectators. "Shangguan Xiong," they exclaimed. Shangguan Xiong ranked among the top 10 in the younger generation of the Shangguan clan. This was becoming interesting. Would this young man be able to contend with Shangguan Xiong? In a short while, the answer would reveal itself. The spectators were captivated, their attention riveted on the two. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Shangguan Xiong, who grinned broadly before appearing before Lin Fan in an instant. unleashing a devastating punch that enveloped Lin Fan in a torrent of formidable intent. Lin Fan remained unperturbed, raising his sword with unwavering resolve. Boom! A catastrophic shockwave radiated across the land, shaking the very earth beneath them. At that moment, Shangguan Xiong's punch intent shattered, propelling him backward. He steadied himself and glanced at his bloodied knuckles, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, his expression shifted in alarm as he sensed a terrifying sword intent locking onto him. A profound sense of peril flooding his senses. His countenance grew fierce, and with a roar, he unleashed his sacred realm aura. Yet, even this could not alleviate the encroaching dread. At that instant, Lin Fan's figure appeared behind him, and with a swift thrust of his sword, Shangguan Xiong found himself without a moment to react, feeling an icy breath at his nape. On the forehead of Shangguan Xiong, beads of cold sweat formed, while his back was already soaked through. He swallowed hard, refraining from looking back, a fleeting shadow of despair crossing his eyes as he sighed. I have been defeated. Witnessing this scene, the prodigies of the Shangguan clan appeared both astonished and solemn. Even Shangguan Xiong had fallen? Lin Fan withdrew the sword he had pressed against the back of Shangguan Xiong's head, his expression remaining composed. Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Xiong turned around and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. With that, he returned directly to the secret realm. Lin Fan's eyes revealed a hint of displeasure as he gazed at the assembly of prodigies below, calmly stating, if it comes to it, you all may join forces. Arrogance. At his words, flames of anger ignited in the eyes of the assembled prodigies. As champions, when had they ever endured such humiliation? Lin Fan's declaration thoroughly incited their wrath. At that moment, a young man stepped forward, positioning himself directly opposite Lin Fan. Shangguan Yiqing. The crowd looked on in shock. Shangguan Yiqing was the foremost prodigy of the Shangguan clan, an ancient genius whose realm had terrifyingly reached the 8th level of the Great Saint, his power immensely formidable. Some looked at Lin Fan with cold disdain, skeptical that this young man could possibly overcome Shangguan Yiqing. Others exclaimed, if he manages to defeat Shangguan Yiqing, I will eat my words. Gasps of disbelief filled the air, as everyone stared at the speaker in astonishment. Such audacity. What a bold individual. Even the strong from the Shangguan clan cast him peculiar glances, their lips twitching in astonishment. Whose subordinate is this? A true talent. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on Shangguan Yiqing, his expression turning serious. The aura radiating from Shangguan Yiqing exuded a sense of oppression. This person was not to be underestimated. It was time to be earnest. Shangguan Yiqing looked at Lin Fan, a slight smile gracing his lips, as a long spear materialized before him. The moment he grasped the spear, an overwhelming force of spear intent surged outward, causing the very fabric of space to begin to fracture. Gripping the spear tightly, he vanished from his position, the terrifying spear intent instantly locking onto Lin Fan, the brilliance of the spear illuminating the heavens and earth. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, tightly clutching his sword, and thrust it forward, unleashing a torrent of sword intent that surged toward the spear intent. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the void as both Lin Fan and Shangguan Yiqing were violently thrust back, only managing to halt their retreat after being pushed back 10,000 feet. A grave expression filled Shangguan Yiqing's eyes, his heart racing. Lin Fan's strength was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Not daring to be careless, he suddenly appeared before Lin Fan, the dreadful spear intent flooding the surroundings. Before he thrust forward, shattering the space within a 10,000-mile radius with the power of his strike. Lin Fan felt the hairs on his body stand on end, an acute sense of crisis enveloping him. No longer hesitating, he raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike, countless killing intents erupting from his blade. One spear, one sword. Under the watchful eyes of all, they clashed. Boom! A cataclysmic force erupted, expanding outward for 100,000 miles. Lin Fan and Shangguan Yiqing soared into the air simultaneously, only to charge at each other once more. Two streaks of light continuously collided in the void, as both combatants unleashed their full power without the slightest restraint. Their strengths were perfectly matched, with neither possessing an advantage over the other. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was taken aback. Lin Fan was merely at the first level of the Great Sage realm. How could he engage with Shangguan Yiqing to such an extent? What a prodigy! Shangguan Jingong was equally astonished, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan, a sigh escaping his lips. He had not anticipated that he could misjudge someone. This youth was indeed worthy of Winya. Among the crowd, only Shangguan Winya wore a worried expression as she watched Lin Fan. Boom! In the void, Lin Fan and his opponent were once again forced back, their eyes ablaze with fierce combat fervor. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed such an exhilarating battle against the younger generation. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly appeared above Shangguan Yunqing, and with a swift stroke of his sword, the terrifying sword intent ripped through the fabric of this realm. Chapter 68, Shangguan Ruoyao. Shangguan Yunqing's expression shifted dramatically as he gripped his long spear tightly and thrust it forward. Boom! A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, propelling Shangguan Yunqing into the air, during which he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned ashen, his heart struck with astonishment. Lin Fan's sword strike was far too formidable. He had been unable to withstand it. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly materialized, his eyes of vivid crimson, an aura of overwhelming murderous intent enveloping him. A sinister smile crossed his lips as he thrust his sword forward, an ominous sword force instantly enveloping Shangguan Yunqing. Shangguan Yunqing's face contorted with rage. And with a furious roar, an immense and terrifying aura surged from him, shattering mountains and rivers alike. Lin Fan was directly blasted away by this overwhelming force, stabilizing himself with a furrowed brow. At that moment, a brilliant spear light illuminated the heavens, appearing exceptionally piercing. This spear light carried an indescribable terrifying intent, igniting the very atmosphere around them. Lin Fan trembled violently, this strike instilled within him a flicker of fear. Yet, a surge of fierce determination flickered in his gaze, and he charged forward. In this world, who do I fear besides my master? Let us engage. In the face of this spear, Lin Fan thrust his sword forward. The sound of the sword echoed through the cosmos. Boom! As the spear and sword met, the surrounding space disintegrated into ashes, a horrific shockwave sweeping forth like a tsunami, devouring all in its path. Under the watchful eyes of all, Shangguan Yunqing's spear intent shattered in an instant, sending him flying backward. Retreating for tens of thousands of feet before finally halting, a ghastly sword mark etched across his chest. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Just moments ago, he had nearly perished. Fortunately, Lin Fan had shown restraint. Otherwise, he would have surely met his demise. At this moment, everyone stood frozen in place, their minds blank. Defeated Shangguan Yunqing had actually been defeated. Moreover, he was bested by someone 7 minor realms beneath him. They gazed at Lin Fan in disbelief. This youth was truly a prodigy. Shangguan Jingang regarded Lin Fan with a complex expression. He had underestimated this young man. No wonder Su Chen had taken him as a disciple. Suddenly, someone glanced toward the earlier boastful genius, as if to say, "Eat your words." All eyes turned expectantly toward the genius, who immediately flushed red and turned to flee. In his haste, he resorted to forbidden techniques to hasten his speed. Albeit at the cost of spitting out blood, yet he seemed unfazed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Lin Fan smirked, shaking his head as he approached Su Chen. "Hee, master, I didn't embarrass you, did I?" Su Chen smiled slightly. Not bad. Even such a simple affirmation brought Lin Fan immense joy. Gaining Su Chen's recognition was more than enough satisfaction for him. Shangguan Wenyao stepped forward, her voice soft as she said, "You've grown stronger again." Lin Fan embraced Shangguan Wenyao tenderly, his eyes filled with affection. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen's expression darkened. The young man openly displayed affection before his master, truly testing the limits of his boldness. This cannot stand. I must find an opportunity to discipline him, otherwise he will not learn his lesson. Ahem. He feigned a cough twice. It seemed that Shangguan Wenyao also sensed the inappropriateness of the situation, her face flushing red, and she hurriedly extricated herself from Lin Fan's embrace. Lin Fan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had indeed gotten carried away just now. At that moment, Shangguan Jingang appeared to sense something amiss. His expression changed suddenly, and he quickly retreated into the secret realm. Everyone present furrowed their brows in concern. The elders of the Shangguan clan seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting, and they vanished from sight. Witnessing this, the crowd grew even more perplexed, and the numerous prodigies, regardless of the unfolding events, followed suit into the secret realm. As for the formidable members of the Shangguan clan, they remained rooted in place. They had erred by not awaiting Shangguan Jingang's permission. Thus, they dared not return, standing still and waiting for him to resolve the matter. Su Chen glanced at the entrance to the secret realm and addressed Lin Fan and Shangguan Wenyao. "Let us go and investigate." With that, he stepped forward into the secret realm, and Lin Fan and the others hurriedly followed suit. Inside the secret realm, Shangguan Jingang and the elders arrived at a courtyard. They entered a room where a young woman lay, possessing an extraordinary and enchanting beauty, her skin as delicate as warm jade. However, at that moment, her eyes were tightly shut, her complexion pale, and her expression one of anguish. Shangguan Jingang looked upon the woman, his face etched with worry. It seemed that Ruoyao's condition had worsened. The elders sighed in unison, remaining silent. Just then, Su Chen and the others entered. Shangguan Wenyao rushed to Shangguan Ruoyao's side, tightly grasping her hand with a worried expression. Lin Fan stared at Shangguan Ruoyao, puzzled. Who is she? Shangguan Jingang glanced at Lin Fan and replied, She is my youngest daughter. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. What has happened to her? Hearing this, Shangguan Jingang sighed softly. A year ago, for reasons unknown, Riao suddenly collapsed, seemingly afflicted by an illness. Despite my efforts to consult countless healers, none could ascertain the nature of her ailment. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's brow furrowed deeply, and after a moment of silence, he turned to Su Chen. Master, do you have any means of discerning her affliction? The others in the room turned their gazes towards Su Chen in unison. Su Chen shot a glance at Lin Fan, remarking, You truly have a knack for drawing trouble upon your master. Lin Fan chuckled sheepishly. With a resigned shake of his head, Su Chen said, Not only do I know what ails her, but I also know how to bring her back to health. At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. Could Su Chen truly have a solution? Shangguan Wenyao trembled all over and immediately approached Su Chen, kneeling before him, pleading, Master, please save my sister. In the midst of the scene, Shangguan Jingang and the others snapped out of their stupor. Shangguan Jingang bowed deeply, clasping his fists, and implored Su Chen, Please, noble one, save my daughter. The elders, witnessing this, promptly followed suit and bowed as well. Su Chen sighed in resignation, feeling a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known it would come to this, he would have refrained from coming. The complications were truly overwhelming. However, after all, she is the sister of his own disciple, so he shall extend his aid. He turned to the gathered crowd and spoke calmly, All of you, please leave. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a surge of joy. Su Chen is willing to help. They did not hesitate and swiftly exited the room. Outside, their expressions were filled with anxiety and concern. Shangguan Wenyao hesitated for a moment before addressing Lin Fan. Master, is there truly a way to save Ruoyao? Lin Fan took Shangguan Wenyao's hand and smiled gently. Have faith in your master. After a brief silence, Shangguan Wenyao nodded. All right. Lin Fan embraced her tenderly, and she did not resist, quietly resting in his arms. Meanwhile, Shangguan Jingang observed this scene, his body trembling uncontrollably as a surge of anger welled up within him. After a long pause, he sighed. Forget it. It doesn't matter anymore. Let it be. He glanced back into the room, his heart heavy with concern. Inside, Su Chen gazed at Shangguan Ruoyao, slowly closing his eyes. Then, he pressed a finger to her forehead, and at the moment he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a pitch-black expanse of stars. Su Chen remained calm and gradually began to walk forward. After some time, he halted, and before him stood a colossal cage, within which was a woman. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Shangguan Ruoyao. Recently, it has been quite cold, and I inadvertently caught a cold. I apologize, my brothers. There are only 2 chapters, and these were written while I was feeling unwell, so I hope for your understanding. I will make it up later. Chapter 69. How could my master possibly harm me? At this moment, Shangguan Ruoyao curled her body, her complexion pale and her entire frame trembling incessantly, as if engulfed in agony. Su Chen approached the cage, his gaze fixed upon Shangguan Ruoyao, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upward. Sensing his presence, she bore the pain and looked up at him. Upon seeing Su Chen, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes, and then she suddenly cried out, Run. As her words echoed, a surge of malevolent energy erupted behind Su Chen, an overwhelmingly terrifying force that caused the very space around them to boil violently. In that instant, this energy coalesced into a long spear, thrusting directly towards Su Chen. Calm as still water, Su Chen slowly turned around, and with a single pointed finger, a mysterious force instantly erupted from it. Boom. This enigmatic power devoured the spear formed from the malevolent force, and in that moment, the spear ceased to exist. The surroundings fell into tranquility once more. Witnessing this scene, Shangguan Ruoyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Just then, a soft gasp resounded, and a figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows, hovering above the ground, shrouded in darkness that obscured his features. Upon seeing this figure, an overwhelming dread filled Shangguan Ruoyao's eyes. her body trembling even more violently, as if she were utterly terrified of him. The black-cloaked figure fixed his gaze upon Su Chen, seemingly appraising him. After a moment, he spoke. "Who are you? How did you enter here?" Su Chen smiled slightly, replying, "I am your father." Silence, an eerie stillness enveloped the air. Shangguan Ruoyao was taken aback by Su Chen's audacity. Was this person truly so fearless? The mysterious figure remained silent, his demeanor becoming increasingly ominous. "Ha ha!" The black-cloaked man suddenly burst into laughter, his voice dripping with malice. "You brat, you shall surely die today, mark my words." As he spoke, his form began to disintegrate, and in that instant, the atmosphere turned sinister and bizarre, filled with an ominous aura. Su Chen's lips curled upward slightly, unfazed. He slowly raised his right hand, and then clenched it abruptly. "Ah!" A scream pierced the air, and in the next moment, the black-cloaked figure reappeared, now gripped tightly by a delicate hand around his neck. Su Chen pulled the black-cloaked man closer, his gaze calm. Yet, the black-cloaked figure was now utterly terrified, gazing at Su Chen with palpable fear. "Holy hell, this is a big shot. I'm done for. And this reality is nothing like I had anticipated. Even if I couldn't defeat him, I should at least have exchanged a few blows. But he just wiped me out in an instant. How am I supposed to play this? There is no way to play." Shangguan Ruoyao in the cage was utterly bewildered. This person is so powerful. He just dispatched the black-cloaked man in a heartbeat? My goodness. Su Chen regarded the black-cloaked figure and calmly said, "Speak." The black-cloaked man swallowed hard, fully aware of Su Chen's intent. Gathering his courage, he managed to suppress his fear and replied, "My name is Wei. A man from 50,000 years ago." "What?" Shangguan Ruoyao gasped in astonishment. 50,000 years. This individual astonishingly survived for 50,000 years. How formidable must his power be? Wei, disregarding Shangguan Ruoyao's astonishment, continued, "Due to some minor transgressions, I was sealed by the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm in a place known as the Abyss of Heaven." Su Chen sneered, "Minor transgressions?" Wei felt a bit embarrassed and continued, "The Abyss of Heaven has imprisoned many powerful beings, and I was trapped there for a full 30,000 years. I attempted countless methods to escape, yet for reasons unknown, the seal has gradually weakened in recent years. Seizing this opportunity, I forcibly broke through the seal and ultimately succeeded in escaping, although my physical form was obliterated, leaving only a fragment of my divine soul." At this point, he ceased speaking. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his right hand tightening gradually. Observing this, Wei hurriedly said, "Although I successfully escaped, I expended a significant amount of power in the process. To prevent this fragment of divine soul from dissipating, I randomly selected a person to merge with her consciousness, intending to seize her body. However, I never anticipated that she would be so tenacious. For an entire year, I was unable to take control of her." After listening, Su Chen remained silent for a moment before breaking into a wicked smile. Bang! He directly shattered Wei's divine soul. Witnessing this scene, Shangguan Ruoyao was left in shock. The tormentor who had plagued her for a year was thus killed? She looked at Su Chen, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Who is this person? I didn't notice closely before, but he is quite handsome." Su Chen turned to Shangguan Ruoyao and then pointed at the cage, which instantly disintegrated, and at that moment, the two vanished from sight. Su Chen opened his eyes, glancing at Shangguan Ruoyao lying on the bed, before turning to leave the room. The moment he stepped outside, all eyes were upon him, filled with apprehension. Shangguan Wenyao quickly inquired, "Master, how is Ruoyao?" Su Chen smiled and replied, "She is fine now. Though somewhat weakened, after a period of rest, she will awaken." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions brightened, their eyes filled with astonishment. Initially, they did not believe Su Chen could heal Shangguan Ruoyao. They had merely hoped for a chance, yet they never expected Su Chen to truly restore her. At this moment, Su Chen became even more enigmatic in their eyes. With tears glistening in her eyes, Shangguan Wenyao knelt down, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Master, for healing my sister." In their childhood, these two sisters shared a close bond, and with Shangguan Ruoyao healed, she was naturally overjoyed. Shangguan Jingang was also exceptionally excited. Bowing in gratitude, "Thank you, Su Shensi." The elders promptly bowed as well, expressing their appreciation. "Thank you, Su Shensi." Lin Fan gave a thumbs up, grinning. "Master is truly remarkable." Su Chen smiled slightly. "You may go in and see her now." "All right." The group nodded eagerly and then entered the room. Lin Fan also wished to follow, but was caught by Su Chen on the arm. He looked at Su Chen, puzzled. "Master, what is it?" Su Chen smirked mischievously. "In a couple of days, I will take you to experience some training." "Training?" Lin Fan furrowed his brow, inexplicably gripped by a sense of foreboding. He tentatively inquired, "Is it possible to abstain from this?" Su Chen replied resolutely, "No." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan acquiesced. Very well. He chose to place his trust in his master, believing he would not lead him astray. Su Chen nodded. "Indeed, you should also pay a visit to the Shangwan Royale." "All right," Lin Fan affirmed, then proceeded into the room. Observing Lin Fan's retreating figure, a smile crept upon Su Chen's lips. "Young man, flaunting your affection before your master. Allow me to enlighten you on the nature of cruelty." 2 days later, Su Chen and Lin Fan departed from the Shangwan clan. Along the way, Lin Fan curiously asked, "Master, where are we headed?" Su Chen cast a sidelong glance at him. "You shall know upon arrival." Not wishing to press further, Lin Fan refrained from asking more questions. Nonetheless, a profound unease lingered within him, intensifying with each passing moment. He shook his head, dismissing it as mere folly. Surely, his master could not harbor ill intentions towards him? Chapter 70, The Black. And thus, after 3 days of arduous travel, Su Chen and his companion arrived at their destination. As afternoon waned, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a dusky veil over the surroundings. They entered an inn that was peculiarly situated in a desolate area. Upon their arrival, the innkeeper greeted them with a warm smile, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guests." Su Chen, however, chose to ignore the innkeeper and instead took a seat on a nearby stool. Lin Fan regarded the innkeeper and instructed, "Please arrange 2 rooms for us and serve your signature dishes." "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment," the innkeeper replied with a nod. Yet, as he turned to fulfill the order, a strange smile flickered across his face for an instant. "Enjoy your meal, gentlemen." Time passed swiftly, and the innkeeper returned, placing the last dish upon their table, which was now overflowing with an array of both meat and vegetable dishes, each emanating an enticing aroma. "Do not indulge in the meat dishes," Su Chen cautioned, just as Lin Fan was about to grab a piece of lean meat. Lin Fan paused, bewildered, and inquired, "Why not?" Pouring himself a cup of wine, Su Chen chuckled softly, "You may eat if you wish, just do not regret it later." At this, Lin Fan silently withdrew his chopsticks, suspecting that something was amiss with the meat, though he could not discern the issue. Su Chen downed his cup of wine and remarked, "The vegetable dishes are safe. Feel free to enjoy them." "Very well," Lin Fan acquiesced. Half an hour later, the table was cleared of all vegetable dishes, while the meat remained untouched. The innkeeper emerged from the kitchen, casting a glance at the untouched plates of meat with a hint of surprise. With a smile, he queried, "Are you gentlemen dissatisfied with our meat dishes?" Su Chen and Lin Fan remained silent. The innkeeper's smile gradually turned frosty. "In that case, I must request payment for your meal, totaling 5 million immortal crystals. Please note, we do not extend credit." Lin Fan chuckled at the audacious claim. "Are you running a black inn?" He felt no shock. Su Chen's earlier warning had already indicated that this establishment was anything but ordinary. The innkeeper replied calmly, "Sir, please do not slander our inn. We have operated in good faith for many years. What grounds do you have to call us a black inn? Are you, by any chance, refusing to settle your bill?" Lin Fan retorted, "And what if I am?" The innkeeper's brow furrowed as he scrutinized Su Chen and Lin Fan, an unprecedented sense of danger creeping into his consciousness. These 2 individuals were perilous. No. His gaze shifted to Su Chen, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. This man was indeed dangerous, exceptionally so. It seemed they had encountered a formidable opponent. With that realization, the innkeeper's expression brightened once more. "Gentlemen, that was merely a misunderstanding. To express my apologies, I shall waive the cost of your meal and lodging for today." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. How swiftly this man shifted his demeanor. He had prepared himself for a confrontation, only to find the innkeeper backing down. He shook his head, opting for silence. At this moment, Su Chen rose and descended to the 2nd floor. Lin Fan, noticing this, hastily followed suit, watching the retreating figures of the 2. The sense of crisis that had gripped the innkeeper dissipated at that moment. With a solemn expression, he thought to himself that these 2 individuals were indeed extraordinary. It was fortunate he had refrained from confronting them. On the 2nd floor, Lin Fan entered Su Chen's room and, gazing at him, inquired, "Master, why do you not allow me to consume meat dishes?" Su Chen replied with a slight smile, "That is human flesh." "What?" Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock. "But why can't I perceive it as human flesh?" Su Chen explained, He employed some peculiar methods to mask the flavor of the human meat. Hence you are unable to sense it. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan suddenly understood. I see. After a brief pause, he asked, are we not going to kill him? Su Chen smiled faintly. Why should we kill him? Lin Fan replied, this is a black market establishment. If we do not eliminate him, countless others will suffer in the future. Su Chen chuckled. He has not provoked us. Why would we kill him? Moreover, the people he kills afterward have no connection to us. There are innumerable individuals like him in this world. Can we possibly kill them all? Can we manage them all? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan fell silent. After a long moment, he stated, but I feel this is not right. Su Chen laughed. Then go ahead and kill him. By the way, that person is at the Saint King level. Lin Fan furrowed his brows. The Saint King level engages in such activities? Su Chen remarked. Does he dare to do this without some strength? In the realm of cultivation, killing others for their treasures is the simplest method to acquire resources for cultivation. Do you understand? Once again silent, Lin Fan contemplated this. Indeed, exhausting oneself to obtain some resources for cultivation seemed far less pragmatic than simply taking them by force. Sighing internally, Lin Fan said, Master, I will return to my room. He truly wished to eliminate that innkeeper, yet it was impossible. The man was a Saint King. And without Su Chen's intervention, he stood no chance. The following morning, Su Chen and Lin Fan descended to partake in breakfast. The meal was rather simple, consisting of 2 bowls of porridge and 2 plates of pickled vegetables. Lin Fan did not touch his chopsticks, his gaze vacant as he fixated on his bowl of porridge. That night, he had been unable to sleep, as no matter how hard he tried, the words spoken by Su Chen lingered incessantly in his mind, leaving him in a state of unrest. Su Chen, sipping his porridge, paid no heed to Lin Fan's current demeanor. To his astonishment, a guest house had been established in such a remote location. At that moment, a melodious voice, akin to the sound of bells, resonated from outside the inn. The innkeeper glanced towards the entrance, his eyes suddenly brightening, a fleeting glimmer of lewdness passing through them. Outside the inn, a woman stepped inside, tall and slender, with a figure reminiscent of willow branches. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and she exuded a faint, alluring fragrance. The innkeeper approached her with a smile, saying, Welcome to our inn. May I inquire what you would like to order? The woman replied, Bring me the best dishes your establishment has to offer. Certainly. The innkeeper's lips curled into a smile as he turned and entered the kitchen. The woman surveyed the inn, and at that moment, her gaze fell upon Su Chen, her face instantly lighting up with infatuation. Wow, he is incredibly handsome. She took a seat close to Su Chen and smiled at him, saying, Hello, my name is Mingyu. Shall we get acquainted? Su Chen turned to her and replied with a smile, Su Chen. This smile left Mingyu momentarily entranced. After a long pause, she seemed to realize the awkwardness, her face flushing crimson. To alleviate the tension, she glanced at Lin Fan and greeted, Hello. Lin Fan looked at her and nodded, introducing himself, Lin Fan. Mingyu nodded in return and noticed the 2 bowls of congee on the table. Your meal seems rather meager. When my dishes arrive, let us dine together, shall we? Su Chen shook his head, saying, No, thank you. We are already full. Upon hearing this, Mingyu ceased further discussion and returned to her seat. Soon, the table was filled with an array of dishes. Do not eat meat. Just as she was about to begin her meal, Lin Fan interjected with a warning. Mingyu raised an eyebrow and inquired, Why not? Lin Fan shook his head, remaining silent. Observing this, Mingyu's expression darkened. If you have something to say, then say it in full. Leaving it half-spoken is quite ambiguous. Ultimately, she followed Lin Fan's advice and refrained from consuming meat, for she had heard the adage, heed the counsel of others to fill your belly. Lin Fan would not unjustly prevent her from eating meat. There must be a reason behind his caution. Chapter 71. Lin Fan takes action. Mingyu sampled a few bites of the vegetarian dishes, finding them utterly tasteless. She glanced at Lin Fan and inquired, Why won't you allow me to have meat dishes? Lin Fan cast a fleeting glance at the meat on the table, hesitated for a moment, then replied, It's human flesh. What? Upon hearing this, Mingyu gasped in shock. A wave of nausea surged within her, and she could no longer restrain herself, expelling everything she had just consumed. After a considerable time, she finally regained her composure and turned her gaze towards the innkeeper, indignantly exclaiming, How dare you serve human flesh? The innkeeper coldly regarded Lin Fan before looking back at Mingyu, calmly responding, Isn't human flesh still meat? You scoundrel! Mingyu erupted in fury, her aura, at the pinnacle of the 5th stage of the great sage realm, enveloping her. Buzz! A resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens as Meng Yu's figure suddenly materialized before the innkeeper, and then, with a swift thrust of her sword, a terrifying sword intent tore through the air. Before the sword could arrive, its momentum was already felt. The dreadful sword pressure instantly enveloped the innkeeper. With an expressionless face, he merely lifted his right hand and unleashed a punch, a vast fist radiance surging forth. Crack! The overwhelming fist intent shattered the sword energy in an instant, catching Meng Yu off guard and sending her flying. Bang! She crashed heavily to the ground, her complexion pale, and her mind somewhat dazed. She had not anticipated that the innkeeper was actually a formidable being of the sacred king realm. Staring at the innkeeper in disbelief, she exclaimed, "You, a sacred king, run a black market here?" It was indeed peculiar for a sacred king to operate a black market. The innkeeper fixed his gaze on Meng Yu, chuckling. "I once toiled relentlessly for a mere scrap of cultivation resources, until one day, I felt a prodigy from a great power. When I glimpsed into his spatial ring, do you know what I saw? An endless bounty of cultivation resources. In that moment, I realized why I should struggle for a meager amount of resources. Why not simply rob the likes of you prodigious talents? From that day forth, I have relentlessly hunted down talents like you, and my strength at the sacred king realm has been cultivated from the resources taken from your kind." After hearing the innkeeper's words, Meng Yu furrowed her brow. "Didn't the powers behind those prodigies retaliate against you?" The innkeeper replied, "Of course there was retaliation, but they could never find me. Every time I eliminate a prodigy, I flee far and wide. For instance, if I were to kill you today, I would immediately change my location. Thus, even if the forces behind you came to investigate, who would know it was I who did it?" At that moment, Meng Yu suddenly vanished from her position, reappearing behind the innkeeper. Without hesitation, she decisively swung her sword down, a torrent of sword intent surging forth like a tidal wave from her blade. The innkeeper squinted, acknowledging her prowess as a prodigy of a great power, though he deemed her still somewhat lacking. As he spoke, he stepped forward, a tremendous force erupting from his sacred king realm, shaking the very heavens and earth, and the inn transformed into ashes in an instant. Bang! Crack! The long sword of Meng Yu shattered upon being unable to withstand the terrifying force, and she herself was sent flying, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood mid-flight. Her breath instantly became feeble, her vitality waning. With great effort, she suppressed her injuries and cast a heavy glance at the innkeeper, her heart burdened, her eyes tinged with bitterness. "Just as I had sneaked out, I encountered such a formidable adversary. I truly concede. No wonder my mother warned me that the outside world is perilous. I had previously doubted her, but now I am convinced." The innkeeper approached Meng Yu with a lewd grin. "Beautiful one, do not resist. You stand no chance against me." At that moment, Meng Yu was genuinely terrified. She turned to flee, but in that instant, a dreadful pressure bore down upon her, rendering her immobile. This is the end. She realized that if she fell into the innkeeper's clutches, the consequences would be unimaginable. Despair flooded her eyes. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried out, "Father, mother, I was wrong. I should not have sneaked out. Please come and save me." The innkeeper swiftly reached Meng Yu, grinning maliciously, "Call for help. No one will come to your rescue." As he spoke, he reached for her waist. Meng Yu's face turned ashen, her eyes filled with helplessness and despair. At that moment, she yearned for salvation. Suddenly, a sword intent brimming with murderous intent surged skyward, and Lin Fan appeared beside the innkeeper. His eyes glowed red as he thrust his sword, causing the heavens and earth to boil before falling into silence. The terrifying strike made the innkeeper raise an eyebrow. Without hesitation, he vanished from his position, reappearing 1,000 feet away. His expression grew cold as he glared at Lin Fan, asking darkly, "What are you playing at, boy?" The oppressive aura surrounding Meng Yu dissipated at that moment, and with its disappearance, she felt her strength leave her, plummeting towards the ground. Just then, Lin Fan caught her, preventing her from falling. Meng Yu looked at him, gratitude shining in her eyes. Thank you." She had not expected Lin Fan to save her at such a critical juncture. Despair had nearly consumed her. Now, her heart brimmed with emotion. Lin Fan shook his head, offering no words, gently releasing Meng Yu before turning to confront the innkeeper. Without further ado, he charged forward, his long sword emanating a terrifying swordsmanship power. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the innkeeper, thrusting his sword. As the blade emerged, the heavens and earth shifted, engulfed by a potent aura of slaughter. "Humph!" The innkeeper scoffed, raising his right hand. In an instant, A horrifying force surged towards his fist like a tidal wave. He stepped forward and unleashed a punch. Boom. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding space crumbled to ashes. The entire world trembling violently, and Lin Fan was sent sprawling back thousands of feet. Witnessing this, Meng Yu's heart filled with worry, praying that Lin Fan would be unharmed. Just as Lin Fan regained his footing, the innkeeper reappeared, launching another devastating punch. In numerous fantasy novels, it is often observed that formidable beings seldom wield weapons. This is attributed to the limitations of the author's craft, who struggles to portray anything beyond that. Lin Fan was struck with astonishment, hastily raising his sword to defend himself. Boom. He was once again hurled thousands of feet away. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he felt his internal organs sustain grievous injuries. Yet, his eyes reflected no fear, only an intense fervor for battle. What of the Saint King realm? I shall confront it with unwavering resolve. Buzz. A tempest of sword intent, intermingled with a terrifying killing intent, erupted from Lin Fan, instantly painting the heavens and the earth crimson. Chapter 72, Master, I have tried my best. Fight. Lin Fan roared. And with a swift motion, he unleashed a sword strike that instantaneously tore apart the heavens and the earth. The innkeeper squinted. His right hand clenched tightly as an overwhelming force surged through him, and he retaliated with a punch, unleashing a multitude of fist shadows. Boom. With a deafening explosion echoing through the air, both Lin Fan and the innkeeper were violently pushed back. Lin Fan retreated to a distance of 100,000 zhang before halting, while the innkeeper came to a stop after merely 1,000 zhang. The innkeeper stared at Lin Fan in disbelief, his heart pounding in terror. He had been forced back. He was a holy king, while Lin Fan was merely at the great sage level. Absurd. At that moment, he was truly astonished. In the distance, Meng Yu watched all of this unfold. Her expression one of sheer shock. She could hardly believe that Lin Fan could contend with a powerhouse at the holy king level. It is known that Meng Yu possessed the strength of a fifth-tier great sage, yet she was still no match for the innkeeper. And Lin Fan? He was only at the first tier of the great sage level, yet he managed to repel the innkeeper, a testament to his extraordinary talent. At this juncture, the blood-red sword intent emanating from Lin Fan soared into the sky, rapidly coalescing into an imposing 10,000 zhang sword aura. Gripping his long sword tightly, Lin Fan executed a powerful downward slash. The formidable sword intent surged forth towards the innkeeper, shattering mountains and rivers in a terrifying display of swordsmanship. The innkeeper's heart raced. He sensed a hint of danger emanating from this sword intent. How could this be possible? Before he could ponder further, the 10,000 zhang sword aura was upon him, and he raised his hand for a punch. Boom. The world fell silent. In that moment, a radius of 100,000 miles was reduced to rubble. Lin Fan was sent reeling back several tens of thousands of zhang. Suddenly, the innkeeper transformed into a streak of lightning, charging towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan dared not underestimate his opponent. Countless sword intents gathered upon his sword, and he thrust it forward with all his might. This strike was executed with every ounce of his strength. In the face of the innkeeper, he could afford no carelessness. Carelessness could spell doom. Boom. The terrifying shockwave surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing the world in an instant. Lin Fan was flung away, and in the process, his flesh began to crack, resembling a spider's web, a sight most horrifying. Ultimately, he was still unable to overcome a holy king-level powerhouse. Yet, for a great sage, to engage so fiercely with a holy king was already a remarkable feat. At that moment, Meng Yu's figure appeared behind the innkeeper, and she decisively thrust her sword forward, pouring all her strength into the attack. The innkeeper scoffed, unleashing a terrifying aura that sent Meng Yu crashing to the ground, unconscious. The innkeeper stood aloof, gazing down at the fallen Lin Fan, and spoke. You possess such strength at such a young age. I must admit, you truly astonish me. However, no matter how extraordinary you may be, today you shall still perish at my hands. With that, he stepped forward, appearing before Lin Fan, and with a mighty palm, he struck down, shaking the heavens. Lin Fan lay quietly on the ground, his eyes tightly shut. Am I to die? Am I truly to meet my end? No. How can I succumb in such a manner? I have yet to attain the formidable strength of my master. How could I possibly perish? I cannot die. In that moment, Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes. A terrifying surge of bloodline power erupted from his being. What? The innkeeper was taken aback. Forcefully propelled into the air by this overwhelming power, he steadied himself, his expression grave. Bloodline power. This individual possesses bloodline power. A sense of dread enveloped him. Those with such power surely descend from formidable ancestors, and he couldn't help but regret having confronted Lin Fan. At that instant, Lin Fan ascended into the sky, standing in the void as his hair gradually transformed into a crimson hue, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him, almost tangible. Boom. Suddenly, his aura began to surge uncontrollably, soaring to the 4th level of the Great Sage Realm in the blink of an eye. This is bad. The innkeeper's pupils constricted sharply. Without hesitation, he vanished from sight, a dazzling punch radiating across the heavens, and the terrifying intent of his strike instantly enveloped Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes glowed like blood, his vitality surging, and faced with this punch, he felt not a trace of fear. In an instant, his expression twisted into a fierce grimace, transforming into a streak of red light, charging directly towards that fist. Bang! A deafening explosion resonated through the void. An overwhelming murderous intent pervading the air. Both combatants were thrown back, only to charge at each other once more. As time passed, the innkeeper grew increasingly alarmed, realizing that Lin Fan was becoming stronger with each exchange. Damn it, can it be a bit more reasonable? I am a Saint King. Show me some respect. Frustration ignited in the innkeeper's eyes. I am truly enraged. Boom. At that very moment, a cataclysmic force emanated from the innkeeper, prompting Lin Fan to swiftly raise his sword before him, retreating a staggering distance. The innkeeper's expression remained impassive as he formed seals with his hands. And at that moment, a colossal deity materialized behind him, radiating an unparalleled divine might. The innkeeper gazed at Lin Fan as if he were already a corpse, slowly extending his palm towards him. The deity behind him mirrored this action, unleashing a strike imbued with terrifying power, causing the very heavens to seethe. Run! The awakened Meng Yu urged urgently, her eyes brimming with concern, feeling an inkling of guilt. Had it not been for Lin Fan's efforts to save her, he would not be in such peril. Lin Fan, sensing the imminent danger, gritted his teeth, his visage twisted in determination, charging towards that descending palm. In the blink of an eye, he reached the massive hand, gripping his sword with both hands and striking down fiercely. Boom! Crack! The intent of his sword shattered. Lin Fan was struck by the palm, sent hurtling away as his flesh began to fracture, his aura dwindling to its nadir. No! Meng Yu cried out in anguish, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, a figure clad in white appeared beside Lin Fan, catching him before he could hit the ground. Lin Fan's vision blurred as he beheld that familiar face. Forcing a faint smile, he trembled and uttered, "Master, I have done my utmost." Su Chen smiled faintly and spoke softly, "I have seen it." Lin Fan replied, "That's good." As his words fell, he succumbed into unconsciousness, his life force gradually dissipating. Su Chen wiped the blood from the corner of Lin Fan's mouth, then took out a pill and placed it in Lin Fan's mouth. The moment the pill entered, it transformed into a warm current that melded into his body. At that instant, Lin Fan's injuries miraculously healed, and the life force that had nearly vanished became robust once more. However, despite his wounds being mended, he remained unresponsive, though his breathing was remarkably steady, accompanied by the sound of gentle snoring. This fellow has actually fallen asleep. Chapter 73. So impressive. Su Chen's expression darkened as he loosened his grip, causing Lin Fan's body to plummet rapidly. With a resounding thud, Lin Fan crashed heavily to the ground. "Ah!" he cried out in anguish, followed by a sharp intake of breath as he looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with a hint of grievance. "Master, I am your beloved disciple." Su Chen cast him a sidelong glance and chuckled. "Oh, so you still remember you are my disciple? Yet you persistently create trouble for me day after day." Lin Fan awkwardly smiled, scratching the back of his head. He had no retort to Su Chen's words, for he indeed had caused him numerous troubles. Observing Lin Fan, Meng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was unharmed. Otherwise, she would have felt overwhelming guilt. She turned her gaze to Su Chen, her eyes filled with curiosity. For some unknown reason, Su Chen's presence brought her a sense of tranquility. The innkeeper regarded Su Chen with growing trepidation, the sense of impending danger intensifying within him. This individual was undeniably extraordinary. Seizing the initiative, suddenly, his figure vanished, and an earth-shattering punch filled with destructive power shattered the very fabric of reality, enveloping Su Chen in its terrifying force. Meng Yu immediately felt a sense of suffocation. This punch was utterly terrifying. "Be careful," she shouted, her eyes brimming with concern. Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, suspended in midair, his silver hair swaying gently in the breeze. He slowly raised his right hand and then pressed it downwards. Kneel. Boom. As the word left his lips, that terrifying punch, along with the imposing statue, disintegrated in an instant, causing the world to erupt in chaos. Bang! The innkeeper fell from the void, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. As the smoke dissipated, he revealed himself, now on his knees, looking utterly thunderstruck, as if struck by lightning. What the hell? He gazed incredulously at Su Chen, his eyes reflecting confusion and dread. What is this person? How can this be so outrageous? At that moment, he was truly dumbfounded. A Saint King realm expert had knelt due to a single word. Meng Yu's mind went blank, her gaze vacant. She had suspected Su Chen possessed some strength, but she never anticipated he would be so extraordinary. To suppress a Saint King realm expert with a mere word. Surely, only a half-emperor could achieve such a feat. She looked at Su Chen, her eyes filled with curiosity and reverence. He seemed relatively young, yet possessed the cultivation of a half-emperor. Terrifying. Was the younger generation of the outside world this formidable? No. I must return and advise my mother to remain hidden. We should not venture out again. The outside world is too fearsome. Meng Yu nodded, having made her decision. Lin Fan gazed at Su Chen, filled with admiration. When will I be as impressive as my master? A single word to compel kneeling. So cool. The innkeeper's expression at that moment was more pitiful than if he had lost his mother. Tears welled in his eyes as he looked at Su Chen, desperately pleading for mercy. Senior, spare me, please. Buzz. A flash of sword light cut through the air, abruptly silencing the innkeeper's pleas, his face revealing a look of unwillingness. Uffed. His head shot up into the sky, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Su Chen cast a fleeting glance at the corpse of the innkeeper before turning his attention to Lin Fan, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation. Could you perhaps acquire some strength before attempting to play the hero? Lin Fan lowered his head, refraining from uttering a word. Su Chen continued, while saving others is commendable, it is imperative that you possess sufficient strength. With your current cultivation at the Great Sage level, challenging a Saint King level expert is nothing short of courting death. I am here this time, but what if I am not around next time? Have you contemplated the consequences? In the future, think before you act. Lin Fan fell into silence, realizing the recklessness of his actions. Had Su Chen not been present today, he would certainly have perished. With a resigned sigh, Su Chen shook his head and added, You possess a heart of gold, which pleases me greatly. However, I hope that in the future, should you encounter similar situations, you first assess your own capabilities. If you are able, then save. If not, it is wise to retreat as far as you can. Lin Fan looked up at Su Chen and nodded, understanding. At that moment, Meng Yu limped over to the two, first bowing respectfully to Su Chen and addressing him as senior. Su Chen merely glanced at her, remaining silent. Unfazed, Meng Yu then turned to Lin Fan, expressing her apologies. I am truly sorry. It was all because of me that you nearly lost your life. Lin Fan shook his head, replying, My attempt to save you was my own choice. It is not your fault. That cannot be. Meng Yu insisted, shaking her head. She then produced a spatial ring and handed it to Lin Fan, saying, You risked your life to save me. Please accept this token of my appreciation. Lin Fan's brows raised as he glimpsed the treasures within the ring, his heart racing with astonishment. Good heavens! So many precious items. He regarded Meng Yu with newfound respect. This girl was indeed quite wealthy. He did not refuse her offer and gratefully accepted the spatial ring. Thank you, he said. Seeing Lin Fan accept the ring brought relief to Meng Yu. Had he rejected it, she would have felt guilty for a lifetime. She shook her head, saying, I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for your intervention, I would likely have met my end. The recollection of the earlier events filled her with dread. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to speak further. At that moment, Su Chen looked at Lin Fan and stated, Let us proceed. With that, he turned to leave. Lin Fan, without hesitation, followed closely behind. After a while, Meng Yu, having watched Su Chen and Lin Fan depart, fell silent for a moment before trailing after them. After walking for some time, Su Chen suddenly halted and turned to Meng Yu, inquiring, What are you following us for? Lin Fan also looked at her with curiosity. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Meng Yu replied softly, Actually, I snuck out from my clan. Su Chen replied calmly, What does that have to do with us? With a sheepish expression, Meng Yu explained, I ran away from my clan and ended up lost. Now I have no idea where to go except to follow you. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's mouth twitched in disbelief. A great sage-level expert getting lost. Truly, she was a remarkable individual. Su Chen cast a glance at Mingyu before turning away to continue on his journey. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and then said, "The place we are heading to might be perilous." Mingyu shook her head, declaring, "It's fine. I am not afraid." She possessed an instinct that following Su Chen would undoubtedly lead them to safety. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. "Then let us proceed together." Mingyu smiled sweetly. "All right." Tian Yuan, in truth, was merely a chasm, an abyss that seemed to stretch infinitely into darkness. Profoundly silent save for the occasional gusts of chilling wind that surged forth from its depths. Lin Fan glanced at the abyss, a sense of dread enveloping him as he swallowed hard and turned to Su Chen. "Master, what brings us here?" Su Chen, with a devilish smile, replied, "You'll find out once you descend." With that, he gave Lin Fan a swift kick, sending him plummeting into the abyss. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed from within Tian Yuan. Chapter 74, What to Wear. Upon witnessing this scene, Mingyu instinctively took a step back, her face betraying a mixture of fear and confusion. She began to doubt whether Lin Fan was truly a disciple of Su Chen. How ruthless. Su Chen cast a glance at Mingyu and then leaped directly into the abyss. Mingyu bit her lip, hesitating internally as she contemplated whether to follow him. Her intuition warned her of the imminent danger lurking within. After a moment's deliberation, she steeled her resolve and jumped after him. Despite the peril, she felt a sense of safety in following Su Chen. To her astonishment, the bottom of the abyss revealed a vast desert, stretching endlessly before her like a golden ocean, its dunes undulating in the heat. However, apart from the sand, there was nothing else, and the surrounding temperature was unbearably scorching. A mere mortal would scarcely survive half a day in such an environment. With a thud, Lin Fan plunged from the void, crashing into the sand below, while Su Chen and Mingyu landed gracefully. Lin Fan crawled out of the sand, looking quite disheveled. In truth, had it not been for Su Chen's ambush, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. He cast a resentful glance at Su Chen, feeling a sense of grievance. "Master, I sense something is amiss with you." Along their journey, he had long sensed that Su Chen was behaving strangely. Su Chen blinked innocently. "Am I?" Lin Fan's expression darkened. It dawned on him that he might have unwittingly offended Su Chen, leaving him in a state of distress, as he was oblivious to the cause of his master's ire. At that moment, a terrifying aura swept through the area, causing Lin Fan and Mingyu to become alert. Lin Fan spoke gravely. "There are indeed others here." He turned to Su Chen and inquired, "Master, where exactly are we?" Su Chen cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "You may perceive this place as a cage, specifically designed to imprison the most heinous of villains." A cage. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, an unsettling feeling swelling within him, as he feared that he had fallen into a trap set by Su Chen. It has been ages since I last encountered newcomers, especially a young lady. Quite delightful indeed." A strange voice echoed ominously. "Who goes there?" Lin Fan and Mingyu were startled, quickly drawing their weapons and scanning their surroundings with caution. A figure emerged from the distance, an elderly man whose murky eyes and sparse white hair betrayed a life steeped in hardship. He bore an aura that enveloped Lin Fan and Mingyu, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure. "This man is formidable." Lin Fan scrutinized the elder, squinting as he demanded, "Who are you?" "Ha ha." The elder laughed heartily, looking at Lin Fan with disdain. "You are not worthy to know my name." "Ha ha." With that, he let out another boisterous laugh, and an overwhelming aura of the half-emperor realm emanated from him, unleashing a terrifying imperial might towards Su Chen and the two others. A half-emperor. Mengyu's face drained of color, despair flooding her heart. "How do we fight this? It's over. Who do you think you are?" At that moment, Su Chen suddenly vanished, reappearing right in front of the elder. The old man's pupils suddenly constricted, just as he intended to distance himself from Su Chen. The latter had already extended a hand, firmly gripping his throat. The old man found himself utterly powerless to resist. He was left in a state of bewilderment. Disbelief etched across his face. What? I, a half-emperor, was defeated in an instant? Terrified, he gazed at Su Chen, his hands trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, panic truly set in. An entity capable of dispatching him with such ease was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Mingyu, witnessing this scene, stood frozen like a statue. Upon regaining her senses, her eyes widened as she turned to Lin Fan in astonishment. "Your master can eliminate even a half-emperor in a heartbeat?" Lin Fan replied dismissively. Merely a half-emperor. My master could obliterate him with a mere gesture. Meng Yu swallowed hard. Just a half-emperor? Are you serious? Lin Fan chuckled, with a single word. My master can compel even the pinnacle of half-emperor level to kneel. Do you believe it? At his words, Meng Yu's mind went blank. Goodness. I know your master is formidable, but one shouldn't boast to such an extent. You expect me to believe that a single word can make a peak half-emperor kneel? Do you think your master is a sovereign? Clearly, she was skeptical of Lin Fan's claims, dismissing them as mere bravado. Lin Fan shook his head with a smile, opting not to respond. In truth, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he too would find it hard to believe that anyone could compel the most exalted beings of the celestial realm to kneel with a mere word. The old man, filled with dread, looked at Su Chen and pleaded, Senior, I was blind and offended you. Please spare my life. Su Chen remained calm as water, one hand resting behind him while the other maintained its grip on the old man's throat. He spoke evenly. Tell me, who is the strongest here? The old man, not daring to hesitate, quickly replied, There are 3 individuals who are the strongest, Nan Yun, Jian Wuhen, and Luo Lan. They are terrifying figures, and no one dares to provoke them within this abyss. Bang! No sooner had the old man finished speaking than Su Chen crushed his throat. Simple, direct. Boom. At that moment, a surge of terrifying imperial might erupted from all directions, and soon, hundreds of figures emerged from the void, all unmistakably half-emperors. Leading them was a woman of tall stature and enchanting beauty, an intoxicating fragrance emanating from her. She exuded no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary person. Upon seeing this multitude of half-emperors, Meng Yu turned pale as a sheet. This was truly the end. At that moment, she regretted following Su Chen into this abyss. She had not anticipated that it would be teeming with half-emperors, and not a single one below that level. Lin Fan, however, maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of alarm. A group of insignificant beings daring to provoke his master? They would not even know how they met their end. He was filled with unwavering confidence in Su Chen. At that moment, one of the half-emperors turned to Su Chen, coldly stating, You brat. Buzz. The sound of a sword resonated, and before the half-emperor could finish his words, his head was severed from his body. A look of confusion lingering on his face even in death. I just died like that. Witnessing this, all the half-emperors were taken aback, their expressions a mix of fury and shock. What incited fury was Su Chen's audacity to take a life, and what left them astounded was that none of them had any inkling of how that semi-emperor had met his demise. Let us attack together. One of the semi-emperor warriors surged forward towards Su Chen, yet before the others could act, a woman at the forefront halted them. Confusion flickered in their eyes, but no words were uttered. The semi-emperor who had charged ahead suddenly turned back, only to find his comrades frozen and unwilling to engage. Bewilderment washed over him, and as realization dawned, he erupted in fury. What the hell? You lack martial ethics, betraying your ally. At that moment, a flash of sword light cut through the air, and the head of the semi-emperor warrior was severed from his body. All the other semi-emperor warriors cast wary glances at Su Chen, their eyes betraying a profound fear. He was indeed a formidable figure. Chapter 75. Respecting teachers and upholding the way. Su Chen's gaze was tranquil as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing the woman before him. The woman furrowed her brow, her heart weighed down with apprehension. She sensed a palpable danger emanating from Su Chen, which left her astounded. After all, she had already 1 foot in the realm of the emperor. Yet, she could not shake the feeling of peril that lingered around him. At that moment, her pupils constricted sharply, and her expression grew grave. This individual could very well be an emperor. But how could an emperor possibly be imprisoned here? Confusion swirled within her mind. She shook her head slightly, dismissing her thoughts, and regarded Su Chen with a serious tone, saying, I am Luo Lan. May I inquire your name, esteemed one? Su Chen did not respond to Luo Lan's inquiry. Instead, he calmly stated, Summon Jian Wuhen and Nan Yun to see me. The instant these words left his lips, the semi-emperor warriors behind Luo Lan erupted in fury. You dare to be so presumptuous, commanding Lady Luo Lan? Who do you think you are? Do not assume that just because you've slain a few semi-emperors, we fear you. Su Chen remained expressionless, directing his gaze towards the semi-emperor warriors. A shiver ran through them, as a wave of dread washed over the group. Buzz! A resounding sword cry echoed throughout the arena. Upon hearing this sound, the semi-emperors felt their hair stand on end, engulfed by the aura of death. In an instant, the heads of hundreds of semi-emperors soared into the air, At that moment, blood rained down from the heavens, painting the desert in vivid crimson hues. The bodies and heads of the semi-emperors fell to the ground, the scene gruesomely bloody. Witnessing this, both Luo Lan and Meng Yu were utterly bewildered. Hundreds of semi-emperors had been dispatched in the blink of an eye. They were semi-emperors, the pinnacle of existence in the celestial realm. Yet they had been annihilated without a shred of resistance. As Meng Yu regained her senses, disbelief washed over her as she gazed at Su Chen. Her eyes filled with terror and astonishment. Recalling Lin Fan's words, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning. What Lin Fan said might indeed be true. He was not boasting. Luo Lan's complexion turned as pale as paper, fear saturating her heart. When Su Chen had commanded her, she felt disgruntled, which led her to refrain from silencing the semi-emperors. However, she never anticipated that Su Chen would possess such overwhelming power, effortlessly slaying those semi-emperors in an instant. Even she could not achieve such a feat. In that moment, she truly comprehended the terror of Su Chen. Trembling, she knelt before him, bowing respectfully, and stammered, "Fo. Forbear." She was genuinely terrified, fearing that Su Chen would turn his wrath upon her as well. Thus, she promptly submitted. For she was not yet ready to embrace death. Su Chen, with hands behind his back, regarded Luo Lan calmly. "I do not wish to repeat myself." A shudder coursed through Luo Lan's body. "I shall summon them at once to pay their respects to you, esteemed forebear." Saying this, she vanished from where she stood. After Luo Lan departed, Lin Fan approached Su Chen's side, his eyes filled with admiration, exclaiming, "Master, you were truly magnificent just now." At this moment, Meng Yu had yet to recover from the recent events, standing silently to the side, hesitant to speak. Su Chen gazed at Lin Fan, a slight smile gracing his lips. This young lad likely remained unaware of the trials that awaited him. "Dear Fan, I assure you, this is all for your own good. Do not hold me accountable for what is to come. Should you choose to blame me, I would only have to impart a lesson, teaching you the importance of respecting your teacher and the path of learning." Luo Lan arrived at the entrance of a stone dwelling constructed entirely of rock. "What brings you here?" A robust voice emanated from within the stone house, followed by the emergence of a tall, muscular man, exuding an overwhelming aura. Luo Lan fixed her gaze upon the man and stated solemnly, "Nanyun, a senior wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, Nanyun narrowed his eyes. "A senior? In this realm? It is merely you, I, and Jian Wuhan at the pinnacle. Who could possibly be a senior?" Luo Lan replied, "This senior has recently arrived." Nanyun raised an eyebrow. "Recently? Is he formidable?" Luo Lan nodded. "Indeed, quite formidable. I cannot hold my own against him." Nanyun fell silent for a moment before asking, "What does he want with me?" Luo Lan shook her head. "I am unsure. He also requested that I summon Jian Wuhan." Nanyun's brow furrowed, then relaxed. "Very well, I shall meet him. I am curious to see the strength that instills such fear in you." Luo Lan cautioned, "I advise against making any reckless decisions. This senior is not one to provoke." A flicker of displeasure crossed Nanyun's eyes. "I have never feared anyone in my life, unless they are an emperor." Luo Lan pressed, "What if he truly is an emperor?" "Impossible," Nanyun replied decisively. "In this pseudo-immortal realm, unless he is a newly ascended emperor, there cannot be any true emperors present. If you suggest he is a newly ascended emperor, that too is implausible, as the path to emperorhood has yet to be opened." Luo Lan regarded Nanyun with a deep gaze before saying, "Let us go find Jian Wuhan." She had already offered her advice. If Nanyun chose to recklessly provoke Su Chen, she could not be held responsible. Nanyun frowned. "With Jian Wuhan's temper, do you think he will heed the call of your so-called senior?" Luo Lan responded, "Whether he chooses to go is his decision. We have already summoned him." Nanyun shook his head. "Do not include the word we. That senior you speak of is your senior, not mine. He lacks the authority to command me. Where is he? I shall seek him out." Luo Lan refrained from further argument and informed Nanyun of Su Chen's whereabouts. Nanyun nodded and then vanished from sight. Watching him disappear, Luo Lan shook her head, lamenting his recklessness. Turning away, she soon arrived at the entrance of a cave. "Get lost." She was about to speak when a cold voice echoed from within, imbued with an ominous power of the sword, striking terror. Luo Lan cast a frigid glance at the cave before vanishing from the spot. Meanwhile, Nong Yun had located Su Chen, casting a glance at the surrounding corpses. A flicker of gravity crossed his eyes, albeit merely a fleeting one, for he was confident in his ability to vanquish these semi-empowered adversaries. He fixed his gaze upon Su Chen, a smirk gracing his lips. So you are the elder spoken of by Luo Lan. You appear to be nothing extraordinary. Mengyu, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief. Did these individuals possess such a penchant for courting death? Had Luo Lan informed the elder of the formidable prowess he possessed? Su Chen regarded Nong Yun in silence. At that moment, Nong Yun abruptly vanished from sight. He was eager to discover the extent of Su Chen's abilities. An overwhelming imperial might surge through the realm, as an immense fist radiated a terrifying force of martial prowess. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back. Then with a flick of his sleeve, a mysterious power surged forth like a colossal wave. Crack! The surrounding space, unable to withstand this enigmatic force, shattered instantaneously. Chapter 76. Why do I have a foreboding feeling? Boom. As the force of the fist met the enigmatic power, it was instantly dissipated, yet that mysterious force did not wane. Instead, it swiftly engulfed Nanyun. In the next moment, Nanyun was launched through the air, his flesh cracking and forming a spiderweb pattern, blood seeping from his body, rendering him a ghastly figure. He gazed at Su Chen, his face a mask of confusion and bewilderment. What the hell? A mere casual strike has left me gravely injured? At this moment, he recalled Luo Lan's words, and his mind spiraled into madness. Good heavens! This must be an emperor. He hastily fell to his knees, bowing repeatedly. Predecessor, I was wrong. I should not have offended you. Please, do not be angry. For him, life was paramount, and acknowledging defeat was essential. Just then, Luo Lan, who had just returned, witnessed this scene and sneered inwardly. So, you chose to ignore my warnings. And now you cower, huh? Fool. Su Chen, however, paid no heed to Nanyun, directing his attention to Luo Lan. Upon meeting his gaze, Luo Lan quickly offered a respectful bow. Predecessor. That Jian Wuhan is ungrateful and refuses to meet you. Su Chen replied calmly, take me to him. Luo Lan nodded, follow me. With that, she turned and walked towards a certain location. Su Chen cast a glance at Nanyun before following suit. All right. Nanyun nodded fervently, rising from the ground and silently trailing behind Su Chen. As he observed Su Chen's back, he felt perplexed. Why is there still an emperor in this false immortal realm? That shouldn't be the case. Could he be an emperor returned from the true immortal realm? But what purpose could he have in returning? Never mind. The matters of a great figure are beyond my comprehension. Nanyun shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Soon, Luo Lan led Su Chen and the others back to the entrance of the cave they had previously visited. Dare you return? Are you seeking death? At that moment, a man emerged slowly from within the stone cave. His hair was streaked with gray, yet his features were strikingly handsome. When he stood there, he resembled a sharp sword. Luo Lan addressed Jian Wuhan. It is not I who seeks you, but this esteemed predecessor. With that, she quietly positioned herself behind Su Chen. Jian Wuhan regarded Su Chen, dispensing with unnecessary words. A long sword materialized in his hand, and in an instant, a terrifying sword intent surged from him, tearing through the heavens. Luo Lan and Nanyun watched Jian Wuhan with grave expressions. At that moment, they realized that Jian Wuhan was even stronger than both of them combined. Buzz! A piercing sound of a sword echoed through the air, and at that moment, Jian Wuhan suddenly appeared before Su Chen, swiftly slicing down with his sword. The horrific momentum instantly locked onto Su Chen. Bang! A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the realm, and a terrifying shockwave rapidly spread outwards for miles. All present hastily retreated, distancing themselves from the area, their brows furrowed and expressions serious. That sword strike was truly terrifying. Had they been any slower, they might have suffered the consequences as well. As the dust settled, all stood frozen in place, their minds blank. They beheld the astonishing sight of Su Chen effortlessly blocking a sword strike with merely 2 fingers. Unbelievable. This was beyond comprehension. Nanyun swallowed hard, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Who would have thought this formidable figure possessed such incredible prowess? Fortunately, he had quickly chosen to concede. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Luo Lan was equally astonished. That sword strike, even she dared not confront head-on. Had she attempted to do so, grave injury would have befallen her. She felt a surge of relief for her earlier decision not to engage with Su Chen. Jian Wuhan, realizing his sword could not be retrieved, promptly relinquished it and distanced himself from Su Chen. He stared in shock, unable to fathom Su Chen's terrifying capabilities. To think that Su Chen had withstood his strike with mere fingers, an attack so formidable that even an emperor would hesitate to face it directly. Yet, Su Chen not only dared to confront it, but emerged unscathed. Terrifying. One must not underestimate him. With this thought, Jian Wuhan drew forth another sword, positioning it before him, and slowly closed his eyes. In the next instant, he opened his eyes, which now radiated with a fierce sword light, a fearsome sword intent emanating from him. He transformed into a streak of sword light, charging towards Su Chen. In that moment, he was one with the sword. The sword was him. The terrifying sword intent surged skyward. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. They could not withstand this strike. Su Chen's gaze remained as tranquil as still waters as he gradually grasped the long sword Jian Wuhan had discarded. Boom! The moment he clasped the sword, the very fabric of space transformed into a sea of swords, an overwhelming sword intent erupting from Su Chen that exceeded all comprehension. At the instant this sword intent manifested, Jian Wuhan's own was shattered. The two sword intents were of utterly disparate realms. Jian Wuhan's complexion turned ashen, his strength seemingly sapped as he collapsed to the ground. His eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Su Chen. What manner of being possesses such a formidable sword intent? Can an emperor truly be this fearsome? It dawned on him how fragile his own swordsmanship truly was. Bowing his head, his eyes dimmed, his heart's resolve fracturing. Nan Yun, witnessing Su Chen, swallowed hard and stammered. "Senior, you are indeed terrifying." Luo Lan nodded numbly, speechless. At this moment, both were utterly paralyzed by fear. Su Chen was simply too formidable. His prowess transcended their understanding. Lin Fan clenched his fists, exhilarated, vowing that one day he would be as powerful as his master. Meng Yu gazed at Su Chen in a daze. Could such a terrifying individual truly exist in this world? Initially, she believed her father to be the strongest, yet she realized how limited her perspective had been. Crack! Suddenly, the long sword in Su Chen's hand shattered. He regarded the broken sword and shook his head slightly. Such a weapon could not withstand his sword intent. Its shattering was to be expected. At that moment, Su Chen voluntarily dissipated his sword intent, and the world instantaneously returned to tranquility. With his hands clasped behind his back, Su Chen gazed into the distance at Jian Wuhan. Sensing Su Chen's presence, Jian Wuhan turned his gaze towards him. At this instant, his eyes were devoid of spirit, lacking any glimmer of light, and he no longer possessed the sharpness he once had. The sight of Su Chen's sword intent had shattered his Dao heart completely. Su Chen then shifted his attention to Luo Lan and Nan Yun. Upon meeting his gaze, both of them trembled with trepidation, hastily bowing and clasping their fists, exclaiming, "Senior." At this moment, they dared not show the slightest disrespect towards Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and inquired, "Do you wish to leave?" Upon hearing this, Luo Lan and Nan Yun were momentarily taken aback, only to be quickly overcome with joy. Luo Lan exclaimed excitedly, "Senior, can we truly leave?" Nan Yun was equally exuberant. They had long dreamt of escaping. At this juncture, Jian Wuhan also looked at Su Chen, a flicker of hope evident in his eyes. Though his Dao heart had been shattered, it did not imply that he desired to remain imprisoned. A smile graced Su Chen's lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fan. "Young man, your nightmare is about to commence." Lin Fan shuddered, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Why do I have an ominous premonition?" Chapter 77, So Brutal. Su Chen nodded and said, "Of course, you can go out." Upon hearing this, the three individuals were overwhelmed with excitement. They had been imprisoned in Tianyuan for countless millennia, yearning for freedom every moment. Now, with an opportunity finally before them, how could they not feel exhilarated? Luo Lan hesitated for a moment and then spoke, "But, will the heavenly Dao allow us to leave?" Nan Yun and Jian Wuhan fell silent, nearly forgetting about the heavenly Dao. Ah, the heavenly Dao. It represented the most formidable power in this false, immortal realm. They had been imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years due to their transgressions. And although they had once attempted to resist, the overwhelming might of the heavenly Dao had subdued them with ease. While they trusted Su Chen, concern lingered in their hearts, for they had witnessed the terror of the heavenly Dao firsthand. Su Chen's expression remained as calm as water as he softly replied, "Rest assured, it dares not obstruct us. If it does, I shall sever it with a single sword, the heavenly Dao." Upon hearing this, everyone present was astonished. One sword to sever the heavenly Dao? Goodness! Brother, do you think the heavenly Dao is akin to an ant? Is it truly something that can be cleaved with a single strike? If Su Chen had claimed he could contend with the heavenly Dao, they might have believed it, having just witnessed his terrifying sword intent. However, the notion of severing the heavenly Dao with one sword seemed utterly implausible. The heavenly Dao was the most powerful existence in the entire immortal realm. How could it possibly be dispatched so effortlessly? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Seeing the disbelief on their faces, Su Chen offered no further explanation. Instead, he stated, "When the time comes, I shall let you out, and you can see for yourselves whether it dares to show itself." The expressions of the crowd grew serious. Such confidence? Could it be true? At that moment, their hearts began to waver. Su Chen continued, "To gain your freedom, you must agree to one condition." In unison, the three responded, "Please, Senior, speak." They still believed in Su Chen's capability to grant their release. A smile graced Su Chen's lips as he turned his gaze towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan immediately shivered, swallowing hard. "Oh no, Master is directing this at me." Su Chen pointed at Lin Fan, stating, "Your combat experience is insufficient. You shall spar with him for a year. After that year, I will allow you to leave. Remember, as long as he does not perish, you may inflict any number of injuries upon him, and I shall not hold it against you." "What?" After hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Fan leapt up, retreating several steps in disbelief. "Master, are you asking me to fight a half-emperor?" Su Chen nodded. "What? Is there a problem?" Lin Fan trembled. "And Master, that is a half-emperor." Su Chen replied, "Yes, I am aware." "What of it?" Lin Fan was nearly in tears. "I cannot defeat him." Su Chen reassured him, "Do not worry, they will not kill you." "Master, I am your beloved disciple." Lin Fan gazed at Su Chen, attempting to awaken the last remnants of his master's compassion. Su Chen shook his head with a sigh. "Ah, Xiao Fan, this is for your own good. Engaging in practice with the half-emperor will undoubtedly lead to immense improvement. You must understand my well-meaning intentions." As he spoke, he suddenly turned to Luo Lan and the others, stating earnestly, "As long as you don't kill him, that will suffice." The trio quickly clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Lin Fan wore a bitter expression. At this moment, he began to doubt whether he was truly Su Chen's disciple, for no master would be so harsh on their apprentice. It was exceedingly difficult. Su Chen looked at the three and declared, "Let us begin now." They nodded and slowly approached Lin Fan, smiles gracing their faces. Without a second thought, Lin Fan turned and fled. If he didn't run now, it would be too late. However, as a great sage, he could not possibly outpace a half-emperor. Just then, Nan Yun appeared before Lin Fan and, without hesitation, delivered a kick to his abdomen, causing Lin Fan's body to arc like a bow as he was sent flying. At that moment, Luo Lan suddenly appeared and struck Lin Fan's back with a palm, distorting his expression as he soared through the air once more. He felt as though his bones were dislocated, engulfed in excruciating pain. Buzz! A resonant sound of a sword echoed as a blade of sword energy surged directly toward Lin Fan. His pupils constricted in an instant as a wave of peril washed over him. With a grimace, an overwhelming sword intent radiated from him. Grasping the bloodthirsty sword, he aimed it at the incoming sword energy and slashed fiercely. The moment the sword was unleashed, countless sword intents intertwined, tearing through the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Yet, despite such a display, Lin Fan was unable to withstand the sword energy, which shattered his strike and charged straight at him. Lin Fan was taken aback, and in a moment of desperation, he held the bloodthirsty sword in front of himself. Bloodthirsty sword. Boom. A terrifying explosion resounded as Lin Fan was hurled through the air, spitting blood mid-flight. He steadied himself, gasping in shock. What a terrifying sword energy. Glancing at the bloodthirsty sword in his hand, he noticed it was unscathed, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Just then, another wave of impending danger surged in his heart, and his expression changed immediately. "Master, you truly are my dear master." Ah! Thus, in this realm, Lin Fan's cries of anguish echoed intermittently, resembling a ball being kicked hither and thither, while sporadic sword energies launched surprise attacks. Witnessing this scene, Mengyu covered her face. It was utterly brutal, simply unbearable to watch. Su Chen observed for a while before directing his gaze elsewhere. At that moment, he pondered whether he might have been too harsh. After a moment, he shook his head. "Well, the youth must endure some hardships. Though he may despise me now, I am confident he will be grateful in the future." Just then, the trio of Luo Lan reappeared. In Nan Yun's grasp was the unconscious Lin Fan, who was now battered and bruised, his body covered in wounds, blood seeping from his mouth, and his breath exceedingly faint. It was truly a pitiful sight. Luo Lan felt a bit embarrassed and asked, "Did we go too far?" Su Chen shook his head and said, "What wait? If he does not endure these hardships now, even greater suffering awaits him in the future. Therefore, do not hold back. Unleash your full might." Upon hearing this, Several individuals in the arena exchanged peculiar glances at Su Chen. Could it be that Lin Fan was truly his disciple? How tragic. At that moment, they all felt a profound sense of pity for Lin Fan. Just then, Jian Wuhan suddenly suggested, "Shall we continue once he is recovered?" Su Chen replied, "Wait for what? There is no time to let him recuperate." With that, he produced a medicinal pill and placed it in Lin Fan's mouth. As soon as the pill was consumed, Lin Fan's injuries miraculously healed in an instant. Su Chen calmly declared, "Let us proceed." The others were left speechless. It was utterly surreal. Lin Fan, who had been feigning unconsciousness, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, inwardly lamenting, "How did I end up with such an extraordinary master?" Chapter 78. Departure. Lin Fan ceased to feign unconsciousness, gazing at Su Chen with a face full of grievance. "Master, please spare me. I truly cannot withstand such torment." Su Chen turned his attention to Lin Fan, a devilish smile gracing his lips. "Little Fan, this is genuinely for your own good." Upon hearing this once more, Lin Fan's expression turned despondent. It was over. Completely over. Disregarding Lin Fan, Su Chen shifted his gaze to Luo Lan and her companions. He then produced a spatial ring, handing it to Luo Lan. "Within this ring lies an abundance of healing elixirs. Should my disciple faint during the practice, administer one of these elixirs to him." At these words, an eerie silence enveloped the area. The onlookers stared at Su Chen as if he were a devil incarnate. Could a human truly commit such acts? They should not, at the very least. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Lan accepted the ring, then seized the already pale Lin Fan, vanishing from sight. Jian Wuhan and Nan Yun simultaneously shook their heads before disappearing as well. Such cruelty. Just then, Lin Fan's anguished cries echoed once more. Su Chen smiled gently. "Oh, my disciple, please do not hold any resentment towards your master." Meng Yu interjected, "Not harbor resentment? I suspect you wish to bury him alive." At this, Su Chen glanced at Meng Yu and departed. As he spoke, he ascended slowly into the void. Meng Yu, realizing the situation, hurriedly followed. The two soared for a while when suddenly, darkness enveloped them, a unique barrier shimmering around, accompanied by a colossal imperial formation. However, neither the barrier nor the formation initiated any attack against Su Chen and Meng Yu. Before long, they emerged from the abyss of heaven, observing the scenery around her. Meng Yu inhaled deeply, her taut nerves finally relaxing. Su Chen paid her no heed, instead proceeding towards a certain direction. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Meng Yu felt a tumult of emotions. Throughout this journey, she had been astonished countless times. Su Chen was shrouded in mystery, perpetually shattering her understanding. It was truly absurd. Boom. At that moment, an array of terrifying auras permeated the sky, including the presence of Imperial Realm experts. Subsequently, thousands of formidable beings materialized in the void. At the forefront was a young man with golden hair and striking features, his tall stature exuding an aura that commanded respect. Seeing the young man, Meng Yu's expression darkened. "Wei Zhan, you truly are relentless. You can even find me here." Wei Zhan chuckled. "You are my fiancé, after all. I must keep a watchful eye." With that, he turned his gaze towards the departing Su Chen. "Halt." As he spoke, countless terrifying auras instantly locked onto Su Chen. Should he dare to move another step, they would strike without hesitation. Su Chen halted, his gaze fixed on Wei Zhan, his eyes calm as still waters. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Meng Yu quickly exclaimed, "Wei Zhan, let him go." Upon hearing those words, Wei Zhan could not help but feel a surge of anger within him. He gazed coldly at Meng Yu and said, "I would like to inquire, knowing full well that you are my fiancé, what is the meaning of your association with another man?" Meng Yu hurriedly replied, "I assure you, there is nothing between us. Please, do not provoke him. I will return with you." Enough. Before she could finish her sentence, Wei Zhan could no longer contain his fury. "Any man who has come into contact with you shall perish." As he spoke, he turned abruptly towards Su Chen, his eyes icy, and commanded, "Eliminate him." At the sound of his voice, a terrifying imperial might enveloped Su Chen in an instant, followed by an enormous hand descending from the void. "It is over." Meng Yu's complexion drained of color, and she furiously exclaimed, "Wei Zhan, you are finished. Not just you, but the entire Wei family shall be doomed." Hearing this, Wei Zhan let out a cold laugh. "Are you implying that he has a powerful background? And so what? The Wei family fears no one." Fool. Meng Yu could no longer restrain herself and shouted in anger. She had never encountered someone so foolish. Wei Zhan remained expressionless. disregarding Mengyu as he focused on Su Chen. If there is blame, it lies with you for associating with my woman. As he witnessed the colossal hand approaching, Su Chen sighed helplessly within. I suspect I am cursed with a stroke of bad luck. Troubles abound. He shook his head slightly, then slowly extended a finger, pointing at the void. Boom. At that moment, the enormous hand suddenly dissipated as if it had never existed. Silence enveloped the arena. Wei Zhen furrowed his brow, his expression darkening, astonished. What sorcery is this? A mere finger could deflect the attack of a semi-imperial powerhouse. At this moment, an elderly man appeared beside him, his hair white as snow, yet full of vitality, radiating imperial light. The elder spoke gravely. Young master, this individual is formidable. Wei Zhen nodded, remaining silent as he fixed his gaze upon Su Chen, speaking in a low tone. Who are you? He felt a tinge of panic. If Su Chen possessed such strength, his background must be extraordinary. If his father learned that he had provoked a formidable adversary, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. However, he was merely anxious, not afraid. For the Wei family feared no one, nor any force. Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing Wei Zhen without uttering a word. Wei Zhen's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Eliminate him. The elder nodded, taking a step forward, unleashing a terrifying aura that erupted from his being. He then hurled a fierce punch towards Su Chen, causing the very heavens to boil with intensity. The punch was imbued with overwhelming might. He did not hold back, channeling all his strength, for he felt an inexplicable sense of danger in the presence of Su Chen. Therefore, he dared not act carelessly. He unleashed his full power. Wei Zhen maintained a cold demeanor. I care not who you are. Today, you shall die. Su Chen's expression remained serene, his robes billowing, his silvery hair flowing like a cascade. He raised his right hand, and with a single punch, an immense force erupted, shattering the surrounding space within a 1,000,000-mile radius. Su Chen's punch was infinitely more terrifying than that of the elder. What? The elder was taken aback, but before he could react, the overwhelming force of the punch instantly engulfed him. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, shattering the heavens, and in that space, the presence of the elder vanished entirely. Silence, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood frozen in place, their gazes vacant, their minds a blank slate. A half-emperor had just been obliterated by a single strike. Struck down? The crowd felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their thoughts scattered. Wei Zhen stared at Su Chen in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock, stammering. I can't believe it. He had never anticipated that Su Chen could be so formidable, effortlessly slaying a half-emperor with a single punch. In that moment, he finally comprehended the gravity of his situation. He had provoked a terrifying powerhouse. It was over. His face turned as pale as a sheet. He knew that even if his father spared him, the elders of the Wei clan would not let him off the hook. He had stirred up a monumental disaster. Chapter 79. Dare you to call for help? Wei Zhen swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm the tempest within. At that moment, his expression suddenly twisted into a grimace as he raised a hand, pointing at Su Chen, and commanded the thousands of formidable warriors behind him, you all together. Buzz. Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a sword echoed, and in an instant, over 1,000 heads soared into the sky. Wei Zhen's face froze. Paling as tremors coursed through his body, terror almost saturating his very being. How could thousands of warriors be eliminated so swiftly? In truth, he had merely intended for these warriors to delay Su Chen for a brief spell. Only by stalling him could he make his escape. Little did he anticipate that Su Chen would dispatch them in a heartbeat, not even affording them a single second. Mengyu sighed inwardly as she witnessed this scene. She had foreseen such an outcome the moment Wei Zhen dared to confront Su Chen. What a fool. She shook her head slightly, gazing at Wei Zhen as if he were a simpleton. She understood that the Wei clan was doomed. Should Su Chen truly be incensed, the only fate awaiting the Wei clan would be annihilation. The sole alternative for the Wei clan to escape unscathed would be for today's events to have never transpired. Yet she found that highly improbable. The mightier the force, the more they value their reputation. Today's events had stripped them of their dignity. How could they possibly let it slide? Surely, they would seek retribution against Su Chen, and in doing so, would seal their own fate. Wei Zhen's heart raced, his back drenched in cold sweat as regret surged within him. At that moment, he deeply regretted not heeding Mengyu's counsel to let Su Chen depart. Had he done so, none of this would have unfolded. Yet, this world offers no antidote for regret. He inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon Su Chen. Dare you to let me call for help? Upon uttering these words, his body tensed, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Should Su Chen acquiesce, he would feel a measure of relief. However, if Su Chen refused, his demise was imminent. Even if the Wei clan sought revenge against Su Chen thereafter, it would be futile, for if he were dead, what purpose would vengeance serve? He could not be resurrected by such means. Su Chen found amusement in Wei Zhen's words, looking at him with a smile. Then I shall grant you a moment longer. Call away. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhen was elated. He had envisioned a scenario where Su Chen would decline and swiftly eliminate him, yet he had not anticipated that Su Chen would actually consent. Without hesitation, he procured a communication stone. Mengyu interjected, "You should be advising your father not to provoke Su Chen, rather than calling for his rescue." Wei Zhen paused momentarily, his gaze icy as he directed it towards Mengyu. "Are you implying that if someone seeks to kill me, I am not entitled to exact revenge?" Mengyu replied, "Do you truly wish for the Wei clan to be?" "Enough!" Wei Zhen suddenly roared, his visage contorted with rage. "You are not the one facing death, so it is easy for you to speak so lightly." With that, he disregarded Mengyu entirely, activating the communication stone to relay his message. In merely a quarter of an hour, a cataclysmic aura swept through the heavens and the earth, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble violently. Suddenly, the space shattered, and a middle-aged man emerged. This man, akin to Wei Zhen, possessed a mane of golden hair and bore a striking resemblance to him, illuminated by an imperial radiance that enveloped him. It was Wei Tianyuan, the head of the Wei family. Wei Zhen gazed at Wei Tianyuan with excitement. "Father." Wei Tianyuan cast a glance at his son, nodding slowly before turning his attention to Su Chen. The moment he laid eyes on Su Chen, a wave of unease surged within him, his brow furrowed, and his expression turned grave. "May I inquire who you are?" Su Chen interjected, "Make your move." Boom. At that moment, Wei Tianyuan stamped his right foot forcefully, transforming into a streak of golden light as he charged towards Su Chen. Initially, he had intended to resolve the matter amicably, but Su Chen's words had made his intentions clear, prompting him to act decisively without further ado. Just then, Wei Tianyuan clenched his fist tightly and launched a powerful punch at Su Chen. The ferocity of his attack reverberated like a tidal wave, shattering the surrounding space within a million units. The might of that single punch was truly terrifying. With his left hand resting behind his back, Su Chen slowly raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers. Boom. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, swiftly extending to a distance of 1,000,000 units. At this juncture, Wei Tianyuan's pupils constricted in disbelief, for Su Chen had effortlessly blocked his full-force strike with merely 2 fingers. Suddenly, Su Chen's right hand transformed into a fist, and he struck Wei Tianyuan squarely in the abdomen. Instantly, Wei Tianyuan's expression twisted in agony. In the next moment, he was sent flying, stabilizing himself only after retreating 1,000,000 units. Yet, at that instant, his flesh could bear no more, beginning to fissure. Wei Tianyuan was filled with astonishment, grappling with disbelief. One punch, just one punch, had severely wounded him. He was utterly bewildered. In the distance, Wei Zhen stood in shock, unable to comprehend that Su Chen possessed such formidable prowess. Fear gripped his heart. Meanwhile, Mengyu maintained her composure, for she had witnessed Su Chen's terrifying abilities before. The sword intent he had displayed was something she would never forget. Wei Tianyuan's expression was one of grave concern, and as he stared at Su Chen, a sense of dread took root within him. In a sudden outburst, he commanded, "Eliminate him." With his decree, the surrounding space fractured once more, and countless formidable warriors surged forth, including dozens of semi-emperors. Their terrifying aura ascended to the heavens, all directed towards Su Chen. A multitude of formidable presences locked onto Su Chen in an instant. Yet, Su Chen remained as tranquil as a still pond. He extended 2 fingers and gently flicked them. With a sickening sound, numerous bloodied heads soared into the sky, while the bodies of those powerful beings continued their advance. The scene was utterly horrifying. Thud! Countless bodies and severed heads fell to the ground. In that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. Wei Tianyuan's expression froze as he stared blankly at the gruesome spectacle before him. The events that just transpired rendered him utterly foolish. The formidable warriors of the Wei family had been completely obliterated, utterly gone. Wei Tianyuan's face turned ashen, his entire being seemingly drained of vitality, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes filled with despair and boundless terror. At that moment, as if recalling something, He abruptly lifted his head, seemingly searching for a familiar figure. Yet, despite scanning every corner, he could not find that silhouette. His expression suddenly twisted into one of unimaginable rage as he bellowed, "Wei Zhen!" This furious cry reverberated across 1,000,000 miles, causing the very fabric of space and time to tremble. Wei Tianyuan's eyes widened in shock, his body collapsing backward, devoid of breath. He departed without closure. He could scarcely fathom that he had been betrayed by his own son. Chapter 80. Truly Filial. Wei Zhen, who had long fled to an unknown distance, suddenly trembled and fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Father, I am unfilial." After a considerable time, he wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, lamenting that his talent and strength could never match his father's, rendering any hope of avenging him futile. "If I cannot avenge you, how can I ever repay your nurturing kindness?" With that, he slowly rose and solemnly declared, "Therefore, today I sever our father-son bond. I shall not seek revenge for your death. Farewell." With those words, he sprinted into the distance once more. Meanwhile, Su Chen retracted his gaze, his mouth twitching slightly. What a filial child, he mused. Indeed, he had never encountered a son as devoted as this one. Impressive. Suddenly, a sword chi tore through the fabric of time and space, hurtling towards Wei Zhen, piercing through his head in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Su Chen's gaze shifted slowly towards Mengyu. Feeling Su Chen's attention, Mengyu's heart tightened, and she hurriedly bowed, respectfully addressing him, "Senior." Su Chen regarded Mengyu with a calm demeanor and inquired, "Are you satisfied?" Upon hearing this, Mengyu's expression froze, and she awkwardly smiled, replying, "What do you mean, Senior?" Su Chen's gaze was chillingly tranquil as he stated, "You do not favor your fiancé, so you sought my assistance to eliminate him. Am I correct?" Mengyu's delicate form trembled violently, a sense of suffocation washing over her. She quickly knelt, stammering, "As senior, I did not." Uft. Ah. A streak of sword light swept through the area, and Mengyu let out a pained scream as her right arm was suddenly severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Su Chen calmly reiterated, "Am I correct?" Mengyu's face turned pale, resembling a blank sheet of paper, devoid of color. Despite Su Chen's probing, she continued to shake her head. Uft. Ah. Just then, her left arm was likewise severed, her expression morphing into one of sheer agony. No longer daring to hesitate, Mengyu cried out in pain, "Senior is right. I did indeed manipulate you just now. I apologize. I should not have used you. Please spare me." With those words, she looked at Su Chen in terror, never anticipating that her petty schemes would be uncovered by him. At that moment, she felt utterly foolish for attempting to play tricks in front of Su Chen, truly a grave error. Su Chen cast one last glance at Mengyu before turning to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Mengyu felt an overwhelming bitterness welling within her. I could have left a good impression on him. Sighing helplessly, she retracted her severed arms and vanished from the spot. In the lower realm, at the secret cave within the Ziyun mountain range, Nangang Guyue sat cross-legged, her eyes tightly shut, surrounded by a radiant imperial light. She had become a half-emperor. Moreover, she had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of half-emperor, just one step away from achieving full emperor status. At that moment, she abruptly opened her eyes, and a terrifying power erupted from her, transforming the Ziyun mountain range into nothingness in an instant. The overwhelming might of the emperor swept across the heavens and the earth. How could this be? Suddenly, a voice filled with reluctance resonated within Nangang Guyue's consciousness. She coldly retorted, "In the end, you have still failed." With that, she brought her fingers together and slowly pointed them towards her brow. The malevolent deity panicked and exclaimed, "No, no, no. I shall not seize your body. Not only that, I can even become your master. Please, do not act impulsively." Nangang Guyue replied indifferently, "That is unnecessary." Upon finishing her words, she forcefully pressed her fingers against her brow. "No." The malevolent deity's furious roar echoed before he completely dissipated within Nangang Guyue's consciousness. As she felt the overwhelming power within her, a slight smile graced her lips. "Su Chen, you surely would not have anticipated that I have already reached the threshold of a semi-emperor, would you? Just wait, I will seek you out. When I find you, I shall not kill you. Instead, I will transform your soul into a soul lamp, ensuring you shall never attain rebirth." With that, she suddenly erupted into laughter, and a terrifying aura shattered the surrounding world. After a long while, she retracted her aura, smirking coldly. "But before seeking you, I must return to the Nangang clan. My dear father, What expression would you wear upon seeing your daughter has become a semi-emperor? In the celestial realm of the Nangong clan, Nangong Gyue walked expressionlessly into the entrance of the secret realm. The moment she stepped inside, countless terrifying auras immediately locked onto her. In the next instant, the space shattered, and thousands of golden-armored warriors emerged. Observing the powerful figures around her, Nangong Gyue calmly inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Upon recognizing her countenance, the warriors' pupils constricted, and they respectfully clasped their fists, addressing her as Miss. Nangong Gyue remarked, "I thought you would have forgotten me." In unison, the warriors replied, "We would not dare." She then turned her gaze to one of the warriors and commanded, "Go summon my father." The warrior furrowed his brow, hesitated for a moment, and then vanished from sight. Moments later, dozens of figures appeared in the void, with Nangong Pu at the forefront. Nangong Pu fixed his gaze on Nangong Gyue, his brow furrowed. "How dare you return?" Nangong Gyue retorted with a cold smile. "I am also a member of the Nangong clan. Why should I not return?" Nangong Pu narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. Previously, Nangong Gyue would never have spoken to him in such a manner. Strangely, she self-deprecatingly mused, "It has been many years. I thought you would miss me." Haha. It seems I was merely deluding myself. Nangong Pu remained silent. Nangong Gyue scrutinized him and declared, "You have aged. Relinquish your position in the clan to me." Nangong Pu's expression suddenly darkened. "Do you comprehend what you are saying?" Nangong Gyue nodded, affirming, "I certainly do." He stared intently at her, not uttering a word. For some reason, he felt a twinge of unease. Nangong Gyue stated calmly, "Given your expression, it appears you are unwilling to cede your position. Therefore," as her words trailed off, a terrifying aura indicative of a semi-emperor emanated from her. "What?" Witnessing this scene, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Nangong Gyue had actually become a semi-emperor. At this moment, everyone was rendered speechless, gazing incredulously at Nangong Gyue, their eyes betraying shock and confusion. How had she ascended to the rank of a half-emperor in just a few short years? Nangong Pu was equally taken aback. He could hardly fathom that his own daughter had achieved such a status. At this instant, he felt as though he were trapped in a dream. Sensing the weight of the gazes surrounding her, Nangong Gyue smirked, fixing her stare upon Nangong Pu. "Will you yield your position?" Nangong Pu inhaled deeply, casting a cold glare at Nangong Gyue. "Do you believe that your attainment of the half-emperor status grants you the liberty to act with impudence?" As he spoke, a formidable aura of the half-emperor realm erupted from him, an overwhelming presence that left all in attendance gasping for breath. Chapter 81, Patricide. At this moment, behind Nangong Pu, the fabric of space suddenly tore apart, and Nangong Gyue emerged, wielding a long sword. Without a moment's hesitation, she decisively thrust her sword forward, unleashing a terrifying force of swordsmanship that surged outward. Nangong Pu remained expressionless, abruptly pivoting and delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The two formidable forces clashed like a tsunami, causing everyone present to gasp in shock and hastily retreat from the area, moving back a distance of 100,000 zhong before they finally halted. Simultaneously, Nangong Gyue and Nangong Pu were both forced to retreat. As he gazed at Nangong Gyue, Nangong Pu was filled with astonishment. Initially, he believed that Nangong Gyue had just recently stepped into the semi-emperor realm, yet he could hardly fathom that she possessed the strength of a peak 9th-level semi-emperor. How could this be possible? Suddenly, a piercing sword cry echoed through the air as Nangong Gyue appeared before Nangong Pu, striking down with her sword. The moment the blade was drawn, an array of sword intent erupted, tearing through the very fabric of space. Witnessing this scene, everyone inhaled sharply, their expressions a mixture of awe and shock. So powerful, Nangong Pu dared not underestimate her, and in an instant, a spear materialized in his hand. He thrust it forward, unleashing a torrent of spear intent that surged like a spring. As the sword and spear collided, a terrifying shockwave instantly radiated outwards, extending for 100,000 zhong. Some individuals, unable to withstand the ferocity of the blast, found their bodies disintegrating on the spot. At that moment, Nangong Gyue's mind stirred, summoning countless streams of formidable sword energy that surrounded her, cascading towards Nangong Pu like a rain of blades. Nangong Pu's pupils constricted, and he did not dare to be careless. He vigorously shook his spear, momentarily repelling Nangong Gyue. With a furious shout, an overwhelming force and myriad spear intents erupted from him, shattering countless streams of sword energy in that instant. Just then, Nangong Pa suddenly vanished from his original position, reappearing directly before Nangong Guyue, his expression cold and indifferent as he thrust his spear forward, locking onto her with terrifying intent. Nangong Guyue's lips curled into a smirk as a mysterious power emanated from her, flowing toward her sword, which was swiftly stained crimson. In that moment, she fiercely thrust her sword, a surge of enigmatic and terrifying energy erupting from the blade. Bang! With a brilliant flash of sword light, the surrounding space erupted violently, and Nangong Pa was immediately forced to retreat, his body cracking like a spider web in the process. Nangong Pa was taken aback. What kind of power was this? At that moment, a sword energy that soared 10,000 zhong, imbued with that very mysterious force, slashed towards Nangong Pa. His hair stood on end as a sense of impending doom enveloped him. His face contorted into a grimace as he tightly gripped his spear and thrust it forth with all his might, sending forth a terrifying spear intent that shot towards the heavens. Bang! Crack! A deafening explosion resonated, followed by the shattering of Nangong Pa's spear. Yet that sword energy did not dissipate. It continued its relentless descent. Boom! Nangong Pa found himself utterly incapable of resistance as that sword aura brutally tore through his flesh, leaving only his spirit behind. At that moment, silence enveloped the arena. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, their hearts tumultuous with astonishment. Defeated. Nangong Pa had been vanquished. The notion that Nangong Pa could be defeated was utterly inconceivable to them. Simultaneously, a wave of confusion washed over their minds. How had Nangong Guyue attained such formidable prowess in such a brief span? Moreover, what was that mysterious power that emanated such terror? Nangong Pa himself was in a state of utter bewilderment. He was truly dumbfounded. He had been bested by his own daughter. Just then, Nangong Guyue appeared before him, and with a swift motion, she seized his throat. Now reduced to mere spirit, Nangong Pa finally panicked. Gazing at Nangong Guyue, he trembled and implored, "Guyue, the position of clan leader is yours. Please do not act foolishly. I am your father." Nangong Guyue let out a cold chuckle. "Your current state is quite repulsive." With that, she shattered Nangong Pa's spirit. Witnessing this, the crowd's eyes widened in shock. Nangong Guyue had committed patricide. Unbelievable. At that moment, Nangong Guyue turned her gaze toward the formidable members of the Nangong clan and calmly declared, "From this day forth, I shall be the leader of the Nangong clan. Do any of you dissent?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present darkened. They certainly did not wish to see a parasite ascend to the position of clan leader. The elders of the Nangong clan felt an overwhelming sense of regret. They lamented not intervening to save Nangong Pa. The events had unfolded so rapidly that they had not fully grasped the situation before Nangong Pa was lost. Nangong Guyue continued, "You have witnessed my strength. If I am to be the leader of the Nangong clan, then our lineage will undoubtedly become the most formidable force in the immortal realm, without exception." After her proclamation, a palpable silence fell over the assembly. Moments later, a semi-emperor stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect, and addressed Nangong Guyue, "Leader." Seeing this, the members of the Nangong clan broke their silence, collectively clasping their hands and chanting, "Leader." A slight smile graced Nangong Guyue's lips, her heart swelling with excitement. She had finally ascended to the position of clan leader. She lifted her gaze to the heavens, her expression turning cold as she thought of Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen was strolling along a narrow path when suddenly, a small fox tumbled down before him. This creature boasted a coat of pristine white fur and exuded an air of nobility. Astonishingly, it possessed 9 tails. It was a 9-tailed celestial fox. However, at this moment, the fox was grievously injured, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. Su Chen observed the 9-tailed celestial fox with calm composure before gently cradling it in his arms. The weakened fox glanced up at Su Chen without resistance, for it was devoid of strength. Su Chen softly stroked the 9-tailed celestial fox, remarking, "Such a being is not found in this pseudo-immortal realm. You hail from the true immortal realm?" The 9-tailed celestial fox looked at Su Chen in astonishment. Its eyes filled with confusion. How did this human know? Could it be that he hails from the realm of true immortals? Su Chen smiled faintly. "From now on, stay by my side." Upon hearing this, the 9-tailed celestial fox's countenance transformed into one of sheer ferocity, its eyes brimming with animosity. Bang! Su Chen lightly tapped the 9-tailed fox on its head, causing it to grimace in pain, its tiny paws instinctively clutching its head, gazing at Su Chen with a look of utter grievance. How dare this human strike me? Yet, why did it hurt so much? It feels more painful than all my wounds combined. Su Chen chuckled. You are still unwilling? To accompany me is a blessing. Do you understand? Dear friends, many events have transpired recently, hence the lack of updates. Tomorrow, I shall resume with 3 updates. Thank you. Chapter 82. What the hell? I'm done. The nine-tailed celestial fox gazed at Su Chen with a resentful expression, harboring a deep discontent. Is it truly a blessing to follow you? Nonsense. I am a nine-tailed celestial fox with the bloodline of divine beasts. What gives you the right to assume that my following you is a fortune, rather than the other way around? And who, for heaven's sake, would want to follow you? At that moment, a woman approached from a distance, her beauty unparalleled. Resembling a celestial maiden from the heavens, exuding an air of nobility with every graceful movement. Behind her followed 6 elders, each emanating a terrifying aura. One elder, in particular, was surrounded by imperial light, his overwhelming presence causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The nine-tailed celestial fox's countenance twisted into a fierce grimace as it sensed the murderous intent within. The grievous injuries it sustained were a direct result of the woman and her companions. The woman glanced at the nine-tailed celestial fox in Su Chen's arms, raising an eyebrow before turning her gaze to Su Chen, smiling as she said, I discovered this little fox first. Su Chen replied calmly, he is mine now. At this, the woman narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Su Chen replied nonchalantly, what of it? Impudent. At that moment, one of the elders stepped forward, his aura at the peak of the 9th layer of the sacred king realm surged forth, followed by a terrifying force that bore down on Su Chen. The very heavens and earth shook violently in response. The nine-tailed celestial fox's pupils widened in alarm, its fur standing on end as an intense sense of danger washed over it. Buzz. Just then, a resounding sword cry pierced the air, and with it, the overwhelming force was instantly torn apart. The Elder S had shot into the sky, blood gushing forth like a fountain. In that moment, everyone fell silent, staring at Su Chen in shock. A sacred king realm expert had been slain in an instant? Incredible. The nine-tailed celestial fox's eyes widened in astonishment, now looking at Su Chen with newfound respect. This person is so powerful. Initially, it had perceived Su Chen as merely a pretty face, but now it was astounded to discover his terrifying strength. It had misjudged him entirely. The elder of semi-imperial status wore a grave expression, utterly astonished. He had failed to discern how Su Chen had executed his strike. He was a semi-imperial. If even a semi-imperial could not see how Su Chen acted, how formidable must Su Chen truly be? The thought was too daunting to contemplate. The woman's expression darkened, her eyes filled with trepidation. She realized that she had indeed kicked a steel plate today. Su Chen was beyond her control. At this moment, she contemplated her next course of action. The nine-tailed celestial fox was not something she wished to relinquish. After a brief pause, she looked at Su Chen and smiled charmingly. I am Feng Luo, hailing from the Fire Phoenix clan. May we be introduced? Su Chen gently stroked the nine-tailed celestial fox in his arms, remaining silent. Feng Luo, undeterred, continued with a smile. I. Uffed. At that instant, a streak of sword light sliced through the arena, and Feng Luo's left hand was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Feng Luo's expression stiffened, and in the next moment, her visage transformed into a mask of sheer ferocity. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the realm. Su Chen gazed at Feng Luo, his voice calm, yet chilling. One more word, and you shall perish. Feng Luo clutched her empty left arm, her face contorted in agony. Miss. The 5 elders behind Feng Luo exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically before they erupted in fury, fixating their murderous gaze upon Su Chen. The malice in their eyes nearly tangible. Stop. Just as they were about to strike, Feng Luo, enduring her pain, shouted to intervene. However, as her voice faded, a streak of sword light cleaved through the sky. With a sickening sound, the heads of the 5 elders flew from their bodies, blood splattering the ground. One head rolled to Feng Luo's feet, belonging to none other than the elder of semi-emperor rank. A semi-emperor had been slain. In an instant, the nine-tailed celestial fox was left dumbfounded, staring at Su Chen. Good heavens! Is this human truly that formidable? To dispatch a semi-emperor with such ease? Is it truly so simple? This is utterly absurd. Feng Luo stared blankly at the severed head, her mind a void. Disbelief etched across her features as she turned to Su Chen, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping her. Trembling, she stammered, Who are you? At that moment, she was genuinely bewildered, unable to fathom the extent of Su Chen's terror. Moreover, she was taken aback by his decisiveness in annihilating her entire retinue without hesitation. Could he not have waited a moment longer? Su Chen disregarded Feng Luo entirely, gently patting the head of the nine-tailed celestial fox. The fox blinked, surprisingly unperturbed, even nuzzling against Su Chen. The recent events had made it abundantly clear that Su Chen was a ruthless figure, and a remarkably powerful one at that. This realization instilled a newfound respect within the fox, who now feared incurring Su Chen's ire, lest he face a similar fate. At that moment, a blade of sword energy surged toward Feng Luo. Alarmed, her face drained of color as the specter of death loomed ever closer. Who dares harm my daughter? Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated, and a crimson light burst forth from Feng Luo's brow. As this crimson light began to coalesce into a figure, the sword energy obliterated it in an instant. Good heavens! I vanished. The crimson light emitted a bewildered sound before dissipating. The nine-tailed celestial fox thought to itself, "Is this individual a jester?" With a swift motion, the sword energy pierced Feng Luo's brow. Her eyes widened in shock, reflecting regret and resentment, before her life force extinguished, fading into the ether. Simultaneously, within the Fire Phoenix clan, in a resplendent hall, a middle-aged man clad in purple robes sat cross-legged, his eyes shut tight, emanating a terrifying aura. The clan leader, Feng Yi. In the next moment, Feng Yi abruptly opened his eyes, an overwhelming surge of killing intent erupting from him, shattering the very hall with his formidable presence. All the formidable members of the Fire Phoenix clan turned their gaze toward the great hall, their eyes filled with confusion. What has befallen the clan leader? My daughter. Feng Yi's eyes brimmed with rage, and he teetered on the brink of losing control. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light and departed from the Fire Phoenix clan. At that very moment, dozens of semi-emperor level powerhouses surged forth, pursuing the direction in which Feng Yi had vanished. Su Chen cast a glance in a certain direction before withdrawing his gaze to focus on the nine-tailed celestial fox. Upon meeting Su Chen's gaze, the nine-tailed celestial fox immediately adopted a pleasing expression and softly called out, "Master." After uttering those words, it fervently lamented within itself. How could I, a dignified nine-tailed celestial fox, submit to a mere human? Such disgrace, such humiliation. Yet, there is no alternative. I am powerless against him. Damn it. Su Chen chuckled lightly. What happened to your initial pride? Upon hearing this, the corners of the nine-tailed celestial fox's mouth twitched. Brother, how could I possibly maintain my arrogance in your presence? Any further pride would only lead me to meet my ancestors. Chapter 83. The Semi-Emperor-like Ants. However, he pretended to say, Master, initially I failed to recognize your greatness. Please do not be angry. He chuckled. Su Chen laughed lightly. I see you still harbor some discontent. The nine-tailed fox quickly shook its head. No. How could I possibly be discontent? Please do not speak carelessly, Master. Su Chen replied, Is that so? The nine-tailed fox nodded earnestly. Su Chen smiled, shaking his head, then said, From now on, stay by my side. The nine-tailed fox nodded. All right. Su Chen smiled again, gently stroking the nine-tailed fox's head. The reason Su Chen wanted the nine-tailed fox to remain with him was that he felt a bit lonely, and having the nine-tailed fox around would undoubtedly add a touch of joy to his days. After a moment of hesitation, the nine-tailed fox asked, Master, do you not care why I have appeared in this false immortal realm? Su Chen replied calmly, That is of no consequence. The nine-tailed fox continued, Are you not afraid that I might bring you considerable trouble? Su Chen shook his head. Whoever seeks trouble with me shall be cut down in an instant. Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed fox's mouth twitched. All right, you are impressive. Clearly, he thought Su Chen was boasting. Seeing the disbelief etched on the nine-tailed fox's face, Su Chen merely smiled, offering no further explanation. You dare to linger here, you scoundrel. At that moment, an extremely furious voice reverberated, and in the next instant, a terrifying aura filled the air, followed by Feng Yi breaking through the space. He first glanced at Feng Luo's corpse, then turned to Su Chen, a dreadful killing intent rippling outward, shattering the entire sky into countless fragments. Observing Feng Yi, the nine-tailed fox swallowed hard and trembled. Master, can you defeat him? At that moment, he was utterly panicked. Su Chen raised the corners of his lips, softly saying, Do not fear, he is merely a weakling. Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed fox covered its head, feeling on the verge of tears. Big brother, could you please stop trying to show off? A peak semi-emperor at the 9th level is a weakling? I can't believe you would say such a thing. Su Chen looked at the nine-tailed fox and smiled. Do you not believe me? The nine-tailed fox hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Su Chen chuckled, then watched closely. You scoundrel! Seeing Su Chen ignore him, Feng Yi grew even angrier. With a fierce grip of his fingers, he launched a powerful punch towards Su Chen. A magnificent punch radiated across the heavens. A dreadful force erupting from the punch's glow, instantly enveloping both Su Chen and the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox was immediately startled, its eyes filled with fear and despair. It's over. Am I about to perish just like this? I refuse to accept it. Su Chen soothed the nine-tailed fox's fur, gently saying, Do not fear. As he spoke, he gazed at the incoming punch with not a hint of trepidation, then slowly extended a finger, pointing towards the void. At that very moment, an invisible yet terrifying force shattered that punch in an instant. The punch simply ceased to exist. Wah! Upon witnessing this scene, the nine-tailed fox was completely stunned, looking at Su Chen in disbelief. No way. What exactly is his existence? With a mere gesture, he effortlessly deflected that formidable punch. Absurd. At this moment, he was genuinely astounded. He had just felt the terrifying power of that strike, yet it was effortlessly neutralized by Su Chen. Incredible! Feng Yi was equally bewildered. Was my punch so easily dismissed? He fixed his gaze on Su Chen, a sense of unprecedented gravity weighing upon him. This lad possesses something extraordinary. I must not underestimate him. With this thought, a burst of crimson light erupted from his body, and in an instant, he transformed into a fire phoenix. At that very moment, an aura of divine, beastly power began to emanate from him. As he reverted to his true form, the heavens and earth trembled. Thunder roared incessantly. A terrifying momentum surged skyward. Gazing at Feng Yi in his true form, the nine-tailed fox felt a heaviness in his heart, accompanied by a tinge of confusion. For he realized that Feng Yi's bloodline was not pure, lacking in comparison to that of the true celestial fire phoenix clan. Just then, Feng Yi suddenly flapped his wings, unleashing two terrifying tornadoes that rushed towards Su Chen, tearing apart everything in their path. Su Chen calmly uttered a single word. Disperse. Boom. As that word fell, the two tornadoes instantaneously dissipated into the expanse. At that moment, Feng Yi transformed into a streak of red light, charging towards Su Chen with blinding speed, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. He then opened his abyss-like mouth, aiming to bite Su Chen. All of this transpired in an instant. Kneel. Boom. In that very moment, an overwhelming force bore down upon Feng Yi, causing him to kneel on the ground, utterly devoid of any capacity to resist. Witnessing this scene, the nine-tailed fox gasped in shock, trembling uncontrollably. One single word had compelled a peak half-emperor of the 9th level to kneel. This is utterly preposterous. The nine-tailed fox looked at Su Chen, stammering, Master. Master, you were not exaggerating, were you? Meanwhile, Feng Yi was even more dazed. At this moment, he felt as though countless stars were pressing down upon him, and though he wished to rise, he found it utterly impossible. In that instant, he was truly stunned. He gazed at Su Chen in disbelief, his heart filled with fear. What kind of existence has my daughter attracted? Is this even something one can provoke? Su Chen turned to the nine-tailed fox and smiled. When have I ever claimed to boast? The nine-tailed fox was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Su Chen had indeed not been boasting. It was merely his own perception that had led him to believe so. The nine-tailed fox chuckled awkwardly, ha ha ha. Boom. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The space behind Su Chen suddenly fractured, and an elderly figure emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, the elder raised his hand and delivered a punch imbued with an immensely terrifying martial prowess. Be careful, the nine-tailed fox exclaimed in alarm, hastily warning him. Su Chen remained expressionless, not turning around. At this moment, a beam of sword light swept across the arena, halting the elder's punch. His eyes reflected confusion, misunderstanding, and an abyss of terror. In the next instant, his head detached from his body. Simultaneously, dozens of semi-emperor level warriors emerged around Su Chen, displaying unwavering determination as they unleashed their most formidable strikes. Waves of terrifying power cascaded through the realm, and the very fabric of existence within a radius of 1,000,000 miles began to wither, unable to withstand the onslaught of such overwhelming force. Their target was none other than Su Chen. Suddenly, they froze in midair, and in the blink of an eye, their heads were sent flying. These semi-emperor warriors were annihilated in an instant, vanquished. The nine-tailed celestial fox, in sheer disbelief, stammered, What the hell? Feng's eyes widened in shock, resembling the size of saucers. Semi-emperors, akin to mere ants? At that moment, he was truly paralyzed by fear. Semi-emperors were no ordinary beings, yet they were effortlessly dispatched. How on earth could one fight against this? How could one fight? My typing is too slow. I shall persevere. Chapter 84. Is this not the ramblings of a madman? Su Chen cast a glance at Feng Yi, who suddenly felt as if he were plummeting into an abyss. In the next moment, his expression contorted into a grotesque mask of rage. He clenched his fists, preparing to resist, but at that instant, a flash of sword light sliced across his throat. With a soft puff, Feng Yi's head was instantly severed, demonstrating a complete inability to fight back. The nine-tailed fox stared wide-eyed, disbelief flooding its senses as an overwhelming fear began to seep into its core. What in the world is this being? It can slay a demigod as easily as one might butcher a chicken. Such a formidable presence. I must cling to this powerhouse. With this thought, the nine-tailed fox nestled closer to Su Chen, an expression of eager submission adorning its face. Su Chen looked at the nine-tailed fox and chuckled, shaking his head at the little creature. The nine-tailed fox blinked and managed to muster a smile. Su Chen, smiling warmly, produced a pill and fed it to the nine-tailed fox, whose injuries healed instantaneously. The nine-tailed fox's eyes sparkled with delight, and it nuzzled against Su Chen once more. How wonderful this master is. How foolish I was at first. Gently stroking the nine-tailed fox's head, Su Chen inquired, "What is your name?" The nine-tailed fox replied, "I am called Hu Xiaotian. You may call me Xiaotian, master." Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of hesitation, Hu Xiaotian added, "Master, do you not wish to listen to my concerns? If I remain by your side, powerful adversaries will surely come seeking trouble." Su Chen calmly responded, "It matters not. I can vanquish anyone with a single sword strike." Hu Xiaotian persisted, "But those adversaries are even more terrifying than the emperors." Su Chen replied, "Then I shall still strike them down with a single blow." At this, Hu Xiaotian found himself both amused and bewildered. He dared not accuse Su Chen of boasting, having learned his lesson the hard way before. Yet, could Su Chen truly dispatch beings more dreadful than emperors? Doubt lingered in the depths of Hu Xiaotian's heart. In the days that followed, Su Chen and Hu Xiaotian wandered through the immortal realm, and time passed swiftly. Before they knew it, a year had elapsed. In Tianyuan, Lin Fan stood in the void, his upper body bare, marred by a multitude of gruesome scars that presented a truly horrifying sight. Over the past year, he had endured relentless torment, suffering daily beatings. Whenever he was rendered unconscious, Luo Lan would administer a healing pill, only for the cycle of violence to begin anew. It was indeed a pitiful existence. However, despite his suffering, his strength had surged dramatically, achieving the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Saint King realm within just 1 year. Observing Lin Fan, Nanyun marveled. This young man's talent for cultivation is truly monstrous. Luo Lan nodded in agreement with Nanyun's assessment. Jian Wuhan, arms crossed, remained silent. Yet the astonishment in his eyes betrayed his composure. 1 year. Even among the prodigies of the pseudo-immortal realm, few could ascend to the 9th level of the Saint King realm in such a short span. Lin Fan's innate ability had left the trio utterly astounded. At this moment, Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze, as crimson as blood, radiated a blinding red light from his entire being. In that instant, he grasped the bloodthirsty sword fiercely, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged across the expanse of the world. In the next moment, Lin Fan vanished from his original position. A chilling sound of sword resonance echoed, and a terrifying force of swordsmanship reverberated outward. Lin Fan had, unbeknownst to anyone, appeared above Nanyun, gripping the bloodthirsty sword tightly before he swung it down with lethal intent. This strike contained an immensely dreadful power of the killing path, and its residual force shattered the surrounding space within 100,000 miles in an instant. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Nanyun's mouth as he stepped forward. His right hand formed a fist, and countless terrifying energies surged toward his fist like a tidal wave. Following this, he unleashed a punch, and a colossal fist radiance erupted from his hand. Boom. Crack. The horrifying punch shattered Lin Fan's sword strike effortlessly. Lin Fan was taken aback, attempting to retreat. But it was too late. He was enveloped by the fist's radiance. Bang. A deafening explosion resonated throughout the entire abyss, and at that moment, Lin Fan, along with the bloodthirsty sword, was sent flying. Mid-flight, his flesh began to crack, blood seeping from the fissures, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Lin Fan gasped, feeling as though every bone in his body had shattered, a bitter smile forming at the corner of his mouth. A half-emperor's strength is truly formidable. He had poured all his energy into that previous strike, yet it was still insufficient to withstand a casual punch from Nanyun. The thought of Su Chen made Lin Fan's heart ache even more. Why was it that his master could slay a half-emperor as easily as one would kill a chicken? Just how powerful is my master? Can I ever attain such greatness? In that moment, he found his previous aspirations laughable. To aspire to be like his master? Absurd. How could that be possible? At that juncture, Nanyun and the others approached Lin Fan. Nanyun looked at him and remarked with a smile, "Kid, feeling a bit too proud with some newfound strength, are we?" Lin Fan stared blankly at the sky, remaining silent. Seeing this, Nanyun raised an eyebrow, concerned. "Oh no, this kid isn't truly heartbroken, is he?" Lon Lon hurriedly retrieved a medicinal pill and fed it to Lin Fan. His injuries were restored in that instant. Yet he continued to gaze at the sky, lost in silence. Nanyun was taken aback. "Oh no, this kid's heart can't really be shattered, can it?" Panic set in. If Lin Fan's heart was broken, what would happen when Su Chen returned to confront him? Was he so quick to give up? Just then, a deep voice resonated. Lon Lon and the others turned to the source of the voice, their expressions shifting, and they quickly clasped their fists in respect, exclaiming, "Senior!" Su Chen, cradling Fox Xiaotian, nodded at the three of them. Lin Fan rose from the ground, his gaze fixed on Su Chen, dimmed with melancholy as he softly called out, "Master." Su Chen smiled. "Are you contemplating giving up?" Lin Fan remained silent, not responding. Su Chen continued, "Consider this. You have only lived for a little over a decade." As he spoke, he gestured towards the trio of Luo Lan, who had lived for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. Thus, it was entirely natural that you could not defeat them. However, if you were granted a few more years, I believe you would surely be able to vanquish them. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Fan's expression shifted, and he gazed at Su Chen, inquiring, "Can I become a being akin to my master?" At this, the three of Luo Lan turned their attention towards Lin Fan. Could this young man possibly be delusional, surpassing his master? Was this not the ramblings of a madman? Su Chen replied with a smile, "As long as you diligently cultivate, it is indeed possible." A brilliant light flickered in Lin Fan's eyes, and then, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from his being, surging forth like an unstoppable tide towards the heavens. At that moment, the sky darkened, heavy clouds gathering, and a cacophony of thunder reverberated throughout the cosmos. Each rumble of thunder was imbued with the cataclysmic laws of lightning. Should one strike, it could potentially obliterate all in its path. Chapter 85. Lin Fan breaks through to Half-Emperor. Thunder Tribulation. Any being aspiring to ascend to the realm of Half-Emperor must endure a thunder tribulation. The greater one's innate talent, the more formidable the tribulation they face. However, those who withstand this trial shall receive the blessings of the heavenly Tao, reaping immense rewards. Observing Lin Fan, Nanyun was taken aback. Was this young man truly on the verge of breaking through to Half-Emperor so swiftly? Luo Lan remarked, "Little Fan's talent is indeed astonishing." Even the typically taciturn Jin Wuhan could not help but exclaim, "A prodigy." At that moment, Lin Fan let out a fierce laugh and stomped his right foot down, soaring skyward. To everyone's astonishment, he charged directly into the storm of thunderclouds. Witnessing this scene, Luo Lan and the others were left bewildered. Were the younger generation truly this audacious? To confront the thunder tribulation head-on was something they themselves would never dare to do. Su Chen gazed upwards at Lin Fan, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Not bad, not bad." Hu Xiaotian lazily glanced at Lin Fan before diverting his gaze elsewhere. As the master's disciple, such prowess was hardly surprising. Just then, a massive bolt of lightning, stretching 100 feet in size, struck down towards Lin Fan. Unfazed, he gripped the bloodthirsty sword and thrust it forward with ferocity. Boom! That terrifying strike instantaneously rent the bolt of lightning asunder. In that very moment, countless additional bolts of fierce lightning descended upon him. A glint of ferocity flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as a terrifying force, infused with countless murderous intents, erupted from him, weaving a tapestry of sword intent across the heavens. The multitude of fearsome thunder tribulations was swiftly dispersed. At that instant, an immense sword intent surged forth, cleaving through the thunderclouds with a force so terrifying it seemed to split the sky in two. As the sword fell, the thunderclouds dissipated entirely. Suddenly, a radiant purple light enveloped Lin Fan. The heavenly Tao bestows blessings. With his eyes tightly shut, Lin Fan felt the ethereal energies around him surge forth like a tidal wave. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted from within him, imbued with imperial might. He had ascended to half-emperor. Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes, the energy within him boiling over once more, only to unleash yet another terrifying force. Half-emperor, second layer. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan exhaled slowly, a grin spreading across his face as he vanished from his position, reappearing before Su Chen. Master, he exclaimed. Su Chen nodded, smiling. Well done. Lin Fan grinned. Thank you for your praise, master. Su Chen cautioned. In this world, there are countless prodigies. One must not become arrogant. The once proud Lin Fan immediately tempered his pride upon hearing Su Chen's words. Indeed, in the realm of immortals, numerous prodigies existed. He was not the only one to reach half-emperor at such a young age. Lin Fan nodded earnestly, understanding the lesson. Su Chen smiled gently and turned his gaze towards Luo Lan and the others. Upon meeting Su Chen's eyes, Luo Lan and her companions promptly clasped their fists in respect. Senior. Su Chen acknowledged them with a nod. You may now leave the heavenly abyss. The trio of Luo Lan was momentarily taken aback, then their hearts surged with joy. At last, they could depart. Luo Lan trembled as she spoke. Senior, can we truly depart from Tianyuan? Su Chen glanced at her and nodded. If you are apprehensive, then accompany me. With that, he soared into the sky. Lin Fan, upon witnessing this, hurriedly followed suit. Luo Lan exchanged glances with the other two, their eyes reflecting excitement. Without hesitation, they promptly pursued him. During their ascent, a palpable tension enveloped them, their hearts still fluttering with unease. For the surrounding restrictions and the imperial formation were no trifles. Yet, astonishingly, throughout their journey, the restrictions and the imperial formation did not assail them. It was only after they had exited Tianyuan that the barriers and formations remained dormant. Outside of Tianyuan, Luo Lan and her companions trembled with exhilaration, their expressions brimming with joy. They had made it. After a considerable time, the three of them managed to steady their emotions and turned to Su Chen in unison, exclaiming, Thank you, Senior. Their gratitude was sincere. Had it not been for Su Chen, they would never have escaped. Su Chen replied calmly, You assisted me in mentoring this young lad for a year, and I helped you emerge. It's merely a mutual benefit, nothing to be overly grateful for. Luo Lan shook her head, asserting, Senior, you must not diminish your contribution. Were it not for you, the three of us would never have seen the light of day again. Your assistance has granted us a second chance at life, a debt that cannot be repaid simply by a year's mentorship of Xiaofan. Indeed, Nan Yun and Jian Wuhan nodded, wholeheartedly agreeing with Luo Lan's sentiments. Su Chen smiled gently, choosing not to respond. Just then, Lin Fan turned to Nan Yun and said, Senior Nan Yun, may I request another match with you? Nan Yun chuckled. Very well. This time I shall suppress my cultivation to fight you. With that, he immediately restricted his realm to the second tier of half-emperor. Lin Fan nodded and then appeared in the void. At that moment, a terrifying momentum enveloped Lin Fan in an instant. Gripping the bloodthirsty sword, he lunged forward, thrusting his blade. Bang! A formidable shockwave surged outward, extending for 100,000 zhang. Simultaneously, both Lin Fan and Nan Yun were forced to retreat, Lin Fan by 10,000 zhang and Nan Yun by 1,000. Nan Yun regarded Lin Fan with surprise in his eyes before laughing. Well done, young lad. With that, he charged at Lin Fan once more, appearing before him in the blink of an eye, unleashing a powerful punch. Countless strands of terrifying energy erupted from his fist, shattering the surrounding space. Lin Fan's eyes glowed fiercely, undeterred, as he raised his sword in response. Bang! Lin Fan was propelled back thousands of zhang, yet his sword intent remained unbroken. Standing firm, his eyes sparkled with fierce determination. Without uttering a word, he suddenly vanished from his original position. Swish! The very fabric of the heavens was cleaved open by a flash of sword light. In the distance, Nan Yun wore a smile, and at that moment, a colossal blade materialized in his hand. Instantly, a fearsome blade intent surged forth. In the next heartbeat, he swung down with great force. Bang! The clash of sword intent and blade intent resonated throughout the entire firmament. Crack! The sword intent shattered. Lin Fan was abruptly sent flying by the strike. But he managed to steady himself. Glancing at the formidable blade in Nan Yun's hand, he expressed his astonishment. Senior, are you a swordsman? Nan Yun chuckled. Indeed. Previously, you were too weak for me to reveal my true abilities. However, your current strength compels me to employ my skills. Lin Fan offered a slight smile, choosing not to respond further. In that instant, he vanished from sight once more, a flash of sword light slicing through the arena. Nan Yun too disappeared, and the air resonated with the sound of a blade's cry. As the clash of their weapons echoed through the heavens, a series of explosive sounds reverberated, with the two engaging in a fierce exchange that spanned thousands of encounters, yet neither emerged victorious. Observing the duel in the sky, Luo Lan felt a surge of astonishment. Lin Fan was truly extraordinary, having just broken through to the semi-emperor realm yet displaying such prowess. It was utterly absurd. Jian Wuhan silently watched, remaining uncommunicative. How chilling it is. My hands have grown numb with the cold. Chapter 86. Qingzhou. At this moment, Lin Fan abruptly distanced himself from Nan Yun. Subsequently, he unleashed a powerful sword strike, and at that instant, a sword aura descended from the heavens, tearing through everything and swiftly reaching above Nan Yun's head. Nan Yun sharply glanced upward, and then he thrust his blade forward, unleashing a torrent of knife intent that surged forth like a tidal wave. Bang! The sword intent was instantly shattered. Just then, Lin Fan, having somehow appeared behind Nan Yun, executed another downward slash. Nan Yun's pupils constricted suddenly, a surge of crisis flooding his heart. Yet, as a semi-emperor who had lived for countless years, he reacted swiftly to this surprise attack. In an instant, he pivoted, swiftly positioning his large blade before him. Boom! The sword intent clashed violently in the space between heaven and earth, sending Nan Yun hurtling backward. At that moment, Lin Fan reappeared and thrust his sword once more, the terrifying sword intent enveloping Nan Yun in an instant. Astonished, Nan Yun felt a tremendous power erupt from within him, shattering the sword intent in an instant. Lin Fan was thrown back by this overwhelming force, flying thousands of feet before stabilizing himself. He took a deep breath and exhaled, gazing silently at the distant Nan Yun. Nan Yun smiled faintly, conceding, "I have lost." In a moment of desperation, he had restored his cultivation. Thus he acknowledged his defeat in this battle. He looked at Lin Fan with a complex expression, remarking, "You truly are a prodigy." Truth be told, he felt a whirlwind of emotions. After all, he had lived for countless years as a semi-emperor, engaging in innumerable battles with extensive experience. Yet, despite this, he had still been bested by Lin Fan. How old was Lin Fan? Certainly not yet 20, yet he managed to defeat Nan Yun, a testament to his extraordinary cultivation talent. Lin Fan shook his head, stating, "I am aware that had it not been for Senior Nan Yun's leniency, I would never have triumphed over you. Through this battle, I have recognized many of my shortcomings, and I will strive to improve." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Nan Yun's eyes. Not arrogant, not hasty, admirable. Lin Fan smiled gently. "Senior, shall we descend?" Nan Yun nodded, and together, they vanished from their location, reappearing on the ground. Luo Lan looked at Lin Fan and remarked, "Truly impressive." The usually taciturn Jian Wuhan also nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed." Feeling slightly bashful, Lin Fan scratched his head. It was all thanks to Senior Nan Yun's generosity. Otherwise, I would not have been able to contend with him. Luo Lan chuckled, "You should not be so modest. Few can defeat Nan Yun at your age." At this, Lin Fan smiled in acknowledgement. Indeed, in the entire pseudo-immortal realm, there were hardly any who could claim to have triumphed over Nan Yun at such a young age. Just then, Su Chen interrupted, "All right, since you have emerged, my promise is fulfilled. Lin Fan, let us go." With that, he turned and departed, cradling the fox cub, Xiao Tian. Su Chen is truly an unrestrained individual, exhibiting neither attachment to people nor to events. He is decisively resolute, never hesitating in his actions. Lin Fan clasped his fists towards the three elders, saying, "It has been a pleasure. May we meet again by chance." As they gazed at the departing figures of Su Chen and his companion, the three remained silent for a considerable time. Nan Yun seemed to recall something, exclaiming in astonishment, "Have you noticed something peculiar?" Luo Lan furrowed her brow, retorting, "If you have something to say, just say it." At that moment, Jian Wuhen also turned his gaze towards Nan Yun. Taking a deep breath, Nan Yun continued, "When we emerged from Tian Yuan, the heavenly path did not obstruct us. Have you considered why it chose not to intervene?" Upon hearing this, both Luo Lan and Jian Wuhen fell into silence. After a moment, Luo Lan's pupils abruptly constricted. She was afraid of the elder. Jian Wuhen's expression mirrored her shock. Nan Yun solemnly nodded. "What does it signify that the heavenly path fears Su Chen? It indicates that Su Chen's strength may be far more terrifying than they had ever imagined." The trio remained silent for a long while. Until Luo Lan finally spoke with a complex expression. The heavenly path of this pseudo-immortal realm ranks among the finest in the true immortal realm. Yet it still fears the elder. Just how formidable must his strength be? I dare not contemplate. Nan Yun interjected. If it is too daunting to think about, then do not. An existence like the elder is beyond our comprehension. Now that we have emerged, we must carefully plan our future. We cannot afford to repeat the mistakes of over 100,000 years ago. Indeed, both Luo Lan and Jian Wuhen nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Jian Wuhen declared, then I shall take my leave. If anything arises, contact me via the communication stone. With that, he transformed into a beam of sword light and vanished. Nan Yun and Luo Lan exchanged glances, nodding to each other before disappearing as well. Su Chen walked along a narrow path, his right hand gently stroking the back of Hu Xiaotian. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed a fondness for petting the fox. Sometimes, he felt a bit disoriented when he didn't. Lin Fan quietly followed behind, observing the fox nestled in Su Chen's arms, his eyes filled with curiosity. Master, is this your pet? Upon hearing this, Hu Xiaotian's fur bristled. He glared at Lin Fan with palpable hostility. Pet? Your entire family are pets. Have you ever seen a nine-tailed celestial fox as a pet? Yet, he couldn't help but acknowledge that he currently resembled one. With a sigh, he thought to himself, time for a nap. Su Chen glanced at the fox in his arms, then turned to Lin Fan with a smile. This little fellow is one I saved by chance. Feeling a bit lonely, I decided to keep him by my side. Lin Fan nodded, I see. After observing Hu Xiaotian for a while, he asked again, Master, where are we headed now? His tone betrayed a hint of trepidation, fearing that Su Chen might, once again, deliver him into the hands of several half-emperors for a beating. Over the past year, he had pondered whether he had inadvertently offended Su Chen, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not discern how he might have displeased him. Su Chen smiled gently, reassuring him, do not worry. This time, I won't let you get beaten. We are heading to Qingzhou. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Fortunately, this time, his master was not leading him astray. After a moment, he inquired, what is our purpose in Qingzhou? Su Chen replied, there resides a faction I established, known as the Dark Sect. The Dark Sect? Lin Fan furrowed his brow. This was the first time he had heard of such an organization. Su Chen nodded. Indeed, it was founded out of sheer boredom. But since its inception, I have scarcely managed it. In truth, when Su Chen first reincarnated into this world, his own power was not formidable, prompting him to quietly establish this faction. However, he never anticipated that the system would elevate him to the highest level, after which he lost interest in overseeing the sect. Lin Fan nodded in understanding, I see. Chapter 87. The Emperor. In Qizhou, Su Chen led Lin Fan to the entrance of a hidden realm. Without hesitation, Su Chen stepped inside, prompting Lin Fan to hastily follow. Such audacity. At that moment, an aura of terror enveloped the sky, and soon, thousands of powerful beings emerged from the depths of space, their eyes gleaming with hostility as they regarded Su Chen and his companion. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan furrowed his brow and turned to Su Chen. Master, do they not recognize you? Su Chen maintained his calm demeanor, offering no response to Lin Fan's inquiry. Instead, he focused on the multitude of powerful figures and commanded, bring Lu Beichuan forth to meet me. Presumptuous. Who dares to utter the name of our sect leader? The assembled powerhouses erupted in anger upon hearing Su Chen's words, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Stand down, just as they were about to attack. A voice of authority resonated through the air, and a man clad in black robes appeared among them. Upon sighting him, the throng of powerful beings promptly knelt on one knee, respectfully proclaiming, Sect Leader. Lu Beichuan nodded, and then turned his gaze towards Su Chen, his eyes glinting with brilliance. He clasped his hands in salute and addressed Su Chen, Emperor. At the mention of Lu Beichuan's address, the expressions of the assembled powerful beings tightened, although they soon relaxed. They looked at Su Chen, their gazes devoid of reverence. Su Chen regarded Lu Beichuan in silence. Lu Beichuan narrowed his eyes and addressed the crowd. The dark sect was established by the Emperor. If you do not honor the Emperor, do you seek rebellion? The powerful beings remained expressionless and unified in their response, declaring, Emperor. Yet, this utterance bore no hint of respect. A slight smirk tugged at Lu Beichuan's lips. Su Chen then calmly inquired, and the others? Lu Beichuan replied, responding to the Emperor, they are currently in seclusion and cannot come forth to meet you. Su Chen fixed his gaze on Lu Beichuan and asked, do you remember how you all became semi-emperors? Lu Beichuan responded with composure, of course I remember. Were it not for the emperor, we would never have attained the status of semi-emperors in this lifetime. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, as long as you remember, then you may end your life here. Presumptuous. Upon hearing these words, the crowd of powerful beings seethed with fury once more, and a wave of formidable energy surged forth, causing the very space around them to tremble. Buzz. A flash of sword light sliced through the air, and in the next instant, the heads of thousands of powerful beings soared into the sky. Blood rained down upon the heavens. As he beheld the downpour of blood and the falling corpses, Liu Beichuan was taken aback. Had these powerful beings truly perished so easily? His expression darkened ominously as he glared at Su Chen and intoned, "Emperor, what is the meaning of this?" Su Chen, stroking the head of the fox spirit, maintained an expression as calm as still water. They were far too noisy. With that, he fixed his gaze upon Liu Beichuan. "Are you still unwilling to end your life? Do you require my assistance?" Suddenly, Liu Beichuan vanished from sight. At that moment, a colossal hand emerged from the heavens, surrounded by a sea of flames, causing the entire space to ignite and melt away. Lin Fan looked up, squinting his eyes, and with a flicker of thought, the bloodthirsty sword appeared in his grasp. He then stomped his right foot fiercely, propelling himself directly toward the flaming giant hand. He chose to confront it head-on. Buzz. Countless sword intents surged forth from Lin Fan, resembling an ocean of blades, all aimed directly at the fiery giant hand. Boom. As the fiery hand made contact with the multitude of sword intents, the entire expanse resonated with a series of terrifying explosions. The sky was enveloped by the clash of sword intent and flames, and at that moment, the world itself began to collapse and shatter. Su Chen remained calm, gently stroking the back of Fox Xiaotian, quietly observing the unfolding chaos. Just then, Lin Fan and Liu Beichuan simultaneously retreated. Liu Beichuan gazed at Lin Fan from a distance, astonished. Who is this youth? At such a tender age, he has reached the half-emperor realm, wielding such terrifying power. His expression was imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Buzz. Suddenly, a piercing sword cry echoed throughout the realm, followed by a massive blood-colored sword aura slicing toward Liu Beichuan. His pupils constricted in alarm. He dared not underestimate this threat. Clenching his fist tightly, he gathered a multitude of terrifying energies, and in the next moment, he unleashed a devastating punch. As that punch was thrown, the very heavens trembled. A dreadful fist intent swept outwards, resonating with a deafening explosion. The horrific shockwave instantly consumed everything within a million-mile radius. At that very moment, innumerable sword intents surged toward Liu Beichuan like a tsunami. His face turned ashen. He suddenly glanced in a certain direction and roared, "Are you all waiting to let me die?" As his voice echoed, a formidable imperial aura manifested, and 7 figures materialized before Liu Beichuan. They stepped forward, each unleashing their most potent attack. Crack! Countless sword intents shattered instantaneously, and Lin Fan was sent flying, retreating several tens of thousands of feet before stabilizing himself. Just then, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ghastly pale. He could not withstand the combined might of 7 half-emperors. Liu Beichuan fixed his gaze upon the 7 individuals, proclaiming, "Kill the emperor." With that, Liu Beichuan and the 7 vanished from their original spot, reappearing to encircle Su Chen. Without hesitation, they charged toward him with lethal intent. 8 terrifying imperial presences reverberated through the air. Su Chen appeared unfazed, slowly uttering a single word, "Kneel." Boom. As that word fell, the attacks of the 8 half-emperor experts were shattered in an instant, followed by an unfathomable and terrifying force descending upon them. They had no capacity for resistance and immediately collapsed to their knees in the void. In that moment, silence engulfed the world. Liu Beichuan and the 7 half-emperor experts looked as if struck by lightning, their faces pale as parchment, bodies trembling uncontrollably. With a single command to kneel, they obeyed. What a shock! They were utterly bewildered, staring at Su Chen, their eyes filled with sheer terror. How could he be so powerful? It was over. Their faces drained of color, revealing an expression of despair. They had initially believed Su Chen to be an ordinary half-emperor. However, they never imagined he possessed such terrifying strength. Is this the power of a half-emperor? He is an emperor. Upon this realization, Liu Beichuan and the 7 half-emperors were engulfed in despair, their fear coalescing into something almost tangible. At that moment, Liu Beichuan bowed his head to the ground and trembled, pleading, "Emperor, we have erred. I implore you to spare our lives. We were mistaken." The 7 half-emperors also hurriedly prostrated themselves, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. At this juncture, They were genuinely terrified of death. Su Chen regarded them with an unruffled demeanor, remaining silent. In that instant, Liu Beichuan and the 7 half-emperors felt a chilling sensation around their necks. The next moment, their heads detached from their bodies, blood gushing forth. Even in death, their faces were etched with profound fear, regret, and lingering unwillingness. At this moment, Lin Fan approached, casting a complex glance at Su Chen, saying, "Master." Su Chen shook his head. "Let us depart." With that, he turned and walked away. Lin Fan, seeing this, promptly followed suit. Chapter 88. The Realm of True Immortals. The Yi clan. Along the way, Lin Fan observed Su Chen, appearing as though he wished to voice something but hesitated. Su Chen noticed this and offered a faint smile. It was only natural for them to betray me, after all. This sect had been neglected since its inception, and as my absence prolonged, their ambitions grew ever bolder. Lin Fan remarked. But it was Master who aided them in breaking through to the semi-emperor level. Su Chen replied with a smile, such is human nature. How many in this world remember the kindness bestowed upon them? Moreover, this is a ruthless realm of cultivation, where ingratitude has become the norm. As he spoke, he halted his steps and turned to face Lin Fan. From here on, you must walk your own path. Master, are you leaving? Lin Fan inquired. Su Chen gazed upwards at the sky, responding calmly, indeed, if I remain by your side, it would only hinder your growth. Lin Fan asked, where are you headed, Master? With a smile, Su Chen looked at Lin Fan and said, I do not know, wherever the road may lead me. With that, he turned and departed. He was not yet ready to return to the Su clan. He yearned to wander a while longer. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Lin Fan bowed deeply before vanishing from sight. In the realm of true immortals, the Yi clan, within a grand hall, a woman sat upon the main seat, her attire resplendent. Her long gown cascaded gracefully, accentuating her flawless figure. The clan leader, Yi Li. At that moment, a mysterious figure clad in purple robes appeared within the hall, addressing Yi Li with a respectful gesture, clan leader. Yi Li slowly opened her eyes and regarded the mysterious figure in silence. The figure, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Clan leader, I have located the whereabouts of our ancestor. Upon hearing this, Yi Li abruptly materialized before the figure, her eyes shining with fervor. Really? The figure nodded, affirming, indeed. The ancestor has now been reborn in the pseudo-immortal realm. Is our ancestor finally returning? Yi Li's hands trembled uncontrollably, a terrifying aura emanating from her, causing the surrounding space to boil with intensity. After a considerable time, Yi Li managed to quell her tumultuous emotions and asked the mysterious figure earnestly, where exactly is our ancestor in the pseudo-immortal realm? The figure replied, in the abyss of the nether. At this, Yi Li furrowed her brow. What is our ancestor doing there? The figure hesitated momentarily before responding, I do not know. Yi Li fell silent, deep in thought. The figure suddenly asked, Clan leader, should we go to retrieve our ancestor now? Yi Li remained silent for a moment before stating, let us not disturb the ancestor for now. The path to Emperor in the pseudo-immortal realm is about to open. We shall wait until the ancestor ascends to Emperor before we go to welcome them. As she spoke, she fixed her gaze on the mysterious figure. Do not disclose the news of the ancestor's appearance to anyone. The figure nodded in understanding. Yi Li instructed, you may leave. Without hesitation, the figure vanished from sight. In that moment, a subtle smile graced Yi Li's lips, and the excitement in her eyes was unmistakable. When our ancestor returns, the Yi clan shall undoubtedly reclaim its place at the pinnacle of the realm of true immortals, in the ethereal realm of the forbidden abyss. Within the towering expanse of the 10,000 layers tower, Yi Lingxi found herself at the penultimate level, the 99th floor. Sitting cross-legged, her eyes were tightly shut, and an aura emanating from her being signified she had reached the pinnacle of the 9th realm of the sacred king. Suddenly, she opened her eyes with a fierce intensity. With a resounding hum, an unparalleled sword intent surged from her, violently tearing apart the fabric of this small universe. Rising to her feet, she fixed her gaze upon the distant teleportation array, and without a moment's hesitation, she strode towards it, her figure vanishing from sight. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself immersed in the vastness of space. Yi Lingxi's eyes glimmered with vigilance as she scanned her surroundings, her grip on the fallen phoenix sword tightening. After enduring nearly 10,000 battles, her combat instincts had reached an astonishing level. At that moment, distant points of light began to coalesce, rapidly forming a young man. As the youth materialized, a piercing sword cry echoed across the heavens. In an instant, Yi Lingxi had appeared before him, thrusting her sword forward. The terrifying sword intent enveloped the young man, rendering him immobile. A strange smile crept upon his lips, and the next moment, a dreadfully powerful spear intent erupted from him. Crack! The invincible sword intent shattered. Yi Lingxi's pupils constricted as she hastily retracted her sword and retreated several thousand zhong before coming to a halt. Her expression grave as she regarded the young man. He was, astonishingly, a half-emperor and moreover, at the third level of half-emperor. Suddenly, the youth raised his hand, and in an instant, countless terrifying spear forces surged forth from all directions, hurtling towards Yi Lingxi. Her gaze was cold and resolute as she gripped the fallen phoenix sword tightly, swinging it with a fierce motion. Instantly, a myriad of overwhelming sword intents swept outwards. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the cosmos, filled with endless sword and spear intents. At that moment, Yi Lingxi's body trembled as she lunged forward with her sword aimed at the young man. Emotionless, he conjured a long spear in his hand, and without hesitation, he thrust it forward. This strike, infused with both the terrifying spear force and the might of a half-emperor, multiplied its power manifold. Bang! A fearsome shockwave radiated outward, sending both Yi Lingxi and the youth flying. The young man steadied himself, a frown creasing his brow as he regarded Yi Lingxi, whose strength exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, Yi Lingxi transformed into a streak of sword light, racing towards him as her formidable sword intent soared to the heavens, commanding the very essence of that realm. The young man narrowed his eyes, raising his spear once more. Bang! The terrifying sword intent surged forth like a tidal wave, propelling the youth back thousands of zhong. Just as he regained his footing, Yi Lingxi charged at him once more, her eyes ablaze with fierce battle intent, her aura exuding an overwhelming power. Surrounded by a multitude of swirling sword intents, the young man let out a cold snort, and his entire body trembled violently as an incomprehensibly terrifying force erupted from within him. In the vastness of the cosmos, a series of horrifying explosions reverberated, and in the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows thousands of times. Boom! At that moment, countless terrifying sword intents surged forth, and the young man found himself suppressed by Yi Lingxi. As he retreated while striking back, his heart filled with increasing dread. How could it be that a mere half-emperor was being overpowered by someone of the Holy King realm? It was inconceivable. Bus. Suddenly, seizing the opportunity, Yi Lingxi thrust her sword forward with all her might. Chapter 89. Yi Lingxi breaks through to semi-emperor. In an instant, the space spanning hundreds of thousands of miles was torn asunder, and an endless torrent of sword intent enveloped the young man. Startled, he suddenly contorted his face into a grotesque grimace, and then, with a fierce sweep of his spear, unleashed countless waves of terrifying spear energy that surged outward. Bang! Crack! The intent of the spear shattered. The fearsome sword intent surged through the cosmos like a tidal wave, and at that very moment, the falling phoenix sword pierced directly through the young man's brow. His eyes widened in disbelief. Defeated, he had been vanquished. A formidable semi-emperor of the third tier had been bested by a pinnacle 9th-level Saint King. Confusion and resentment marred his features as he dissipated into the void. Yi Lingxi sheathed her sword, gazing at the fading figure with a sigh of relief. Were it not for the seed of the great Tao tree within her, providing an unending supply of celestial energy, she would have long since exhausted her strength and could never have triumphed over the young man. At that moment, Yi Lingxi felt a sudden blur before her eyes, and she found herself within a grand hall. At the center of the hall floated a piece of celestial armor, radiating a mysterious blue light, as if composed of countless stars. Observing the celestial armor, Yi Lingxi maintained a calm demeanor, for she understood that this armor was her reward for overcoming the trial. Without hesitation, she approached the celestial armor, extending her right hand to touch it. Boom! The instant her hand made contact, the armor erupted with an ancient aura, and in the next moment, it transformed into a streak of light, flying into her brow. At that moment, a new memory surged within her. Celestial spirit armor. The most resilient armor in the celestial realm, capable of withstanding the mightiest blow from a 9-star emperor. 9-star emperor? Yi Lingxi furrowed her brow and murmured, "Is the 9-star emperor a realm beyond that of the emperor?" After pondering for a moment, she shook her head. Never mind, she would inquire with her brother later. With that thought, she concentrated her mind, and the celestial spirit armor adorned her form. As she donned the armor, a profound and ancient aura emanated from her being. A slight smile graced Yi Lingxi's lips, for she felt a surge of joy. After all, this was a piece of celestial armor that would protect her from harm in future battles. Just then, She felt another blur before her eyes, and the next moment, she found herself outside the tower of 10,000 layers. Mou looked at the suddenly appearing Yi Lingxi, raising an eyebrow. You emerged so quickly? Yi Lingxi glanced around, seemingly searching for someone, but she found no trace of that figure. Confusion clouded her eyes as she turned to Mou and asked, Senior, where's my brother? Mou replied calmly, he has departed and instructed me to assist you in your cultivation. Oh. Yi Lingxi's gaze dimmed slightly. She had anticipated that upon her emergence, Su Chen would be astonished by her growth, but to her dismay, he had already left, leaving her heart heavy with disappointment. At that moment, Mou inquired, how did you emerge so swiftly? Yi Lingxi blinked in surprise, for she had traversed 10,000 layers and was thus transported out by the tower of 10,000 layers. What? Upon hearing this, Mou was taken aback, staring intently at Yi Lingxi, and asked again, did you say you have passed through 10,000 layers? A hint of confusion flickered in Yi Lingxi's eyes. Yes. What of it? Mou fell silent, her heart stirring with tumultuous waves. The fact that Yi Lingxi had indeed conquered 10,000 layers was astonishing. It was known that among the prodigies of the true immortal realm, those who could surpass 10,000 layers were few and far between, not exceeding a handful. Yet, here was Yi Lingxi. Achieving this feat, what astounded her further was the rapidity with which Yi Lingxi accomplished this. Prodigies typically required at least 7 years to breach such heights. Mou regarded Yi Lingxi with a profound gaze. A prodigy? Yi Lingxi inquired, Senior, is something the matter? After a brief moment of silence, Mou shook her head and replied, it is nothing. She then looked at Yi Lingxi and asked, are you on the verge of breaking through to Semi-Emperor? Yi Lingxi nodded, indeed. I could have broken through to Semi-Emperor long ago, but my brother advised me against hastening the process, so I have been suppressing my level. Mou nodded in agreement. Your brother is correct. A hasty breakthrough may adversely affect your foundation. Yi Lingxi remarked, however, I feel I can no longer hold it back. Mou suggested, then go ahead and break through. Hearing this, Yi Lingxi fell into contemplation for a moment before nodding. Subsequently, she ceased to restrain her level, and in the next instant, a terrifying aura surged forth from her, soaring into the heavens. At that moment, dark clouds rapidly gathered, and within a mere moment, the sky was shrouded in a thick blanket of ominous clouds, crackling with tens of thousands of fierce lightning bolts. Yi Lingxi looked up and, with a sudden stomp of her right foot, propelled herself skyward. Buzz! The sound of a sword resonated through the heavens, as countless formidable sword intents surged towards the clouds, tearing them apart in an instant. The blinding sunlight once again illuminated the earth, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Simultaneously, a violet light enveloped Yi Lingxi, and her aura surged dramatically at that moment. Boom! A terrifying imperial might emanated from Yi Lingxi, shattering the surrounding space in an instant. Semi-Emperor. Yi Lingxi closed her eyes tightly, holding a long sword, standing amidst the void. Observing Yi Lingxi in the emptiness, Mou furrowed her brow. Hadn't she just broken through to Semi-Emperor? Why wasn't she descending? As time ticked by, Yi Lingxi suddenly opened her eyes, which were now icy cold, reminiscent of an iceberg. At that moment, her aura surged uncontrollably once more. Semi-Emperor 2nd level. Semi-Emperor 3rd level. Semi-Emperor 4th level. In a brief span, she astonishingly ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of Semi-Emperor, mere steps away from becoming an emperor. The overwhelming aura of Semi-Emperor swept across the entire firmament, causing the space to shatter under the weight of such terrifying power. Witnessing this scene, Mou was left utterly dumbfounded. What had transpired? At this moment, Yi Lingxi began to mature gradually, swiftly transforming into a woman in her 20s. In this instant, her beauty was unparalleled, rendering all things in the world a mere shadow of her radiance. Clad in a flowing golden gown, she exuded an aura of nobility, while her 3,000 strands of hair danced gently in the breeze. Observing Yi Lingxi, Mou stood transfixed, a glimmer of confusion lingering in her eyes. Even now, she remained oblivious to the changes that had befallen Yi Lingxi. Yi Lingxi cast a cold, piercing glance at Mou, causing her breath to hitch and her complexion to drain of color. In that moment, she felt as though death was imminent. Yi Lingxi averted her gaze, disregarding Mou entirely, and with a single step, she vanished from sight. Chapter 90. Li Yixue. As Mou witnessed Yi Lingxi's departure, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for the fresh air. After a considerable time, she regained her composure, but the recollection of the recent events sent a shiver through her. What had transpired? How had she suddenly become so terrifying? After all, she was merely a half-emperor. How could a great emperor like herself feel threatened by her? At that moment, she felt utterly bewildered. Despite racking her brain, she could not comprehend the situation. Then, it seemed Mo had an inkling of the truth, incredulously exclaiming, could she be the reincarnation of some formidable figure? Goodness, it must be so. Otherwise, how could she exude such dread? A long sigh escaped her lips. In this pseudo-immortal realm, why did it feel more perilous than the true immortal world? So many powerful figures existed. This was intolerable. The pseudo-immortal realm was far too dangerous. I must flee. With this thought, Mo turned and returned to the Grand Hall, vowing never to set foot in this pseudo-immortal realm again. Within a city, Su Chen paused, his gaze directed toward the ominous forbidden ground. After a considerable silence, he sighed softly and withdrew his gaze. Hu Xiaotian looked up at Su Chen, puzzled. Master, is something the matter? Su Chen shook his head, reassuring him that all was well. Hu Xiaotian blinked, instinctively sensing that something was amiss, yet refrained from pressing further. Respecting Su Chen's desire for privacy, holding the nine-tailed celestial fox, Su Chen soon arrived at an inn. As he stepped inside, the patrons turned in unison to regard him, their eyes wide with astonishment. Such a handsome young man was a rare sight. The women, shyly lowering their gazes, dared only to steal glances at Su Chen. Ignoring the attention, Su Chen made his way to a table, where he ordered some signature dishes and several jugs of wine. A quarter of an hour later, while sipping his exquisite drink and lost in thought, he neglected the food. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaotian savored a chicken leg, a look of sheer satisfaction on his face. At that moment, a woman accompanied by a young girl entered the inn. The woman exuded an air of elegance that was impossible to overlook. Beneath her delicately arched brows, her eyes sparkled like water, gentle yet disarming. The girl trailing behind her was fair of face, clad in a simple green gown, exuding a charming innocence. In the inn, aside from Su Chen, all the men were utterly captivated by the woman's beauty. She was breathtaking. Many men felt a stir of excitement, unable to resist approaching her. Just then, one bold man rose to approach her, smiling. Suddenly, the woman's gaze fell upon him, and he felt a chill run down his spine, as if a deathly aura enveloped him. Moments later, she averted her eyes, and the man's legs buckled beneath him, collapsing to the ground, fear evident in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he had seemingly glimpsed his own demise. Without a second thought, he bolted from the inn, fully aware that this woman was far from ordinary. To linger would be to court death. Upon witnessing this scene, all the gentlemen within the tavern hastily averted their gazes, refraining from looking at the lady any longer. It was evident that they too surmised the woman was not of ordinary caliber. The lady casually chose a seat, while the young girl first exchanged a few words with the waiter before approaching her. However, she remained standing and did not take a seat. Li Yixue turned her attention to the girl and smiled. Xiaoqing, do take a seat. Xiaoqing chuckled and promptly settled down opposite Li Yixue. Soon, their table was laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies. Li Yixue picked up her chopsticks and sampled a few bites. Xiaoqing did not touch her food but instead gazed at Li Yixue, inquiring, Miss, why did the master send you to this pseudo-immortal realm to break through to the great emperor? Moreover, it seems one requires the so-called heavenly heart mark here, while in the true immortal realm, one can ascend without it. Li Yixue set down her chopsticks, looking towards Xiaoqing, and replied slowly, the heavenly heart mark is not as simple as you might think. If I were to integrate this mark, I could directly ascend to a 5-star great emperor. What? Xiaoqing's eyes widened in astonishment. This heavenly heart mark is so extraordinary? Li Yixue nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is. My father sent me to this pseudo-immortal realm precisely to contend for this heavenly heart mark and subsequently ascend to the great emperor. Xiaoqing's expression brightened with understanding. Now it makes sense why the master wishes for you to break through here. With excitement, she added, with your prowess, the heavenly heart mark is surely destined to be yours. Li Yixue shook her head. Have you forgotten about the prodigies of this pseudo-immortal realm? Xiaoqing scoffed. This realm has scarce immortal energy and limited resources. What exceptional talents could possibly emerge? Li Yixue countered, do not underestimate this pseudo-immortal realm. The more unassuming a place appears, the more formidable its prodigies can be. Moreover, the competition for the heavenly heart mark is not solely mine. There are other prodigies from the true immortal realm as well. Upon hearing Li Yixue's words, Xiaoqing remained unconvinced. In her heart, she believed no one from the younger generation could surpass Li Yixue's capabilities, though she outwardly responded, I understand. Casting a glance at Xiaoqing, Li Yixue smiled helplessly but chose not to elaborate further, resuming her meal. The exquisite dishes on the table were soon devoured by the two ladies. Xiaoqing remarked, "I didn't expect the food in this pseudo-immortal realm to be quite delightful." Li Yixue nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite good." At that moment, Xiaoqing noticed Su Chen, her eyes initially flashing with surprise, before brightening as she spotted Hu Xiaotian. Xiaoqing pointed excitedly at Hu Xiaotian, exclaiming, "Miss, look at that little fox. How adorable." Li Yixue followed Xiaoqing's gesture and was taken aback. A nine-tailed celestial fox. Noting the change in Li Yixue's expression, Xiaoqing asked curiously, "Miss, what is it?" Li Yixue remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Hu Xiaotian. The nine-tailed fox, of whom she had only gleaned knowledge from celestial records, is said to belong to a clan known as the Qingqiu Fox clan in the realm of true immortals. This lineage has existed for an indeterminate span, wielding a formidable influence throughout the entirety of the true immortal realm, where scarcely anyone dares to provoke them. The reason for such reverence and fear lies in the fact that the progenitor of the Qingqiu clan was a nine-tailed fox, a being of unfathomable power, revered as a taboo in ancient times. However, since those primordial days, the Qingqiu Fox clan had not witnessed the birth of another nine-tailed fox until several hundred millennia ago, when one finally emerged, inevitably rising to become a figure of taboo akin to the clan's forebear. This very nine-tailed fox is none other than the current sovereign of the Qingqiu clan. Chapter 91, Conflict. Li Yixue stood in stunned disbelief. How could she possibly encounter a nine-tailed celestial fox in the pseudo-immortal realm? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind as she gazed intently at the ethereal creature. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, her attention shifted to Su Chen, her brow furrowing with concern. After a brief pause, Li Yixue rose and approached Su Chen, greeting him with a smile. "Good day, my lord." Su Chen, glancing at her from the corner of his eye, remained silent, taken aback by his indifference. Li Yixue offered a faint smile, preparing to speak again when her companion, Xiaoqing, interjected, "How can you be so rude? My lady is addressing you." Li Yixue quickly reprimanded, "Xiaoqing, do not be disrespectful." At this sharp rebuke, Xiaoqing felt a wave of grievance wash over her. However, Li Yixue suddenly commanded, "Apologize to the gentleman." With clenched teeth and tears welling in her eyes, Xiaoqing complied, though her heart was filled with defiance. She turned to Su Chen, murmuring, "I am sorry." Li Yixue, casting an apologetic glance at Su Chen, added, "I sincerely apologize, my lord. I have been too indulgent with this girl, and it has rendered her quite insolent. I hope you will not take offense." Yet, Su Chen continued to ignore her and poured himself a drink. Witnessing this, Xiaoqing felt a surge of anger, her fists clenched tightly. After a moment of silence, Li Yixue pressed on, "Might you share with me the origins of this nine-tailed celestial fox?" Upon hearing this, the fox, Hu Xiaotian, looked at Li Yixue with a mixture of surprise. Did this girl truly know of the nine-tailed celestial fox? Was she from the true immortal realm? Su Chen took a sip from his cup and then turned his gaze to Li Yixue, stating calmly, "Leave my sight within 3 breaths, or you shall meet your demise." Today, it appeared that Su Chen was in a particularly foul mood. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xiaoqing erupted, "You are outrageous." Suddenly, a flash of sword light streaked across the scene. Li Yixue's pupils dilated in shock as she shouted, "Xiaoqing." In an instant, Xiaoqing felt a coldness at her throat, and before she could comprehend, her head was severed, blood gushing forth and splattering across Li Yixue's face. In disbelief, the patrons of the tavern stood frozen. How could such a gruesome act occur? Trembling, Li Yixue touched the blood on her face, her hands shaking as confusion filled her eyes. "She is dead. Xiaoqing has died before my eyes. My closest friend has perished before me." Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from Li Yixue, turning the tavern and the entire city to ashes in an instant. Countless souls perished beneath this overwhelming power. Hu Xiaotian was rendered speechless. He had never anticipated that Su Chen would truly resort to murder. What astonished him even more was the revelation that this woman was a formidable half-emperor at the pinnacle of the 9th level. A terrifying sword intent sliced across the sky, aimed directly at Su Chen. Emotionless, Su Chen continued to sip his drink, appearing utterly unfazed. As the terrifying sword intent was poised to strike at Su Chen, it unexpectedly dissipated into the vastness of the heavens and earth. Li Yixue was taken aback. How could this sword vanish? Gazing at Su Chen, her expression turned grave. Her instinct warned her against becoming his enemy. Yet, The memory of Xiao Qing's demise reignited her fury. Without further thought, she summoned a long sword, and in an instant, her figure vanished from sight. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of dreadful sword intent erupted from the surroundings, locking onto Su Chen with an ominous force. In the next heartbeat, this terrifying sword intent cascaded downwards, aimed directly at him. Su Chen calmly regarded the menacing energy, then extended a finger and pointed towards the void. Crack! Boom! Countless strands of fearsome sword intent shattered instantaneously, followed by a resounding explosion that reverberated throughout the realm. Just then, Li Yixue appeared above Lin Fan, devoid of any preamble, and struck down fiercely with her sword. Su Chen remained composed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and with a tranquil breath, uttered a single word, kneel. Crack! Upon the utterance of that word, the long sword in Li Yixue's grasp shattered into a myriad of fragments. As an overwhelming force bore down upon her, Li Yixue's eyes widened in shock, fear coursing through her like never before. Just as the thought of resistance flickered in her mind, that supreme power had already descended upon her. Bang! Li Yixue collapsed to the ground, rendered utterly motionless. As if she had become a statue, she found herself devoid of any strength to resist, kneeling before him. In that moment, she was truly bewildered. After a brief stupor, she looked at Su Chen, her eyes brimming with tangible terror. She never fathomed that the man before her could be so formidable. One word was all it took to bring her to her knees. Surely, only a 9-star emperor could achieve such a feat, right? At that instant, she regretted her impulsive actions against Su Chen. Her face drained of color. She felt as though every ounce of energy had been siphoned from her being. She understood that her fate was sealed today. Su Chen would undoubtedly not spare her. Raising her gaze to Su Chen, she trembled as she asked, "Could you tell me who you are?" Su Chen cast a cold glance at her, remaining silent. Suddenly, the sword light flickered, and Li Yixue's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with regret for her impulsiveness. In the next instant, her head was severed from her body. As her life force flickered out, the heavens and earth trembled violently, and an incomprehensibly terrifying aura began to envelop the surroundings. In the next moment, the fabric of space itself ruptured, revealing a figure hovering in the void. This figure was a middle-aged man, tall and imposing, radiating an overwhelming presence. It was Li Xian, the patriarch of the Li clan from the true immortal realm. Li Xian stood in the air, his hands clasped behind him. He first glanced at Li Yixue's lifeless body, his demeanor remarkably serene, though the murderous intent that emanated from him betrayed his inner turmoil. His gaze shifted to Su Chen, and without a word, he clenched his right fist and unleashed a powerful punch towards him. As this fist was unleashed, the very heavens and earth seemed to shatter in an instant. With an overwhelming force enveloping Su Chen, an inexhaustible torrent of fist intent rushing towards him. In that moment, Hu Xiaoyan's fur bristled with alarm, an intense sense of peril flooding his heart. Without hesitation, he sought refuge behind Su Chen, trembling with fear. At that moment, he was uncertain if Su Chen could withstand such a formidable blow. Su Chen slowly extended his right hand, then suddenly clenched it with force. Boom! That terrifying fist was instantaneously crushed by an enigmatic power. Li Xian furrowed his brows deeply, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from this realm. At that very instant, an exceedingly dreadful blade intent tore through the entire firmament, slicing directly towards Su Chen. With his fingers converged, Su Chen gently traced the air before him. Buzz! A sword intent, surpassing the comprehension of all beings, surged forth in an instant. Boom! That blade intent was utterly obliterated by this fearsome sword intent, and everything within a radius of millions of miles was shattered into fragments by its might. 3 updates. Continuation tomorrow. Chapter 92. Su Chen is angered. Li Xian stood frozen in the void, his great blade suddenly slipping from his grasp. His eyes widened, filled with confusion and boundless terror. After a moment, he stammered, "What kind of formidable being could possibly unleash such terrifying sword intent?" As the last word escaped his lips, a trickle of blood flowed from between his brows, and at that moment, his life force dissipated entirely, causing his body to plummet from the void. Witnessing this scene, Hu Xiaoyan swallowed hard, his entire form trembling. He never imagined that Su Chen could annihilate even an emperor. An emperor, and not just any emperor, but one of extraordinary caliber. Yet even so, he had still been vanquished in an instant. At this moment, he was truly dumbfounded. Hu Xiaoyan gazed at Su Chen with newfound respect, realizing that Su Chen was far more terrifying than he had ever envisioned. Su Chen turned to face Hu Xiaoyan, who immediately called out, "Master." The reverence in his voice was palpable. Su Chen remained silent, gently lifting Hu Shaodian into his arms before departing slowly. Hu Shaodian nestled quietly in Su Chen's embrace, sensing that Su Chen's mood seemed rather somber. Thus, he dared not even breathe, fearing to provoke Su Chen's displeasure. Days later, Su Chen returned to the Su clan. During his absence, another prodigious talent had emerged, known as Su Chen. His cultivation aptitude was even more astonishing than Su Yu's, as he had reached the 4th stage of the half-emperor realm at a young age, undeniably a remarkable feat. Shortly after his appearance, he boasted of challenging Su Chen to a duel, declaring that if Su Chen were to lose, the title of Divine Son would be his. However, after waiting several years without Su Chen's return, he grew increasingly impatient, yet he did not abandon his hopes. At long last, Su Chen had returned. Upon hearing the news of Su Chen's arrival, Su Chen swiftly sought him out. As Su Chen was about to return to his courtyard, he halted, casting a calm gaze towards the distant Su Chen, who was followed by a throng of Su clan disciples, all eager to witness the spectacle. One among them remarked, "Do you think the Divine Son can stand against Su Chen?" A male disciple replied, "I doubt it. After all, Su Chen is at the 4th stage of the half-emperor realm. How many from the younger generation can achieve such heights? The Divine Son, I estimate, has only reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Holy King realm. How could a Holy King possibly contend with a half-emperor?" The first disciple nodded in agreement. "True, but what if the Divine Son has already attained the half-emperor realm?" The male disciple countered, "Even so, what of it? Su Chen is still at the 4th stage of the half-emperor realm. If you claim the Divine Son has also reached that level, it is even less likely. No one can ascend to the 4th stage of the half-emperor realm in just a few short years." The first disciple fell silent, no longer speaking. There was indeed some merit to the male disciple's reasoning. In just a few years, how could Su Chen's cultivation possibly advance so rapidly? Unless he had some extraordinary advantage. Su Chen gazed at Su Chen with a smile, saying, "I thought you had no intention of returning." Su Chen remained as calm as still water, softly inquiring, "What is it?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes, preparing to challenge. Suddenly, a sharp sound of sword energy pierced the air, halting Su Chen's words. At that moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, his face paling as he realized that a blade of sword aura hovered mere millimeters from his brow. All present were struck dumb, as if thunderstruck, their scalps tingling. Was it possible that Su Chen had been defeated so easily? Had he been vanquished in an instant? They had grossly underestimated Su Chen's strength. He was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. The onlookers regarded Su Chen with profound apprehension and respect, having witnessed him effortlessly dispatch a prodigy at the 4th tier of the half-emperor realm. It was utterly absurd. At that moment, the sword energy pressed against Su Chen's brow suddenly dissipated. Expressionless, Su Chen circumvented Su Chen and walked away. Su Chen lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes betraying his unwillingness to accept defeat. After years of waiting, he had believed he could subdue Su Chen. However, the ease with which Su Chen had triumphed left him feeling utterly discontent. Suddenly, Su Chen turned to face Su Chen, his voice low and resolute. "You shall not leave." Ignoring Su Chen's protest, Su Chen continued on his path. Enraged, Su Chen unleashed his aura, which surged forth like a tempest, revealing that he was not merely at the 4th tier, but had ascended to the 6th tier of the half-emperor realm. While Su Chen had progressed, Su Chen had been relentless in his training, aware that anyone who could become a son of God was undoubtedly formidable. Even as a powerful half-emperor at the 4th tier, he had continued to strive for improvement. Yet, when the moment finally arrived for their showdown, he had been instantaneously overwhelmed by Su Chen, a reality he could scarcely accept. The terrifying aura enveloped everyone, causing them to gasp in shock as they beheld Su Chen's true power. They had not expected him to have reached the 6th tier of the half-emperor realm. In that instant, a realization struck them. Su Chen had not merely vanquished a 4th tier opponent, but had decisively defeated Su Chen at the 6th tier. It was truly horrifying. Without warning, Su Chen launched an attack, unleashing his formidable half-emperor power like a tsunami crashing down upon Su Chen, turning everything in its path to ashes. Su Chen slowly closed his eyes, drawing in a deep breath before exhaling. Upon reopening his eyes, he turned to face Su Chen, his gaze cold and unyielding. He was angry. Raising his right hand, he snapped his fingers. With the sound of that single snap, the overwhelming aura emanating from Su Chen dissipated in an instant. Su Chen's eyes widened in terror as he felt his body begin to swell. The next moment, with a deafening explosion, Su Chen's form detonated, sending a catastrophic shockwave that swept across hundreds of thousands of miles. Everyone gasped in alarm, hastily retreating, their faces paling as they steadied themselves, trembling in sheer fear as they gazed at Su Chen. With a mere snap of his fingers, he vanquished a formidable foe of the 6th level of the Semi-Emperor. Astonishing. Incredible. In that moment, every gaze directed at Su Chen transformed, filled with profound respect and trepidation. The terror emanating from Su Chen surpassed their wildest imaginations. Yet, at that instant, an unsettling realization dawned upon them, their brows knitting together in concern. Su Chen had slain a prodigy of the 6th level of the Semi-Emperor. This was far beyond the capabilities of the previously known Su Nanxing. A being of such caliber would command the attention of any faction. For a prodigy of this nature possesses limitless potential and is destined to become a formidable semi-emperor at the 9th level. Consequently, every power would regard him with utmost seriousness and reverence. Chapter 93, Xiaohe. On this very day, Su Chen has slain such a prodigious talent. Will the Su clan impose punishment upon him? At this moment, everyone awaited the arrival of the clan's higher-ups, anxious to see if they would emerge. Should they do so, Su Chen would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Crack! Suddenly, the heavens and earth shattered, and a terrifying aura pervaded the atmosphere, followed by the sudden appearance of the elder. Su Rong. All eyes turned towards him in unison. Indeed, the death of Su Chen had captured the elder's attention. Su Chen was sure to be punished. The crowd fixated on Su Rong, eager to witness how he would chastise Su Chen. Su Rong glanced at the sight of Su Chen's explosion, his brow furrowing in concern. Observing this, the onlookers internally lamented. The elder was enraged. However, as Su Rong turned his gaze towards Su Chen, his previously furrowed brow relaxed, and a smile graced his lips. Ah, little Chen, if he has wronged you, just let me know, and I shall take care of him. Why did you take matters into your own hands? Did you feel it necessary to keep me at arm's length? At this proclamation, the crowd's eyes widened, their mouths agape in disbelief. What had they just heard? The elder was offering to assist Su Chen in eliminating Su Chen? Astonishing. They were utterly flabbergasted. They had not anticipated that rather than punishing Su Chen, Su Rong would express a desire to aid him. This was utterly absurd. Su Chen regarded Su Rong with a gentle smile, replying, I can handle my own affairs. No need to trouble you, Uncle Rong. Su Rong, slightly displeased, retorted, What do you mean by trouble? I am your Uncle Rong. Seeking my assistance is not a burden. At his words, the crowd's expressions shifted, incredulity etched upon their faces. They began to suspect that Su Chen was less the son of Su Yanchen and more like Su Rong's own child. What else could explain such favoritism? If they were to slay a fellow clansman, they would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp. Su Chen chuckled. All right then, next time I encounter such a situation, I shall seek your aid, Uncle Rong. Upon hearing this, Su Rong's smile grew even more radiant. Excellent. Be certain to call on me next time. If you neglect to do so again, I may truly become upset. Su Chen nodded, somewhat helplessly. Understood, Uncle Rong. That is good to hear. I have matters to attend to now, so I shall take my leave, Su Rong remarked with a smile. Su Chen nodded in agreement, and Su Rong vanished from sight. Without hesitation, Su Chen turned to depart. As the crowd gazed at Su Chen's retreating figure, a sense of reverence filled their eyes. After today's events, it was likely that no one would dare to provoke Su Chen again. Who would be foolish enough to challenge him? Aside from his formidable strength, the evident favoritism from the clan's higher-ups towards him rendered any confrontation unwise, unless one were seeking death. Upon returning to his courtyard, the demon lord appeared before him out of thin air, offering a respectful bow and exclaiming, Young master. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement, The demon lord glanced at the figure behind Su Chen, hesitated for a moment, and then inquired, Did she not return with you, miss? Su Chen shook his head in silence and then settled into a wicker chair, closing his eyes as he succumbed to a deep slumber. The demon lord remained silent, a look of perplexity in his eyes. However, he chose not to question Su Chen further and vanished from the spot. Time swiftly passed, and only a year remained until the opening of the Emperor's path. During this interval, countless prodigies emerged, each possessing terrifying strengths, including those at the pinnacle of the half-emperor 9th level. At the apex of the Heavenly Academy's ladder, a youthful figure sat cross-legged with his eyes firmly shut. This young man, strikingly handsome and clad in a black robe, emanated an overwhelming sword intent that seemed capable of rending reality itself. A middle-aged man floated in the air, a smile gracing his features. After a long wait, he had finally found a promising talent, which was no small feat, however, as he smiled. A vision of a figure in white flickered in his mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily and swallow hard. Even now, the middle-aged man could not forget the sword intent that transcended his comprehension. The terror of that sword intent was such that, should it erupt in full force, the entire pseudo-immortal realm would likely be torn asunder. What manner of being was that great individual? As the middle-aged man pondered, a sudden hum resonated. The youth abruptly opened his eyes, a formidable sword intent soaring skyward from him, its might reaching the heavens. At that moment, the boy's aura surged dramatically, his realm ascending to the pinnacle of the half-emperor 9th level in the blink of an eye. Such terror! All the disciples of the Heavenly Academy looked up in astonishment at this sword intent. Whose sword intent could be so formidable? Yet, they quickly averted their gaze, for they had witnessed sword intents far more terrifying than this one. In comparison, this sword intent was but a mere trifle. On the latter, the youth retracted his sword intent and aura, exhaling deeply. He then turned to the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "Thank you for your legacy, senior. I, Xiao He, will surely uphold your teachings." The middle-aged man smiled in response. "With your words, I am reassured." Xiao He nodded earnestly and asked, "Senior, are you still alive?" The middle-aged man replied with a faint smile, "I have already passed on." Upon hearing this, Xiao He fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "Could someone of your stature truly face death?" The middle-aged man chuckled, "I am not invincible. How could I possibly escape death?" Shaking his head, he continued, "Well, my task is complete, and I must now fade away. I am confident in passing my legacy to you." As he spoke, his form began to dissipate slowly. Suddenly recalling something, the middle-aged man pointed, and a stream of light shot into Xiao He's brow, revealing a figure in his mind. The middle-aged man cautioned, "This person, you must never provoke." With the final words spoken, his presence completely vanished from this realm. In silence, Xiao He remained in place, and after a prolonged moment, he reverently bowed towards the dissipating figure of the middle-aged man. Only then did he begin to reflect upon the image that lingered in his mind. After a brief contemplation, Xiao He furrowed his brow. In the final moment of the man's dissipation, he had cautioned him against provoking that particular figure, undoubtedly for a compelling reason. Beyond his striking appearance, could this individual possess formidable power as well? Never mind. Henceforth, he would exercise caution around this person. Shaking his head, Xiao He chose to dwell no longer on the matter. He then lifted his gaze towards the heavens, a smile gracing his lips. The path of the emperor was truly something to anticipate. At that moment, a mysterious man appeared before Xiao He. Kneeling on one knee, he respectfully said, "Young master, the head of the family requests your return." Xiao He regarded the enigmatic figure and nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 94. Is the Master S family truly so fearsome? In the grand hall of the Gu clan, Gu Qingying sat gracefully in the void, adorned in a flowing azure gown. The intricate patterns at the hem resembled a delicate ink painting, softly brushed with faint strokes of ink. Years ago, Gu Qingying had seized control of the entire Gu family, and now she stood as its matriarch, with the Gu clan reigning as a dominant force within the false celestial realm. Before her, a crimson lotus flower floated, radiant like a brilliant gem, its petals layered and exquisite, reminiscent of fine silk, light and ethereal. Suddenly, the red lotus exuded a terrifying and mysterious power, which surged into Gu Qingying's body in an instant. Her aura swelled dramatically, swiftly reaching the 7th tier of the half-emperor realm. At that moment, the crimson lotus darted into her brow, and with a sudden awakening, Gu Qingying opened her eyes wide. A more formidable energy erupted from within her, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble violently. She reigned in her aura and murmured, "I never expected the heart of the earth fire lotus to possess such terrifying power. Merely refining it has propelled my realm to the pinnacle of the half-emperor's 9th tier." A faint smile graced her lips. "This time on the path of the emperor, I shall become an emperor." In the forbidden power of the Yun clan, a middle-aged man sat in the main seat, exuding an imposing presence in his purple robe, radiating an unstoppable force and authority. This was Yun Rand, the clan leader. At that moment, a young man entered the hall, akin to a dazzling star, clad in a resplendent golden robe that seemed to illuminate the entire world. The youth walked steadily to the center of the hall, calm and composed, addressing Yunran. Father. Ha. Yunran laughed heartily, his eyes filled with pride as he gazed at the young man. Changge, you have indeed not disappointed me. At such a young age, you have already reached the pinnacle of the half-emperor's 9th tier. Excellent, excellent. Yun Changge smiled modestly. My rapid ascent to the pinnacle of the half-emperor's 9th tier is entirely due to the cultivation resources provided by you and the elders of the clan. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to achieve this so swiftly. Hearing this, Yunran expressed his satisfaction. I am pleased that you recognize this. But do not be overly humble. Without your monstrous talent, no amount of resources could have allowed you to reach such heights at your age. Yun Changge nodded, smiling. I understand, father. Yunran, still smiling, inquired, what is your confidence level in becoming an emperor on the path ahead? Without hesitation, Yun Changge replied, 100%. His tone was filled with confidence. Very good, very good. Yunran exclaimed 3 times, you are indeed my son. Yun Changge smiled faintly, remaining silent. After a moment, Yunran cautioned, while confidence is commendable, do not underestimate other prodigies, such as Su Chen from the Su clan. His strength is unfathomable. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Yun Changge's eyes before he replied, understood. Yunran chuckled and said, as long as you understand, come. I shall take you to a place where your strength can be further enhanced. Yun Changge nodded in agreement. Very well. In the depths of the netherworld forbidden zone, dozens of figures emerged, led by a striking young man with flowing purple hair and an enchanting visage. His eyes shimmering with a subtle violet light. Beside him stood a youth, his face contorted in disdain, who remarked, the celestial energy in this false immortal realm is truly scant. Had it not been for the heavenly heart seal, I would never have set foot here in my lifetime. The others nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiments. After a lengthy bout of complaints, the youth turned to the purple-haired man and inquired, Brother Wuji, why have we come so early when the imperial path does not open for another year? Zhao Wuji replied with a serene smile, for no particular reason, merely to observe the prodigious talents of this false, immortal realm. The youth scoffed, what exceptional talents could possibly exist in this wretched place? Zhao Wuji countered, this false immortal realm is vast. Surely it cannot be devoid of even a single noteworthy talent. The youth pondered for a moment before conceding, indeed. Zhao Wuji smiled gently. Let us proceed and explore this false immortal realm. With that, he strode forward confidently. Meanwhile, Lin Fan arrived at the outskirts of the Su clan's secret domain. The moment he appeared, he was met with several terrifying auras that locked onto him. Feeling the weight of these formidable presences, Lin Fan could not suppress a gulp, his eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, as a semi-emperor, I find myself gripped by fear and a sense of crisis beneath these overwhelming auras. Is my master's family truly this formidable? The strong are indeed terrifying. At that moment, the surrounding space suddenly fractured, and Su Rong stepped forth from the rift. Observing Su Rong, Lin Fan felt a tightening in his chest, cold sweat beating on his forehead. The terrifying aura emanating from Su Rong was suffocating. In that moment, he felt as if he were a mere impostor of a semi-emperor, reduced to the status of an insignificant insect. Su Rong regarded Lin Fan in silence. Lin Fan swallowed hard, clasped his fists, and respectfully declared, Senior, I have come in search of someone. Su Rong replied calmly, Who? Lin Fan stated, My master. A frown crossed Su Rong's brow. What is your master's name? Was this child foolish? Lin Fan's expression froze, as he realized he truly did not know his master's name. After a moment of silence, he stammered. He is exceedingly handsome and has a penchant for wearing white garments. At this, Su Rong's brow furrowed. Exceedingly handsome? Prefers white garments? Lin Fan eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. After a moment of contemplation, Su Rong fixed Lin Fan with a penetrating gaze. If you deceive me, you shall bear the consequences. Lin Fan nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Follow me, Su Rong commanded as he turned and entered the secret domain. He had a good idea of who Lin Fan's master might be. Lin Fan hastily followed suit. Soon, Su Rong led Lin Fan to the courtyard of Su Chen. Upon seeing Su Chen basking in the sun on a rattan chair, Lin Fan's face lit up with excitement. Master. Su Chen opened his eyes and turned to gaze at Lin Fan. He was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, What brings you here? Lin Fan approached Su Chen, grinning as he replied, Of course, I came because I missed my master. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Su Chen's mouth as he remarked, I suspect you have encountered some trouble, which is why you sought me out. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan chuckled awkwardly and instinctively scratched the back of his head. Su Chen shook his head with a smile and then turned to Su Rong, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Rong, for bringing my disciple here." Su Rong chuckled. "No need for formalities. However, I must admit, I never expected that you, little Chen, would take on a disciple while out and about." Su Chen replied with a smile. "I noticed this young fellow's remarkable talent and decided to take him under my wing." Chapter 95. The Ancient Divine Body. Su Rong glanced at Lin Fan and nodded, acknowledging his remarkable talent. He then turned to Su Chen, saying, "Uncle Rong has other matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Su Chen nodded in response. "All right." Su Rong smiled faintly, choosing not to speak further, and turned to depart. In truth, had Lin Fan not been Su Chen's disciple, he would never have been permitted entry into the Su clan. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to honor Su Chen, especially since Su Chen referred to him as Uncle Rong. At this moment, Su Chen looked at Lin Fan with a smile and asked, "So, what troubles have brought you all this way to find me?" Lin Fan grinned sheepishly. "I truly miss my master." Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "Do you think I will believe that?" Lin Fan clasped his hands together, the awkwardness evident on his face. Su Chen chuckled. "Speak your mind." Lin Fan, no longer hesitating, quickly stated, "Master, do I possess a unique constitution?" Su Chen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. You possess one known as the Ancient Divine Body." Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So I truly do have it?" Su Chen inquired. "How did you come to know this?" Lin Fan explained, "I encountered a senior in a secret realm who informed me of it." Su Chen queried, "Did you ask him how to awaken your ancient divine body?" Lin Fan replied, "I did. But the senior only knew of my special constitution and could not provide guidance on how to awaken it." Su Chen deduced, "So you have come to me seeking assistance in awakening this constitution?" Lin Fan nodded earnestly. "Yes, I believe only you can help me. No one else would suffice." Su Chen chided, "Cease your flattery." Lin Fan chuckled softly. Su Chen continued, "Your ancient divine body is quite extraordinary. All cultivators who possess this body exhibit unparalleled combat skills and experience. They can continuously adjust their state during battle, maximizing their potential. Their attacks strike with the swiftness of thunder, capable of tearing through enemy defenses in an instant. Their defenses are remarkably solid, able to withstand relentless assaults. Most crucially, their speed rivals that of lightning, enabling them to appear before their foes in a heartbeat, delivering a fatal blow." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with exhilaration. "Is the ancient divine body truly that formidable?" Su Chen affirmed, "Indeed, this constitution is exceptionally powerful. If your swordsmanship harmonizes with your ancient divine body, I am confident that among the younger generation, no one would stand a chance against you." Lin Fan, now even more elated, exclaimed, "Then Master, how can I awaken my ancient divine body?" At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urgency. Su Chen replied, "Awakening this ancient divine body is nearly impossible." "What?" Lin Fan was taken aback, his excitement swiftly turning to disappointment. Su Chen reassured him with a smile. "I merely said it is nearly impossible, not entirely so." Why the long face? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's excitement reignited. Could it truly be awakened? Su Chen nodded and replied, "Of course I can, but only I can help you awaken." Lin Fan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Master, you are incredible." Su Chen smiled gently, choosing silence as he flicked his finger, causing a stream of light to swiftly enter Lin Fan's body. At that moment, veins bulged on Lin Fan's forehead. His face contorted in agony, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Lin Fan trembled. "Master, is awakening this divine body so painful? At this moment, I feel as if millions of insects are gnawing within me." Su Chen nodded. "Indeed, there is a pinch of pain. But bear with it, and it shall pass." Lin Fan, unable to restrain himself, cursed under his breath. Is there truly a master so merciless to his disciples? At that moment, Su Chen rose, crouched beside Lin Fan, and tapped his head with 2 fingers. Ah! A large bump immediately formed on Lin Fan's head, and with his already immense suffering, this only added to his woes. Su Chen looked at Lin Fan and said, "Mind your language, understood?" Lin Fan had no energy to heed Su Chen's words, as he was engulfed in excruciating pain. Even breathing became a formidable challenge. Su Chen smiled slightly and resumed his leisurely sunbathing in the rattan chair. Lin Fan's face twisted in agony, his teeth clenched, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His fingers balled into fists, nails digging painfully into his palms. An hour passed, and Lin Fan could no longer endure. His consciousness began to blur, and at that moment, an ancient and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. This dreadful aura instantly enveloped the entire sky, fracturing the heavens and the earth, and countless wondrous phenomena manifested in the void. Everyone from the Su clan looked up in astonishment. What is happening? Whose aura is this? And why are there so many celestial phenomena? Could it be that a prodigy has emerged? At that moment, confusion reigned among them. Everyone, carry on with your business. Suddenly, Su Chen's voice echoed throughout the Su clan. Upon hearing his voice, everyone instantly realized. So it's the commotion caused by the Son of God. Then it's nothing to worry about. In the small courtyard, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, shooting skyward as an ancient and terrifying aura swept from his being, and his energy surged violently. He reached the pinnacle of the Half-Emperor's ninth level. Just then, a shadow materialized behind Lin Fan. Its visage was obscured, revealing only its form, exuding an aura that seemed alien to this era. The shadow appeared to glance at Su Chen below. Su Chen remained calm, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Interesting. Lin Fan floated in midair, his eyes tightly shut, radiating a golden light that spanned the heavens, and within him, his bones began to transform into gold, inscribed with incomprehensible divine scripts. At that moment, Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes and let out a furious roar. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped an area spanning 1,000,000 miles, shattering everything within that vast expanse in an instant. The members of the Su clan felt a jolt of trepidation in their hearts as they gazed at Lin Fan suspended in the void, their eyes filled with astonishment. Simultaneously, Su Chen and several elders of the Su clan suddenly appeared beside Su Chen, fixated on Lin Fan with equal astonishment. The second elder, Su Mo, spoke with a serious tone, inquiring, "Who is this person? How can he possess such a formidable divine physique?" Su Chen then turned to Su Chen and asked, "Little Chen, who is he?" Su Chen looked at Su Chen and replied with a smile, "He is my disciple." "Is there a problem? Your disciple?" Su Chen and the elders raised their eyebrows in surprise. Such a prodigious talent was, astonishingly, a disciple of Little Chen. They regarded Su Chen with newfound respect. Little Chen must be extraordinary indeed. Su Rong smiled subtly, having long perceived Su Chen's exceptional nature, which prompted him to cultivate a closer relationship with him. Inwardly, he relished his own cleverness. Chapter 96, A Duel. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, and at that moment, the extraordinary phenomena surrounding him, along with the ethereal figure, dissipated, restoring tranquility to the environment. As he sensed the boundless power coursing through his veins, Lin Fan's expression radiated excitement. At this moment, an overwhelming feeling of invincibility surged within him. Strangely, he harbored an impulse to engage in battle with Su Chen, but as soon as this thought emerged, he forcefully suppressed it. He swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. I must not get carried away. To challenge my master? Good heavens, am I seeking my own demise? Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he vanished from his spot and reappeared on the ground. Upon seeing the crowd in the courtyard, he paused, then turned to Su Chen and inquired, "Master, who are they?" Su Chen smiled slightly and replied, "This is my father," along with several elders of the Su clan. Lin Fan's eyes widened in realization as he turned his gaze towards Su Chen and the group of elders. At that moment, his pupils constricted in disbelief. He sensed an unprecedented aura of danger emanating from Su Chen and the elders. How could this be possible? I am at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the semi-emperor. Good heavens, could it be that they are emperors? The thought jolted Lin Fan, causing him to swallow again as he regarded Su Chen and the elders with newfound reverence. If Su Chen and the elders of the Su clan are indeed emperors, he dared not entertain that notion. It was then that he comprehended the true terror of the Su clan. Steeling himself, Lin Fan bent slightly and respectfully greeted, "Greetings, esteemed elders." Su Chen chuckled. "You are quite impressive." Su Mo added, "Indeed, you are remarkable. I witnessed your divine physique just now. It is formidable. If you can harness this divine body well, your achievements will know no bounds." The other elders nodded in agreement, expressing their admiration. It was quite an accomplishment for Lin Fan to earn such commendations from the elders, considering their extraordinary status within the Su clan. However, it must be noted that Lin Fan's cultivation talent and ancient divine body had indeed astonished them. Listening to the elder's praises, Lin Fan felt a twinge of shyness, attributing his success to his master's guidance. Without my master, I would not have achieved this. Su Chen smiled gently, after years apart. It seems your flattery skills have improved significantly. Lin Fan chuckled sheepishly, remaining silent. At that moment, a young woman entered the courtyard. It was Suya. She first glanced at Su Chen, then shifted her gaze to Lin Fan, and finally towards Su Yen Che and the elders, bowing respectfully to them. Su Rong observed Suya and asked, "Little Ya, what brings you here?" Suya replied, "I wanted to see who caused such a commotion just now." With that, she turned to Lin Fan and stated calmly, "You are quite strong." Lin Fan responded with a smile, "You are formidable as well." Suya proposed, "Shall we have a duel?" At her words, everyone in the courtyard was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Suya had come to challenge Lin Fan to a fight. Lin Fan glanced at Su Chen, seeking his master's guidance. Master? Suya frowned slightly. Is this person truly the disciple of my master? At this moment, her heart was filled with complexity and confusion. Typically, prodigies like Lin Fan were exceedingly proud and would not easily take on a master. Moreover, Su Chen was relatively young and belonged to the younger generation. It was simply absurd that Lin Fan would willingly acknowledge Su Chen as his mentor. Su Chen nodded slightly. Upon seeing this, a smile spread across Lin Fan's face, and he turned his gaze towards Suya, his eyes brimming with combat fervor. Let the battle commence. Having just elevated his strength, he was eager to find someone to spar with, and Suya's willingness to engage him was a welcome opportunity. Suya cast a deep glance at Su Chen before turning to Lin Fan, heading toward the plaza. Lin Fan nodded and accompanied her to the Su clan square. Su Yen Che observed the elders and remarked, "Shall we go and witness this?" Su Rong replied, "Indeed, since we have some free time, it would be interesting to watch." The other elders nodded in agreement. Su Yen Che smiled faintly and looked at Su Chen. "Will you join us?" Su Chen responded, "He is my disciple, as his master. How could I not be present?" News of Lin Fan's impending duel with Suya swiftly spread throughout the Su clan, prompting all members to flock to the plaza upon hearing the announcement. Suya's cultivation talent, second only to Su Chen, was renowned among the younger generation of the Su clan. Naturally, the prospect of her engaging in battle piqued the interest of many. At that moment, the plaza was bustling with people, all eyes fixed on the two figures suspended in the air. Some gazed at Lin Fan in astonishment, exclaiming, "Suya's opponent is actually him." Another remarked, "The commotion he just caused was quite substantial. His strength must be formidable. It remains uncertain who will prevail." A young man commented, "Suya is an ancient prodigy. Her power should not be underestimated. However, that man is certainly not weak. It is truly difficult to predict the outcome of their clash." In the ethereal realm above, Suya wore a stoic expression, uttering no superfluous words. Suddenly, her figure vanished from sight, and immediately above Lin Fan, a colossal hand descended upon him. This strike, imbued with earth-shattering force, unleashed a residual power that sent shivers down the spines of the Su clan's younger generation. Buzz! In an instant, a resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens, followed by a terrifying sword intent soaring skyward, which, in a split second, tore through the descending hand. Suya was forced to retreat, moving back thousands of feet before coming to a halt. She abruptly lifted her gaze toward Lin Fan, her heart racing with trepidation. This sword intent was astonishingly fearsome. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Suya would not dare to be careless. An aura of a half-emperor at the pinnacle of the ninth realm radiated from her. Ever since she had been defeated by Su Chen, she had devoted herself to relentless training, scarcely taking a moment's rest. Coupled with her innate talent for cultivation, her progress had been remarkably swift. Her fervent desire to train stemmed from her ambition to face Su Chen once more. Yet every time she encountered his calm and unnerving gaze, she recognized the insurmountable gap between them. Yet, she harbored a sense of discontent, yearning for a worthy opponent to engage in combat. In the entirety of the Su clan, aside from Su Chen, none could rival her prowess, which left her feeling quite stifled. However, today, witnessing the formidable strength displayed by Lin Fan ignited her fighting spirit to its zenith. Thus, she promptly sought out Lin Fan, eager to challenge him to a duel. Suddenly, Lin Fan materialized above Suya, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a sword strike that unleashed a torrent of sword intent, rending the very heavens asunder. Suya narrowed her eyes and retaliated with a powerful punch, emanating an overwhelmingly terrifying force of martial prowess. Upon the collision of fist and sword, a cataclysmic shockwave erupted, overwhelming the surroundings and causing the faces of all Su clan members to pale, their breaths held in sheer astonishment. The might of these two was truly formidable. Chapter 97. The Manifestation of Divine Might. Both Lin Fan and Suya were propelled backward simultaneously, retreating for several thousand zhong before finally stabilizing themselves. At that moment, Suya swiftly formed intricate hand seals, causing dark clouds to rapidly gather in the sky, accompanied by deafening thunderclaps. With her gaze fixed upon Lin Fan, she brought her fingers together and then forcefully pressed downward. Fall. Boom. As the command echoed, a colossal purple lightning bolt, akin to a dragon of thunder, descended from the heavens, bearing a cataclysmic force as it lunged toward Lin Fan. A flicker of wrath ignited in Lin Fan's eyes. In an unexpected turn, he sheathed his bloodthirsty sword. The next instant, he stomped his right foot with great intensity, propelling himself skyward. He chose to confront the threat head-on. Onlookers were rendered speechless by Lin Fan's audacity. They could hardly believe that he would forsake his weapon and face the storm of energy directly. Below, Su Chen observed the scene, a smirk playing on his lips. This child's future accomplishments would undoubtedly be remarkable. Beside him, Su Rong nodded in agreement, although he was perplexed as to why this child willingly chose to take little Chun as his master. Su Mo remarked, "Little Chun is now beyond my comprehension." Crash! The immense purple lightning struck Lin Fan with astonishing speed, enveloping him entirely in its embrace, illuminating a vast area with countless arcs of lightning. All eyes were glued to the sky, anxious to discern Lin Fan's fate. Had he been reduced to ashes? As the purple lightning dissipated, Lin Fan's figure emerged before the astonished crowd. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Incredible! He truly endured. At that moment, the members of the Su clan were utterly bewildered. Lin Fan was, after all, merely a sword cultivator, yet he possessed such an astonishing physical prowess, truly terrifying. At this juncture, Lin Fan was enveloped in flickering lightning, his physique radiating a golden hue, as his 3,000 strands of hair danced wildly in the wind. An aura of ancient and formidable mystery emanated from him. In the distance, Suya regarded Lin Fan with an expression of grave concern. The purple lightning was no trivial matter. It harbored terrifying power that even a pinnacle half-emperor would hesitate to withstand. Yet, Lin Fan not only endured the onslaught with his body, but emerged unscathed. It was at this moment that she truly recognized Lin Fan's strength. Suddenly, Suya's pupils constricted, a chill seeping into her heart. Before she could react, Lin Fan had already appeared before her. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch. This strike surged forth with the might of thunder, aiming directly at Suya. Caught off guard, Suya quickly crossed her arms in front of her, summoning an indomitable shield. Bang! Crack! Lin Fan's fist shattered Suya's defenses, the terrifying force of his punch sweeping outward like a relentless tide. Boom! Suya was sent flying, expelling a mouthful of blood mid-flight, her complexion turning ashen as she soared for hundreds of thousands of miles before regaining her balance. She gazed at Lin Fan with trepidation, but in the next instant, her expression twisted into one of fury. I have already been defeated by Su Chen, and if I were to lose to his disciple today, what right would I have to aspire to become an emperor? No, I cannot afford to be defeated. Suya formed a seal with her hands and silently chanted, causing the very heavens to rupture. In an instant, numerous spatial fissures emerged, from which countless meteors surged forth, all aimed directly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, the bloodthirsty sword materializing in his grasp, and with a fierce swing, he unleashed a formidable strike. This terrifying blow not only contained an immense sword intent, but also harbored a mysterious and ancient power. As the sword intent fused with this enigmatic force, its might surged exponentially. Bang! Countless sword intentions crisscrossed through the cosmos, obliterating the meteors in their path. At that moment, Suya suddenly bit into her thumb, blood flowing forth. She then forcefully struck the ground, and in that instant, her blood rapidly coalesced into an intricate formation. Boom! Suya activated the formation, and the next moment, a towering divine statue appeared behind her, surrounded by swirling crimson light. The very fabric of the earth trembled violently, as if shaken by a cataclysm. Suya fixed her gaze intently on Lin Fan, then struck forward with her palm, and the formidable statue mirrored her action with a powerful strike, unleashing a terrifying might that trembled mountains and rivers. All the young members of the Su clan turned pale, their hearts devoid of any rebellious thought. Yet Lin Fan stood undaunted before this impending assault. He gripped the bloodthirsty sword tightly, letting out a roar as countless terrifying sword intents swept across the realm. But that was not the end. Lin Fan took a step forward. An energy not of this era erupted from his being, and at that moment, he thrust his sword forth. Buzz! A resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens as the formidable blade, imbued with power from beyond this age, pierced into the palm of the colossal hand. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated through the skies, shattering the divine statue's enormous hand. From a distance, Suya coughed up a mouthful of blood, and just then, a long sword halted at her brow, poised to penetrate her head if it advanced a mere few millimeters further. Silence enveloped the scene. All present gazed in disbelief at the unfolding tableau. Suya clenched her teeth, her fists tightening, a look of unwillingness etched across her face. She had been defeated by Su Chen's disciple. In that moment, her resolve began to falter. After a brief silence, Suya forced a bitter smile, slowly unclenching her fists. Without uttering a word, she turned and departed. Lin Fan retracted the bloodthirsty sword. Observing Suya's retreating figure, he remarked, "You are formidable. Had I not awakened the divine body, I fear I would not have been your match." Suya paused mid-step, glancing back at Lin Fan with a deep gaze, holding it for quite some time before declaring, "Next time we meet, I shall not be defeated." With that, her figure vanished from sight. Lin Fan smiled faintly and, under the gaze of all present, approached Su Chen, cupping his fists in a respectful gesture, exclaiming, "Master, I have not brought shame upon you." As soon as these words were uttered, the entire square erupted with excitement. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed upon Su Chen and Lin Fan. Astonishing. That individual is indeed the disciple of the Divine Son. Could this be true? The Divine Son is remarkable. To have such an extraordinary prodigy acknowledge him as a master is simply astounding. How did the Divine Son achieve this? In that moment, all the members of the Su clan were filled with immense joy. It is worth noting that a talent like Lin Fan would typically never take a contemporary as a master, yet he chose to be mentored by Su Chen. What does this signify? It indicates that Su Chen is even more formidable than Lin Fan. With such a remarkable presence as Su Chen within their ranks, how could they not be elated? Su Chen gazed at Lin Fan and remarked, "Well done." Lin Fan grinned widely. Receiving praise from Su Chen truly brought him great joy. Chapter 98. The Path to the Emperor Opens. At this moment, Su Yanche remarked, "I truly cannot fathom where you stumbled upon such an extraordinary disciple." Su Chen chuckled. "Perhaps if you venture out, you might encounter one as well?" Su Yanche replied with an ellipsis, while the elders remained silent. Suemo, at a loss for words, commented, "Little Chun, do you not realize that what you are saying is nonsensical? If such encounters were commonplace, the entire pseudo-immortal realm would be teeming with prodigious talents." Su Chen blinked. "But why is it that I happened to meet one so casually?" Su Yanche and the assembly of elders exchanged exasperated glances with Su Chen before vanishing from sight. They were not inclined to converse with him at this moment. With a shake of his head and a smile, Su Chen turned to Lin Fan, "You need not depart. A year hence, we shall enter the Emperor's path together." Lin Fan nodded in agreement. "Very well." A year later, the entire pseudo-immortal realm trembled violently, and soon after, a colossal gate, towering 1,000,000 zhong, manifested in the sky. The gate gradually opened, releasing waves of mysterious laws. The Emperor's path has emerged. In the Nangong clan, Nangong Gyue gazed towards a certain direction, a smile gracing her lips. Her figure then materialized in the void, commanding, "All those under 1,000 years of age who have attained the semi-emperor realm, hasten to meet me." This voice, imbued with a terrifying force, swiftly resonated throughout the entire Nangong clan. At that instant, the clan erupted in fervor, with hundreds of semi-emperor auras soaring into the heavens. They looked upon Nangong Gyue with excitement, reverence in their demeanor, exclaiming, "Clan leader." Nangong Gyue declared, "Follow me into the Emperor's path." With that, she transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Emperor's path. Into the Emperor's path. The hundreds of semi-emperors chanted in unison, each turning into a stream of light to follow Nangong Gyue. The reason she only permitted semi-emperor cultivators under 1,000 years of age to accompany her was due to the rule of the Emperor's path, which allowed entry only to those under that age. In the Gu clan, within the Grand Hall, Gu Qinglian opened her eyes and gazed towards the direction of the Emperor's path, then vanished from the hall. She intended to embark on the journey alone. For the Gu clan, being merely a dominant force, lacked any exemplary prodigies. Bringing along the clan's talents would only serve as a burden. Thus, she found it wiser to traverse the emperor's path alone. In the Xiao clan, Xiao He stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed upon the direction of the emperor's path. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared beside him, adorned in a golden robe and crowned with a headdress, bearing a striking resemblance to Xiao He. The formidable power exuding from him was both profound and terrifying. Xiao Yuanhua, the clan leader of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yuanhua regarded Xiao He, stating, "Exercise utmost caution on the emperor's path." Xiao He nodded in response. "Father, I understand." Xiao Yuanhua affirmed with a nod. "Ensure the safety of your young master." Understood. Suddenly, the void ruptured, and over 100 semi-emperor cultivators manifested around them. Xiao Yuanhua looked at Xiao He and urged, "Go." Xiao He complied with a nod, and then both he and the multitude of semi-emperors vanished from sight. Xiao Yuanhua cast his gaze towards the direction of the imperial path, murmuring to himself, "The imperial path. I wonder if the little river can ascend to the throne." Within a bustling city, Zhao Wuji and his companions were seated in a tavern, indulging in libations. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji's attention was drawn to a particular spot, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "The imperial path is opened. Let us go." With that proclamation, he vanished from sight. Observing this, the others swiftly followed suit, disappearing as well. In the void above, Yi Lingxi paused momentarily, her gaze fixed upon the imperial path. At this moment, her aura was more formidable than even in the depths of the netherworld. After a brief silence, she soared towards the imperial path. On this very day, countless semi-emperors emerged into the world, their terrifying auras slicing through the heavens, all with the singular goal of the imperial path. As they journeyed towards the imperial path, Su Chen led the way, with Lin Fan trailing behind him. Accustomed to solitude, Su Chen chose not to accompany the members of the Su clan on this venture. Lin Fan glanced at Su Chen, whose expression remained serene, and curiously inquired, "Master, you are on the verge of becoming an emperor. Are you not excited?" In Lin Fan's heart, the heavenly heart mark on the imperial path undoubtedly belonged to Su Chen. After all, Su Chen's terrifying prowess was truly despair-inducing, capable of suppressing even a semi-emperor at the pinnacle of the ninth realm with a mere word. Who else could achieve such feats? He certainly did not believe anyone could surpass Su Chen. Become an emperor? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Lin Fan. "Who said I wished to ascend?" Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Su Chen shook his head dismissively. "The title of emperor is utterly mundane. I have no interest in it." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's lips twitched. "The title of emperor is mundane? Master, only you could utter such words." Just then, Lin Fan inhaled sharply. Could it be that his master existed beyond the realm of emperors? Astonishing. It had to be true. How else could his master be so formidable? Realizing this, Lin Fan smacked his forehead in frustration. How could I have been so slow to comprehend this? Su Chen blinked at him. "What troubles you?" After a moment of silence, Lin Fan asked, "Master, are you indeed above the realm of emperors?" "Above the realm of emperors?" Su Chen pondered for a moment before nodding. "That seems to be the case." Indeed, Lin Fan's excitement was palpable. He had not misjudged. His master was a being beyond emperors. What this meant for him was exhilarating. Could he not traverse the entire immortal realm with such a backing? If anyone dared to trouble him, he could simply declare, "My master is above the realm of emperors." Who would dare confront him then? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Fan's excitement intensified, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at Su Chen. Su Chen scrutinized Lin Fan, a twitch at the corner of his eye. "Is my disciple's mind unhinged? That cannot be. He is the child of destiny. How could he be so foolish?" Suddenly, Lin Fan interjected, "Then master, if you do not wish to become an emperor, why pursue the imperial path?" Su Chen replied, "To meet someone." "To meet someone?" Lin Fan furrowed his brow. "Who might that be?" Su Chen responded calmly, "My sister." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Master, you have a sister?" Su Chen looked at him with an exasperated expression. "Is that so strange?" Lin Fan continued, "Is your sister as formidable as you? If the master is so powerful as an elder brother, surely his sister must possess similar prowess. Even if she isn't as powerful as the master, she must be extraordinary in her own right." Su Chen pondered for a moment before replying. "Perhaps she is just a fraction less capable than I am, but undoubtedly, she surpasses you." "Just a fraction?" Lin Fan felt utterly dazed. He initially believed there was only one person as remarkable as Su Chen, yet to his surprise, there were two. Goodness, how are ordinary people like us supposed to cope? Su Chen suddenly interjected, enough chatter, we must continue our journey. With that, he dismissed Lin Fan and vanished from sight. Observing this, Lin Fan hurried to catch up. Chapter 99, What is Responsibility? Soon, Su Chen and Lin Fan arrived at the Grand Gate leading to the path of the Emperor. At this moment, countless semi-emperor powerhouses surged forth, fearful of lagging behind. Without exception, their expressions were filled with immense excitement. The path of the Emperor. It is the destination yearned for by all semi-emperors, for it holds the promise of ascension to emperorhood. To become an emperor signifies eternal life. It is the embodiment of invincibility within the realm of false immortals. Gazing at the colossal gate, Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment, Master, this gate is truly magnificent. Su Chen's lips twitched as he glanced at Lin Fan, bemused by his unique focus. Lin Fan scratched his head and chuckled, Master, does this grand gate lead directly to the path of the Emperor? Su Chen nodded, indeed. The path of the Emperor consists of 9 levels. Upon entering through this gate, we shall step into the first level. The Heavenly Heart mark resides on the 9th level. Your objective is to forge your way to that pinnacle. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback before asking, Master, will you not accompany me inside? Su Chen replied calmly, I will enter, but I shall not accompany you. The path of the Emperor is a journey you must undertake alone. Of course, if you desire. I can directly transport you to the 9th level and assist in your ascension to emperorhood. However, you must consider this carefully. If I aid you, you shall never surpass me in this lifetime. Upon hearing the first part of Su Chen's statement, Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. But the final words swiftly quelled his enthusiasm. If I cannot become a being like my master, what meaning does my cultivation hold? Looking earnestly at Su Chen, he declared, Master, I prefer to face the path of the Emperor on my own. I believe that even without your assistance, I can still achieve emperorhood. His tone was resolutely firm. Hearing this, a smile graced Su Chen's face. I have not misjudged you. Well done. He then cautioned, once you enter the path of the Emperor, every person you encounter will be your adversary. Remember, do not trust anyone. Lin Fan nodded gravely, I understand. Su Chen nodded in return, enter now. With that, Lin Fan stepped forward, and together they crossed the threshold of the Grand Gate. As Su Chen stepped inside, darkness enveloped him momentarily, and he soon found himself in a dense forest. The foliage was thick, and the air was permeated with mist, lending an eerie ambience to the surroundings. The transportation was random, thus Lin Fan had been sent to a different location. Surveying his surroundings with a serene gaze, Su Chen clasped his hands behind his back and strolled leisurely toward a particular direction. After about half an hour of walking, he arrived beside a tranquil hot spring. The water was crystal clear, steaming gently, and glimmering under the sunlight. Su Chen removed his white robes, revealing skin as smooth as jade and a well-defined set of abdominal muscles. He then stepped directly into the hot spring. The warm water caressed every inch of his skin, allowing his body to relax in the soothing flow. Slowly, he closed his eyes, reveling in a sensation of indescribable comfort. Time passed swiftly, and Su Chen luxuriated in the hot spring for nearly half a day. On the opposite side of the hot spring, a woman discovered its soothing waters. She possessed eyes that sparkled like stars, skin as fair as snow, and features that resembled a delicate painting, with crimson lips and pearly teeth, exuding grace like a resplendent rose in full bloom. After surveying her surroundings and finding no one else present, she shed her garments and leaped into the warm embrace of the spring. A look of contentment graced her face, for it had been ages since she had indulged in such comfort. After a while, however, she felt an inexplicable discomfort and ventured deeper into the spring. Suddenly, her movement halted, and she stood frozen in place. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the woman, who was merely a few centimeters away. His expression remained calm, devoid of any sign of disturbance. The woman instinctively glanced at Su Chen's chiseled abdomen. After a moment, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily shut her eyes. At that very moment, Su Chen felt a surge of heat within him. Before he knew it, he had drawn the woman into his embrace. Startled, her complexion paled, and as she contemplated resisting, Su Chen's lips descended upon hers, enveloping her in a kiss that was both tender and fervent. In disbelief, her eyes widened, her body succumbing to softness, leaving her powerless to resist. As Su Chen's hands began to wander, the woman was gripped by alarm, desperately attempting to summon her inner strength. Yet, to her astonishment, she discovered that her power felt sealed within her, rendering her unable to summon a single ounce. Bewildered, her mind went blank. A soft moan escaped her lips. Her face flushed with heat. Dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, and thunder rumbled with a menacing cadence. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Su Chen emerged from the spring. While the woman lay panting, utterly spent, as though she had just endured a fierce battle. Donning his white garments, Su Chen cast a glance at her without uttering a word, and then turned away, departing with purpose. Watching his retreating figure, the woman panicked and called out, "Aren't you going to take responsibility?" Yet, Su Chen did not pause in response to her plea. Responsibility? What did that even mean? Biting her lip, her delicate hands clenched in frustration, tears glimmered in her eyes. She felt profoundly wronged, her innocence shattered in an instant. As she beheld Su Chen's figure gradually fading from sight, a sense of unwillingness surged within her, and she shouted, "My name is Qin Zixuan." Meanwhile, Su Chen ventured into the depths of the forest, where thousands of individuals gathered, all of whom were semi-emperors. However, most were at the lower ranks, with only a handful achieving the 9th level of semi-emperor. They stood on high alert, their expressions taut with tension. This vigilance was entirely justified. Those who entered the path to the emperor shared a singular ambition, the Tianqin mark, a coveted symbol that could only belong to one. This meant that only one could ascend to the status of emperor. Each harbored aspirations of becoming the emperor, and thus, they regarded one another as adversaries. Any moment of complacency could lead to their untimely demise. Amidst the crowd, there existed a teleportation array, upon which one formidable half-emperor after another ascended, only to vanish thereafter. However, this array could accommodate no more than 100 individuals, and on this first level alone, there were at least thousands of such arrays. The half-emperors, possessing keen intellect, queued patiently to avoid conflict. None dared to rush, for a battle among thousands of half-emperors would yield catastrophic consequences. Most crucially, they were merely on the first level, a place unworthy of their strife. Among these thousands of half-emperors stood Lin Fan, who quietly awaited his turn, his demeanor alert as he scrutinized the individuals surrounding him. "Brother Wuji, these individuals are truly weak." A voice of disdain echoed through the air. At this utterance, the brows of all present furrowed in unison, their gazes drawn to a group approaching in the distance, at the forefront of which strode none other than Zhao Wuji. Chapter 100. The Child of Destiny is Stubborn. A formidable figure at the 8th level of the semi-emperor realm cast a cold gaze upon Zhao Wuji and his companions. His voice laced with disdain. "What do you mean by this?" Zhao Wuji's lips curled into a smirk, yet he remained silent. Beside him, a young man spoke up. "Did you not comprehend? I said you were utterly weak. Impudent." The semi-emperors fumed, their eyes ablaze with fury directed at the young man. As semi-emperors, they had never endured such humiliation. In that moment, their rage intensified, a menacing aura emanating from their beings. "Humph," the young man scoffed, unleashing a terrifying pressure that rippled through the air, instantly subduing thousands of semi-emperor warriors. Shock coursed through everyone. They gazed at the youth in disbelief. He was, astonishingly, a peak semi-emperor at the 9th level. At that instant, the young man materialized before the 8th level semi-emperor, following which he delivered a powerful punch. The semi-emperor's pupils constricted in alarm, a sense of impending doom enveloping him. Before he could react, the youth's fist struck toward his head. Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated, and in an instant, everything within 100,000 miles was engulfed by the terrifying intent of the punch. All the warriors were taken aback and hastily retreated, their hearts pounding in fear. How could this young man possess such terrifying strength? Had the 8th level semi-emperor truly been obliterated in an instant? At this moment, all the semi-emperors regarded the youth with grave expressions. His power surpassed their expectations. The young man surveyed the semi-emperors around him and derisively remarked, "Utterly pathetic." Clenching their fists in fury, the semi-emperors trembled with rage. Yet they dared not retaliate against the youth. Zhao Wujie turned to the young man and said with a smile, "All right, Chu Feng, let us proceed to the next level." Chu Feng nodded and followed Zhao Wujie towards the teleportation array. At that moment, many individuals stood upon the teleportation array, among them Lin Fan. Chu Feng glanced at the people on the array and coldly commanded, "Step aside. You are unworthy to use the teleportation array alongside us." Upon hearing this, the individuals on the array erupted in fury, veins bulging on their foreheads. Chu Feng sneered, "What's wrong? Are you defiant?" Despite their anger, the individuals reluctantly stepped off the teleportation array. What could they do against the overwhelming power of the youth? Soon, only Lin Fan remained on the teleportation array. Concealed in the shadows, Su Chen held a celestial fruit, observing Lin Fan. Indeed, just as I had read in the novels of my previous life, the child of destiny is as stubborn as ever. With that thought, he took a bite of the celestial fruit. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, fixating on Lin Fan. "Do you wish to perish?" Lin Fan met Chu Feng's gaze calmly and inquired, "Did you construct this teleportation array?" Chu Feng paused, then burst into laughter. "You've got some nerve." In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, a tremendous fist radiance illuminating the heavens, and a terrifying intent immediately locked onto Lin Fan. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Fan stamped his right foot down hard, transforming into a streak of flowing light that soared into the sky. Subsequently, he unleashed a formidable punch, an overwhelming force of martial prowess cascading outward. Boom! Two terrifying forces surged forth like a tsunami, radiating outward, instilling fear upon the faces of all the semi-emperors present. At that moment, Lin Fan and Chu Yun simultaneously retreated. Chu Yun glared at Lin Fan with a darkened expression, astonished that Lin Fan could withstand his punch. It was known that even a semi-emperor at the 9th level would struggle against such a strike. In this instant, he realized he had underestimated Lin Fan. However, he remained unperturbed, for he had only exerted 50% of his strength in that blow. Without uttering a single word, Chu Yun transformed into a streak of lightning, charging once more at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, expressionless, mirrored his advance towards Chu Yun. Boom! The heavens resounded with a series of terrifying explosions, as countless intensive fists swept across a radius of millions of miles. All the powerful beings present were enveloped by these two formidable auras, their faces as pale as paper, eyes betraying their terror. A voice trembled. Are these two truly the prodigies of the younger generation? At that moment, they felt as insignificant as ants. They were semi-emperors, after all. One must understand that semi-emperors could traverse the entire pseudo-immortal realm with ease. Yet now they felt akin to mere insects. This notion left them deeply unsettled. Zhao Wuji observed the unfolding scene,